Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had particle animation quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It turns out you actually have a quirk, kiddo. The doctor said, stunning Izuku. This was the moment he was waiting for, his own quirk. The excitement cannot be contained in the little 4-year-old. He held up his All Might action figure in the air as a squeal of joy escaped his mouth. Well, isn't that nice, Izuku? Inko smiled, seeing her child celebrate. But what is it about, doctor? It's an emitter-class quirk it seems. But it's completely different in relation to your and your husband's quirks, the doctor spoke. Your son's quirk appears to manifest through the manipulation of subatomic particles he naturally produces. We're calling them Plavsky Particles. They seem to animate plastic models. Huh? Really? Izuku smiles, he looks at his All Might figurine with even more joy in his bright little eyes. Can I make All Might move? Well, give it a shot, kiddo. Izuku concentrates, tapping into his dormant quirk, his arms glowed as azure particles began to dance around his arms and his All Might figure. A moment passed, Izuku sat on the floor with a tired expression on his face, he looked toward his All Might figurine and, no such luck. Ah man, Izuku ummed in sadness. It didn't work. Maybe you need a little bit of training first, sweetie. She looked at the doctor. So, he can make toys move? Inko asked, hope and concern warring in her voice. That appears to be the extent of it, yes, the doctor replied with barely concealed dismissiveness. It's unique, certainly. But hardly what one would call a combat-applicable quirk. Izuku's green eyes dimmed as he clutched the lifeless All Might toy. Even at 4 years old, he understood what this meant in a world where heroes were everything. This was when Izuku realized that not all men are born equal. But he would never give up. The video of All Might rescuing over 100 civilians on his debut was still burning in his mind. He too will become a hero. Over the following months, Izuku discovered the intricate rules governing his quirk through trial and error. The plastic model had to be built or assembled by his own hands, borrowed or pre-assembled toys remained stubbornly inanimate. His very first success was a plastic car he managed to assemble with a lot of glue and some help from her mother. He made the car move with his quirk, but the handling and speed was very poor. His mother, ever supportive, bought him model kits from the local toy store. Simple robot figures, hero merchandise, anything plastic that required assembly. Izuku's room slowly filled with his growing army of animated companions, each one responding to his mental commands with some clumsy movements. Amazing, Izuku! Inko would exclaim, watching a small robot carefully stack blocks or a miniature hero pose dramatically. You're like a general commanding your own force. But outside his bedroom walls, the world was less kind. Toys? You make toys move? Katsuki's explosions crackled around his palms as he cornered Izuku at the park. That's not a hero quirk, Deku. That's what babies do, play with dolls. The nickname stuck like a curse. Even when Izuku desperately tried to demonstrate his growing skill of making action figures perform complex maneuvers or having model cars execute perfect formations, Katsuki only laughed harder. Look everyone! Deku's playing house with his little friends. The other children joined in, pointing and giggling at Izuku's attempts to prove his worth. Years passed. But as Izuku's army of animated models grew more sophisticated, so did Katsuki's cruelty. The explosive boy would deliberately target Izuku's creations, reducing carefully assembled figures to melted plastic with bursts of his quirk. Kaken, no. I really worked hard on that. Izuku tries to reach toward his Crimson Riot model figure he created, only for it to be turned into ash in the palms of Katsuki's explosions. Heroes don't hide behind toys, Deku, Katsuki would sneer, throwing the scorched pieces at his face. Izuku frantically tried to salvage the unsalvageable remains of yet another destroyed model. Real heroes fight with their own power. Each destroyed figure felt like losing a friend. Izuku would spend hours trying to rebuild, improve, and learn. But his social isolation and sadness only deepened. His classmates saw him as the weird kid who talked to plastic figures instead of people. Eventually, he was on hiatus from building anything. What's the point of spending the money and effort, when Katsuki would destroy it all? Even the figures that survived Katsuki's torment, mostly being All Might models, their movements were tolerable but still choppy. It felt like Izuku was disrespecting his idol's image and power with these subpar figures, but there was something deeper that bothered him. As he watched his clumsy All Might figure attempt a Detroit smash pose, an uncomfortable realization settled in his chest. If he ever became a hero using his quirk, would he just be copying? Using someone else's image, someone else's moves, someone else's reputation to fight crime? It's not really me, is it? He whispered to the plastic All Might, whose painted smile suddenly seemed mocking rather than inspiring. If I save people with your face, your poses, your attacks. Am I the hero, or are you? The thought haunted him. Every hero figure in his collection represented someone else's hard work, someone else's sacrifice, someone else's journey to heroedom. What right did he have to animate their likenesses and claim their victories as his own? When people looked at his animated All Might figure saving them, they wouldn't be thinking about Izuku Midoriya, they'd be thinking about All Might. He stared at his collection with new eyes. Crimson Riot, Endeavor, Best Jeanist. All of them real people with real struggles who'd earned their place in society. Using their plastic forms felt like stealing their identities, like he was just a fraud puppeteering genuine heroes from the shadows. I need to be my own hero, Izuku realized, carefully placing the All Might figure back on his shelf. But how? I can't really use plastic model cars and trucks, military vehicles and ships are too extreme, and all the posable plastic models are hero merchandise. What can I do? Izuku mumbled, going down an endless rabbit hole until something snapped him out of it. // Everything changed when Izuku turned 10. Inko had been cleaning out the attic when she discovered an old trunk belonging to her great-great-grandfather. Izuku, sweetie, come look at this, she called. Down. Inside the dusty trunk were a couple of DVDs, the discs seemed to be in a miraculous condition. Even the labels were still readable: Mobile Suit Gundam, Zeta Gundam, ZZ Gundam, Char's Counterattack. Izuku had never heard of any of these titles. What are these, Mom? Izuku hesitantly asked. It was like touching an ancient relic, a time capsule from a bygone era. Is this pre-Quirk era stuff? I'm not sure. It could be. They must have belonged to your great-great-great-grandfather, and possibly his father before him. Would you want to watch one, Izuku? Sure. Don't we have an old DVD player somewhere as well? After connecting the DVD player to the TV and making sure the ancient discs themselves were in a playable condition, which they were, thankfully, Izuku began to watch what he assumed was the first volume of this Gundam series. As the DVD played, the footage was a bit fuzzy, but the art style and music definitely had a very ancient pre-Quirk era vibe that was almost alien. Izuku watched, his interest peaked as the opening song began playing. Mogar. 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 Gundamu. The first episode of the original Mobile Suit Gundam changed Izuku's world forever. Here were giant mechanical warriors, not unlike the pro-heroes he's been accustomed to, but piloted by ordinary people who rose to extraordinary circumstances. Amuro Ray, even born with new type powers that many would consider a quirk, was still a teenage boy that was moved into conflict and had to learn, struggle, and grow. What also captivated Izuku most were the ideals. These weren't simple good versus evil stories like modern hero media. With each and every member he grew attached to the crew of the White Base, fought against not only the villainous Zeon, but they questioned authority, and sometimes had to stand against the very institutions they served, making their own moral choices. And the mobile suits, how cool they were. Not only the Federation MSs such as the Gundam, Gun Cannon, Gun Tank, and GMs captivated him, but Zeon's Zaku, Goof, Dom, Skok, Gelgoog captured his interest as well. His analytical mind immediately takes mental notes on their strengths and weaknesses, design philosophy, tactical formations, and every other piece of info he could gain. It was almost like studying heroes and their quirks. Even when he finished watching the very first MSG within 3 days, he devoured every tape, taking notes on even more mobile suit designs, and the philosophies driving each pilot. He felt conflicted when watching Zeta Gundam, he smirked when watching ZZ Gundam, and he was met with closure in Char's Counterattack. But Izuku wanted more mobile suits, more glorious war stories of the pilots. Within a month of watching all 4 DVDs, he knew there was more. So he scoured the internet for more Gundam, only to meet with nothing even when looking it up on different browsers. Izuku sighed. Gundam was a pre-Quirk franchise after all, any knowledge surrounding it would be lost to obscurity. But Izuku never gave up, he tried forums, and even surfed the deepest, darkest, oldest parts of the internet no one ever bothered to explore. Once something was on the internet, it stayed there. Pre-Quirk stuff still exists in today's society, he just needed to look at the right place. With hours and hours and days worth of internet surfing, he managed to scavenge ancient info on the Gundam franchise and the other shows. He never knew that there were more stories to the One-Year War, or there were actually different timelines, or the light novels and manga that have yet to be adapted. He devoured it all, like a gluttonous green nerd. He couldn't get enough of it. He was so absorbed with taking notes on the various mobile suits and their pilots that he never knew that Gundam had their own line of plastic models of their mobile suits. This fact rocked him to the core. If he could assemble these machines, he wouldn't have to use a previous hero's accomplishments for his heroics. He looked at his hands, the Plavsky Particles glowing faintly in his palm. This was what his quirk was meant for, not for simple action hero figures, but for these complex machines of war and hope. However, finding actual Gunpla models proved nearly impossible. Toy stores carried nothing but hero merchandise. Online searches turned up empty, not even antique pre-Quirk stores sell them. The Gundam franchise had been completely eclipsed by the rise of real heroes decades ago. It was during one of his back-from-school walks through Mizurufu's older districts that Izuku encountered him. Izuku takes unusual routes back home to avoid running to Katsuki or any of his lackeys. It was one of these walks that he decided to venture a little out, and that's where he found a rundown part of the district with buildings that had construction dates dating all the way back to the pre-Quirk era. There was an old man sitting outside what seemed to be a closed hobby shop, sitting on an old lawn chair as he stared at a faded poster of the RX-78-2 Gundam in the dusty window. His faded-out blue hair rustled softly when the wind blew by. Excuse me," Izuku approached hesitantly. "Do you know what that is?" The old man's weathered eyes widened as he looked up at the green-haired boy. You recognize it?" "The RX-78-2 Gundam," Izuku replied without hesitation. A Muro-Ray's mobile suit from the One-Year War. For a moment, the old man just stared. His eyes widened as if a great burden had been lifted off of his shoulders. Then tears began flowing down his cheeks. I thought I and Reiji were the only ones left who remembered. He whispered, clutching his shirt with weathered-down hands. "My name is Sei Iori, and this is the shop that my family used to own. Iori Hobby Store." Izuku's heart raced. "You know about Gunpla? Do you know where I can find any? I have this quirk, and I can bring it to life." Izuku frantically put down his backpack and produced a worn notebook, opening it and revealing the pages filled with mobile suit sketches and tactical diagrams. I've been researching about the Gundam franchise, and I really wanted to be a hero. But my quirk isn't really combat applicable, but with Gunpla, I can have a chance at hero work. So please." Izuku took a desperate bow. Sei studied the boy carefully, noting the desperate hope in his eyes. "Come with me, young man. There's something you need to see." He gestures to Izuku somewhere else, away from the hobby store. Oh. Okay." Izuku grabbed his backpack and followed. The old man. "I thought we were going into your hobby store?" "PSH. I wish I could. The bank closed it down years ago. Nobody buys Gunpla anymore, unfortunately. Everybody finds the hero stuff more interesting." Sei sighed, his eyes reflected with a nostalgic glint. "Even then heroes dominated the market. Only me and my friend Reiji were the only ones who even built them." Sei reminisced as he walked. "Reiji and I built all sorts of Gunpla. I was the better builder, of course. We posed them as if they were in battle and made dioramas and displays for them as well. But alas, Reiji had married and moved on from this childish hobby. I lost contact with him, and I assumed that made me the only human left on this planet that remembers Gundam's legacy." They walked for what felt like forever through increasingly abandoned parts of the city, past boarded-up shops and empty lots where hero merchandise stores had once thrived and died. Finally, Sei stopped before a massive, rusted warehouse that looked like it hadn't been touched in decades, its windows clouded with decades of grime. "Here we are," Sei said, producing an old key from his pocket. His hands trembled slightly as he unlocked the rusted door. The heavy door creaked open with a groan that echoed into the darkness beyond. Sei flicked on an old fluorescent light, and Izuku stepped inside and gasped. The warehouse stretched endlessly before them, filled with towering shelves that disappeared into the shadows above. And on every shelf, stacked floor to ceiling, were boxes upon boxes of Gunpla kits. Thousands of them. "Welcome to the graveyard of dreams, kid," Sei said, Vandai's last warehouse before they shifted entirely to hero merchandise. "They were just going to throw all this away, but I couldn't let that happen." Izuku's legs gave out. He fell to his knees, staring at box after box of mobile suits he'd only seen in those grainy DVD recordings and pirated internet videos. RX-78-2, Barbados, Strike Freedom, Wing Zero, all there, waiting. Many boxes were faded and weathered, cardboard brittle and yellowed, corners soft with age, but the plastic runners inside are still pristine. Plastic practically takes an eternity to decompose, it seems. How did you?" Izuku's voice cracked. 20 years of convincing bureaucrats I was running a historical preservation project," Sei chuckled bitterly. "Cost me everything I had just to keep the lease on this place. But I knew someday, someone like you would come along." Sei walked over to one of the shelves, and grabbed a certain box. "Now then," Sei said, his voice becoming serious. If you're going to be a hero with Gunpla, you need to understand something fundamental. Building isn't just about following instructions, it's about understanding the machine itself, respecting it, and putting your soul into every piece. He picked up a high-grade RX-78-2 box, its colors faded but still recognizable. We'll start with the grandfather of all Gundams. But before you even touch a runner, you're going to learn the history, the philosophy, and the proper techniques. Because if you're going to carry this legacy forward. Sei's eyes gleamed with the fire Izuku recognized from his own passion. Then you're going to do it right? Can I really build all of these? Izuku's voice was barely a whisper. That depends, Sei smiled. Are you willing to learn? Real Gunpla building isn't just snapping pieces together. It's an art form. Panel lining, custom paint jobs, weathering, modifications, the amount of care you put into a build directly affects its soul. Its soul? Izuku asks, curious. Every Gunpla builder knows that the models they create carry a piece of their creator's spirit. Sei's eyes gleamed with possibility. Let's see if your Quirk could make that literal. //. Over the following week, Izuku split his time between school and the warehouse. Sei proved to be a demanding but patient teacher, starting Izuku with simple construction techniques, such as nub removal and sanding kits, and gradually introducing more complex techniques. I see, your Quirk requires the model to be built by your own hands, Sei nodded. This could directly tie to the quality of the animated model. As I said, the more you put into a Gunpla, the more powerful it is. I get it. Where my childhood toys moved with somewhat jerky and awkward motions, it was probably because either I wasn't experienced enough or I didn't consider putting more effort into the build. I mean, I guess I would feel like I was desecrating them if I were to weather them, but still. I should have at least considered it on different models, like maybe a tank or a plane or warship. Geez kid, how much are you going to talk? Sei grumbled, I only have so much left to live, you know. I'm so sorry, Mr. Iori. It's a bad habit of mine. Izuku deeply apologized. It's all right. It just shows how analytical you are. Sei nodded, just mumble about Gundam, not some silly quirk. Oh, I actually wanted to know. What's your quirk, Mr. Iori? My quirk? It's master craftsman. When it comes to making something, it's perfect. Down to the minute detail. Even if it ain't Gunpla actually. Iori chuckles. But just like my body, quirks can also degrade as you get older. I can still build Gunpla, but my fingers will start to ache. I see, that sounds like a really interesting quirk. Izuku's eyes sparkled. Okay, that's enough quirk talk. Get back to building. The more care you put into the build, the stronger they become, Sei explained. Paint jobs, detail work, even the quality of your panel lines, it all matters. These aren't just toys, Izuku. They're vessels for your will, your skill, and your dreams. And so he did. Izuku put his very heart into the RX-78-2 Gundam, making sure that everything was flawless, putting more and more effort into this build with every hour spent. In the end, his hard work has paid off. He has fully built and painted a HG RX-78-2 Gundam, the very original mobile suit that started it all. Sei looked at Izuku with pride, the green-haired boy admiring his handiwork. You've done well, my student. Sei smiles. Even from a total beginner like you, this Gundam looks outstanding. Great work. Thanks Mr. Iori, really. Izuku flustered, he wasn't used to getting compliments aside from his mother, of course. It's been a while actually since I built something. I thought I was rusty, but I still had it. Now, time for the real show to begin. Sei smiled, I want you to use your quirk to make the Gundam move. Let's see if your hard work paid off. Oh, right? Izuku's eyes began to shine with anticipation. He carefully grabbed his Gundam model and laid it on a small tray, just inches off the ground. Sei immediately recognized what Izuku was doing. That position. Midoriya, are you trying to recreate the RX-78-2's first launch? Why yeah. I thought it would fit the mood, you know. Izuku scratched his head. This was my first Gunpla build, and I want to make its animation special. Izuku looked at his hands, his quirk that has been criticized and disrespected for so long, now it truly had its time to shine. Izuku's palms began to glow blue as azure particles circled around his hand. He then faced his hands toward the dormant Gundam and put his Plavsky Particles into it. The RX-78-2 Gundam didn't do anything at first, but Izuku's quirk was taking effect. It started out as a sound, a low, almost subsonic vibration that seemed to emanate from deep within the mobile suit's chest. The sound of a Minovsky fusion reactor stirred to life, its progressive hum building from a barely perceptible whisper to a steady, powerful thrum that resonated through the room. Then, without warning, the cooling vents along the mobile suit's chest erupted in bursts of superheated air. The sudden expulsion of excess thermal energy sent waves of shimmering heat across the table. Izuku could even feel the heat and smell of ozone from the erupted air. It then raised itself upward. The twin sensors in the head unit flickered once, twice, then blazed to life with a steady yellow glow that seemed almost organic in its intensity. The RX-78-2 then took its first step, sliding its left foot off of the tray and onto the table. Its eyes flashed as it finally rose to its full 13 centimeters, standing proudly before Izuku and Sei. Sei practically fell onto his knees while Izuku stared at his now moving model with wide eyes and mouth agape. Gundam's legacy lives on, Sei smiles, tears threaten to leak from his eyes. You've done well, Izuku. I'm proud of you. I am proud of myself as well, Master Iori. Izuku looked at his glowing palms, then at the eyes of the RX-78, with this? I think I can be a hero. Izuku's eyes gleamed. The RX-78-2 then began to survey its surroundings. Its movements were mechanical yet smooth and fluid, like a well-oiled machine. It looked at hands, inspecting how each finger was moving. Then the RX-78-2 turns back toward Izuku, before speaking in a grizzled voice. What are your orders, Captain? Izuku and Sei blinked. Did it just? Izuku's voice came out as a squeak. A moment of silence passed, before the RX-78-2 broke it with a cough, then looked back at Izuku. Yellow sensors focusing on him with unsettling intelligence. You alright, Captain? I'm still awaiting your call. RX-78-2 repeated, tightening his head in confusion. Did the Gundam just speak? Izuku's jaw dropped straight onto the floor. He couldn't believe what was happening. He has managed to make the Gundam not only move but speak with his quirk. It spoke. Sei's voice was barely audible. In all of my years of building, I've never seen anything quite like this. Izuku stared at his glowing palms, then back at the Gundam. His childhood toys had never shown this level of awareness. They'd followed simple mental commands like remote-controlled vehicles. But this was different. It felt like he was awakening something that had been sleeping. I don't know what to tell you, Izuku admitted, his voice shaking. He suddenly felt like a mantle of responsibility just landed on his shoulders. Like being promoted to a higher military rank. Ive never had one talk back before. The Gundam's head turned to survey the warehouse, taking in the endless shelves of unbuilt kits. When it looked back, something in its stance had changed, less soldier, and more protector. They're all still sleeping. RX-78-2 said, his voice carrying a strange mix of inhuman warmth as he gestured toward the boxes. What is the mission, Captain? What are we fighting for? The silence that followed the Gundam's question hung in the air, heavy and full of unasked burdens. Izuku's mind reeled, not from shock anymore, but from a flood of memories. He saw himself at 4 years old, clutching his All Might toy, his dreams shattered by a doctor's dismissive words. He saw Katsuki's sneering face, the explosions that melted his creations into nothing but bitter smoke and ash. He remembered his whispered confession to his All Might figure, the gnawing insecurity that he was just a fraud, a copycat, a shadow of the real heroes he adored. The thought of becoming a hero had always been a distant, almost impossible dream. It was a hope he held on to, but it was a hope riddled with doubt. He wanted to save people with a smile, just like All Might. But how could a Deku who made toys move ever be a hero? He was meant to be a sidekick at best, a glorified mascot, not a protector of the people. But then he found Gundam. Izuku found the same courage and a sense of purpose in the pilots and the machines. These were not just toys, they were vessels of hope, the physical manifestation of a person's will and ideals. And now, thanks to Sei Iori, the old man who saw a light in him where no one else did, he had a chance to build something that was truly his own. He looked at the RX-78-2 standing before him, its yellow eyes unwavering, its mechanical posture expectant. This wasn't All Might. This wasn't Endeavor or Best Jeanist. This was the result of his own hands, his own effort, and his own heart. The choppy, awkward motions of his childhood toys were gone, replaced by the smooth, fluid grace of a machine built with love and care. He wasn't a puppeteer anymore, he was a creator. The Gundam wasn't just a model, it was a testament to his hard work, and in its soul, he could feel his own spirit. Izuku's eyes welled up with tears, not of sadness, but of pure, unadulterated resolve. The path ahead was still long, but for the first time, he knew it was a path he could walk with pride. The mockery, the explosions, the dismissals, none of it mattered anymore. He had found his own way in the form of this very mobile suit. I want to save people, Izuku's voice trembled, a mix of emotion and determination. But I want to save them with a smile. I want to save them in a way that shows them they can be a hero too, even if their quirk isn't combat applicable. Even if people tell them they can't do it. My mission is to become the greatest hero? To use my creations to bring hope to others, to be a light in the darkness, and to show the world that a hero is not defined by their quirk, but by their heart and soul. The Gundam's head tilted slightly, its yellow sensors seeming to flicker in acknowledgement. Then, it slowly raised its right hand, forming a perfect, miniature fist. Acknowledged, Captain, the grizzled voice replied, its tone now filled with a sense of purpose. Then our mission is to uphold the peace and be a beacon of hope for all of humanity. Sei watched, a wide smile spreading across his face as he looked at Izuku, then at the mobile suit. He had known the boy was special, but this was more than he could have ever dreamed of. The way the Gundam moved with such purpose, and the way it spoke with a will of its own, it was as if a part of Izuku's soul had been transferred to the plastic. It was a beautiful fusion of builder and machine. Kid, do you know what this means? Sei's voice cracked with emotion. You can give them life. You can give them all a purpose. He gestured to the countless boxes of Gunpla surrounding them, their silent, plastic hearts waiting to be animated. Look at this, Midoriya. The RX-78-2 is just the beginning. Imagine the possibilities. A whole army of your own design, each one a hero in its own right. Izuku's eyes widened, a fiery hope burning in them as he looked from the Gundam to Sei, and then back to the endless shelves. Why you mean? You'll let me build them? All of them? Sei chuckled, patting Izuku on the back. Of course, kiddo. What am I going to do with all of this? I've been waiting for a reason to share them with someone. Reiji's long gone, and the world has forgotten. But you're a true Gunpla builder. You understand them. Now, let's get you a good pair of nippers, because you're going to need a lot of tools from now on. Sei Iori gave out a childlike smile full of wonder and excitement. You want to get to UA, right? We have so much work to do before that school's entrance exam, so let's get a move on. Yes, sir. I'll do my best. Izuku nodded, then looked back at the RX-78-2 Gundam. Even with its emotionless robotic face, it held the same determined look in its eyes as its creator. I'll be looking forward to the reinforcements, Captain. // Over the next several months, Izuku would occasionally bring back Gunpla kits from the warehouse to his house. He would also spend as much of his free time going to the warehouse to talk with Sei and build his Gunpla models. It didn't take long for Inko Midoriya to notice the changes. Izuku had started coming home late, his clothes were ruffled, and he'd often fall asleep at the dinner table with a satisfied but exhausted smile on his face. When she finally confronted him, he excitedly explained everything about Sei Iori, the old warehouse, and his newfound purpose. He showed her his newly built gun cannon, and animated it right in the middle of their living room. Inko was speechless as the mobile suit gracefully moved around and flew in the air. The sight was astounding, but her motherly instincts kicked in. She had to meet this man who was spending so much time with her son in a secluded, abandoned warehouse. With a mixture of concern and curiosity, she asked Izuku to take her there. The next day, Inko met Sei Iori. She immediately noticed the gentle look in his eyes as he proudly showed her the shelves and shelves of Gunpla. He explained his past, his love for the hobby, and his decision to entrust his life's work to Izuku. He also assured her that Izuku was completely safe and that he was simply helping him realize his dream. After seeing the genuine passion in both Sei and Izuku's eyes, and witnessing firsthand the incredible level of skill her son had developed, Inko's worries began to fade. This wasn't just a hobby, it was a calling. She saw how happy Izuku was and how much he'd grown in confidence. She finally understood. "Thank you, Mr. Iori," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. "For helping my son find his dream. I trust you." With her mother's blessing, Izuku's training intensified. He now had the full support of the two most important people in his life. The old warehouse became Izuku's second home, a sanctuary from the cruelty of the outside world. He spent every free moment he had, after school, on weekends, in the dusty expanse. Sei was a mentor and a friend, teaching Izuku not only how to build, but how to pour his heart into every single kit. Izuku started with high grade, moving up to real grade and master grade models, his hands working tirelessly to master the art of nub removal, sanding, and panel lining. As his skill grew, so did his small army. The first addition was the RX-77-2 gun cannon, then the RX-75 gun tank, but that's not all. Izuku mass-produced various other mobile suits as well. Multiple RGM, 79 GMs and MS-06F Zakus, enough to make a decent-sized company with all of them combined. But that's not all. Izuku built nearly every single mobile suit within the franchise. New Gundam, Wing Gundam 0EW, Unicorn Gundam, Strike Freedom Gundam, Gundam Barbados, and Turna Gundam just to name a few. Each model seemed to develop its own personality. Suddenly, the Midoriya household was a jungle gym of various mobile suits. They usually resided in Izuku's room, which had transformed into a sort of mobile suit hangar. Shelves lined every wall, each carefully organized by series, and each of them stood in perfect formation on his desk and dresser. There was even an entire stylized hanger in his closet. It is only when Izuku uses his quirk is where the magic begins. Every morning when he wakes up, he uses his quirk to animate every mobile suit in his room. "Good morning, everyone." Izuku yawns as he waved his arm in the air, making sure the particles were making contact with every model. "Good morning, Master Captain Commander Creator," was always the response. This development also brought another question. What were the limits on Izuku's quirk? He can animate all of his Gunpla that he had built simultaneously, but factors such as the distance, duration, and how many he animated, took a toll on Izuku's mental endurance. Once he got a headache for animating a hero figure for more than an hour, but now, he could animate all of his growing Gunpla army for about 2.5 hours. To practice and increase his endurance, Izuku would animate a group of Gunplas at his house and attend school all while his mobile suits did whatever. It turns out while studying at school, his mobile suits did activities such as watching Gundam, patrolling Izuku's bedroom, practicing in mock drills, playing poker, cleaning Izuku's All Might merchandise, flying through an array of hanging rings, and even assisting Inko in housework and meal preparation. Izuku also learned that the size of his Gunpla was not limited to their scales. It turns out that he can make his plastic models grow into their true size, more or less. He figured this out when he was practicing his leadership with a mock battle between mobile suits in a handmade, cardboard city. When fiddling with his quirk, he accidentally managed to make one of his GMs grow up to 6 to 7 feet. This development was quite the shock, but it also solved the question of using literal children's toys to fight crime. He managed to grow his hero figures to their true height, but for Gunplas it was a different story. Due to the true height of mobile suits being ridiculously large, it seems that Izuku put a mental barrier to prevent his Gunplas from growing into their true height. The height limit is dependent on the Gunpla itself. The average model will grow to around 7 feet, but if it's something like the Shi Gundam, it grows up to a solid 10 feet. With this knowledge in hand, Izuku made sure to improve on the various aspects of his quirk and leadership skills. The following months consisted of him building Gunpla, animating them and having them participate in mock drills, practicing his endurance by consistently keeping his Gunpla animated while at school. But another problem was gnawing at his head. Izuku knew that mobile suits were weapons of war, and not exactly the ideal choice at taking down villains, non-lethally. Izuku looked at the various weapons in Gundam, and thought of a way to make their destructive weapons more tame. After all, with his quirk, anything he could make can turn into a reality. Izuku started to paint small electrical symbols on various beam weaponry, giving them the feature of a non-lethal stun mode. The same thing applied to beam sabers, giving them a taser mode that allowed his Gunpla to electrocute and incapacitate criminals without cutting them in half. For kinetic weapons, such as machine guns and Vulcans, Izuku made sure that those weapons fired rubber pellets instead. Bazookas on the other hand are now chambered for a special round that acts as a blast ball, disorienting opponents with a loud sound as if they were shot with a real bazooka. Izuku also developed some other useful tools his Gunpla might use on the field, such as the utility hawk, a multi-purpose tool that not only acts as an axe, but a shovel, pry bar, and a taser on the hilt. Izuku also developed the Medic Hero, the one and only robot mascot of the Gundam franchise. Izuku painted them white with a red cross on their head to signify their purpose as medical droids. And he made a few more different Heros just because they were fun to make. They got pretty annoying when he animated them, however. Izuku took every aspect of his quirk and Gunpla into account, writing down everything in his 8th MS Notes for the Future notebook. Now, what kind of emergency situations might require an aerial extraction, like a sinking ship? No, my amphibious suits can handle that. What about a burning building? Maybe I could build a helicopter or maybe a gun parry, that could work, but would I get in trouble with the government if I used fictional military equipment for hero work? I mean, can I get successfully licensed with this quirk? Would the concept of animating plastic toys be too childish for hero work? Such doubts racked his brain and clouded his vision. However, he stopped his onslaught of mumbling when a tiny plastic hand touched his finger. "Captain, you look distressed," Gundam said, looking up to Izuku's eyes with concern in his voice. "I need you to calm down, Captain. The UA entrance exam is a few weeks from now, and the last thing you need is to worry about trivial things here." "Gundam's right, Commander Izuku." A red MS-06S Zaku II commander type landed beside the RX-78-2 Gundam. "Worrying will only waste your precious energy, focus on the present, we shall deal with these ordeals in the near future." Izuku looked around his desk and room to see the various MSs he had built during the months. Despite not having any way to express their faces, they all held a concerned and supportive gaze for their creator. Izuku sighed, and smiled. They were right, no matter what happens he knew that his Gunpla would be there to help him along the way. Izuku Midoriya stood proudly in front of the entrance of UA, the most prestigious hero academy in the whole world. They produced some of the top-ranking heroes, including but not limited to, Endeavor, Best Jeanist, and All Might himself. Izuku readjusts his hold of the bag he was carrying, containing 2 of his best mobile suits. He talked to his mother and Sei about it, planning for weeks on which of his Gunpla would he take. UA permits the usage of support items if one's quirk relies on it, but said examinees need to submit a request before the entrance exam. Luckily, his Gunpla was permitted due to the nature of Izuku's quirk. Izuku had some doubts, but he still held firm at the entrance. He will earn his place here, and show everyone that anybody, even with a quirk as dismissive as his, he'll make his mother, Sei, and all of his Gunplas proud. He just had to take the first step. "Hey! You DMN nerd!" Katsuki suddenly shouted from behind, causing Izuku to flinch and freeze. "Oh! Hey Kachin. I didn't see you there." The stammering Izuku was ignored by Bakugo as he simply walked away. "I'll admit, I was expecting you to be here, Deku." Katsuki cruelly smiled as he turned around. "But good luck actually getting into UA with your little dolls." Izuku grimaced, another one of Katsuki's unkind remarks. Izuku could only glare and clench his fists, blue particles swirling his fingertips in frustration. But he sighed, this was the day he'll prove Kakin wrong. He's been keeping his Gunplas a secret from Kakin, lest he use them as target practice for his quirk. Maybe at least the blonde will acknowledge Izuku, at least a tiny bit, but Izuku knew deep down that Kakin would never admit to someone being stronger than him. But that didn't matter at the moment. Izuku needed to focus on the entrance exam. Such things like rivalries will be worried about in the future. "Alright Izuku. This is it. Your first step to becoming the greatest hero." Izuku thought as he took one step, then having his feet getting caught by the other, causing him to fall. Or so I thought. Izuku expected to fall face flat on the ground, but he was then suspended midair. Izuku was surprised and confused, as he started flailing around and panicking while floating barely above the ground. "Oh, sorry for surprising you there. I used my quirk on you, here," said a young girl's voice. Izuku turned around to see a bubbly-looking girl with auburn hair and eyes. Her hair was shoulder-length with bobbed bangs. She effortlessly grabbed Izuku as if he was weightless. She set him up properly on the ground before touching the pads of her fingertips. And, release. Izuku finally had his feet on the ground. He was thankful to the girl for saving him from a faceplant, but he was in front of a girl now. "You're here for the UA entrance exams, right? Well, good luck. I hope you get into UA." The girl gave Izuku a smile before walking away. Izuku, on the other hand, was a blushing, stuttering mess. He actually managed to talk to a girl. No, he didn't, technically. But Izuku quickly regained his focus, and checked his bag on the side. His Gunpla was safe. Izuku could sigh in relief. He could never forgive himself if he managed to break his Gunpla like falling. Of course, he could repair them, but breaking them right now was something that Izuku cannot afford. That's why Izuku had them in their specialized styrofoam storage that fit them perfectly to a T. Izuku then started to walk quickly toward the testing site. He didn't want to be late after all. "Good morning everybody." A slim man with long blonde hair announced to the young examinees in the auditorium. This man was none other than Present Mike, pro hero and part of the UA staff. Although his boisterous voice was definitely filled with enthusiasm, the audience has yet to return that level of excitement. Izuku felt his fanboy senses tingling when he laid his eyes on the voice hero. Izuku has listened to this man's radio show countless times. The hero was explaining how the entrance exam would function. The UA entrance exam is divided into 2 sections, the written exam and practical exam. Both Izuku understood well with just one explanation. He took Present Mic's explanation as if it were a military briefing. He kind of found it calming on his nerves if he imagined Present Mike as Bright Noah, even if his voice never matched the captain the slightest. You'll be up against 3 different foe villains. Each is worth points depending on the model, and your goal is to rack up as many points as possible within the short span of time. Bright Noah explains, pointing to a wall projecting the exam grounds as he straightens his EFSF uniform. You'll be dropped into unknown territory, and the position of these models is unknown as well. Which means you are going to have to utilize what little information you have in a short span of time to the fullest if you wish to pass the practical exam. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Izuku suddenly stood up, saluting as he did so. But he realized that he was saluting to Present Mike rather than Bright, much to his embarrassment. Izuku quickly sat back down, muttering apologies as some students snickered at him. Well, I appreciate your enthusiasm, young man. Bright smiles, however, are there any questions regarding the operation? Sir, I believe there is an error on the entrance exam sheet here. A spectacle-wearing young man with blue hair suddenly stood and spoke up. You said there were 3 different faux villains in the exam, but the sheet here states that there is a 4th one. Surely a mistake like this is unlikely in this prestigious UA high school. You're right, Ensign. Allow me to elaborate. Bright explains. The 4th faux villain, aka the zero-pointer, is in simple terms, an obstacle. Courtesy of its name, it provides 0 points upon defeat, and therefore, it provides no strategic value. I recommended that you avoid the zero-pointer at all costs, as going after it is a waste of precious time. Does that answer your question, Ensign? I see, thank you for your clarification. Please excuse me for my rudeness. The stern young man quietly returns back to his seat, contempt with present mix answer. If that's all the questions, then head to the testing grounds that you've been assigned, my dear listeners. Present Mike pointed toward the exit. And remember, don't just do your best, go beyond. Plus ultra, baby! The massive gates of UA's testing ground loomed before the assembled examinees, each one buzzing with nervous energy and anticipation, making witty statements of confidence, and preparing for the practical exam with a variety of stretches. Izuku Midoriya stood among them, his hands trembling slightly as he clutched 2 model boxes against his chest, one pristine with a white body with black and gold accents on its torso, arms, and legs. A notable emblem was on the front of its left shoulder. The other's main color is a menacing rich, dark red, but with a distinctive gold emblem is also visible on its front skirt armor, a menacing spiky head crest with a green mono eye. Izuku nervously looks around his surroundings, looking worse for wear in his teal-colored tracksuit. Izuku's confidence right now was fluctuating. Could he actually do it? What happens if his quirk messes up or one of his Gunpla had an unexpected malfunction? He tried to snap out of his negative thoughts and tried to focus. He surveys through the crowd and to his luck, finds the brown-haired girl that helped him from his fall earlier. Izuku uses whatever confidence he has left and tries to walk over to her and talk. Hi there. Izuku blurted stiffly, catching the girl off guard. I am Midoriya. Izuku. Nice to meet you. Izuku introduced himself, but promptly started to die inside. I sound like a robot. Why can't I speak more naturally? Izuku internally screams as he crouches down in despair, his social life probably ruined. Oh. I guess we forgot to introduce ourselves. I'm Uraraka Ochako. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. Ochako gives off another one of her warm smiles. Eep. Why yeah. Me too. Izuku chuckles awkwardly. Sorry. I'm just really nervous right now. No biggie. To be honest, I am too. Ochako clenched her fists, raising them up in the air. But we can't let anxiety take us over. Let's do our best to get into UA. Alright. Plus ultra. Izuku stiffly did the same gesture, getting a small chuckle from Ochako as a result. And begin. Everybody looks up toward the direction of the loud voice, seeing that the announcer was present Mike on top of an observation tower. What are you doing? There are no warnings in the real world. Now go go go. Present Mike screamed. Seeing that the test had already begun, the students immediately took off and entered the testing area. Good luck, Midoriya. Ochako waves as she rushes toward the testing grounds. Gee, good luck to you too, Uraraka. Izuku stammered. He was caught off guard by the sudden announcement, but he quickly refocuses his thoughts and prepares to show off his quirk. Talking to Ochako gave him the confidence he needed to get back on track. Izuku remained still for a moment, kneeling down to carefully place his model boxes on the ground. Out from the boxes and finally revealed to the world, were 2 Gunpla models. The RX-78 new Gundam and the MSN-04 Sazabi. Alright, let's do this thing, he whispered, pointing his palms out on both mobile suits. Azure particles began to shimmer around his palms, dancing like stardust as they seeped into the plastic models. The 2 mobile suits began to grow and animate, their now active generators now humming as they spooled up. The sleek, white new Gundam stands tall with its distinctive fin funnels, and beside it, the imposing crimson bulk of the Sazabi, its body gleaming ominously in the sunlight. Both of them stood at roughly 8 feet, but Sazabi was slightly taller than New Gundam. New Gundam, ready for sortie. The mobile suit announced cheerfully as his psycho frame began to glow slightly. Don't worry, Captain. We'll show everyone what we can do. Let's do our best out there. Beside them, Sazabi's mono eye flared to life with cold intensity. The only fate awaiting those who oppose Master Izuku is destruction. the red mobile suit intoned, flexing its fingers as his voice dripped with disdain. What is our objective, Master? Okay guys, it's search and destroy. Go out and eliminate as many of those faux villains you can find. Izuku explained. Don't attack any examinees and avoid the 0-pointer, got it? Loud and clear. As you wish. The two mobile suits prepared their weapons, both bringing out their beam rifles. Both mobile suits also had their funnel weapons armed and ready to be deployed at a moment's notice. This is it, Sazabi. We're the first of Captain Izuku's mobile suits to be actually deployed in battle. Let's make a good impression and make Captain proud. New Gundam pumped his fist with excitement. Sazabi simply returned a cold, green glare from his mono eye. Likewise, but I doubt our opponents are in any way remarkable, their defeat has already been predetermined. Cut some slack, Sazabi. They're trying their best. Haha. New Gundam laughed warmly as its thrusters began roaring as he launched into the air. Your optimism is nauseating, New. Sazabi's response was a disgusted groan, but the crimson mobile suit followed suit with New Gundam. Flying in the air with thrusters at full power. Izuku followed the two from the ground, watching as his creation soared in the air, pride and confidence swelling in his chest. Izuku's journey to heroism starts here and now. Ochako Uraraka had a mostly flawless strategy to take down these villain bots. These things were pretty slow and clunky, even a toddler who just awakened their quirk could easily take them out. Ochako simply had to run up to them, touch them and make them float up in the air and release. Gravity will do the work and crush the machines. It was challenging work. Ochako was already feeling nauseated after taking down about 10 of those robots. But she couldn't give up now, after all the sacrifices her parents made so that she could even live here in Misfetu. Ochako was about to take down a nearby 3-pointer that just revealed itself, but before she could, she was caught off guard by a 1-pointer appearing right behind her. Take this, hero. The robot sneered in its artificial voice, raising its metal claws. Crap. I can't touch it in time. I'm going to get hit. Ochako braced for the worst, raising her arms to defend herself. But the sound of a rifle cracking and metal being blasted. Ochako slowly opened her eyes, revealing to see a gaping molten hole in the 1-pointer before it collapsed onto the ground. Ochako was surprised by the destroyed 1-pointer, but what was an even bigger shock was the giant humanoid robot that landed near here. Ochako, looking up to see New Gundam, who has just fired his beam rifle. Are you alright, young girl? You better watch out, don't want to overexert yourself too hard. New Gundam then looked toward the 3-pointer that Ochako was about to destroy. Sorry, but I'll be taking that. He launched himself at the 3-pointer, drawing his beam saber in his left arm and swung. The beam saber slashed through the metal like a hot knife through butter. Sparks sprayed across the street as the pink beam of energy moved through the villain bot with ease. The 3-pointer ended up exploding into melted debris, with New Gundam putting away his beam saber as the smoke cleared. Target destroyed. Searching for a new target. The New Gundam announced as it launched itself in the air. The shockwave caused Ochako to close her eyes. What was that? Ochako found herself saying, taken back by the talking robot. As she stood there, she also saw Izuku running toward where New Gundam was going. Good job, New. Keep it up. Izuku turned to see Ochako as he was running and shot her an embarrassed smile. Hey Uraraka. Midoriya? Ochako stammered, still shocked at New Gundam's presence. Wait, did he call that thing New? Does Izuku know that thing? I have so many questions right now. Sorry. It's my quirk. Can't ignore Sayo Ulitter good luck. Izuku blurted as he sprinted toward a red and white shape in the sky. Meanwhile, New Gundam just got back to Sazabi, who was taking out villain bots left and right with his beam shot rifle. Pathetic. Is this all the famous UA high school can muster? I was hoping for more of a challenge, but I suppose I got my hopes too high. These bots are designed to be taken out by an unarmed human, Sazabi. They aren't even nearly equipped enough to handle beam weaponry. New Gundam explains, pointing his beam rifle and firing, his shot landing true on a 2-pointer. That's 6. 6? Don't tell you're holding back, New. I have already scored 25 points. Sazabi scoffed. Holding back, huh? Alrighty then, if holding back is your concern, then I won't hold back. New Gundam remarked, his psycho frame began to glow more intensely. Funnels, deploy. The 6-fin funnels on his back began to detach and unfold, floating nearby and ready to be directed under New Gundam. Ditto. Sazabi released his own funnels in the air from his backpack. Floating beside Sazabi just like the fin funnels. Funnels, go forth and conquer. Funnels, go get M. The response was immediate. New's fin funnels flew gracefully across the exam area as Sazabi's funnels were like crimson wasps swarming their prey. Nu Gundam and Sazabi followed their funnel weapons as they surveyed the battlefield. Tenya Ida, the earlier young man with blue hair, was busy immobilizing as many of the villain bots as he could. Thanks to his engine quirk, he is able to traverse quickly across the exam grounds and use it to destroy the bots with powerful kicks. He spotted a two-pointer and was about to kick it, but he had to stop when he saw two bizarre shapes surrounding the machine. The fin funnels quickly started to fire powerful beams from their strips, quickly switching to a different position as they continued to pelt the two-pointer with beams until it was destroyed. The funnels then returned to Nu Gundam, who was flying nearby and shooting decisive shots with his own beam rifle. Although shocked, Tenya couldn't deny his amazement. Incredible! The tactical coordination and precision. I've never seen something like this before. The examination grounds had become a warzone unlike anything UA had ever witnessed. Nu Gundam and Sazabi moved through the urban training area like apex predators, their coordination so fluid despite the two being destined rivals. Targets at 2 o'clock. Nu Gundam called out, spotting a cluster of two-pointers emerging on a street. Without hesitation, he pointed his beam rifle and commanded his funnels to shoot at the bots. Pink beams shot out and destroyed each and every one of the villain bots with one shot. Done. That's 42. Excellent work, Sazabi commented, a rare hint of approval in his voice. The red mobile suit had been busy with his own targets. A three-pointer charged at him with one of its metal claws extended, but Sazabi sidestepped with surprising grace for such a large machine. Too slow, Sazabi sneered, bringing out his beam saber, crackling to life in a brilliant green blade of energy, and stabbed the three-pointer right on the back. The machine just simply slumped to the ground. 45. These faux villains lack any semblance of tactical awareness. Sazabi's mono-eye turned into a group of robots featuring a mix of one-pointers, two-pointers, and even a three-pointer. Get the traitor! A faux villain yelled in its electronic voice as it pointed its metal claw at Sazabi. You dare challenge me? Sazabi replied, its mono-eye glaring intensely now. Sazabi stored away his beam-shot rifle and reached for his beam tomahawk along with his beam saber, both weapons' blades crackling to life in a menacing green hue. By all means, go ahead. The result will always be the same. Sazabi's approach was brutal, efficient, and overwhelming. His beam axe cleaved through a two-pointer's torso while his beam saber simultaneously impaled a one-pointer that had tried to flank him. However, Sazabi was not able to see a duo of two-pointers attempting to ambush him from his blind spot. Behind you! Nu Gundam called out, Sazabi turning his head toward the ambushing duo. Funnels, intercept! Sazabi commanded coldly. His four funnels detached from their storage position and zipped through the air like crimson bullets. They positioned themselves around the approaching villain bots and opened fire, their beams creating a deadly crossfire that reduced the machines to molten slag. Nu Gundam wasn't to be outdone by Sazabi however. Fin funnels, all-out attack. His 6 fin funnels spread out in a wide formation, creating an intricate web of beam fire that systematically dismantled the remaining villain bots and any additional bots that were in the nearby vicinity. In less than 30 seconds, the entire group of villain bots had been eliminated, for a total of 84 points scored. Magnificent. Nu Gundam pumped his fist in celebration. That's what I call teamwork. Humph, adequate, Sazabi replied, though his tone suggested he was more pleased than he let on. He deactivated his beam weapons and recalled his funnels. Master Izuku shall be pleased with our performance. And Nu Gundam crossed his arms as he recalled his own fin funnels. Although his fin funnels were expendable weapons, Izuku made it so that they could be recalled by Nu Gundam. And what? Sazabi questioned, turning his mono-eye toward Nu. Where's the thank you? I called out on those two-pointers that were about to ambush you. Nu Gundam said. You're worried about that? I could have dealt with them perfectly without your assistance. Sazabi coldly declared, crossing his arms. Come on, Sazabi. A little bit of gratitude wouldn't hurt, you know. When will you cease this pointless chatter? You think everything is pointless. From his position on a nearby alleyway, Izuku watched his mobile suits with a mixture of pride and amazement. Even after all their training sessions in the warehouse, seeing them in actual combat was breathtaking. Incredible work, you two, he calls out. The two mobile suits stopped their argument to look at Izuku. You guys are doing great. Keep it up. Thank you, Captain. Nu Gundam's cheerful response echoed across the battlefield. We live to serve, Master, Sazabi added with characteristic formality. As the smoke cleared from their latest victory, the exam grounds had grown noticeably quieter. Other examinees had begun to take notice of the two massive mobile suits dominating the battlefield, some stopping their own battles to stare in amazement. Hey, are those robots fighting robots? One student wondered aloud. Who's controlling them? Is there a pilot? Another called out. I think it's that green-haired kid there. Is he doing this? What the heck is his quirk? He's stealing all the points. How the heck are we supposed to compare to that? In the observation room overlooking the testing grounds, the UA faculty watched the monitors with varying degrees of surprise and intrigue. The principal of this fair academy, who is either a bear, dog, or mouse, Principal Nizu, sat perched in his chair. His small paws clasped together as his beady eyes tracked the movements of the two mysterious mobile suits dominating the battlefield. Most fascinating, Nizu murmured, his voice carrying curiosity. Aizawa, remind me. What was listed on young Midoriya's support item? Application? Eraserhead adjusted his posture as he flipped through a stack of papers, looking worse for wear even when he dunked a gallon of coffee down his throat this morning. Let's see here. Custom-built plastic models for combat assistance via quirk activation. Pretty vague description, but it was approved since his quirk apparently requires external objects to function. Plastic models? Midnight raised an eyebrow as she rewatched a clip where Sazabi obliterated 3 villain bots in rapid succession. Those look more like military weapons than toys. I agree with Midnight. The firepower output is concerning, Cementos rumbled, his rocky features creasing with worry. Those laser weapons are capable of melting through reinforced steel as if it were paper. In the wrong hands. But look at the precision. Power Loader interjected, leaning forward in his chair. His engineering background made him appreciate the technical marvel before him. There's not a single missed shot. These are laser weapons we're talking about, they're meant to be precise. And look at those smaller units, it looks like they have their own balance control systems to fine-tune their own position. And that giant red one. The move-to-weight ratio on that one should be impossible. Not to mention the sheer amount of power to even actually move these machines. Vlad King scratched his head, trying to process what he was seeing. But they're just plastic models, right? How is plastic generating that kind of energy output? Quirks rarely follow conventional physics, Aizawa spoke, his voice gravelly. The question isn't how, it's the implications. This student has utilized his quirk to effectively weaponize what appears to be a simple hobby. That's some crazy accuracy with those laser guns, Snipe admits as he was studying the beam weaponry of both mobile suits. I'll admit that these things do look pretty cool. No recoil, no bullet drop, instant target acquisition. Even the smaller ones are pretty good at shooting too. The tactical applications are impressive to say the least. Nizu scratched his chin in earnest. Mobile weapons with apparent artificial intelligence, weaponry that surpasses military-grade equipment, and even flight capabilities. This single student essentially has his own private army. On another monitor, they watched as Izuku ran across the battlefield, occasionally shouting orders to his mobile suits. His movements were calculated, staying in cover while maintaining visual contact with his units. Izuku Midoriya, you've definitely got the potential. Yagi Toshinori smiles from his seat, his interest growing with every second. One might greatly overestimate Izuku and his quirk at first glance, but seeing the boy's performance right now can shoot down all doubts. Heck, Yagi feels a bit threatened by Izuku as he's slowly inching toward his own UA entrance exam score. But, this is simply just the start of the test. Let's see how the youth of today can fare against adversity. At the press of a button, the exam grounds began to rumble, buildings groan under the strain as the sound of bending metal and crushed debris can fill the examinee's ears. All eyes are turned to the source, a massive robot that stands taller than any of the buildings within the exam grounds. As it moved, anything that was a hindrance to it was simply crushed under its moving tracks. It truly was an obstacle that one must avoid. Oh hell no. I'm out of here. There's no way we can take that thing down. The examinees began to evacuate from the premise, running away from the mechanical monstrosity. Izuku was watching nearby. Instead of fear, he was filled with fascination with the zero-pointer. Wow! That thing is huge. Maybe even as tall as the Psycho Gundam. Izuku thinks, but cringes as he sees it crush a nearby building with ease. Yikes, is this what it feels like when the Psycho Gundam attacks? Izuku's mobile suits had stopped mid-air, assessing this new threat. Master's orders were to avoid the zero-pointer. Sazabi's cold voice cut through the chaos. You're right, Sazabi. New Gundam agreed, but his tone was filled with concern. But are the other examinees, should we be worried about them? Not a concern. They seem to be faring well when it comes to running away. Sazabi looked down on the fleeing examinees. While they are distracted however, let us take this opportunity to claim more points. Alrighty then. Captain, you heard us, right? Yep, I heard you guys. Let's keep racking up those points. Izuku said his quirk allows him to communicate almost mentally with his mobile suits. Depending on the distance, he can command and listen to what they have to say. Izuku turns around to begin running away, but that's when he hears a familiar voice from behind him. Looking back, he saw Ochako on the floor. Her leg was trapped under a pile of rubble and she was struggling to get out. The zero-pointer was inching closer and closer to the trapped girl, threatening to hurt and outright crush her. His blood ran cold, but something overtook Izuku's mind and body at that moment. It was an unexplainable feeling, a feeling that someone needed to be saved. He focused sharpened as his body immediately turned around and ran straight toward the giant robot. The points matter anymore, he needed to save Ochako. New Gundam. Sazabi. Izuku urgently screamed, and the mobile suit duo turned toward their creator. Stop that zero-pointer. Do whatever it takes. His legs were just moving by themselves. Izuku's mind was racing with thoughts of urgency and duty. He couldn't stand by when someone needed help. The response was immediate from the two mobile suits. They knew from the tone of voice that there was no time to be fooling around. The two mobile suits rocketed toward the massive robot, beam rifles charging as their funnels deployed in attack formation. A barrage of beam weaponry peppered the zero-pointer. Not a single metal panel was burned by the attack. But the zero-pointer continued moving, inching closer and closer to Izuku and Ochako. Speaking of which, the greenette reached Ochako and immediately began trying to assist her out of the rubble. Midoriya, what are you doing here? Ochako blinked, surprised that the boy was here to help her. Izuku was already trying to lift the piece of rubble off of her leg. Ugh. Ochako. It's just that. Izuku gave her a weary grin. He was aware of the imminent danger about to befall on both of them, but he thought a smile like All Might's would be able to reassure her. It's just like you needed some help. Ochako's eyes widened. He saw the sheer look of determination in Izuku's eyes. The greenette never gave up, trying whatever he could and using whatever ounce of strength he had to at least the rubble enough so that Ochako could slide out. Ochako didn't know what to say. It was the first time she ever met and talked to a boy her age, and he was willing to put his life on the line just to save someone he barely knew? Ochako's heart swelled, an unknown feeling began to grow and a new appreciation for the green-haired boy. But it wasn't enough. Izuku looked up to see the zero-pointer just a few meters away from him and Ochako. He screamed out in desperation. "New Sazabi! Stop that thing with all your might!" Despite the brag of beams that was hitting the zero-pointer, none of it was slowing it down in the slightest. As a result, combined with the amount of shooting they did against the bot villains, Sazabi and New Gundam's beam rifles were out of energy. Damn it! Out of energy. New holstered his beam rifle away, instead drawing his beam saber. Sazabi. We need to directly hit it with the power source. I think I know where it is. New scanned the zero-pointer, and as if he was hit with a warning, New suddenly knew where exactly the power source was. Sazabi. With me. As if I had a choice here. Sazabi drew his own beam saber, and charged together with New. The duo boosted straight toward the center chest of the zero-pointer and with all of their power, thrustered their beam sabers at the exact same time. The sabers instantly punctured through multiple layers of reinforced metal and directly struck the power generator of the zero-pointer. With its power source now destroyed, the zero-pointer started to stall to a stop, and just in time as well. Izuku just managed to get Ochako out of the rubble. The massive zero-pointer groaned as its systems shut down, steam hissing from the puncture wounds left by the beam sabers. New Gundam and Sazabi landed gracefully on either side of the now motionless giant, beam weapons powered down. Izuku helped Ochako to her feet, both of them breathing heavily from the close call. The brown-haired girl looked up at him with gratitude. Midoriya. Ochako's voice was soft, almost breathless. She bowed deeply, her voice thick with emotion. Thank you so much. I don't know how I can ever repay you. And no, it's okay. Izuku waved his hands frantically, his face turning red. I couldn't leave you there. Any hero would have done the same thing. It just means a lot, you know? Ochako smiled. And your robots? They're so cool. Did you make them yourself or is it your quirk? I've built them myself. Izuku replied. And my quirk animates them. New Gundam's head turned toward the duo. That's right. He practically created us, the white mobile suit declared proudly. We are honored to serve under such a noble commander. Sazabi remained characteristically stoic but added, Master Izuku's tactical decisions were sufficient. He has simply adapted accordingly. They can talk too? Ochako's eyes widened even further. End time. Present Mick's voice boomed across the testing grounds, echoing from speakers throughout the area. That's a wrap on this year's UA entrance exam, listeners. Please make your way to the exit in an orderly fashion. The UA faculty sat in contemplative silence as the monitors showed the aftermath of the dramatic finale. Principal Nizu was the first to speak, his small paws steepled in front of him. Midoriya Izuku. Final score, 84 villain points, plus. Nizu mused, his voice carrying a mix of intrigue and approval. 60 rescue points for his heroic actions in saving Miss Uraraka. 60 rescue points? Midnight raised an eyebrow. That's quite generous, even for such a dramatic rescue. The boy commanded his robots to sacrifice their objectives to save another student, Aizawa observed, his usually stern expression showing a hint of approval. I wouldn't exactly say it's logical, but he demonstrated exactly the kind of heroic instinct we look for. And what power it is, Power Loader whistled low. Those machines just took down a zero-pointer. Do you realize what kind of engineering marvel that represents? I need this kid in my support class. Come on, Nizu. More importantly, All Might interjected, his skeletal form leaning forward with interest. Young didn't hesitate. When he saw someone in danger, he acted immediately. That's the mark of a true hero. Vlad King nodded slowly. His total score puts him at the top of this year's practical exam results. 144 points total. The highest score in UA's entrance exam history, even beating your record All Might. Nizu confirmed with what could only be described as a satisfied smile. Though I suspect young Midoriya was more concerned with saving his classmate than breaking records. Whatever the case, Nizu concluded, standing up from his chair, Midoriya Izuku has certainly earned his place at UA. I'm excited about what else he will bring to the table. Then, a door opened revealing some average Joe in a suit. He was part of the UA staff. Mr. Nizu? You have a phone call. The man gulps in slight nervousness. From the HPSC. All eyes turned toward the man. Nizu's eyes slightly twitched in annoyance. He didn't exactly like the HPSC and their goals of making all heroes goody two-shoes. By keeping the public image of heroes clean they made their profit. Although Nizu was opposed to work with the HPSC, they were government-backed and he couldn't really argue with as a result. Oh? What do you want? A certain student of ours catch their interest? Nizu guessed. Well, sort of. Said the man, it's actually about one of the examinees. The sun was setting over UA High School as the last of the examinees departed, but for Izuku Midoriya, it felt like his new life was just beginning to dawn. For better or for worse. This would be the starting line for his vigilante endeavors. The letter arrived 3 weeks later. Izuku's hands shook as he read the brief, official message. We regret to inform you that your application to UA High School has been rejected. While your performance during the practical examination was noted, concerns have been raised regarding the nature of your quirk and its potential applications. We wish you luck in your future endeavors. Izuku stared at the letter with growing confusion. Something wasn't right. This letter was written too vaguely. What was this truly about? His mind was full of doubt. He still hoped. Hoped that something was wrong in the system, hoped that he could get into the UA. But another part of him, a very small, but growing feeling, secretly knew what was going on. Izuku's life was about to change. The next day at school felt suffocating. Izuku sat at his desk, the thought of the rejection letter felt like a lead weight on his chest. He went through the school day in a haze, not paying to any of the classes and oblivious to everyone around him, his classmates buzzing with excitement about their futures. But the star of the show was Katsuki, seated a few rows ahead, radiating smug satisfaction. He'd obviously gotten into UA. Of course he had. Why would they reject some so powerful as Katsuki? Izuku kept his head down, scribbling notes in his MS analysis journal more out of habit than enthusiasm. He was writing potential scenarios where his oversized suit such as his YMS 26M Zamel can come in handy, but his mind kept returning to that letter. Concerns about the nature of your quirk. What did that even mean? His Gunpla were tools for rescue, for protection. What was so concerning about that? Oi, Deku. Izuku flinched as Bakugo's shadow fell across his desk, lifting his head to see the blonde boy looking down like he was some sort of pitiful bug. You got your letter yet? Let me guess, rejected? Figures. A quirk that makes toys come to life? What kind of hero career is that supposed to be? Leave me alone, Kaken, Izuku muttered, hiding his face from him. Oi, what was that you said? Bakugo leaned in closer, his palms ready to cause trouble. Speak up, I couldn't hear you, you worthless dash. Bakugo, return to your seat, the teacher called out tiredly. Bakugo clicked his tongue but backed off, shooting Izuku one last contemptuous glare before strutting back to his desk. When the final bell rang, he gathered his things and was ready to head straight home. Maybe if he lost himself in building another Gunpla, he could distract his frustrations. But as he was walking back toward his home, with his lack of attention, he was caught by surprise by a sleek black car pulled up to him. Now Izuku became even more confused. The rear window rolled down smoothly to reveal a man in a black suit, blue tie and wearing sunglasses. Izuku Midoriya? He said, professional and cold. Please get in. We need to talk. Izuku halted, he gave the man a nervous and cautious glare, his instincts were screaming danger. Who are you? How do you know my name? Agent Yusoto, Hero Public Safety Commission. He held up an official-looking badge. This concerns your future endeavors, young man. Get in, please. We have much to discuss. Sorry but I just don't quite feel like dash. We're not exactly asking, Mr. Midoriya. The man spoke, making Izuku's blood run cold. Either get in yourself, or we'll help you get in. Sweat pouring down his face, he reluctantly opened the other rear door and entered the car. It was quite spacious on the inside, not exactly like a limo, but looked fancy enough to carry someone important with their bodyguards. He sat across from Agent Yusoto just as the car started to move. His mind raced through possibilities as the oppressive silence lengthened. What was going on? Did he do something wrong? Was this about the UA entrance exam? His heart hammered in his chest, but the man's expression left no room for argument, expression neutral, but underneath those glasses, Izuku knew they were sharp and calculating. What is this about? Izuku stammered, finally breaking the silence. Did I do something wrong during the exam? On the contrary, Yusoto replied, crossing his legs. You performed remarkably well. Top marks in the practical, actually. Lots of villain points and rescue points. By all accounts you should have been accepted. Then, why? Izuku's voice cracked. Why was I rejected? Agent Yusoto's expression didn't change in the slightest. Well, it's regarding your quirk. Your quirk has drawn significant attention. And we at the HPSC would like to redirect your efforts into something more worthwhile for it. Izuku's stomach twisted as his anxiety spiked. This whole situation was messed up, something was telling Izuku to run straight out of the car. Our redirect? I don't understand. For all my life, I want to be a hero. And while that's admirable, Yusoto interrupted smoothly, his tone remaining clinical. The hero system isn't the only path to serving society. The Commission has various programs, opportunities that might be better suited to your particular talents. What kind of opportunities? Izuku asked cautiously. The walls of the car felt suffocating. Think of it as a work study for more specialized work. Yusoto said, keeping his answer deliberately vague. The kind that requires unique skill sets and application of one's quirk. Your quirk is quite versatile, Midoriya. Mobile unmanned constructs with autonomous capability, tactical awareness, and powerful weaponry. These are valuable assets in many contexts. Izuku gulped. I still don't understand what you're asking me to do. Yusoto scratched his head, his expression remained unchanged whatsoever. We're not asking you to do anything. Not yet. We're simply expressing interest. Exploring whether you'd be open to alternatives to traditional hero work. Wait, are you guys offering to personally train me? Izuku quivered, still confused and anxious about the man's true intentions. What's in it for me? The Commission offers varying degrees of benefits for you and your quirk. Yasto replies, work with us, and you'll have resources beyond your wildest dreams. Unlimited materials, cutting-edge technology, missions that actually matter. You'd be making a real difference. And if I am not interested? Izuku's fearful, stammering voice was barely a whisper. He suddenly felt very small in the large leather seat he was sitting in. Well, Yusoto paused, tilting his head slightly. The silence that was created was stretched uncomfortably. Then we would need to continue monitoring your quirk's development. For public safety purposes. You must understand, quirks of your nature require oversight. Close oversight. What does that mean? Izuku's voice trembled. Yusoto leaned back in his seat, casual yet somehow more threatening. It means the Commission takes a keen interest in powerful quirks that operate outside conventional parameters. Your ability to create autonomous entities, armed autonomous entities I must say, falls into a rather concerning gray area of legislation. We prefer to work with such individuals rather than against them. Izuku's hands clenched into fists in his lap. They were saying that he was a potential villain. The threat was veiled, but it was definitely there. But I haven't done anything wrong. Izuku protested, his voice cracking. Not yet, Yusoto agreed. Which is precisely why we're having this conversation now. Prevention, Midoriya. It's always better than cure. He paused, letting the words sink in. And of course, these measures wouldn't just affect you. Family members of high-risk quirk users often require observation as well. For their own protection, naturally. Izuku's blood ran cold. His mother. They were threatening his mother. The car pulled to a stop. They were near Izuku's neighborhood now, but not quite at his building. Yusoto produced a plain business card with only a phone number on it, holding it out between two fingers. You don't need to answer today. Take some time. Think about your options. Consider what kind of future you want, not just for yourself, but for your family as well. The last words hung in the air like a blade. But don't take too long, Midoriya. Windows of opportunity have a tendency to close. Izuku took the card with trembling fingers, barely able to feel the smooth cardstock. Oh, and one more thing, Yasoto said as the door unlocked with a soft click. This conversation should remain between us. For everyone's benefit. We monitor communications quite closely, and we'd hate for any misunderstandings to complicate matters. Do you understand? Izuku could only nod, his throat too tight to speak. Excellent. We look forward to your favorable response, Mr. Midoriya. Have a pleasant evening. Izuku stumbled out of the car on shaky legs. The moment his feet hit the pavement, the vehicle pulled away smoothly, disappearing around a corner as if it had never been there. He stood there for several long minutes, the business card felt like it was burning in his hand. The HPSC themselves wanted something from him. What exactly, they hadn't said outright. But the implications were crystal clear. Work with them on their terms, submit to their control, or face consequences. Not just for him, but for his mother too. Either way, his dream of being a hero, the dream he'd nurtured since childhood, the dream that had sustained him through years of bullying and rejection, was slipping through his fingers like charred ash. He walked inside of his apartment, giving his mother a blank, "I'm home," before marching himself toward his room. Inko decided not to say anything. She knew of her son's rejection and didn't know exactly how to support him right now. Izuku slumped forward in his chair, burying his face in his hands as despair washed over him. The weight of the rejection, the threats, the impossible choice, it all crashed down at once. That night, Izuku silently sobbed from the burdensome feeling of anguish weighing on his chest. "It's over," Izuku whispered. "They won't let me be a hero. They either want to use me or cage me." All of his Gunpla watched in silence. Lifeless plastic just simply stood on the shelves. But that's when Izuku's quirk unconsciously activated itself, the shimmer of azure particles dancing around his room, responding to his emotional distress. Izuku needed somebody to support him, to lift him back up, to get rid of the weight of gravity. One by one, his Gunpla models began to glow and animate, living and moving despite Izuku not consciously activating his quirk. They stood around him like dozens of silent guardians, all watching their creator with concern. "Captain." New Gundam's voice was soft, filled with worry. "We felt your distress." Sazabi's mono eye glowed with cold fury. "Master, tell us who has caused you such pain. They will answer for this insult." Although confused, Izuku still sobbed. "It's no use," Izuku whispered without looking up. "They want to control me. Use my quirk for their own purposes. If I refuse, they'll lock me away or worse. There's no path forward where I get to be a hero." The room fell silent for a moment. Then Freedom Gundam stepped forward, its wings catching the light. "Commander, with respect, you're wrong." The mobile suit's voice carried unwavering conviction. "There is always a path for those who refuse to surrender their dreams." "But they have all the power," Izuku protested. "The government, the commission, the hero schools. They control everything." Gundam Barbados slammed its mace against the floor. "Then we gotta change the game, boss. We just don't play by their rules." Wing Gundam Zero's angelic wings gleamed as it spoke. "Systems, such as that putrid HPSC, that crush dreams and manipulate the innocent deserve to be challenged." You want us to fight the government?" Izuku looked up, his eyes red with tears. "We want to fight for you," New Gundam declared passionately. "For your dreams, your beliefs, your right to choose your own path." One by one, his Gunpla began to speak, their voices rising in a chorus of loyalty and defiance. "We live and die by your orders, Commander. Let's show them what real heroes look like. They fear your power because they can't control it. What are your orders, Master? Just give the word, sir. We'll prove them wrong about everything." And then, Sazabi stepped forward, his crimson frame towering over the others as his mono eye blazed with righteous fury. When he spoke, his voice carried conviction. "Master Izuku, this society claims to celebrate heroes, but what they truly worship are spectacles, flashy quirks that look good on camera, powers that can be marketed and monetized. They elevate those blessed with heroic abilities while casting aside anyone whose gifts don't fit their narrow definition of acceptable." The red mobile suit's voice grew more passionate, more filled with contempt for the system that had rejected his creator. "Those with villainous quirks are branded as potential threats from birth. Those with initially weak quirks, such as the very one that's Master Izuku's quirk. The very quirk that brought us all to life, those quirks are dismissed as worthless, and individuals were told to find other dreams. Those whose power is too complex, too independent for the HPSC's liking, are seen as dangerous wildcards to be controlled or eliminated. Sazabi raised his finger toward the ceiling, as if challenging the very heavens. Their souls are weighed down by gravity. The gravity of fear, of the desperate need to maintain their stranglehold on power. They cannot conceive of a world where strength comes from conviction rather than certification, where heroism is defined by action rather than one's biological mutation. His mono-eye dimmed slightly as his tone became more personal, more reverent. But you, Master Izuku, you have given us life. You have breathed purpose into plastic with nothing but pure will and an unshakable desire to protect others. We are not bound by their gravity. We soar because you dream of soaring. Sazabi knelt on one knee before Izuku, his massive form bowing in absolute loyalty. I pledge my beam rifle, beam tomahawk, my funnels, my very existence to you and your vision, Master Midoriya. You choose to fight for those they would abandon. The Crimson Mobile Suit's voice rose to a thunderous declaration. I, MSN-04 Sazabi, will serve Izuku Midoriya faithfully until my generator runs cold and my armor falls to rust. Sieg Midoriya. The chant grew louder and louder as more of his Gunpla joined in the chant. First the Zeonic Mobile Suits, then eventually the Federation suits as well, even suits from different timelines were chanting. Sieg Midoriya. Sieg Midoriya. Sieg Midoriya. The chant grew louder, more fervent, until Izuku felt something stirring within him. Not despair, but determination and defiance. He stood slowly, wiping his eyes as he looked around at his loyal companions. He cried tears of joy and gratitude to his Gunpla. These weren't just models, they were his partners, his friends, extensions of his own will and dreams. You're right, he said quietly, then louder, you're right. If they won't let me be a hero through their system, then I'll find another way. The azure particle swirled more intensely around the room as his resolve solidified. New Gundam raised its beam rifle triumphantly. That's the spirit, Captain. But understand this, Izuku continued, his voice growing stronger. If we do this, there's no going back. We'll be operating outside the law, outside the system. They'll call us vigilantes, criminals, terrorists even. Sazabi's laugh was cold and bitter. Let them. We soldiers make history, not their puny puppets they call heroes. Izuku felt a smile tugging at his lips for the first time since the phone call. Then let's give them something to really be afraid of. If they want to treat me like a weapon, I'll show them what this weapon can really do. We'll save people, protect the innocent, and deliver justice. A shining beacon of hope for everyone whose dreams were rejected because of their quirks. Sieg Midoriya. His Gunpla cheered again, and this time, Izuku smiled back. Outside his window, the city lights still twinkled like stars, but now they looked less like distant dreams and more like beacons calling him forward into an uncertain but determined future. The next morning, Izuku went to the warehouse. Conviction burned in his eyes as he prepared himself to dive into vigilantism. A good portion of his Gunplas were also on display within the warehouse, as the place was a second home to him. Izuku opened the crusty door, groaning as he entered the building. He turns on the lights and to his surprise, Sei was waiting for him, leaning on a nearby shelf. Ah, Mr. Iori. I didn't see you there. Izuku spoke, but Sei stopped him. Izuku, your mother told me everything. I know how you feel right now, I feel you too. Sei started, sounding somber. Oh, really? But Mr. Iori. But you shouldn't give up. I know you feel frustrated, bitter, even depressed. But you can't give up. Sei's voice roared, sounding encouraging. Who cares if some blasted institution rejects you? Honestly, I think UA is full of shams anyway. You worked too hard for this, you can't let it all go in vain. And no, it's alright, Mr. Iori. I'm Dash. That's why I think you should take on vigilantism. Yeah, I know it's illegal, but it's the only option. I'll take full responsibility if you get in trouble, saying it was my idea, so please. Mr. Iori, I am going to be a vigilante. Izuku yelled, shocking Sei. Ah. Sorry, I already made up my mind last night, Mr. Iori. I'm going to use my Gunpla to save people. Even if it's against the law. Oh. Well, I feel stupid now. Sei chuckled as he scratched the back of his head. Alright. That's good. Actually, it's not, but I'm giving you my full support regardless, you know. Izuku smiles as he bowed in gratitude. Thank you so much, Mr. Iori. I'm going to do my best. That's the spirit. Sei smiled, before rustling through a dusty box. Now, take a look at this. Sei heaved something onto a nearby table. It was a metal box that looked like a radio, with a little antenna on the side of it. One of its dials was missing as well. I got this police scanner from the nearby scrapyard. You can use this to respond to emergencies. A smug and cocky smile on his lips. Wow, okay. I think we can work with this. Izuku inspects the device. Thank you so much, Mr. Iori. But how exactly did you get this? I made an old friend down at the scrapyard. His name's Kelly, he actually used to be a former hero. Sei explains. Wait, really? I should probably meet them sometime. I wonder who they were. Izuku's hero fanboy instincts kicked in instantly. Although he was very generous in giving me this, I doubt it's gonna actually work. You might have a hard time finding any emergencies. Sei warns. We can't give up now. Izuku looked up to Sei. We'll make it work. Even if I have to wait hours. Sei dusted off his hands after showing Izuku the police scanner, but then he leaned in close, his tone suddenly serious. Alright, listen, Izuku. If you're going to do this, we need to think this through. Vigilantism isn't just running out the door with your gunpla and hoping for the best. You'll need a disguise, a persona. Something to protect your identity. If the HPSC ever catches wind that you're behind this, it won't just be you. Your mom, your friends, even me. We'd all be at risk. Izuku froze. The thought of his own mother being targeted made his stomach twist. You're right, he whispered. So first things first, a name. Something strong, something that'll strike fear into villains but give hope to the people. Izuku opened his mouth but stopped, biting his lip. He thought about the cruel word Katsuki had spat at him for years, Deku. Worthless. Useless. Someone who'd never be a hero. His fists clenched. But this was different, he didn't need that cruel name anymore. No, he needed something different, not for himself, but for his army as a whole. Neolando Bell. Sei blinked. Huh? Neolando Bell? Oh ho. That's pretty bold. Doesn't exactly sound like it came from the underground, but it sure sounds serious. Izuku's eyes burned with determination. Heh, it's a homage. To something elite. Not for me alone, for everyone who fights beside me. Izuku takes a look at his assembled gunpla. For a moment, Sei just stared at him. Then he smiled, slow and proud. Alright then. Neolando Bell it is. Honestly, I like it. It's memorable. Izuku nodded, feeling a strange strength in claiming the name for his force. Next, the look. Sei rummaged through the shelves, digging out old cosplay helmets and gunpla runner scraps until he found a half-busted motorcycle helmet and a cracked faceplate. Aha! Here, I'll use a little bit of my quirk here. With a few adjustments, he slid the pieces together into something angular and menacing. Here. This should work for now. It's no full-body suit, but it'll hide your face. Kinda reminds me of, Sei paused, chuckling. Char Aznable. Izuku carefully took the helmet. The front visor was tinted dark red, and it covered his eyes. He pulled it on and turned toward a dusty mirror. His reflection startled him. His face was gone, replaced by the visage of a faceless soldier, sharp and mysterious. Heh, it works, Izuku whispered. Sei grinned. Perfect. You look like you belong in one of the Gundam shows. He gestured dramatically. The Red Comet of Muzutafu. Izuku shook his head, embarrassed. And not that flashy. Just something that protects our identities. Alright, Sei laughed. But the mask is important. Names and brands matter, you know. Both heroes and villains both have them. If you're going to stand apart from both, you need something people can remember. Someone saves you from a mugging at night, you don't just say, oh, some vigilante helped me. You say, Neolando Bell's mobile suit saved me. That sticks. Izuku held the mask tighter. Yeah, you're right. Sei leaned forward, resting a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Then it settled. Neolando Bell, your organization of mobile suits. Once you put that mask on and lead them, there's no turning back. Every action you take will shape how the world sees you, hero, vigilante, or terrorist. Izuku nodded slowly, the weight of the words settling on him. But for the first time, instead of fear, he felt something else, conviction. I'm going to follow my dream. Even if it means breaking the law, Neolando Bell and my gunpla will be there to save people. Izuku declared. Sei smiles. Alright then. And now, we wait. The police scanner crackled faintly when Izuku turned the knob. At first, only static filled the air, hissing like white noise, but Izuku stared at it as if it were a precious relic. His hands trembled with excitement, and for once, it wasn't out of fear. So this is the start, he whispered, feeling bored. It's going to take a while, isn't it? It's peaceful these days, you know? Heroes and especially All Might brought crime rates down low. Sei crossed his arms, watching him. Just don't overdo it, kid. Vigilantes tend to burn bright and fast. But, if anyone can make this work, it's you. Izuku nodded, determination flashing in his green eyes. Don't worry, Mr. Iori, I won't let you down. The scanner continued its song of static. Izuku sat in the warehouse with his gunpla assembled around him like an army waiting for deployment. It was the weekend and Izuku didn't have any homework to complete, so it was essentially a free day. He closed his eyes, listening, waiting. Hours passed. Sei eventually left, promising to return with more supplies. But Izuku remained, unwavering. The other mobile suits were playing poker to pass the time. It seems to be that a GM custom was winning. But then it happened, the radio started to buzz and Izuku quickly dialed the knob to fine-tune the frequency. BZZZT, Unit 4, we've got reports of an armed bank robbery in progress at the local Mufata bank. Other units are inbound but still 10 minutes out. BZZZT. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. He jumped to his feet, slamming his hand down on the table. That's it. That's our chance. The Gunpla stirred at once. Every mobile suit bristled with anticipation, their first launch, their maiden voyage. Who gets to be the lucky mobile suit to get deployed on this very first mission? Allow me to be your lance, Master Izuku. My speed shall herald your arrival. OZ-00MS Tallgeese said, raising his arm. Hey Captain. Let us GMs handle this. ARGM, 79G Command spoke up. I'll get there before the villains realize it, Commander Izuku. Trust in me. MS-18E Camphor spoke up. Let me carry the weight of our first battle, Captain Midoriya. Gundam offers. Commander. If you could, please, I will be wholeheartedly honored if you chose me. The red Zaku II commander type kneeled to Izuku. Izuku was in a rock and a hard place. The first launch was a big deal for a mobile suit, kind of like a birthday. Although his Gunpla was patiently waiting for his decision, he knew that he couldn't waste any more time. People were in danger, and he needed to be there with his mobile suits. And so he took a deep breath and made his decision. Zaku Commander, and 2 other Zakus. Izuku spoke. I'm deploying you 3 with me. The red Zaku Commander type's mono eye flared, glowing like a crimson beacon. At once, Commander, it boomed, saluting proudly. Zaku Commander pointed to 2 other mass-produced Zakus. Zaku II number 3 and 4. You shall accompany Commander Izuku alongside me. The 2 Zakus stepped forward, their green armor gleaming under the warehouse lights. They snapped to attention, standing like soldiers before saluting to their commander. Number 3, reporting for duty. Number 4, also reporting for duty. Izuku's chest tightened. For all his years of dreaming, for all the pain of rejection, this was real. He was about to save people. He grabbed his helmet and pulled it down over his head, feeling the world narrow into focus. All right, Zakus, you're with me. Our mission is simple, we'll protect the civilians, and stop the robbers. Non-lethal, understood? Both Zakus nodded. Understood, Commander. The 2 of them began to arm themselves. Zaku number 3 was wielding a bazooka while Zaku number 4 wielded a machine gun loaded with rubber bullets. Zaku Commander however was wielding both a bazooka and a machine gun. Once they were ready, Izuku used his quirk to enlarge them. The azure particles shimmered, gathering around the trio of Zakus. The 3 Zakus stomped forward as they grew, with each step shaking the warehouse floor, growing to around 7 feet. They lined up before Izuku like loyal soldiers. We are ready to sortie when you are, Commander. Zaku Commander saluted with his left hand, the other one preoccupied with the bazooka. Perfect. Then let's dash. Izuku stopped for a second before thinking. How was supposed to get there himself? Izuku can't ride on the Zakus as they flew, he couldn't handle the wind and he could also be a burden for his Zakus as well. He then looked at the Zaku Commander, and an idea had come to mind. Zaku Commander, I need you to be outside for this one. Right away, Commander. Alright, here goes nothing. Izuku gulped. People were in danger with every delay, Izuku could not afford to wait any longer. He raised his hands out towards Zaku Commander and his quirk flared to life once more. Izuku strained himself, palms trembling as he put more and more of his Plavsky Particles into Zaku Commander, the mobile suit growing and growing, its form expanding until it was truly at its 1:1 height. Surpassing its model kit size, the Zaku Commander towered over the warehouse, a war machine reborn from plastic and paint. Its mono eye blazed like a glowing beacon, staring right at Izuku. Izuku gasped for air, sweat dripping down his brow. Every fiber of his body screamed at the strain, but he didn't stop. He couldn't. People are in danger. I can't waste another second. Commander? This is my true size. Zaku Commander looked at himself, then at the other Zakus. They haven't changed in size one bit. I can't ride on your hull, Zaku Commander. I'll just get blown away. Izuku gulped. I'll go inside your cockpit. That way I can get to the bank safely. Zaku Commander understood, kneeling down for his commander as the cockpit on his chest began to open, revealing the intricate monitors and control panels inside. Of course. Cockpit is ready, Commander, the Zaku intoned. Izuku climbed inside, his legs shaky but his resolve unshaken. With the help of Zaku Commander, he hoisted Izuku onto his palm and lifted him up to the level of his cockpit. Izuku took a seat, the seat molded perfectly around him, as if it had been waiting all his life. Consoles lit up, holographic displays flickered, and for a heartbeat he felt utterly lost. Wait a second. I don't know how to pilot a mobile suit. Izuku deadpanned, but there had to be something. Maybe a manual that Izuku could read just like with a Muro and his Gundam? Izuku looked around desperately, staring at the different buttons and panels, but then, something clicked. He hovered his finger over a set of specific buttons and pushed them. The cockpit closed and the monitor turned on. Now Izuku could see what Zaku Commander was seeing. The controls felt natural, like his body already understood. His hands found the twin joysticks. His feet pressed against the pedals. The screens and sensors didn't confuse him. Somehow, instinctively, he knew exactly what to do. Could this be my quirk? I might have to write it down later. Izuku smiled. Quirks were truly amazing things. So much to learn about them. Commander, is everything all right? Zaku Commander asked through a monitor, showing a sort of pixelated SD version of him on it. Peachy. Izuku smiled, then asked. Do you trust me with you? I mean, I'm taking control of you after all. Of course. To be honest, I feel rather honored when you are piloting me. Zaku Commander confesses. Outside, 2 green Zakus saluted, their mono eyes burning bright. Number 3, standing by. Number 4, weapons hot. Izuku took a deep breath and exhaled. He could only hear the hum of a generator and the spooling up of thrusters. The Zaku Commander crouched, engines roaring to life, heat shimmering off its thrusters. Izuku felt the controls one more time before his grip tightened. His voice trembled, but gulped down his nervousness as he announced. This is Izuku. Here I go. Araragagagag. Izuku yelped as he shot through the urban skies of Muzutafu. He had severely underestimated the sheer resistance of the G-forces slamming against his body. His whole frame felt like it was being crushed into the pilot seat, his vision tunneling with every violent acceleration. How do Gundam pilots make this look so easy, he thought in panic, gripping the joysticks tighter than ever. Commander. Just remain calm and breathe steadily. Or else you'll black out. The SD Zaku Commander advised. I am trying. Izuku gasped, skiing in air as sweat poured down his forehead. Oh geez, I think I'm going to barf. Izuku gagged, the edge of vision started to darken, and the hum of the thunderous thrusters began to deafen. It wasn't until Zaku Commander's sharp voice brought him back to reality. Commodore. In front of us. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw he was heading straight toward a skyscraper. Izuku grunts as he shoves the joysticks downward, forcing Zaku Commander to climb up the skyscraper, just barely avoiding crashing into it. The glass rumbled as Zaku Commander flew across it, Izuku struggling to keep up with the sheer speed at which Zaku Commander was going. I'm not Char Aznable, damn it. Izuku screamed internally as he finally made it to the top of the skyscraper. Hovering above the roof, Izuku saw the city of Musfedu below him. The sun was setting in the distance, casting an orange glow in the sea in the distance. Lights from the various buildings started to turn on, turning the city into a constellation of lampposts and headlights. Oh, wow, Izuku gulped, watching the scenery from the lens of Zaku Commander's mono eye. The 2 other Zakus managed to catch up with Izuku. Commander? Are you alright? You almost crashed into that building. Zaku number 4 expressed his concern. Yeah, sorry guys. I almost blacked out. Izuku scratched his head, feeling guilty of the damage he could have caused. I'm not used the G-forces while flying. Then we could go slower, Commander. Zaku Commander said, we're going plenty faster than any hero or police response. If you need to get used to the G-forces, we can go much slower. No. It's all right. I think I get it now. Izuku caressed the joysticks and readjusted his footing. People are in danger right now. We need to get there as fast as possible. The trio of Zakus looked at each other, and all nodded. Understood. As you command. Zaku Commander nodded. Musfatuf Bank is approximately 1.6 kilometers from our position. Marking it now. Izuku saw the display showed a red blinking square toward the right of him. Izuku gulped, they were close, it was time to shine. He slammed on the pedals and Zaku Commander shot out like a rocket. Izuku was managing to get used to the G-forces, gritting his teeth as he focused his breathing, trying not to black out as he swerved through buildings. Although he was struggling with some of the aspects, Izuku couldn't deny it, piloting a mobile suit was exhilarating. There was something intoxicating about piloting a several-ton, fusion-powered, war machine at extreme speeds. Nothing but you in the sky, and maybe your opponent. Izuku wondered what it would feel like if he was flying in space. The sheer freedom of movement in zero-G was an enticing idea. Gundam, you got me addicted. Izuku gave a strained smile. He was nearly there now. Izuku moved both joysticks and slammed both pedals. It was now time to focus on saving people. Target at 0.3 kilometers. I advise you to slow down, Commander. Zaku Commander warned. Izuku responded by letting off the pedals and adjusting the joysticks. The thrusters on Zaku Commander's feet began to slow him down as they hovered at a nearby building. The other Zakus arrived just soon after. They were still at 7 feet compared to Zaku Commander's 1:1 height. Collateral damage was almost guaranteed if Zaku Commander landed on the street. Izuku began to unbuckle himself quickly. Zaku Commander, I got to shrink you down so you could fit in the bank. Of course. Right away, Commander. Izuku exited out of the Zaku's cockpit, jumping down with a grunt from the hovering Zaku Commander. Izuku then closed his eyes and focused, pushing with his quirk. Azure particles shimmered across his hands as Zaku Commander began to glow blue. Slowly, the Plavsky particles on Zaku Commander began to leave and the mobile suit began to shrink as a result. Izuku stopped when Zaku Commander was the same size as his comrades. Izuku then fumbled to put on his mask, but clenched his fists. His heart still pounded, but his fear had hardened into resolve. Izuku would be breaking the law, and there would be dire consequences if he got caught. Emphasis on if. Alright. This will be simple and quick. Get in and get out. Prioritize the safety of the civilians first. Izuku brought out something from his backpack, a handheld radio. He can actually talk to the radios of his mobile suits with this. Izuku crouched behind a parked DLVRY truck across the street from the Muzutafu Bank, the radio trembling slightly in his sweaty hands. The trio of Zakus prepared to breach, their mono eyes staring at the mess within the bank's lobby. The glass windows of the bank shattered as Zaku No. 4's bazooka spat 2 blastball rounds that detonated on impact, filling the lobby with a blinding flash and deafening bang. The concussive wave of rubber shrapnel downed a few criminals, but some were still active. That's when Zaku No. 3 bursted from the windows, his machine gun already poised at the villains. With the pull of the trigger, a heavy rain of rubber bullets started peppering the remaining villains, knocking them down on the floor in pain. What the hell? A big, stone-skinned villain turned toward the mobile suit. He opened fire from a makeshift shotgun in his panic. The pellets bounced off harmlessly on Zaku No. 3's metal body. The mobile suit boosted forward with his utility hawk in his other hand. With a quick chop of the thermal blade, Zaku No. 3 cuts the shotgun in half, the molten gun parts falling to the floor. Zaku No. 3 then stabs the taser hilt into the stone-skinned villain. The villain convulsed and slumped to the floor, never even getting to make a significant strike back on the mobile suits. Within a minute, the villains in the lobby were taken down and no civilians were hit by a stray shot. Lobby secured, Commander. Zaku No. 3 reports, his mono eye looking at the worried group of civilians. Don't fret, civilians. We are Neo Londo Bell, and we're here to help. El Londo Bell? Is that a new hero agency? A civilian whispers. IIVE never heard of it before. Could they be vigilantes? Izuku reached for the radio, his heart swelled with pride. His mobile suits he has built have saved people. Zaku No. 3 good work, both you and Zaku No. 4 start detaining the knocked out villains. Undress dude. Both Zakus entered the bank, grabbing industrial zip ties from the storage compartments and quickly restraining the villains. Is that all? Izuku doesn't want to believe that it was this easy. Where were the leaders? Zaku Commander, what do you see? Commander, I believe there are still villains within the vault of the bank. Zaku Commander enters the bank and analyses his surroundings. Permission to go after them? Granted, Izuku gulps, looking around the street and hearing the distant echo of sirens. Make it quick. We won't have much time. Affirmative, I'll have it down 3 times as fast. With a controlled burst from his thrusters, Zaku Commander zoomed across the hallway and to the vault. The metal door was half open and most of it had melted off, hot metal oozing onto the floor. Heat? Of course. They needed some way to breach the vault. The villain is suspected of utilizing a heat-based quirk. Zaku Commander analyzes, raising his bazooka. He should fire 1 round in the vault, that way anybody in there can be easily taken care of. But a huge burst of heat erupted from the vault. Zaku Commander only had a second before boosting away from the heat. Unfortunately, the burst of heat burned and melted the bazooka's tube, rendering it useless. Zaku Commander. Is everything alright? I just heard something. Izuku's panicked voice crackled through the radio. A minor setback, my bazooka has been compromised, Commander. But nothing I can't handle. Zaku Commander reported calmly, shifting the ruined weapon onto a holster on his back skirt. Zaku Commander's mono eye flashed at the vault entrance as a figure emerged. A tall man wreathed in distortion from the heat, his skin glowing red like hot coals. A robot? The villains chuckled. So you're the thing that took out my boys, huh? He raised both hands into the air and the temperature in the hallway spiked immediately. I don't want to have to ruin the money, but I'd rather live to see another day than get locked up. Zaku Commander immediately boosted back from the sudden spike in temperature. The wallpaper starts to brown and curl from the heat. This was dangerous, the villain's quirk could be hot enough to melt his armor. However, the mobile suit didn't withdraw, instead, he drew the utility hawk and his machine gun. From his hip mount, the thermal blade activates with a sharp hiss and a warm orange glow. Unfortunately for you, I will be the one to detain you. I suggest you surrender, and maybe we could consider a less painful and humiliating defeat. Fat chance, tin can. The villain yells as he moves his palms forward, and twin jets of superheated air boost toward Zaku Commander. The mobile suit's thrusters flared as it boosted to the left and evaded the attack, but the concentrated heat still caught its right shoulder shield, the armor glowing cherry red almost instantly. TCH. As I feared. Zaku Commander looked at his shoulder. Zaku Commander, what's wrong? Do you need backup? Izuku's voice anxiously asked in the comms. Commander, the villain is highly dangerous. The heat output of his quirk is enough to compromise my own armor. Zaku Commander grimaced, dodging another jet of superheated air before returning fire from his machine gun. Unfortunately, the rubber bullets all melted before they could even touch the villain. As expected, it seems my machine gun is ineffective as well. No way. Don't worry, I'll send one of the Zakus to help you. I'll even come down there myself, just hang tight. Izuku stammered. Absolutely not. Zaku Commander rejected, causing Izuku to stop. Commander, forgive me for saying this, but you are but a vulnerable target in this situation. In the average confrontation with a villain, you will be incapacitated immediately. But I can't just stand by and watch. Izuku protested. I am your guys' commander. I practically made you guys too. I can't let my creations get hurt like this. His voice cracked slightly. If you get destroyed because I wasn't good enough to lead. Ha ha ha. It sounds like you don't have enough trust in us, Commander. Zaku Commander chuckled, shocking Izuku. What are you saying? Izuku said, confused and a little hurt. I'm saying, have more faith in your soldiers, Commander. Zaku Commander said as he once more barely dodged a jet of heated air. Believe in the machine you created. You didn't just assemble a plastic model, Commander. You poured your heart, your knowledge, your very dreams into every piece of us. The mobile suit fired his thrusters again, zigzagging through the corridor as another heat blast carved a molten dent in the wall behind him. So tell me, Commander, do you trust your own work? Do you believe in the machines you've created with such care? Izuku felt his throat tighten, his eyes beginning to sting. I do. I do believe in you. Then let me show you that your faith is not misplaced, Zaku Commander declared, his mono eye growing more intense. He holstered his machine gun and prepared his utility hawk. I'll simply have to adjust my tactics. Done giving yourself a pep talk or something? The villain taunted, raising his molten glowing hands once more. How about you stop moving around and let me kill you? Zaku Commander fired his thrusters again, zigzagging through the corridor as another heat blast carved a molten dent in the wall behind him. The mobile suit closed the distance with a burst of speed that caught the villain off guard. The utility hawk slashed horizontally, but the villain was able to grab the weapon's thermal blade with his bare hands. You think this can hurt me? The villain laughed. I am heat itself. I am aware. Zaku Commander's mono eye flashed. But you've already lost. Without warning, the mobile suit brought something up with his free hand and into the villain's chest. It was a fire extinguisher, taken from nearby as Zaku Commander was dodging the villain's attacks. The fire extinguisher, now exposed to extreme heat, bursted into a cloud of white powder. Gah! What the hell? The villain stumbled backward, his aura of heat dimmed as the fire-retardant chemicals drastically cooled down his thermal energy. Zaku Commander took the chance with his utility hawk, quickly flipping the axe and activating its taser hilt. With a quick stab to the villain's chest, thousands of volts coursed through the villain's body and within a second, the villain's paralyzed body slumped to the ground convulsing. Commander, the hostile has been neutralized. Zaku Commander reports as he detained the villain with a pair of zip ties. His mono eye dimmed slightly as it stood over the unconscious villain. Smoke rose from its damaged shoulder armor. My first battle against an active quirk user, that was quite anticlimactic. Izuku exhaled a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. Good work, Zaku Commander. Status: minor heat damage to shoulder armor, and my bazooka. Just a scratch. All systems are functional. The mission is a success. Down the streets, Izuku could hear the sirens growing louder, much louder. Alright, everyone out, now. Zaku number 3, number 4, and Commander make sure there are no injured civilians, we're leaving. All civilians are accounted for, we're done here. Zaku number 3 exclaimed as he marched out of the bank and into the city streets. No other reasons to linger, let's get going, Commander. Zaku Commander runs out of the hallway together with Zaku number 4 and Izuku. The Zakus and Izuku ran into a dark alleyway just as the police arrived, leaving behind a scene of stunned civilians and restrained villains. The Zakus followed Izuku with surprising grace for their size, their feet touching down on the cracked pavement with barely a sound. Once Izuku believed he was far away enough, he collapsed against a brick wall in a darkened alley, pulling off his mask as he gasped for air. His body shook, from fear, exhaustion, and the fading rush of adrenaline. Commander, are you injured? Zaku Commander asked as he knelt beside him. And no, I'm fine, Izuku panted, sliding down the wall to sit on the grimy alley floor. A shaky, disbelieving smile spread across his face. We did it. We actually saved them and took out the villains. Yeah, boss. Zaku number 4 added enthusiastically. We totally crushed those punks. And not a single scratch on the civilians. Shame it was bit short though, Zaku number 3 complained. I wanted the battle to last a bit longer. What's done is done. We should feel proud about this, my brethren. We are the first of Commander Izuku's creations to sortie on this debut mission. Zaku Commander proclaimed. Meanwhile, heroes and news media vans were starting to arrive at the scene. Reporters were covering the event while they also interviewed the witnesses within the bank. It seems that our mission will be televised, Commander. Zaku Commander's mono-eyed. Turned back toward the bank. Word will spread of our victory, we have officially begun our debut as Neo Londo Bell. Now that's going to be exciting. Zaku number 3 gleamed. Can't wait to brag about it to the others. Oh man, Izuku gulped, he was getting attention already. This wasn't good news, although exciting, Izuku knew that the HPSC will trace this incident back to him. He has broken the law, he is a vigilante now. Instead of despair, Izuku found a wave of conviction flowing through his arms and legs. No government institution is going to prevent him from following his dream. I need to shrink you guys back down. Izuku made the first step. I'm too tired to grow one of you into your true size so I could fly back. I'll just have to shrink you guys and walk back to the house. Understood, Commander. Take it slow and easy. Zaku Commander saluted. You all did a good job. I'm proud of you guys. Izuku smiled as he took a deep breath. He focused on Zaku number 3 first, carefully pulled the particles away bit by bit. It was like trying to lift weights with sore arms. Zaku number 3 finally shrank down to model size, small enough for Izuku to scoop up and place in his backpack. Next was Zaku number 4, and then Zaku Commander. All 3 models were scooped up into his backup along with his mask. It kind of defeats the purpose of having it while commanding from the sidelines, but it was necessary to keep his identity, to the public at least, a secret. He zipped his backpack up and peeked out of the alley. Police cars, heroes, and news vans were all converging on the bank. Izuku walked away from the scene, head low and trying to blend in with any crowds. Acting like he's just another civilian who heard the commotion. By the time Izuku finally reached his neighborhood, the sun had fully set. The streetlights cast long shadows across the familiar sidewalks. His whole body ached with fatigue, and his backpack felt like it weighed 100 pounds even though the gunpla inside were relatively light. Almost there, he whispered to himself, turning onto his street. Just a little further. His apartment building came into view, and Izuku felt a wave of relief so intense he almost stumbled. Home. He was home. He'd made it. Izuku unlocked the door as quietly as possible, hoping his mother had already gone to bed. His whole body ached, adrenaline long since faded, replaced by exhaustion and the weight of what he'd done. I broke the law. I'm officially a criminal now. Izuku thought, but it didn't matter, he saved those people and that was enough. Let's hope that mother wasn't still awake at this time. But the apartment lights were on. His mother sat at the kitchen table, hands wrapped around a cup of tea that had long since gone cold. She looked up as he entered, and Izuku's heart sank at the expression on her face. She'd been crying. Izuku opened his mouth, slightly hesitating. There was no maneuvering through this one, he had to tell the truth and face the consequences. Mom, Izuku. I saw the news. Her voice was small. They're saying it was a vigilante who commands robots. Her eyes met his, red from tears. Izuku. Please tell me it wasn't you. Izuku stood frozen in the doorway, his backpack heavy with shrunken gunpla. He could lie. He could make up a story about being at Sei's warehouse, working late. But it wouldn't help in the slightest, his mother deserved the truth. I can't tell you that, Mom. He cringed, because it was me. Inko's hands flew to her mouth, a sob escaping. Oh, Izuku. I'm sorry. The words burst out of him. I'm so sorry, Mom, but I didn't have a choice. UA rejected me because of the HPSC. They threatened me, said I had to work for them or they'd treat me as a villain. Tears streamed down his face. Wait. Slow down, sweetie, slow down. Inko cupped his face with shaking hands. The HPSC? When? Why didn't you tell me? Izuku stooped. He shouldn't be telling anybody about this, especially her own mother. But after seeing the teary look on her face, he relented. They told me not to tell anyone. But I think I need to tell you the truth. So Izuku explained his confrontation with the HPSC agent. Being scooped up in their car and being talked about training directly under the HPSC or else he'll be flagged and monitored as a potential villain. I think they maybe had to do something with my rejection. Izuku clenched his fists. I'm so sorry, Mom, they wouldn't let me be a hero, so I thought. Inko pulled him into a fierce hug, and she broke down completely, sobbing a literal waterfall into his chest. My baby, she whispered, pulling him tighter as if he was a beloved balloon that could fly away at a moment's notice. My brave, stupid, wonderful baby. They stayed like that for a long moment, mother and son holding each other in the quiet apartment. Finally, Inko pulled back, wiping her eyes. Izuku, you need to understand something. Her voice was firmer now, more steady. If the HPSC realizes you were behind tonight, they won't just come after you, but they'll come after me too. Izuku's blood ran cold. Of course they would. They'd threaten his mother to force his compliance. Sei is already caught in the crossfire as well. Then I'll stop. The words tasted like ash in his mouth. But he couldn't rope her own mother into this ordeal. I'll turn myself in, say it was all my idea, that you didn't know anything. Absolutely not. Don't give up on your dream because of me. Inko's shout startled him. Maternal instincts kicking in. No. If they want to threaten my son, then we'll deal with them together. But Mom. No buts. She stood, pacing now, her mind clearly racing. We need to be smart about this. If they're watching us, then we need to be ready. We might have to move out. Izuku blinked. Move out? But where? I'll call Sei, Inko said decisively. If he's willing to help you with this vigilante work, maybe he'd be willing to help us disappear for a while. Just until we figure out our next move. Mom, I can't ask him to. You're not asking. I am. Inko insisted. And if the HPSC wants to come after us, we'll make sure we have evidence of their threats ready. We might not have anything on them right now, but we can make do. Izuku nodded slowly. He's never seen his mother like this. The fierce protectiveness, the steel in her eyes, made him even more grateful to have a mother such as Inko. Mom, thank you. Izuku muttered, his voice cracking from gratitude. Thank you for supporting me. Inko took her son's hands. But Izuku, you have to promise me something. Promise me you'll be careful. Promise me you won't take unnecessary risks. Because if I lose you. Her voice broke. If I lose you, none of this matters. I promise, Mom. Izuku squeezed her hands. I'll be careful. I won't do anything reckless. You broke into an active bank robbery with plastic robot models. Please. Have some more faith in us, Lady Inko. Zaku Commander's muffled voice came from Izuku's backpack. I'll be more careful. Izuku scratched the back of his head. Despite everything, Inko laughed. She pulled him into another hug, and Izuku held her tight, grateful beyond words for her support. I'll tell Sei tomorrow. Hopefully he could give us a place to stay, and most importantly, he believes in you. Inko stood, moving toward the kitchen. First, though, you need to eat. You look like you're about to collapse. As if on cue, Izuku's stomach growled loudly. When was the last time he'd eaten? Lunch? Mom. Thank you. His voice was thick with emotion. For believing in me. For not being angry. Inko paused at the refrigerator, looking back at him with eyes full of love and pride and worry all mixed together. Izuku, you saved 23 people tonight. You risked your freedom, your safety, your future, all to protect strangers. How could I ever be angry at you for that? She smiled sadly. I'm terrified. I'm worried sick. But angry? Never. I'm proud of you, Izuku, you're exactly the hero I always knew you'd be. Izuku felt tears roll down from his eyes, tears full of gratitude. As his mother busied herself making him a late dinner, luckily it was Katsudan, Izuku pulled out his phone and wrote himself a copy on paper of him and the HPSC's conversation. Now her mother is involved and aware of his vigilante activities. Izuku needs to work harder and more importantly to improve, to keep the people and his mother safe. I'm late, I'm late, I'm late. Ochako scolded herself as she ran down the hallways of UA. It was like a dream come true almost, her worn-down sneakers clicking on the spick-and-span white tile floor as she looked around carefully for her room number. 1A. 1A. Aha! Ochako stood just outside the enormous door that would lead her to her classmates for the next 3 years. A small yet growing hope of hers was that Izuku Midoriya would be in this class with her. I mean, how could UA not accept someone like Izuku? The amount of villain and rescue points he must have gotten should have practically guaranteed him a seat. She'd been replaying that moment over and over in her mind, the way Izuku had run toward danger without hesitation, the massive robots he commanded, his determination to save her even when facing that giant zero-pointer. The memory made her heart flutter in a way she didn't quite understand yet. Ochako drew a steadying breath as she firmly gripped the door handle and opened it. "Get your feet off the desk this instant." A voice suddenly thundered across the classroom. Ochako jumped from the door frame. In front of her was a tall, blue-haired boy wearing glasses confronting a blonde boy with spiky hair, his feet propped up on the desk with zero regard for decorum or respect. The blue-haired one she recognized, he was one of the examinees that was a part of her during the entrance exam. "Ha!" Katsuki Bakugo annoyingly sneered. "Who the hell are you supposed to be? The desk police? We should be making good impressions on our classmates and teachers." Ochako recognized the blue-haired boy, Tenya Ida, who was assigned to the same testing grounds as she and Izuku. Ida continues to berate the hostile blonde, his arms moving in rigid, mechanical gestures. Such behavior disrespects both our upperclassmen and the craftsmen who made these desks. "What are you from, some high society private school? Sounds like a you problem, Four Eyes." Katsuki's grin was vicious. "Now get out of my face before I blast it off." What crass behavior. Threatening a fellow student? Surely this is unbecoming of a student of UA and future hero. Have you no shame? Ida scolded in dismay, genuinely shocked that people with attitudes such as Katsuki's existed. Ochako whistled and tried to be as unassuming as possible. No need to get caught in the middle of this altercation. She found a seat and quickly sat at it, looking around the classroom once more for that signature Midoriya green hair. No such luck. Maybe he's late, Ochako sighed as she was left alone with her thoughts. Or maybe, he's in the other hero course class. Maybe. That could be it. Although it would SCK not having him as a classmate as well. If you're here to make friends, you can leave now. Every head turned. A man slouched behind the teacher's podium. He looked like a homeless guy who hadn't slept in a week, wild black hair, bloodshot eyes, bare stubble, and a dirty yellow sleeping bag wrapped around his body up to his neck. He shuffled out of it like a tired butterfly coming out of their cocoon. It took you 8 seconds to quiet down. Time is precious. Rational students would understand that. This disheveled hobo, their teacher presumably, looked around the room with a judgmental yet utterly deadpan expression. "I'm Izawa Shoyuta, your homeroom teacher. Now put these on and meet me outside." He pulled out a remote and pressed a button, revealing a small section of the room to have stacks of UAPE uniforms. "We're starting with a quirk assessment test." "Hey wait, what about the orientation?" A boy with spiky red hair asked. "If you want to become heroes, you don't have time for such pointless pleasantries." Shoyuta glared. UA gives teachers freedom to run their classes as they see fit. Welcome to Hero Academia. Ochako gulped, her first day at UA and already things were getting heated with a mean classmate and a strict teacher. Ochako sighed, surely Izuku was having a much better time than her. The class returned to their homeroom, exhausted but relieved. Shoyuta had revealed that the expulsion threat was a logical ruse to push them to their limits for their quirk assessment test, though most students including Ochako suspected he'd been at least partially serious. As everyone settled into their seats, catching their breath and chatting about their initial experience here at UA. Talk about crazy. Why did he bother telling us about getting expelled on the first day? I'm 100% sure he wasn't buffing about that. A boy with yellow hair and a distinct black lightning mark comments. Is he even allowed to do that? I mean, we actually have 19 students here, doesn't that seem counterproductive to lessen the amount of students? A boy with a plain face and bizarre elbows said. Wait, 19? I thought there were 20 seats. Ida looks around the classroom. Where is our 20th student? Surely UA wouldn't oversee a mistake like this. Be quiet. If you have time to run your mouths then you have time to listen. Shoyuta sighs. We actually do have a full class here. They were a transfer here, so it was mandatory that they attended the orientation. Be on your best behavior, alright? The entire class became quiet after Shuta's announcement, instead filled with quiet murmurs of excitement. Ochako found herself hoping that it was Izuku. It would be really nice to talk to him again. He seems like a very interesting person, especially with those giant robots he uses in tandem with his quirk. Everybody's theories would be answered as the classroom door opened, revealing the principal himself, Nizu. "Good morning, Class 1A. Nizu's cheerful voice filled the room. "I hope you've all had an educational first morning with Aizawa-sensei?" Nervous chuckles rippled through the class. Ochako stared at the principal with curiosity. Was this principal a bear, a dog, or a mouse? Either way, she thought he looked a bit cute but also scary with that scar across his eye. "I'm here to introduce a very special transfer student," Nizu continued. Ochako perked upon hearing the prospect of the new student. "She comes to us all the way from Island near the United States, and I expect you all to make her feel welcome." Nizu gestures to the entrance. Walking into the room was a blonde girl with blue eyes, wearing a pair of glasses and the UA uniform. She looked nervous but excited, clutching a small briefcase to her chest. The blonde girl stepped forward to begin her introductions. Her Japanese was fluent but carried a slight American accent. "Hello everyone. My name is Melissa Shield." She bowed politely. "I'm originally from Island, and I'm so honored to be joining UA's hero course." She smiled warmly. "I hope we can all become great heroes together. Please take care of me." The class erupted in welcoming chatter. Ochako was slightly disappointed that it wasn't Izuku, but having this transfer student from the USA was also pretty cool too. Island? That's so cool. That's where they develop all sorts of support items, right? Wait, Shield? Are you related to David Shield, the famous support engineer? Melissa laughed. "Yes, he's my father. I grew up around hero technology my whole life." "Wow, that must have been amazing," Ochako said, genuinely impressed. Then suddenly, Ida stood formally from his desk. "Welcome to Japan, Shield-san. If you need any assistance acclimating to our culture or curriculum, please don't hesitate to ask." "Ah, thank you so much, will do." Melissa beamed. "Oi, new girl," Bakugo called from the back. "Here's a warning. You better not slow us down. I don't care where you're from, some hotshot island. If you can't keep up, you're just another extra in my way." "Bakugo, that's incredibly rude," Ida protested. Melissa just smiled, though there was steel in her eyes. "Don't worry. I didn't come all this way to slow anyone down. I'm here to become a hero, just like everyone else." Oh, I like her already," a girl with pink skin and yellow horns whispered. "Stop gawking over the new student. Shield, your seat's over there." Aizawa pointed to where Ochako was, coincidentally, the empty seat right behind her. Melissa took her assigned seat as Nizu gave a wave of goodbye to her. As Shoyuta was now discussing the syllabus and the afternoon classes, Ochako turned around in her seat. "Hi, Shield-san." Ochako greeted with a smile. "I'm Uraraka Ochako. How's your first day here at UA?" "Oh, it's going great honestly. You can call me Melissa though." Melissa returns the smile. "But I felt like I missed something in this class. I didn't see any of you guys as the orientation." Oh, that's Ochako stammered, remembering the surprise quirk assessment test and Aizawa's logical ruse. "Not the best way to start your very first school day. Maybe you couldn't see us in the crowd?" "I guess so." Melissa crossed her arms. "Didn't I tell you to stop gawking over the new student?" Shota's sharp gaze pierced both of the girls. "Focus. Aren't you all supposed to be future heroes? Stop gossiping like high school girls." "But we are high school girls." Ochako and Melissa groaned internally in dismay. Eventually, the day passed normally and soon it was lunchtime. Due to some unfortunate circumstances with Ochako, regarding the balance of her wallet, she had to go with the cheaper option, cooked fish with rice. But the amazing taste of the food that lunch rush makes is plenty worth it. Once she received her food, she sat next to her fellow classmates who were talking about the local news. "Oh. Hey, Ochako. Over here." A voice called out to her. Ochako balanced her tray as she walked toward the source. It was a gathering of the Class 1A students, with Ochako just learning their names as Ashido Mina, Kirishima Ejiro, Kaminari Denki, and Azui Tsuyu, although the latter prefers she's called by Tsu. Hey! Ashido Mina waved enthusiastically, her pink skin practically glowing with excitement. "How are you doing today?" "I'm fine, thank you." Ochako slid into a seat next to Tsuyu. Across from them sat Ejiro and Denki scarfing down their food. "What are you guys talking about?" "Well, did you see the news? Last night, a robbery happened at the Masfeda Bank," Denki said through a mouthful of rice. "Yeah, it was all over the news this morning," Mina said. "And people said it was a vigilante who responded." Misfade a bank? Vigilante? What's all over the news? Ochako asked, taking a bite of her fish. She unfortunately can't afford cable with her apartment. Well, not really a singular vigilante, per se. But a full-on vigilante group. Vigilantes. Melissa's voice came from behind them. She set her tray down next to Ochako, her blue eyes bright with curiosity. What happened? Oh man, you should have seen it. Ejiro pulled out his phone, quickly searching for the news article. Check this out, Muzurafu Bank got hit by 4 villains with combat quirks. 20-something civilians were held hostage. That's terrible. Ochako gasped. Yeah, but here's where it gets crazy, Denki continued. Before any heroes or police could arrive, this group called Neo Londo Bell showed up and took down all 4 villains using robots. They disappeared without a trace. Neo Londo Bell? Melissa frowned thoughtfully. That's an unusual name. Right? Nobody knows who they are. Ashido's eyes sparkled with excitement. I bet they're a group of rogue support item engineers if they used robots to stop this heist. Oh yeah, about that. Ejiro finally found what he was looking for and turned his phone around, showing a grainy news screenshot. Look at this. The witnesses all described the same thing, 3 military-style robots, about 7 feet tall, 2 green and 1 red with a fin on top of its head, and they had glowing pink eyes. The photo was blurry, clearly taken in a panic by someone's cell phone, but Ochako could make out 2 angular, humanoid shapes. 2 were green with a distinctive mono eye, glowing pink. They stood in formation like soldiers, their bulky frames standing stalwart to protect the civilians. The mono eye, it almost looks like Dash. No way, Ochako's mouth froze in bewilderment, those machines looked a bit familiar. The glowing mono eye, despite being pink, reminded her of a machine with the same eye, Izuku Suzabi from the entrance exam. The crazy part is their weapons, Denki added. Witnesses said they had bazookas and machine guns. They also said they had some axe thing with a heated edge and a taser on the hilt. But, aren't those things dangerous? How could they have saved the civilians and taken out the villains without killing anybody? Ribbit. Tsuyu shared her concern. Witnesses said that the bazooka's rounds were like flashbangs, and the machine guns fired out rubber bullets. Ejiro shined. Talk about manly. Using those dangerous weapons non-lethally. Machine guns, bazookas, even heat hawks? Melissa suddenly leaned forward, her entire demeanor changing. Her eyes widened as if she hit a revelation. Wait. These designs. Melissa, what is it? Ochako asked. Melissa's fingers flew across the table as she grabbed a napkin, drawing a pen from a pocket. She started drawing something on the napkin, looking something akin to the humanoid shapes in the grainy photo. When Melissa was finished, it showed a humanoid machine with a head that looks like scuba diving gear and a singular eye that made it look like a cyclops. On its right hand wielded a drum mag machine gun, and on its left was a mechanical axe. Both were drawn with surprising detail, despite being a sketch. I recognize these machines. Melissa revealed. She held her sketch next to Ejirio's phone. The similarity was too uncanny. These are Zaku's. The MS-06 Zaku II. The table fell silent. Melissa? Do you mean Zaku? Like, small fry? Huh? I'm confused. Denki scratched his head. Mobile suits. They're mechas from a super old anime, pre-Quirk era old, called Gundam. Melissa explained, her voice growing more passionate. My dad's a huge Gundam fan. Some of his inventions are actually inspired by the show. These robots at the bank. She pointed at the news photo. They're almost identical to Zaku's from the show. Look, the mono eye, the shoulder armor, even their weapons. Someone didn't build ordinary combat robots, they literally built replicas from the Gundam franchise. Gundam? Sorry, but never heard of it. Mina bluntly said, but if it's pre-Quirk era, that's gotta be like, super duper old, right? Replicas of anime robots? Ejiro's eyes lit up. Whoa, that's kinda cool. Imagine being such a huge fan that you build working versions of your favorite mechs. But how would someone even do that, Ribbit? Tsuyu asked skeptically. I don't think anybody could make something this complex. That's gotta be a quirk, Ribbit. Ochako felt her heart hammering in her chest. Military robots. Moving independently. No way, could this be? Oh, there were some that said that there was a commander. Ashido added, reading from another article. The machines were talking to him like he was really important. One guy said he caught a glimpse of him running into an alleyway. Actually, they said he looked young, maybe a teenager? A teenager potentially commanding an army of mechs? Kaminari whistled. That's either the coolest or most terrifying thing I've ever heard. Melissa was still staring at the photo, her brow furrowed in concentration. The Zakus in the original series were mass-produced mobile suits. Reliable but expendable, great for grunts. She looked up. But how could one just build one? Let alone 3 of them including a commander type? Wait, a red mobile suit? That couldn't be Char's, could it? Do they also know of Gundam? Melissa, Ochako said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. What if someone had a quirk that could animate plastic? Like, plastic model kits? Melissa blinked. Animate them? You mean bring them to life? Yeah. Ochako's hands trembled slightly as she set down her chopsticks. And what if that person could make them grow bigger? And give them real weapons? That would. Melissa's eyes widened in understanding. That would explain everything. The near-identical appearance to the anime, even why they look slightly plastic-y in the photos. She grabbed Ochako's arm. Uraraka-san, do you know someone with a quirk like that? But before Ochako could answer, a harsh voice cut through their conversation. TCH. You extras are still gossiping about that Neo-whatever crap? The harsh voice came from Katsuki standing behind them, his red eyes gleamed with contempt. Dude, it's not gossip, we're talking about the news. Denki replied. I didn't ask you, Sparky. But whatever. Katsuki moved to walk past them, but paused. You wanna know what I think? I think it's some coward who's too scared to become a real hero, so they're hiding behind robots who do all this work and calling it justice. Hey, that's harsh, man, Ejiro frowned. They saved people. So what? Heroes save people every day without hiding behind remote-controlled tin cans. Bakugo's voice dripped with disdain. But what if it's not remote control? Melissa interjected, standing up from her seat. What if it's a quirk-based animation? That would essentially make them extensions of the user's will, not just machines. Still makes them a coward, Katsuki shrugged. Sending robots to do your fighting while you hide in the shadows? That's not a hero. That's just some wash-up. Ochako hesitated. Katsuki was essentially talking trash about Izuku, but it wasn't exactly Izuku that was at the bank, was he? Should she say something? She didn't have proof, just a gut feeling and circumstantial evidence. But, you're wrong, she began slowly. During the entrance exam, I met someone. His name was Midoriya Izuku. He had a quirk that animated plastic models. He used his quicker to animate his Gunpla. Gunpla? Melissa's head snapped up. Gundam plastic models? Yeah. Ochako nodded. He had 2 of them at the exam. They were huge, 8 feet tall maybe? One was white with these floating fin things, and the other was red with a single glowing green eye. Melissa's eyes went wide in shock and surprise. RX-73 New Gundam and MSN-04 Sazabi, those are flagship mobile suits from Char's counterattack. She pulled up images on her phone. Did they look like this? Ochako stared at the photos, familiarity flowing in her mind. Yes, exactly like that. Holy crap, Kaminari breathed. So you think this Midoriya guy is the commander of Neo Londo Bell? I don't know, Ochako admitted. But he scored really high on the entrance exam. He saved my life when I was trapped under rubble, and his robots took down the zero-pointer. He should be here at UA with us, but... She looked around the cafeteria. He's not. Bakugo suddenly slammed his tray down on their table, making everyone jump. Why the hell are you guys talking about Deku? Deku? Ochako frowned. His name is Midoriya Dash. Deku's what I call him, Bakugo snarled. Because he's useless. Always has been, always will be. He didn't seem useless when he saved Uraraka-san, Ribbit. Tsuyu said calmly, her finger on her chin. Katsuki's eye twitched. That nerd got lucky. His quirk of his? It's only good for playing with dolls. There's no way, and no way, he could be behind Neo Londo Bell. Deku can't build something as complex as that. He can barely command his little toys without stammering like an idiot. Well, he kinda makes a point, Ejiro nods reluctantly. If he's got such a great score on the entrance exam, then why isn't he here attending UA then? Ochako tried to protest, but she couldn't. Why? Why isn't Izuku here? Something must have happened in the process, a typo or something. It's because he's weak. Bakugo's hand slammed on the table once more. The staff probably realized that Izuku is just a burden without his precious toys to protect him, so they rejected him. Ochako slumped in her seat, frustration and worry warring in her chest. That's not true, is it? Midoriya's quirk is amazing, he can't possibly be a burden to anybody. Midoriya-kun, where are you? Are you safe? Are you alone? Well, this got somber. Ejiro said, deciding on breaking the somber atmosphere. For what it's worth, I think what Neo Londo Bell did was manly. Saving people despite breaking the law? That takes guts. Agreed, Ribbit, Tsu nodded. Even if it's technically illegal. Melissa looked at the photos of the Zakus one more time. Whoever's behind this. I hope they stay careful. Katsuki snorted as a result, leaving the table with his tray. Whatever, I've wasted too much of my time here. Ochako pulled out her own phone, staring at the news articles about Neo Londo Bell. Somewhere out there, he knew Midoriya Izuku was fighting alone. Breaking the law but still trying to save people. Hang in there, Midoriya-kun, she thought. I don't know what's going on and I don't know how yet, but I'll find a way to help you. I promise. What the hell do you mean, they're not there? The voice of Madam President exploded from Agent Meguru's phone. The grizzled HPSC agent recoiled from the burst of sound, too much for his old and sensitive ears. Well, it's rather simple, madam. They just left. Meguru explained. He and a few other colleagues were en route to confront the Midoriyas after a lack of activity from their observations. It turns out, after a thorough search of the apartment, they have realized that they just left. Their personal belongings and items were all missing. It seems the Midoriyas decided to take only the essentials, abandoning everything else in their apartment. There were some unwashed dishes in the sink, an unemptied trash basket. It looked like they dropped everything to get out of here. The reason for this unscheduled moving day? Izuku Midoriya must have told her mother about his meeting with Agent Yasoto and they have moved out of their residence to remove themselves from the HPSC's surveillance. Now the question is where and how. This is an unprecedented development. We need to stop Midoriya before his little vigilante organization gets too big. Meguru could already see his boss pinching the bridge of her nose. An unhappy president means an unhappy Meguru. Find them now and try not to draw attention. The last thing we need is the public wondering why the HPSC is going after some innocent family. Yes, ma'am. We're trying to be as discreet as possible here. We'll try to figure out where they might have gone. Meguru reports. Hoping that a little bit of progress can satisfy and ease the president's worries. Sigh, the boy was supposed to be our Nagant too. We should have realized the potential of his quirk sooner, or else we wouldn't have gone through this whole ordeal. Do not screw this up. The line closes with a click, leaving Agent Meguru in the silence of the abandoned dusty apartment. Good grief, I can't retire at this rate. Meguru scratched his grayed-out hair. What was he thinking about again? Yes, where are the Midoriyas right now? As much as Meguru wants to ask the neighbors for any information, it might compromise the secrecy of the mission. Maybe he can twist the narrative. He could make it sound like the Midoriyas were missing because of some quirk. 23 years with the HPSC, and he'd tracked down dozens of targets. Most were easier than this, criminals and rogue heroes, but a 15-year-old boy and his mother? This felt different. Wrong, even. When did I become the kind of man who hunts down children? Meguru thought bitterly, staring at an All Might poster still left hanging on a bedroom wall. There's nothing wrong with the kid himself, right? He shook his head. No. He couldn't afford to think like that. The HPSC had their reasons. They always did. The Midoriya boy's quirk was dangerous, autonomous combat units with military-grade weaponry. In the wrong hands, or even in naive hands, that kind of power could cause catastrophic damage. The Masfeda bank robbery had proven that much. Those robots had taken down armed villains with terrifying efficiency. What's to say that that kind of efficiency could be directed toward heroes or civilians? Meguru was an agent. He followed through with his orders and didn't question them. He's seen all sorts of things in his days, and this will be no different. //. The Iori household was old but sturdy, nestled in one of Muzutafu's quieter neighborhoods nestled in the industrial district. Buildings that were acted in the pre-quirk era, standing to the test of time as they still stood alongside modern construction. It had a weathered charm of something well-maintained despite its age, wooden floors, a stone tile roof and a garden that were all meticulously maintained. The miraculous condition of this house was mostly due to Sei's quirk, allowing him to perfectly fix or construct anything with no issue, as long as his back didn't give up on him. The Midoriyas lined up in front of the main entrance with their luggage, suitcases and backpacks filled with personal items. They were welcomed in from a warm welcome from Sei, and they entered the house. The wooden floors creaked, tatami mats were almost everywhere. The walls were lined with faded photos and there was a huge Gunpla display, literally the only modern piece of furniture in this house. On the other side of the glass were various Gunpla Sei have been constructed over the years. Izuku was convinced that Sei spent more upkeep on the Gunpla than his house. Welcome aboard you too. Sei warmly smiled at the two. Finally gave me a reason to use the other rooms. Izuku, yours is upstairs, room to the right. And Miss Inko, you are to the left down this hallway. Sei points to the said hallway. Thank you so much, Mr. Iori. Both Izuku and Inko bow to the blue-haired man. No biggie. It ain't your fault, Sei smiled. Now get yourselves set up and I'll make some tea here. Izuku went up to his own room upstairs, opening the door to reveal an empty room with a desk, a worn-out bed, a closet in the wall and plenty of shelves. Izuku began to unpack his items, displaying the various All Might merchandise he had collected over the years and the Gunpla he had built. After properly setting up everything, he felt rather proud of his new room. But he then remembered the home and room he had left behind, and some of the All Might posters he had left behind. He then activated his quirk, azure particles shimmering across the room and entering his Gunpla, bringing them to life. Captain. Gundam salutes, then takes a look around the new surroundings. This must be Sei Iori's house? A new base of operations, huh? ZZ Gundam flies around the room, getting a feel of the space. I think I'll like this place, way more spacious than the apartment. Hey, don't take this so lightly, ZZ. Captain Izuku and his mother had to move out of their own house because of the HPSC. Zeta Gundam was quick to scold ZZ's rudeness. This hobble shall do well in evading the ire of the HPSC, they wouldn't think of investigating a house so mundane as this. Sazabi surveyed the room with his mono eye. Other than that, how are you feeling, Captain? New Gundam flew to Izuku's side, standing on top of his shoulder. I don't know really. Izuku sat on his new bed. All of this? I can't stop thinking that it's my fault. I went out and became a vigilante, even though it was to save people. Now my mom and Sei could be caught in the crossfire, all because of my selfishness. Commander, don't trouble yourself with that burden. Turn a Gundam appeared with a gentle tone, patting Izuku's soldier with his plastic yet not plastic hand. What you did was not selfishness, it was duty. Those people at the bank would have suffered, perhaps died, had you not acted. Turn A's right, Gundam added, we won't let the HPSC have their way. We all pledge to serve you and your dream, Captain, we won't let your efforts go to waste. Izuku clenched his fists on his lap. But that doesn't change the fact that Mom had to leave her home. Sei's putting himself at risk just by letting us stay here. What if the HPSC finds us? What if dash? Then we fight. Sazabi's declaration cut through the room like a blade. We are not helpless children, Master. We are your mobile suits, forged for combat. If the HPSC wishes to treat you as a threat, then we shall demonstrate precisely why we are not to be trifled with. Sazabi, that's exactly the kind of thinking that'll get us in deeper trouble, Zeta interjected. We can't just fight our way out of this. The HPSC is a government-backed organization. If we attack their agents, even in self-defense, they'll label the captain a villain. So what do you suggest, Zeta? That we simply roll over and accept whatever fate they have planned? Sazabi's mono eye flared with indignation. I'm saying we need to be smart about this, Zeta countered. Captain, you've always analyzed situations before acting. We need to do the same here. I know, thank you all for worrying about me, but I need to talk to Mom and Sei about this. Izuku stood up from his bed, saying goodbye as he closed the old door behind him, leaving the mobile suits to their own discussion. Well, this stinks. ZZ Gundam spoke. MSC-006 Zeta Gundam. Sazabi spoke, turning around with a voice as sharp as ice. I'm beginning to question your loyalty to Master Izuku. What? Me? I'm loyal as you are. He created all of us after all. Zeta exclaimed. But don't you see that Captain Izuku is stressed right now? He doesn't need to worry about more missions right now. On the contrary, Sazabi argues. I suggest we keep up this momentum. We are beginning to make a name for ourselves as Neo Lando Bell. If our name continues to grow, the HPSC wouldn't dare attack us. That's just going to create the opposite effect. The HPSC will put more pressure on us. Pressure that'll eventually crush Izuku. We need to lay low for a while, enough to formulate a proper plan. If the HPSC does act and goes after Izuku and his family, then dash. We will be there to defend them, Sazabi declares. If they dare lay a finger on our master, Lady Inko and Sei Iori, then they shall taste the wrath of Neo Lando Bell. Sazabi, Zeta, calm down. This is getting nowhere. Let's just focus on what's going on right now. New Gundam flew in between to stop them from arguing any further. Sazabi, what's with you and the HPSC? I thought you'd notice my now, new don't you get it? The HPSC must personally interfere with Master Izuku's admission into UA. Sazabi reveals. That's a bold claim, Sazabi. MSK-008 Daijay confronted. There's no way the HPSC would stoop that low. However, Daijay, the question still remains. How come Izuku was rejected at UA, despite me and New Gundam's exemplary performance? And I'm sure that Master Izuku passed the written exam with flying colors. It's because the HPSC blackmailed UA. AAMS-119 Gira Doga spoke up. Or they could be working together with each other. Barbados said. This is just speculation. That would mean both UA and HPSC are conspiring behind the scenes. There's just no way that both these reputable organizations could do something like this. Zeta Gundam protested. Oh? And what if they did? Tell me, Zeta, why did the HPSC gain interest in Izuku immediately after he was rejected from UA? Many of the mobile suits froze. This would imply that the HPSC had eyes on Izuku from the start. Sazabi is right. The timing is suspicious, New Gundam admitted reluctantly. Master Izuku receives his rejection letter, and the next day, a HPSC agent approaches him with a recruitment offer. It could be coincidence, but that was no coincidences, Sazabi interrupted coldly. It was because of Mayan news display at the entrance exam that must have caught their attention. They wanted our master as a weapon, to use us as tools for the HPSC for some unknown reason. They are like vultures, swooping him at his most vulnerable to offer him an alternative path. But why would UA cooperate with them? ARMS 106 Hizak questioned. Isn't the principal known for his intelligence and his dedication to nurturing young heroes? It doesn't align with his character to sabotage a student's admission. Unless he didn't know, RX-105 Sei Gundam suggested, his voice gravelly. The HPSC could have interfered without UA's knowledge. You know, maybe changed test scores, falsified some records, gave a sheet-covered application when it reached the principal's desk. An inside job. Wing Gundam Zero added. It seems that the HPSC is more corrupt than we had initially guessed. ZZ Gundam, usually the most carefree of mobile suits, spoke up with uncharacteristic seriousness. So you're saying the captain's dream of attending UA was sabotaged from the start? That's just a theory. We don't know anything yet. Gundam said, what we do know is that the HPSC isn't on our side and they want Captain Izuku for their own agendas, but we won't let them. We are whatever Captain Izuku needs us to be, Gundam declared. If he needs warriors, we fight. If he needs protectors, we defend. If he needs advisors, we counsel. Our loyalty is to him, our creator and commander. Sei Midoriya. A majority of mobile suits declared. But Sazabi, Zeta pressed, still troubled by the earlier argument, you're suggesting we escalate our vigilante activities. Don't you see how that plays directly into the HPSC's hands? If we become more active, we give them more ammunition to label us as dangerous. And if we hide like cowards? Sazabi's mono-eye flared. It will prove that we can be intimidated. No, the only way forward is to become so invaluable to the public that the HPSC cannot move against us without facing massive backlash. We must become heroes in the eyes of the people, regardless of what any organization says. That's actually not a terrible strategy, Daijay admitted. Public support will be a powerful weapon. If the people love Neo Lando Bell, the HPSC will have to tread carefully. Many of the mobile suits agreed with Sazabi's plan. If NLB gets more media coverage, more support, then any action the HPSC will take against them will be faced with some backlash. It wasn't perfect, but it would protect them nonetheless. Alright fine, I'll go with this plan. Zeta admits defeat. But don't blame me when Captain Izuku suffers from a mental breakdown from all the stress. Stop treating him like he's a cyber type. He will prevail, even with the odds against him. Gundam said. Meanwhile with Izuku, he peeked at the low dining table in the living room. From his vision, he saw Sei and Inko talking with each a cup of tea, the steam from the pot that sat between them, rising in gentle curls. With a heavy heart, he entered the room just as they were talking. Izuku, done prepping your room already? Sei asks with a smile, already filling a cup of tea for him. I hope it's to your liking, even if it's a bit old school. Oh no! The room is wonderful, the shelves are great for my Gunpla, but, Izuku sat across from the table and then bowed deeply. I am sorry, Izuku finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. I've caused you both so much trouble. Mom, you had to leave our home because of me. Mr. Iori, you're risking everything just by letting us stay here. The HPSC, if they find out you're helping us Stop right there, mister. Sei interjected immediately. You got nothing to apologize for. Izuku, Mr. Sei is right. Inko reached across the table and placed her hand over his. Her touch was warm, steady. This isn't your fault. But Mom She's right, kid. Sei pushed a cup of tea toward Izuku, his weathered hand steady despite his age. This ain't your fault. It's those HPSC BSTRDS who threatened a teenager instead of giving him a fair shot. That's on them, not you. But I broke the law, Izuku protested, looking up with red-rimmed eyes. I'm a vigilante now. Every time I send out my Gunpla, I'm putting you both at risk. Remember what I told you that night? Inko asked Izuku. The night you came after stopping that bank robbery? I was worried sick, but I also felt pride. I was proud, so incredibly proud, that my baby was out there and saving people, like a hero. Inko squeezed her son's hand tighter. I want you to be happy and follow your dreams, Izuku. Even if it meant breaking a few laws or standing up against those blackmailers at the HPSC, I will fully support you. Sei nodded, your mother's right. Besides, somebody's got to continue Gundam's legacy. So, we're in this together, whether you like it or not. Mom? Mr. Iori. Izuku's voice cracked, relief and sadness filling his chest. I am really grateful. Thank you. I'll do my best to be the hero you guys believe in. We know you will, sweetie. Inko smiled through her tears that threatened to spill. And we'll be here to support you every step of the way. Heh, you Midoriyas do cry a lot. Not like it's a bad thing. Sei agreed. But as he took a sip from his tea, he grabbed something from his pocket. Actually, I might have something that could use your help. Sei brought out a slip of yellowed paper, showing a middle-aged blonde man raising a thumbs up. Kellen salvage and scrap. Kellen? Izuku asks. Kelly's what I call him, but you know that guy that I mentioned. When I gave you that police scanner and radio? I got it from him, a friend of mine from the nearby scrapyard. Sei explained. Since I sort of borrowed it from him, I owe him one. If you want to repay my kindness, then how about you be Kellen's assistant? Go see him, and tell him that Sei sent you. Izuku's eyes lit up. Of course. I'll do it, I'll go there right now. He gathered his things, asked for directions and prepared to depart. Before he left out the door he took one last look at the adults. Thank you. Both of you. I don't know what I'd do without you. Probably something reckless and stupid, Sei said with a slight grin. Good thing you've got us to keep you grounded, eh? Be careful, sweetie. Inko called out. Izuku nodded as he stepped foot outside. It was a rather boring day, the sun was out but it wasn't too hot and a gentle breeze blew as Izuku started running toward Kellen's scrapyard. The industrial district of Masfetu was filled with old warehouses, small-time factories, and abandoned buildings. There were little to no citizens living in this area, not only making it a hotspot for criminals and villains, but heroes don't typically patrol around these parts as there's nobody really here to save. Izuku ran until he spotted the scrapyard in the distance, a sprawling maze of twisted metal, rusted car frames, and mountains of discarded machinery surrounded by a tall chain-link fence. A faded sign hung crookedly above the entrance gate, Kellen Salvage and Scrap, we buy anything metal. The place looked like a graveyard for the industrial age, filled with the skeletal remains of old construction equipment, demolished building materials, and what appeared to be decommissioned support gear. As Izuku approached the entrance, he noticed the gate was slightly ajar. He pushed it open, wincing at the metallic screech it produced. Hello? Mr. Kellen? I'm here on behalf of Sei Iori. No response. Just the distant sound of wind whistling through hollow metal tubes and the occasional clang of something shifting in the scrap piles. He walked inside regardless, the tang of rusting metal hitting nostrils as he nervously walked through the scrapyard. It almost looked like the mess at Takaba Beach. Hey! Izuku's head snapped up. Looking back to see behind him was a broad-shouldered man that appeared to be in his late 40s, wearing oil-stained overalls and an olive-drab jacket, with messy blonde hair. The most prominent feature was his arms, or the lack of one. He had no left arm, the sleeve floating aimlessly in the wind. Why does this guy almost look like Kelly Leisner from Stardust Memory? Izuku stared with a dumbfounded face. You said Sei sent you? The man asks. What does he want now? Sir. And my name is Midoriya Izuku. Mr. Iori said you needed an assistant, so I came here. Izuku bowed politely. Kelly stared at Izuku as a moment passed. The man smirked before breaking down in a chuckle then a laugh, a booming sound that echoed through the scrapyard. Assistant? More like a miracle worker. I've got 3 tons of copper wiring to sort through right now. Are you any good with your hands, kid? I build Gunpla models, if that counts? Gunpla? Kelly's eyes lit up with recognition. Ah, so you're that kid. Sei's told me about you. The one with the freaky quirk that brings toys to life, yeah. Izuku tensed slightly. He told you about my quirk? Yeah, pretty interesting. If you got the right models, you can essentially mass-produce essential equipment. Fire trucks, tanks, helicopters, all that kind of stuff, right? Kelly asked. Besides, I've got a quirk too. Not as fancy as yours, but surprisingly useful for this line of work. Kelly held out his remaining hand toward the ground, and Izuku watched in fascination as the nearby gravel began to circle around his palm, lifting it up until it turned into a round sphere of stone made up of tiny rocks. It's called aggregate, Kelly explained, deactivating his quirk and letting the pile of rocks drop. I can control gravel, the tinier rocks. It doesn't seem like much, but it's useful if you've got enough pebbles, haha. That's incredible. Izuku's analytical mind for quirks was already racing. So what's the extent of your ability? What's its maximum range? How much gravel do you think you could control? Are you able to produce waves of gravel if you had enough dash? Whoa, easy there, kid, Kelly chuckled. To answer all your questions, I used to be a pro hero, so you probably get an idea of my skills. Izuku's eyes sparkled immediately. Ah, really? What pro hero were you? I don't think I recall a pro hero with a quirk like that, Izuku pondered, internally frustrated that he couldn't recognize Kelly within his vast pro hero knowledge. Well? I don't think I was ever part of the billboard. I was called the Graveler. I was just some hero who saved people and fought villains, that's all. Kelly murmurs, a somber yet nostalgic glint in his eyes. It looked like he missed those days of being some hero. The Graveler? I think I've heard about you before. I think I remember you being mentioned in an article that was a few years back, Izuku proclaimed. What made you retire from hero work exactly? Was it dash? Kelly turned around and rolled his stump off his shoulder. Exactly what you think it was, kiddo. I lost my arm to a villain, and after recovering, they told me to quit. That I was too old now and became a liability for other heroes. Even though I still had more left in me. His face steeled with an ancient anger, gripping his remaining arm. I punched the guy straight in the face, got sued, and here I am now. Oh. I'm sorry to hear that. Izuku sympathized. Not your fault really. Being a scrapyard dealer is honest work, somebody's got to deal with all this garbage. Kelly brushes it off as if he was used to it, but Izuku could still see it in his eyes, the man has missed being a hero. I'm interested, Mr. Kelly. Izuku suddenly spoke. I'll help you out with your work, what do you want me to do first? First of all, just Kelly's fine. Mr. makes me feel old. He extended a scarred hand, and Izuku shook it firmly. Good grip. You'll do fine. Come on, let me show you around the yard, and we'll start with something simple. Kelly pointed back toward the various piles of scrap. Oh, and I'll be paying you a wage, small one though, so you better work hard. Why yes sir. Although it's going to be some tough work, he couldn't help but smile. This was perfect. A legitimate job in the industrial district, which also happened to be an ideal location for Neo Londo Bell's operations. No civilian crowds to worry about, plenty of space for his mobile suits to operate, and few heroes patrolling the area. As Kelly led him deeper into the scrapyard, Izuku couldn't help but notice the sheer variety of materials. There were piles of aluminum siding, mountains of copper wiring, stacks of steel I-beams, and even what looked like decommissioned hero support gear in one pile. And that's about it really. Alright, since I don't trust you with any of the equipment yet, you get to haul stuff. Kelly suddenly brings out a hand truck and pushes it toward Izuku. This will probably make things easier for you. I want you to haul important-looking appliances like refrigerators and air conditioners and bring them to me. I'll take anything valuable from them and scrap the rest. You got that? Yes sir. Izuku saluted. Starting on his first job it seemed like a rather simple task, put the item on the hand truck and push it toward Kelly's workshop, easy. However, there was one problem, Izuku is a rather puny fellow, so actually hauling a refrigerator and putting it on the hand truck was a rather taxing ordeal. Izuku was literally sweating bullets as he just barely got a medium-sized refrigerator onto the rusty red hand truck. He fell on the ground in exhaustion, lying his back on the refrigerator he just hauled. Hey, word of advice, you lift with your legs. Kelly's yell could be heard from his workshop. Why yes. Izuku stammered, and he immediately got back to work. Several hours later, the morning turned into noon. Hours of backbreaking labor later, Izuku was completely drenched in sweat, his arms trembling from the effort of hauling appliances. Each refrigerator, each air conditioner, each piece felt like it weighed a ton. He'd managed to move maybe a dozen items total, and his body was screaming in protest. This is pathetic, Izuku thought bitterly as he struggled with yet another refrigerator, his legs shaking as he tried to maneuver it onto the hand truck. He had stripped himself of his clothes, wearing nothing but his pants and a sleeveless shirt provided by Kelly. Leaning on the top of a small refrigerator his size. I have all these powerful mobile suits, all this potential, and I can't even lift a refrigerator properly without nearly collapsing. He thought back to the UA entrance exam, not thinking about the other examinees, but to Ochako in particular. He remembered how he struggled with even lifting a piece of rubble off of the girl. If he can't save a civilian from a piece of fallen rubble, what good was he? He slammed his fist on top of the refrigerator as he grit his teeth. What kind of hero can't even handle basic physical tasks? Even pushing the hand truck toward Kelly's workshop was a hassle. When he finally did though, he collapsed on a nearby chair breathing heavily. Looking rough there, kid. Kelly called out as Izuku arrived with his latest haul. The older man effortlessly lifted the refrigerator off the hand truck with his single arm, setting it down on his workbench. Izuku was dumbfounded at how effortlessly Kelly did it, with one arm. Kelly grabbed a towel and threw it at Izuku. "You're working hard, I'll give you that, but you need to pace yourself. This ain't a race." "I know," Izuku panted, wiping sweat from his forehead with the towel. I want to get better at this." Kelly studied him for a moment, then nodded knowingly. "You're frustrated with yourself, aren't you? Angry that your body can't keep up with your ambitions?" Izuku's silence was enough for an answer. "Hey," Kelly continued, using a specialized tool to extract the compressor from the refrigerator. "Getting stronger isn't just something you get instantly. It's about what you build. Every day, every task, every time you push yourself just a little bit further. That's how you get stronger." "But I'm so far behind," Izuku admitted. "Everyone else at the UA exam were way more stronger than me." "So what? That just means you've got to work twice as hard to catch up." Kelly interrupted. "Lucidly for you, you've got the determination to do it. You just need DSPLN." Izuku looked down at his trembling hands, calloused and sore from just a few hours of work. Kelly was right. He'd been so focused on his quirk, on his mobile suits and their capabilities, that he'd neglected the most basic component of being a hero, his own physical strength. What happens where he gets into a situation where his mobile suits can't protect him? He will have to fend for himself, and with the current state he's in? Victory in that situation doesn't seem likely. "That changes now," Izuku vowed silently. "I'll get stronger. I have to." "All right, time's up." Kelly looked at his watch just as he pulled out the compressor out of the fridge. "It's lunchtime and I'm letting you go, great job today." "Huh? Already?" Izuku's eyes widened. "I'm not working on an empty stomach." Kelly stood up from his workbench. "Also, I'm not expecting you to work for me all day, you're still puny for that. Plus, nobody really comes here, so it's not that big of a deal if I'm down a guy." As Izuku began putting his clothes back on, Kelly came out of the workshop where he was counting out bills from a worn cash box. "Not bad for your first day," Kelly said, handing Izuku a small stack of yen bills. "Here's your wage. It ain't much, but you earned it." Izuku stared at the money in his hands, the first payment he'd ever received for honest work. It felt different from the allowance his mother gave him, more real somehow. Thank you so much, Kelly. Are you planning on coming back tomorrow? If you'll have me." Kelly grinned. "Good, if you want to get those noodle arms stronger, there's nothing better than hauling scrap." As Izuku was about to leave, Kelly spoke up again. "And kid? Whatever you're planning with that quirk of yours, whatever Neo Londo Bell is really about, be careful alright? Make us all proud." Izuku tensed. "Why you know about Neo Londo Bell?" "Sei mentioned it. Didn't give me details, but I can put 2 and 2 together. Just watch your back, alright? And if you ever need help, you know where to find me." Thank you, Kelly. Really." Izuku gave out a sigh of relief and bowed deeply before heading back toward the scrapyard entrance. // As he walked through the industrial district, his body aching with every step, Izuku couldn't feel even more excited, so he reached the warehouse and opened the door. Inside were rows of shelves where various assembled Gunpla were awaiting his order. Plavsky Particles danced around his fingers as he spread them out. Within seconds, the hum of various generators filled the warehouse as the plastic mobile suits replicas were brought to life. "Attention! Commander on deck!" MS-07B-3 Goof Custom announced, giving a quick salute. All the other mobile suits immediately snapped to attention. "At ease, everyone," Izuku said, feeling slightly embarrassed by the formal reception. "How are things in the warehouse?" "Rather boring, but it changed with your presence." Zaku Commander approached Izuku. "Welcome back, Commander. The warehouse is secure," ARMS-119 EWAC Zach reported, floating forward. "There has been minimal foot traffic in the surrounding area, and there has been no sign of you being followed here either." "Sir." A GM pointed to a warehouse window. "It seems that New Gundam and the others from the house are requesting to come in." "Granted, let them in." Izuku said. A random mobile suit grabbed the window and opened it, letting the various Gunpla from Sei's house come inside the warehouse. "Captain." Nu delivered a salute to Izuku. "Good to see you back, sir. We suspected you were here, Master." Sazabi also delivered a salute, then standing on a nearby shelf with his arms crossed. "I assume that Mr. Kelly has treated you well? You seem rather exhausted." "Heh, I'm good. Just been working out." Izuku gripped his hand. He then looked at his creations and put on his commander persona. It was time to make an announcement. "Everyone, I've been thinking about our approach going forward." Every mobile suit stood silent as they listened intently to their creator. As you all know, recently me, Zaku Commander and 2 other Zakus sortied to the Masfeda Bank in response to a robbery. The mission was a success, with all villains taken down and civilians safe, and we put Neo Londo Bell on the public radar now. Cheers erupted from the warehouse mobile suits, congratulations and applause were given to the participants of this first mission. Zaku Commander, and Zaku II No. 3 and No. 4 stood proudly as they waved to their fellow mobile suits. That being said, we need to be more careful now. The public is now aware of NLB, especially the HPSC. The Commission may already be onto us, and we all need to be careful to make sure they can't trace us back. It would be a disaster if they discovered this warehouse, or Sei and Mom. The cheering mood immediately died down. This was serious. If Mr. Iori or Lady Inko were caught up in this ordeal, the image was too terrifying to imagine. I initially regretted my decision, thinking that my selfish act of wanting to be a hero has endangered the lives of my loved ones. But, Sei and Mom have given their support for me. They don't want me to give up now, just when I just started. So, Izuku looked forward to the mobile suits. This will be the start line for Neo Londo Bell. We won't back down from anybody who's going to stand in our way. We'll protect the innocent, deliver justice, and save people with a smile. There will be hardships to come, we might have to make compromises. But I know we can do it, I believe in you all. My creations. You, too, will become heroes. Sei Midoriya. Sei Midoriya. The mobile suits cheered. They were all proud to be soldiers of Izuku Midoriya, the boy that had brought them to life. With unwavering loyalty, they will serve their creator until the very end. You've got them riled up, Captain. Gundam looked at his fellow mobile suits, then back at Izuku. We need all the encouragement we need, Gundam. You need to keep morale high. Izuku explains. So, what shall be our next step forward, Master? Sazabi asked. Well, first, I think we need to make the name of Neo Londo Bell even bigger. Izuku illustrated. We can't just wait around for an emergency to arrive. We need to be more out there, for civilians, so that's why I will be assigning patrols from now on. That got everyone's attention. Patrolling could serve as multiple purposes to dissuade villains from committing crimes, being able to respond in a nearby emergency much faster, and to show civilians that the heroes, or in this case, vigilantes, are there to protect them. This could build up trust with the public. If their public support gets high enough, Izuku might be able to use it to directly confront the HPSC. But that revenge plot will be enacted later. Right now, he wants his mobile suits to be out there and saving people. Immediately, volunteers sprung up, all wanting to finally see some action after waiting for so long. We volunteer for patrol duty. A few ZGMF 1017 Jins raised their hands. You can count on me, Captain. An NRX-044 Ashimar announces. I promise to uphold the name of Neo Londo Bell with honor while out on patrol. It would be a great honor to see me out on the battlefield, Commander. AMS 14J Rejelgu offers. Izuku surveyed the eager mobile suits before him, their enthusiasm palpable even through their plastic frames. He kind of felt overwhelmed. He had built all of these different kinds of mobile suits and Izuku wanted to be fair and give them all a chance to sortie. All right, everyone, settle down. Izuku called out, and the warehouse fell silent once more. I appreciate all your enthusiasm, but we need to be strategic about this. We can't just send everyone out at once. The captain's right, Gundam added, stepping forward. We need to consider surveillance capabilities, combat effectiveness, and most importantly, public perception. Public perception? A GM questioned, tilting its head. Exactly, Izuku confirmed. We need to think about how civilians will react when they see you. Some of our larger units might frighten people if they suddenly appear in a residential area. Sorry, mobile armors. Understandable, AMA-05 Bygro nodded. New Gundam flew to Izuku's shoulder. So what's the plan, Captain? Izuku took a deep breath, his analytical mind already sorting through possibilities. We'll need to establish patrol routes that not only hide us from heroes, but allow us to be there to stop villains. Patrols will be split between solo and teams. Don't worry, I'll rotate shifts so that every one of you will have a chance to sortie. What about you, sir? Will you be joining us on our patrols? Maybe. I do want to fight with you guys, but I don't want to become a liability to you all. I'm trying to think of a way to monitor your movements. Izuku looks back at the radio he used to directly communicate to his Zakus during the bank. Robbery. If only there was a way I could watch you guys from the warehouse? But not right now. Also, I want to establish some rules of engagement here. Rule 1, civilian safety is paramount. Always. If you have to choose between apprehending a villain and protecting a civilian, you protect the civilian. The mobile suits murmured their agreement. Sir, what should we do when we have to deliver first aid to an injured civilian? Don't worry, I've made a bunch of medic heros for you guys. Whenever a civilian is injured, get them to a safe place and the hero will do the rest. Izuku explains, Rule 2, avoid lethal force whenever possible. We're heroes, when it comes to villains, incapacitate, disarm, and restrain. All of your weapons, beam, heat, and kinetic all have a non-lethal option. And try not to go too harsh on the villains, please. Izuku gave a look at the post-disaster mobile suits. And finally, Rule 3, if you encounter pro-heroes, avoid confrontation. We're technically vigilantes, which means we're breaking the law just by operating. We'll have to confront them sooner or later. Try to avoid a fight with them, and if they do attack first, retreat and try to lose them. If you can't, well, non-lethally incapacitate them. Izuku finished his announcement and looked at his creations. I know some of these rules might seem restrictive. I know some of you want to prove yourselves in combat. But we're not just fighting villains, we want to save people as well. Don't let the HPSC find a reason to antagonize you. We understand, Captain, Gundam said, and a chorus of agreement rippled through the warehouse. Izuku smiles, a proud and warm smile that was filled with excitement rather than nervousness. Good. Let's make everybody proud. I'm going to set up the first patrol teams, move out in 15 minutes. Use that time to do equipment checks and review your maps. Be ready for anything when you're out there, all right? Yes, sir. The response echoed through the warehouse and into the sky. Engines roared as ear-piercing honks from several cars filled the Masfeto highway. The scream of tires on asphalt and swerving cars could overwhelm one's hearing as a speeding black van roared onto the road, honking at anybody who was in their way. Swerving and passing through multiple lanes and cars, this black van was trying hard to get rid of the police cars chasing it. The cops are onto us. Floor it. One of the escaping criminals yelled as he looked back at his pursuers. Almost lurching overboard as the van swerved into another lane. Damn it. I can't go any faster cause of all these idiots in the way. The driver swerves to another lane and sideswipes a sedan containing a family of 4. Children in the back seat screamed as the father desperately fought the steering wheel. Get the hell out of our way. Wait, there's a semi up ahead. The passenger criminal slammed his hand on the dashboard. Get behind it. Huh? Oh, I'm thinking what you're thinking. The driver grinned viciously as he pulled directly behind the massive truck. The passenger seat criminal raised his palm, where sharp, hard spikes emerged out of them. Try and catch us now. He threw the spikes onto the road behind him. The effect was immediate and devastating. The spikes punctured the tires of the truck. The driver screamed as he tried to control his oversized vehicle to no avail. With an uncontrolled swerve to the right, the truck fell over on its side with a crash, blocking the entire highway with its trailer now in the shape of an accordion. Cars that were driving behind the truck slammed to a halt, tires screeching on asphalt as they just barely avoided crashing into the pile of twisted metal, broken glass, and debris. Police cars unfortunately now had to deal with a new problem, making sure the incoming traffic won't crash into this felled giant. Damn it. This is just great. One of the police officers swore as they got out of their cruiser. The villains have escaped, and now we have to deal with this mess. We need paramedics, now. We need backup. Where's the nearest hero? Another police officer states. As on cue, the faint roar of jet thrusters can be heard from a distance. Onlookers turned, some pointing, some pulling out phones. 3 massive humanoid shapes appeared in the distance, closing fast. They weren't running, they were skating, hovering inches above the ground on downward-facing thrusters that glowed. The 3 robots were each about 7 feet tall, bulky and intimidating with their distinctive rounded armor and single glowing mono eyes. 2 were purple with dark trim, while the third was a more weathered brown. All 3 carried bazookas in their right hands. They wove through the stopped traffic with surprising grace, making quick hops and sharp turns to avoid cars and pedestrians with the precision of professional skaters. Yikes! Almost clipped that lady. The lead MS-09 Dom said as his mono eye glanced back at a woman who'd jumped out of the way. What kind of slobs just leave their vehicles in the middle of the road like this? I'd say they drive like a wee lass, but that'd be insultin' to the ladies. AMS-09 TROP Dom Tropin spoke with a thick accent. His mono eye swept the scene. The bloody BSTRDS went over there. Move your tin arses and let's be quick about it. Hell yeah. Let's nail those punks. AMS-09G Dwaj exclaimed, his voice was rough, like gravel in a cement mixer. I call dibs on cuttin' their ride in half. Hold up, hold up. Dom raised a hand, coming to a hovering stop near the overturned semi. The 3 mobile suits formed a tight circle. We got civvies hurt here. Someone's gotta check on him. Ah, come on. Dwaj protested. We're finally getting some action and you want us to play nurse? Hey, Neo Londo Bell doesn't leave people behind. You know the drill. Dom said firmly. Dom Tropen's mono eye brightened. Right then. Rock, paper, scissors for it. You're on. Dwaj cracked his knuckles. Loser has to take care of the civvies. The three mobile suits held up their massive metal fists. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Dom and Dom Tropen had paper, and Dwaj had rock. Damn it. Dwaj's mono eye dimmed in disappointment. This is bullshit. I wanted to smash something. Dwaj turned toward the overturned semi, his shoulders slumping. Fine. But you two better save me some action. Sorry buddy, but Commander needs someone reliable here, Dom said, not unkindly. Make sure that truck driver's okay and keep the civvies calm till the heroes arrive. Yeah. Dwaj muttered, skating toward the wreckage. See you later, brother. Dom Tropen's thrusters flared. Let's get this over and get back in a hurry. Dom's mono eye brightened. The two purple mobile suits rocketed forward, their thrusters howling as they accelerated past the wreckage. They leaped over the crumpled semi in perfect synchronization, their bulky forms surprisingly graceful midair, before landing and continuing their pursuit. Behind them, Dwaj stood beside the overturned semi, his massive form casting a shadow over the trapped driver. Hey buddy, you okay in there? Dwaj's rough voice was surprisingly gentle. Don't move too much. Gonna get you out of there, alright? Nice and easy. The driver, a middle-aged man with blood running down his forehead, stared up at the giant robot in shock and terror. What? What are you? Name's Dwaj. I'm with Neo Londo Bell. The mobile suit carefully assessed the crumpled cab. Your door's jammed real bad. Gonna pull it off, watch out for glass. Dwaj gripped the door frame with one hand and pulled. Metal groaned and shrieked as he tore the entire door free with ease, tossing it aside like cardboard. There we go. Can you move your legs? I think so. The man whimpered. Good. Let me help you out. Dwaj reached in with surprising delicacy, his massive hands supporting the driver as he carefully extracted him from the wreckage. Once the man was safely on the ground, Dwaj kneeled down and reached into his storage compartment and pulled out a white ball-shaped object. This is your doctor for the next few minutes, pal. Harrow. Medical Harrow, ready to assist. The little robot's voice was high-pitched and enthusiastic as it bounced once, then rolled to the truck driver and began assessing him. Minor concussion detected. Lacerations on forehead and left arm. No spinal damage detected. Patient is stable but requires standard medical attention. Applying field dressing now. The medical Harrow's arms retracted and produced antiseptic wipes and gauze from an internal storage compartment that seemed impossibly large for its small frame. Within seconds, it had cleaned and dressed the driver's wounds with surprising efficiency. Meanwhile, with the Dom duo, they quickly reached the black van and with the Dom taking the lead, he skated up to the driver's side and knocked on the window with light raps. Ack. What the? How did you dash? The criminal gasps, being surprised that something has managed to catch up to him in his speeding van. Hey, do you have any idea how fast you're going, buddy? Dom asked the driver, his mono eye staring directly at him. Ever heard of a speedometer? You know, that circle thing with an arrow and all those numbers? That's gonna earn you one big, fat, fine, hot shot. Dom Tropen came from the other side, equally as menacing. Now, let's pull over and discuss this like gentlemen, shall we? Hell no. The criminal stammered as he sped up again, leaving the two Doms behind. The two Doms fell back slightly, and for a moment, the criminals thought they'd escaped again. Well, that was rude, Dom said. Very rude indeed, Dom Tropen agreed. Shame, really. I was gonna go easy on Yem. Wanna RPS for it? Dom held up a fist. You're on. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Dom won with rock over scissors. Fine. Go ahead, it's my loss. Dom Tropen visibly slumped. Ha! My turn. Dom accelerated, his thrusters roaring as he approached back toward the van. This time however, he drew out his heat saber, the weapon glowing orange hot. What's he doing? The passenger screamed as he looked at the approaching mobile suit from the side mirror. With one overhead vertical slash, the heated rod melted right through the metal hull and cut the van in half. The van, now with its bottom half severed, grinded onto the floor where sparks showered the highway. Eventually, the vehicle simply stopped in the middle of the road. The two criminals were dumbstruck, realizing that their pursuit was now over. They quickly surrendered to the two Doms and were detained on the side of the road. Done already? The fun was bloody just getting started. Dom Tropen looked down on the detained criminals. Say Dom, let's give these two a little EAD start and then we'll chase after 'em again. Sounds like a decent idea. Dom admitted, much to the dismay of the criminals. But Commander ain't gonna like that. We're done here. Let's head back. Fine, alright, you stick in the mud. Dom Tropin sighed. Oi, Commander. This is Dom Tropin. We just caught 2 suckers that were running wild on the highway. Commander. This is Dwaj. The med hero worked like a charm, civilians are all accounted for here. Nice one. Great job you two, return to base and try not to get caught by any heroes. Izuku's voice came through their comms, praising them for a job well done. You heard him, let's move out. Dom's thrusters spooled up as he skated off the highway. Ah man, and here I wanted to perfect my triple axle. Dom Tropin exclaimed as he soon joined his comrade. // The fluorescent lights of a local 24-hour convenience store buzzed as a man with an extremely long and pointy nose in a ski mask waved a knife at the cashier, his other hand gripping a plastic bag. Empty the register. Now. His voice cracked with nervousness, making it clear that he was an amateur. Please, I don't want any trouble. The cashier, a young man, mostly likely in his teenage years, stammered. Get your hands where I can see them. The man yelled, causing the young boy to yelp in surprise. You were going to press the panic alarm, right? Unless you want to get cut up, shut up and give me the money. Under the surveillance of the robber, the young man obeyed his every demand. Opening the cash register and beginning to pull money out of it, sweat pouring down from each of their foreheads. The tension was so thick in the air the robber could cut it with his own knife. Then, the digital door chimed as it opened. The robber spun around, knife raised and ready to confront any witnesses. And found himself staring up at a 7-foot-tall white and blue robot. One of its forearms opened up, revealing a Gatling gun inside. Said Gatling gun was pointed straight at the robber. Whoa there, cowboy, RX-78-2 Gundam NT1 or rather, Alex, said with a voice that carried both confidence and a hint of playful mockery. That's no way to treat the young boy there, he's just trying to make a living with his part-time job. The robber's knife clattered to the floor. What the hell? Language. Alex wagged a finger at him like a disappointed older sister. She put away her Gatling gun as the robber made the mistake of dropping his only weapon. She took a step forward, confronting the robber up close. Now, I'm gonna give you exactly one chance to put that money back and walk out of here. What do you say, champ? You. The robber looked between Alex and the door, calculating his chances. I see what you're trying to do. Alex stood directly in the way of the robber, absolutely making sure that he had no way of escaping. Don't even think about running. I may be a robot, but trust me, I can catch you before you make it 3 steps. And that would be pretty embarrassing, don't you think? The young cashier, after staying silent during the confrontation, spoke up in realization. Wait a second. You're one of them. You're a robot from Neo Londo Bell. The excitement in his voice increased. You guys took out the robbers at Masfeda Bank, right? Dig ding ding. Bingo. 100 points. Gold star for you. Alex gave a thumbs up approval. The robber's face went pale. No way. Yes way. Alex's tone remained light, almost teasing. Now, are we gonna do this the easy way, or do I stuff your face full of rubber? Because I promise you, that's going to be way more painful. I needed the money. My rent's due dash. Stop, geez, don't give me your little sob story. Everyone's heard it before. Alex's voice softened slightly, losing some of its sass. Look buddy, I get it. Times are tough. But bringing people down because of your misfortune isn't going to cut it. Here's what's gonna happen, Alex continued, pulling out something from her storage compartment and bringing out a sheet of paper to put in the robber's hands, a job application. You're gonna put that bag down. You're gonna apologize to this nice lady. And then you're gonna walk yourself to the local McDonald's and turn this in. Earning money legally is better than illegally. At least McDonald's will hire anybody. You'd help me? The robber sounded genuinely confused. Looking at the job application again. Hey, I'm not a hero, but I'm not heartless either. Alex shrugged, the motion surprisingly expressive for a mobile suit. Everyone makes mistakes. Are you gonna own up to yours, or, make things worse? There was a long pause. Then, slowly, the robber set the plastic bag on the counter. I'm sorry, he said to the cashier, his voice thick with shame. I'm so sorry. The young cashier nodded shakily, saying nothing. Good for you, Alex pointed toward the door. Now get going before I change my mind. And if I catch you pulling this crap again, we're gonna have a very different conversation. Capice? Why yes. Thank you. The robber practically ran out of the store. Alex turned to the cashier, her posture relaxing. You okay, sir? Need me to call someone? The young man stared at her for a moment, then broke into a relieved smile. I'm fine, thank you so much. All in a day's work, it was a pleasure. Alex gave a small salute. Stay safe out there, okay? Oh, don't tell the cops about me please. Since I'm, technically breaking the law as well. As Alex turned toward the exit, the cashier called out, wait a second please. Alex paused and turned back toward the cashier, who vaulted from the counter and raced toward her with a piece of paper and pen. See, can I have your autograph? Autograph? Look kiddo, I'm a vigilante, not a hero. I don't think I should be the one being asked for autographs. Alex said. Please. Why you saved my life and I've always wanted to get an autograph from a hero. The cashier protested. And in my eyes, you're more than just some vigilante. So if you could, please. Alex reluctantly gave in, she just couldn't ignore the plea of this young man. Fine. But don't tell anybody about this either. Oh, of course. I will treasure it, it will become a family heirloom. Geez, you're making me blush, if I could of course. It's a simple autograph, nothing special. Alex grabbed the piece of paper and began to think of what to write. After a moment she knew exactly what. RX-78-2 Gundam NT1 Alex, with the Alex being signed very stylishly. Whoa, that's your whole name? Why you really are a robot. The cashier ogled the autograph with winded eyes. Thank you Miss Alex. Alex simply waved back as she stepped out of the store, her form disappearing into a nearby alley as she connected to her comm. Yo Captain. Just stopped a robbery and gave the guy a job application for McDonald's. Izuku's voice cracked through the comm. Nice work, Alex. Very diplomatic. Your patrol time is almost up. Head back to base, but stay off the main streets. Roger that, Captain. Alex responded. // Smash. A burglar was sent flying into the wall with a crack, the brick wall cracks shaping into a spider's web. The burglar crumpled to the floor, his right arm being bent in an unfavorable angle, screaming in agony as he clutched his arm. This could have been a perfect mugging of some random, unfortunate middle-aged woman turned out to be something more for the three burglars. Just as they were rummaging through the women's stuff, something dropped down from behind them. A mobile suit that was unlike anything they'd seen before. Brutal and predatory. Its white and blue armor was accented with a bit of scratched-up yellow and red. What drew immediate attention was the massive weapon in its right hand, a mace with a head shaped like an industrial wrench, uncompromising in design. Said wrench mace was the weapon that broke the first burglar's arm and took him out of action. The mobile suit drew back his mace onto his shoulder, staring menacingly at his next target. 1. ASW G08 Barbados Gundam said simply, his voice flat, and utterly devoid of dramatic flair, just a statement of fact. The second mugger, with desperation in his eyes, took a huge breath in and exhaled, seeing a wave of chilly air toward Barbados. Barbados bursted through the ice like they were nothing, his armor frozen but undamaged. He closed the distance in 2 steps and swung again, hitting the mugger right in the hip. The man hit the wall hard, the wind knocked out of him as he fell onto the ground hard, unconscious from a single hit from Barbados' mace. 2. The third mugger turned to run, but Barbados's free hand shot out, grabbing the mugger's head and lifting him off the ground like he weighed nothing. The mugger flailed uselessly. Please don't. Hurt me, he screamed. Barbados then slammed him down into the ground, creating a small crater out of the concrete. The mugger was simply unconscious, mouth agape plastered on a frozen expression. 3. In less than 15 seconds, all 3 attackers were incapacitated. Barbados turned his head to the woman, who was still pressed against the wall, eyes wide with terror. Barbados knelt down and began picking up her scattered belongings, phone, wallet, and he placed them carefully back in her rummaged bag. Here. Barbados held out her bag in front of her. The woman stared at him, then slowly reached out and took the bag. Thank you. No problem. Be careful next time. His voice was blunt. I will. Thank you so much. She bowed deeply, then ran past him toward the street. Barbados watched her go, then turned back to the 3 groaning muggers. He pulled out zip ties and bound all 3 with mechanical efficiency. Once tied up he taps into his comms. Boss, he said into his comm, I have 3 targets secured. 1 civilian was saved from their torment. Sending coordinates. Good work, Barbados, Izuku's voice came through. Did you break any of their bones? Yes. Barbados admitted. Well, if they don't have any really fatal wounds then I think all right. Izuku awkwardly chuckled. I sent an anonymous tip to the police. You head back to base, I think Alex is nearby from your location too. Understood. As Barbados prepared to leave, one of the muggers groaned. You're You're Neo Londo Bell, aren't you? He grunted as he stifled a wave of pain through his arm. The ones that took down Molten Man's heist on the bank? Barbados looked down at him with those unblinking green eyes. Does it matter? You guys are everywhere. Just how many of you are there? Barbados didn't answer. He simply turned and walked away, leaving the muggers tied up in the alley for the police to find. He leaped across the fire escape and onto the rooftops. Back at the warehouse, Izuku was monitoring his mobile suit's activity through a GPS app on his phone, radio, and a worn-down computer monitor he got from Kellen. He was watching his mobile suits individually from this monitor, tapping into their visual sensors and main cameras on their heads. He could see exactly what they were seeing as well. As to how he made this revolutionary development, it happened a day ago. //. If only there was a way I could watch you guys from the warehouse. Watch us? New Gundam tilts his head. You mean observe our operations in real time? Exactly, Izuku said, his analytical mind already working through the problem. With just the radio, I can't assess the full tactical situation. I can't see what you're seeing. A commander needs a complete picture of the battlefield. An interesting conundrum, EWAC Zack mused. Captain, if I may suggest something? Go ahead. Well, when you activate your quirk and bring us to life, you're essentially creating a connection between yourself and us, correct? The Plavsky Particles link our existence to yours. Right? Izuku confirmed, scratching his head. That's how I can sense your general locations and status. It's like an awareness in the back of my mind. Precisely. But what if we could expand that connection? Iwak proposes. What if you could tap into our main cameras directly? Izuku's eyes widened. You mean seeing what you see? In theory, yes, EWAC Zack continued. We'd need some kind of interface device, of course. A phone or a computer monitor would work perfectly. Think of it as establishing a data uplink between your quirk's particle network and a visual display system. That sounds brilliant, but how exactly? I don't think Plavsky particles can transmit visual data to an external device. Let's try this then. If you are constantly aware of your creations, it's like knowing that your arm or leg is on without you looking at it. Focus on that awareness and try to see what we are seeing. Iwak suggested. Izuku nodded. He closed his eyes and focused, trying to sense his connection to the mobile suits more deeply. He concentrated on New Gundam who was standing nearby. New, look at Zaku number 3 and tell me when you're focusing on him. Looking at it, Captain. Izuku pushed his awareness through their connection, trying to reach beyond just the sense of New's presence. For a moment, there was nothing. Then, there it was, a brief, fragmentary, fuzzy impression of Zaku number 3, who was waving, from New's perspective. Izuku's eyes snapped open. I saw it. Just for a second, but I saw what you were seeing. Remarkable. Iwak moved closer. That suggests that the visual data is there, traveling through the particle network. We just need a way to extract and display it consistently. Captain, try it with me. Zeta volunteered, boosting into position. See if you can hold the connection longer. Izuku focused again, this time consciously trying to maintain the link. His hands started to glow brighter as he concentrated. Through the connection, he could feel Zeta's presence, and then he could see it. A clearer vision this time. He could see himself standing in the warehouse from Zeta's optical sensors, and could see the other mobile suits gathered around. It lasted maybe 5 seconds before the mental strain broke his concentration. NGH. Izuku staggered slightly, pressing a hand to his temple. That takes a lot of focus. Are you all right, Master? Iwak asked with concern. I'm fine, Izuku assured. Just a headache. But it worked. I could see through Zeta's cameras. The image was clear, detailed. If I could project that onto a monitor somehow. This is promising, Captain, Gundam said. But you'll need practice. Maintaining multiple video feeds while coordinating tactical operations will be mentally taxing. Izuku grinned, then sobered. Okay, first things first. I need to talk to Kelly about getting a computer monitor. He might have a spare one I could use. Then we need to figure out how to actually establish a stable connection. Iwak, can you help me work out the details? It would be my honor, Commander, EWAC Zack nodded. 15 minutes later, after a slightly confused but ultimately supportive conversation with Kelly, you want what? A computer monitor? Kid, you get weirder every time we talk, but sure, I think I've got an old one in storage. Izuku returned to the warehouse with a boxy, slightly dusty monitor under his arm and a tangled mess of cables Kelly had thrown in for good measure. Once set up, the monitor powered on, revealing a blank blue screen. All right, Commander. Here's the concept. Iwak explains as he lands near the screen. I believe that you can act as the bridge with your Plavsky particles. Plavsky particles would act as a wireless transmission medium. You're essentially creating a quantum-entangled video feed, Commander. That actually doesn't make any sense. Izuku, the Quirk whiz, ultimately confessed. My Quirk animates plastic. How can I use it as Wi-Fi? I actually don't have a reasonable explanation for that. Quirks rarely follow the conventions of physics, you should know that, Commander. Zack shrugs. But you are able to connect to our comms via that radio. In essence, you should be able to connect to what we are seeing via an external device, such as this monitor. Okay, here goes nothing. He placed one hand on the monitor and held out his other hand, letting Plavsky particles flow freely. Nu, come here. Let's start with you again. Ready when you are, Captain. New Gundam landed on the desk beside the monitor. Izuku closed his eyes, focusing on their connection while willing the particles to bridge the gap between Nu's visual sensors and the electronic display. It felt like trying to thread a needle in the dark while juggling. The particles swirled, dancing between Nu and the monitor, responding to Izuku's intent but not quite forming the connection he needed. Come on, be the bridge, Izuku muttered, sweat beading on his forehead as he tried to guide the wild movements of the Plavsky particles. Then, suddenly, the monitor flickered. Static gave way to a stable image. Clear as a crystal video of the warehouse interior from Nu's perspective, rotating slowly as Nu turned its head to demonstrate the connection was real. Yes! Izuku shouted, then immediately winced as the excitement broke his concentration and the image dissolved. Okay. Stay calm. Try again. It took another 20 minutes of practice, but eventually Izuku could establish and maintain the connection for several minutes at a time. The mental strain was significant, but it was manageable. This is incredible, Izuku breathed, watching himself on the monitor through Nu's camera. He internally celebrated as he once more discovered a breakthrough with his Quirk. If I can do this with one mobile suit, I can eventually do it with multiple feeds. I just need to build up my mental stamina. An innovative idea, Captain, Gundam said. Perhaps you could manage 2 feeds during the patrols as you gradually increase your capabilities. Agreed. For today's first patrol, I'll focus on 1 feed at a time, switching between teams as needed. Izuku looked at his assembled forces with a broad smile. Alright everyone, we've got ourselves a command center now. Let's make Neo Londo Bell official. //. Back to Barbados, who was running across from building to building with surprising grace, his thrusters firing in quick, powerful bursts to carry him across gaps with ease. As he landed on a flat commercial rooftop, another figure emerged from an alleyway, revealing Alex. Oh hey, Barbie! Alex waved cheerfully. How'd your mission go? Barbados ignored her and continued to run across the rooftops. Don't call me that. Come on. It's cute. Alex protested, following close beside him. It's not. Especially for some like me. He dismissed her, only focusing on his path ahead. Sue, how did your patrol go? Alex started. I've got 1 target, but I was super cool about it. Talked him down, gave him a job, whole 9 yards. Total diplomat move, if I do say so myself. Confronted 3 muggers. 3 targets neutralized. Civilian safe. Barbados had nothing more to say. Let me guess, by crushing their bones? Alex made a disappointed face, if her face could actually make such expressions. Your method sounds like a waste of time. Should have just restrained him right then and there. Hey! Not every villain needs their face rearranged, Mr. Grumpy. Alex nudged his shoulder playfully. You catch more flies with honey than vinegar, you know. Why would I want to catch flies? It's never mind. Alex sighed dramatically. You know, you could try being nice once in a while. Smile a little. We don't have mouths. That's not an excuse and you know it. Despite their back and forth bickering, they moved in perfect sync across the rooftops, clearly working together despite different timelines and their different personalities. Hey, the captain's proud of us, you know, Alex said after a moment, her tone softening. The more people we save, the more Izuku smiles. Like we're all making a difference here. That's the mission, Barbados replied simply. Yeah, but don't you feel good about it? Knowing we made a difference. Barbados was quiet for a moment. I feel satisfied that we served our purpose. Well, close enough for you to open up, I guess. Alex smiled, or would have. Her body language conveyed it well enough. The duo were several blocks away from the warehouse. Just as they were about to leap across another gap, the 2 mobile suits were caught off guard when a sudden burst of wooden twigs came from below. What the? Alex cried. She tried to boost back but the wood was reached to her arms and wrapped around her like a snake. Barbados, however, was more attentive than her, pulling back his mace to smash the approaching wooden tendrils to bark and also freeing Alex in the process. Both mobile suits boosted away from the alleyway, and then a figure emerged. Tall, lean, and wearing a costume made of what looked like wood. Kamui Woods, the latest pro-hero known for his binding techniques, stood on the rooftop ledge with his arms crossed. Humph, nice reflexes, I'll admit. His voice was calm, professional. I've been tracking you two for the last 20 minutes, Neo Lando Bell. Alex and Barbados immediately shifted into defensive stances. Alex's Gatling's gun sprung out as Barbados readied his mace. Captain, we've got company. Alex muttered into her comms. We got a pro-hero. I repeat, a pro-hero. It's Kamui Woods. Izuku panicked. Kamui Woods? Izuku has seen him once in his debut, where Woods was about to apprehend a giant villain with his quirk if only MT Lady didn't take all the credit. Izuku concentrated, finding the presence of Alex and connecting to her. The monitor in front of him flickered to the perspective of Alex. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw Alex pointing one of her Gatling guns at Kamui Woods in the center of the screen. I can see? Izuku's voice came through, tight with worry. He was looking at the monitor and looking through Alex's vision. Kamui Woods stood there, menacingly, ready to deliver justice to these vigilante robots. Izuku found his quirk very fascinating, although he has only seen him once. The potential implications with that fast-growing wood was interesting to think about. Although his quirk won't be able to damage his Gunpla unlike Molten Man, he should be wary that his binding techniques could be enough to restrain his mobile suits. Izuku didn't know what to say, run away to leave Kamui Woods out of harm's way? Or fight, potentially injuring Kamui Woods. Kamui Woods took a step forward. I'm going to give you a chance to surrender peacefully. You may have good intentions, but vigilantism is still illegal. Come with me, and I'll make sure you're treated fairly. Fairly, huh? I bet you're gonna let some mad scientist pick us apart and see what makes us click. Alex laughed. Interrogations will be worthless. We are mobile suits after all. Barbados said bluntly. Well, let me reword this then, surrender now and we'll treat your controller fairly. Kamui Woods said. He's not our controller, Barbados growled, his grip on his mace tightened as he shifted forward. He's our boss. Our creator. And he's not here. Then tell him to turn himself in. Kamui Woods's arms began to shift, small wooden branches growing from his limbs. This doesn't have to end in violence. But I can't let you just walk away. Alex glanced at Barbados. Hey Barbie, what's our options? Fight or flight? Both are difficult. Captain? Alex asked quietly. What are your orders? There was a long pause on the comm. Izuku pondered for a moment. He knew eventually his Gunpla would have to go up against pro-heroes. Vigilantism, especially in this society where one cannot use their quirk out in the general public, was illegal. Izuku hated having to bring harm to these amazing heroes he has idolized, but if he was as reluctant as this, his comrades would get hurt or worse, captured because of his passiveness. He knew what had to be done. He stared at the monitor and when his voice came through, it was heavy with resignation and determination. I'm sorry for what I'm about to ask you to do. But engage. Non-lethal only. Your priority is to escape, not to win. Do whatever it takes to get back to base safely. Understood. Alex acknowledges, returning back to attend Kamui Woods. Sorry Woody, but we ain't going to the slammer just yet. Nothing personal, pro-hero. We'll be taking you out. Barbados said, raising his wrench mace high like a declaration of war. The hero's eyes narrowed, the branches were armed and ready to erupt from his arms. I was hoping you'd make the smart choice. Last chance, stand down. Can't do that, Alex replied. We've got people counting on us. Kamui Woods sighed, his branches shot forward like spears. Lacquered chain prison. Alex's thrusters fired, launching herself backward as Barbados boosted and charged forward, his mace swinging. The first confrontation between Neo Lando Bell and the professional heroes of Japan has begun. News of the Masfedu bank robbery spread like a wildfire. Every pro-hero and police station working near the Masfedu area were immediately alerted and briefed on this new threat. A new vigilante, or rather a new vigilante group, emerged that night. Dubbing themselves Neo Lando Bell, 3 military-styled robots armed with machine guns and bazookas suddenly appeared and successfully incapacitated all the villains involved, including the C-rank villain Molten Man. There was a special briefing about Neo Lando Bell with the police force and pro-heroes that operated around Masfedu due to the presence of actual weapons utilized by these vigilantic robots. 2 days ago, at around 7:49 p.m., Masfedu Bank was targeted by C-rank villain Molten Man and his cronies. The authorities were notified, but when they arrived they saw the villains all detained and civilians accounted for. A suited police department chairman explains as he clicked on a remote, a projector flickered to life, revealing grainy images of the so-called robots that intervened in the robbery. 2 of them appeared to be green while another was red with a pointed fin on its head. All of them had spiked shoulder armor and a singular glowing eye. What the heck are these things? Death Arms asks, his expression mixed with confusion and concern. These robots are what apparently apprehended the villains. The video cameras in the bank were shot, so we had to rely on some footage that were recorded by the civilians in this crisis. The chairman explains. Furthermore, according to witness testimony, these robots claim to be part of an organization called Neo-Lando Bell. They were armed with functional firearms. Specifically what appeared to be machine guns and rocket launchers. However, and this is important, they used rubber bullets and non-explosive rounds. A murmur rippled through the assembled heroes. Rubber bullets? MT Lady leaned forward in her seat, her expression skeptical. That's surprisingly restrained. Indeed, the chairman nodded. No fatalities, no critical injuries. The villains sustained minor wounds, bruises, and some minor electrical burns. Once the villains were restrained, the robots left before the authorities arrived. We have no known location of where they may have come from. Death Arms crossed his massive arms that were essential to his character. So what are we dealing with here? This must be some mastermind at play here. Some kind of Quirk that controls these robots? Or a Tiger type with advanced tech? We don't know. One civilian said that he may have seen their commander around a teenager's age. But that's about it. The chairman admitted. But what we do know is that they're effective, they're organized, and they're dangerous. They are not an ordinary vigilante group. We may be dealing with an armed, unauthorized paramilitary unit. While their goal may be to stop villains, their methods and lack of oversight are a grave threat to public safety and the hero society. Have there been any other sightings? Kamui Woods asked from the back of the room. Several heads turned toward the wooden hero, who had been notably quiet until now. Not yet, but we may be expecting them sometime in the future. The officer suggests. Moreover, we need to figure out whoever is controlling these robots. They are smart, organized, and has access to technology we can't identify. The robots themselves appear to be approximately 7 feet tall, highly mobile, and capable of coordinated tactical operations. What's our directive? Kamui Woods asked finally. The officer's expression hardened. Find them. Identify their controller. Bring them in. They may have good intentions, but vigilantism of this scale cannot be ignored. And if they have access to real weapons technology, even non-lethal variants, that makes them a threat to public safety. After that meeting, the pro-heroes of Mosfetu and neighboring cities went on high alert. It was preferred to capture these machines on site, to minimize potential damage and to get clues on what these things are made out of and who built them. Although this situation is currently being dealt with within Mosfetu walls, it will soon diverge into something much bigger that will involve even the top heroes. The hunt for Neo-Lando Bell. Shinji Nishiya, more commonly known by his hero name, Kamui Woods, has been tracking this Neo-Lando Bell ever since they made their debut. He didn't really have a motive for NLB, but the words robot and military equipment puts him on edge. He was just as any other average hero, concerned over this potential threat to the public. He made his break when he heard that there have been 2 incidents involving an attempted robbery of a convenience store and mugging. Both witnesses claim they have seen a large robot help them. Gotcha. He managed to track one of them to a rooftop, one wielding a giant mace, and another one had joined him. This time it was one that was primarily white and blue. Kamui has deduced that those 2 robots, part of Neo-Lando Bell, were the ones that responded to the previous incidents. If it was his time to strike, he did it now. Binding them up with his arbor would haven't been challenging. But Kamui may have underestimated his opponents. When he unleashed his ultimate move, Lacquered Chain Prison, the one named Barbados simply smashed it to splinters with his mace. This threw a wrench in his plans, because that was technically his only fully developed ultimate move. Kamui sweat drops as Barbados boosted toward him after shattering his only ultimate move. However, Kamui was not a one-trick pony. Kamui dodged a swing from Barbados with a flip, bringing back his hand to release another burst of branches. However, Kamui heard the whir of a machine gun and Alex entered his peripheral vision. He quickly ekted a wooden shield from his right arm as it began to be peppered by heavy rubber rounds. He can't afford to be idle however, as Barbados came up again with his wrench mace. Damn it! Kamui Woods cursed as he used his left arm to launch another wave of branches towards Barbados. Barbados crushed the branches, but with a surge of power, Kamui Woods managed to overwhelm Barbados with a follow-up wave of branches, grabbing onto his arms with restricting branches. Barbados growled as he tried to rip the branch off his arms. It was initially working, but Kamui Woods layered his branches to make them thicker and stronger. Got you now. Now don't move from there and dash. Don't forget about me, bucko. Alex shouted as she kicked through Kamui's wooden shield. Her metal leg connected with Kamui's torso, and he was sent flying to the next rooftop. Barbados ripped off any remaining branches off his arms. Kamui gasped. Getting kicked in the chest with a metal leg was much more painful than expected. He recovered, but he knew it was only a matter of time before he got tired or too injured to fight. Arbor lacks destructive power, and in front of him were metal-armored combatants who didn't look like they broke a single sweat. Sheet. I really thought I could capture them just like that. How complacent of me. Kamui Wood squinted his eyes, trying to think of a plan. You're at a disadvantage here. I suggest you give up chasing us. Barbados pointed his mace toward Kamui. You wouldn't know how many villains told me that. Kamui Wood stood up, his eyes filled with determination, a small flicker of hope. I'm a hero. I stand in the name of justice, and I'll never surrender in the face of evil. He's on to something, watch out Barbados. Alex warned. I'll knock him out before he can do anything. Barbados ignored Alex's warning and boosted toward Kamui, ready to deliver an overhead slam with his mace. Kamui shaped his right hand in the shape of a sharp spike, an experimental ultimate move he hadn't had the time to properly practice and develop. Take this, piercing root spear. His arm shot out a lance-like projectile that struck Barbados in his left shoulder. The force was enough to force the mobile suit off balance and crash back on the rooftop. Holy dash. Barbados, you alright? Alex turns toward her comrade with concern. Superficial damage. Barbados said, but there's a piece of wood stuck in my shoulder, I can't get it out. The mobile suit dropped his mace and tried to remove the giant splinter lodged in his shoulder. Kamui Woods managed to strike Barbados in between his armor, striking right into his frame and blocking some of his hydraulics. As long as this thing is stuck, my left arm can't move. Pay attention. Crap. Alex boosted to the side as a wave of branches surged forward. Barbados as well, grabbing his mace as he boosted away from the mass of wood. Heh, it worked. I mean, take that vigilante. Kamui Woods internally celebrated his successful use of his newly named piercing root spear. Now I need to learn to be more pierced with it, starting with you. Kamui pulled back his right arm and formed another wooden spear, aimed directly for Alex. Piercing root spear. The wooden javelin shot out once more, going too fast for Alex to dodge it in time. Alex was forced to block the projectile with her right arm. The projectile pierced through it, disabling one of her Gatling guns. Oof. Alex stumbled on her back. The wooden spear lodged deep in her forearm, with sparks flying from the damaged joint. Oh, come on. Do you know how much Captain's gonna chew me out for this? Focus, Alex. Barbados swung his mace at another wave of wooden branches with his remaining right arm, his left arm still dangling uselessly. Kamui Woods pressed the advantage, launching branch after branch. It's over, you're both injured and outmatched. Surrender now. Not if I've got anything to do about it. Alex brought out her left Gatling gun, but just as it was about fired, it clicked. What? No way, it jammed. Get moving. Barbados pushed her aside to dodge another wave of branches. Alex gritted her metaphorical teeth, if she had any, and began going through her list of weapons. I don't have my beam rifle, both my Gatling guns are no good, and the Vulcans on my head probably would annoy Kamui here. Is there anything left dash? Oh wait, I still have these. Alex realizes, snapping out of her thoughts. She reached for her back and grabbed one of her beam sabers, drawing forth a powerful pink light. She set her beam saber to the non-lethal mode, the pink energy crackling with small arcs of electricity as a result. Wait, what are those? Kamui Woods' eyes widened. Laser swords? Don't worry, Woody. These babies are set to stun mode. Alex said as she swung her saber through the incoming branches. Despite being in stun mode and having less cutting power, the beam saber still sliced through Kamui's arbor like a hot knife through butter, the wood disintegrating into ash before it could even reach her. Oh man, I should have pulled these out from the start. This is so much easier. With Kamui Woods distracted by Alex, Barbados took the opportunity to pull out the wooden stake in his shoulder with his remaining right arm. He yanked it free in a shower of sparks. Barbados flexed his left arm and fingers, still working despite it. Control restored, left arm at 70% functionality, I'm all good. Barbados grabbed his mace with both hands and joined back to the battle. DMN. How do I counter literal energy weapons? Kamui thought desperately. He launched his lacquered chain prison again, but Alex simply carved through it like it wasn't even there. This inner doubt caused Kamui to slightly hesitate, setting himself exposed for Alex. I've got you. Alex declares as she lunged forward with her thrusters in full throttle. Kamui tried to dodge, but Alex was faster. She swung her beam saber in a wide arc and struck Kamui's right arm. Instead of cutting through, the saber sent a surge of stinging electricity through his entire limb. The wood coating his arm smoked and charred, and his muscles seized up from the shock. Arg! Kamui Woods cried out as his limb seized up and went numb. He stumbled away from Alex, clutching his right arm in pain. Ugh! I can't feel my arm. Whoa! Looks like the stun mode worked like a charm. Alex celebrated, then looked at Kamui Woods. Don't worry about your arm, Woody. It'll probably wear off in about 20 minutes, actually, maybe 30. Look, I don't know. I didn't really design this thing. Kamui Woods now firmly believed that he had underestimated his opponents. Ranged weaponry to keep him suppressed, strength and weaponry to destroy his arbor, and even laser-like technology that leads to a stinging shock on his arm. He had no feeling in his right arm now. He couldn't use his quirk with it, but even with one limb down, Kamui Woods stood steadily, his eyes filled with resolve that carried him throughout his years. Just because you took out my arm doesn't mean you've defeated me. Kamui Woods formed a fist with his remaining left arm. He tightened his core and readjusted his footing as wooden branches began to grow everywhere on his body. Even if you took out both my arms, I will still hold true to my resolve. I am a pro hero, and I'll see to it that you are dash. Slam! Kamui Woods' speech was cut short when a large impact hit him on the back. An explosion of dust flew up into the sky. Once the dust settled, Kamui Woods was knocked out cold, in the center of a large, spiderweb of a crater. It's surprising that the roof was still holding up at this point. The individual who took down Kamui Woods was none other than Gundam Barbatos, who had his wrench mace dead center on Kamui's back. When Kamui was distracted with Alex, Barbatos took the opportunity to deliver an overhead slam with his mace, the finishing blow to this confrontation. Target incapacitated. Barbatos reports, heaving his wrench mace on his shoulder. Geez Louise. Maybe Kubali was right, you post-disaster mobile suits are barbarians. Alex exclaimed. He was still going to attack regardless of his injury. I took him out when I had my chance. Barbatos said. He's still alive, still breathing at least. His comrades will pick him up. You sure are something, huh Barbie? Alex said, holstering her beam saber on her back before tapping into her comms. Captain, this is Alex, we took down Kamui Woods. Alright, quickly get to base, now. Izuku's voice held no weight, likely still processing the fact that he had to face down a pro hero. Got it. We're leaving. Barbatos leaped off into a nearby alleyway, with Alex reluctantly following suit. They needed to distance themselves from the scene of battle to avoid drawing more attention to themselves. Sorry Woody, like we said, it's nothing personal. Alex sympathetically murmured to a downed Kamui Woods before retreating. The afternoon sunlit sky melted to a molten orange evening. Alex and Barbatos touched down in a discreet location before walking toward the warehouse, where Izuku was already there, his face pale with worry as he rushed toward them. Are you two okay? His eyes immediately went to Alex's damaged arm and Barbatos' shoulder. Oh no, you're both hurt. Not hurt. We don't feel pain, just superficial damage. Barbatos flexed his shoulder but stopped when sparks and a small groaning emerged. My left shoulder has minor hydraulic damage, but all systems are green. Same here, I got a wooden spear stuck in my forearm, Captain. Alex showed her arm. But nothing a little repair work can't fix. Izuku now ran into two obstacles. The confrontation with Kamui Woods could have been avoided, but ultimately didn't, and Izuku knew that would only be the beginning. Second, his Gunpla were bound to get damaged in the line of duty, and maintaining and repairing them is vital to their performance. Fortunately, there is a much cheaper solution. Izuku could turn them back into plastic models and easily repair any damages. Izuku shrunk the two back to their model size and carried them to the workbench. He grabbed his plastic modeling toolkit, his hands shaking slightly. Both of you. I'm going to have to take away the Plavsky Particles, so you revert back to plastic models, alright? Do what needs to be done. Barbatos nods, assuming a relaxed standing position. Not complaining here, Alex does the same. Before activating his quirk, he smiled at the two. Good job, both of you, with your patrols and with Kamui Woods. He held out his hand and the azure particles from both mobile suit seeped back into Izuku's hand, becoming inanimate once more. Izuku began examining Alex's damaged arm, carefully removing the wooden spear, that also became smaller alongside Alex, still lodged in the joint. The other mobile suits gathered around. Izuku grumbled in frustration. How was he supposed to repair a literal hole inside Alex's forearm? Izuku internally notes himself that he should buy a 3D printer, so he can replicate parts when needed. When Izuku inspected Barbados, he was relatively unscathed, except for a significantly sized chip in his left shoulder. Some filler should do the trick. Captain, are you alright? New Gundam asked gently. You're trembling. What? I am. Izuku stammered, unaware of his nervousness. I'm fine. I just ordered you to fight a pro-hero. Someone who was just doing his job, trying to protect people. Captain, you gave the correct tactical order, Gundam said, his voice firm. If we had been captured, our entire operation would have been compromised. You protected your team. I know that. Izuku's voice cracked slightly. But that doesn't make it feel any better. Kamui Woods is a good person. He saved countless people. And I had to hurt him. Izuku repaired the damage in Barbados easily. The same cannot be said for Alex yet. I'm not blaming any of you, Izuku said. You did exactly what I asked. I'm frustrated with the situation. With myself. But internally, he was defiant. But, if I felt that way for every pro-hero, they'd eventually stop me. I'm not going to stop, and nobody's going to make me now. The HPSC, the pro-heroes, even the villains, I'm not going to let them stop me. That's what a real hero does, right? Valiantly said, Master. Sazabi spoke up. The same can be said for us. We will be there to protect you, be it villains and heroes. Izuku looked up at his mobile suits, his creations, his comrades, his friends. They were looking at him with unwavering trust and loyalty. Neo Londo Bell still had a long way to go, but for every civilian saved, Izuku could never feel even more proud. Sir. The Dom team has returned to base. Iwakzak reports. Oh yeah, let them in. Izuku orders. Neo Londo Bell will rise up to the top. Izuku will make sure of it. //. Shinji Namuya slowly opened his eyes, immediately regretting it as the fluorescent light sent spikes of pain through his head. His entire body ached, especially his back and arm. Ah, you're awake, a nearby nurse said, noticing his movement. Please don't try to move too much. You sustained significant injuries. Ow. What happened? Shinji rasped, though he already knew. The memories were coming back. The white and blue robot. The one with the mace. The impact on his back? You were found unconscious on a rooftop in the industrial district, the nurse explained. You have a large bruise on your back and an electrical burn on your left arm. You're lucky it wasn't worse. Shinji moved his left arm. Although he could move it perfectly fine, there was residual yet minor stinging sensation left by Alex's beam saber. Neo Londo Bell, they beat me. Shinji muttered, then turned toward the nurse. How long was I out? About 4 hours, she answered. It's evening now. The doctors say you'll need a few days to recover, maybe a week before you're back to full strength. I see, thank you nurse. Shinji thanks with a nod. Just doing my job, like how you did yours. The nurse smiled. Thank you for your hard work, now it's time for rest. The nurse left the room, leaving Shinji in the silence. He sighed in frustration and disappointment, his first time in the ward. The press is going to gobble it up like crazy. The door opens once more, revealing a plain middle-aged man in a big, brown trenchcoat. Shinji raised an eyebrow. Was this guy the press? Or, most likely, a member of the police department here to question him? Good evening, Shinji Namuya, or would you like to go by Kamui Woods? Naomasa introduces. My name is Detective Tsukachi. I'm here to question you on behalf of the Masfeitu Police Department regarding your encounter with Neo Londo Bell, if it's an appropriate time for that. I'm off duty, so Namuya is fine. Shinji shrugs. What would you like me to say? Oh, a general idea of what happened. A description of your opponents and what they were using. Naomasa asks. Kamui tried to sit up, wincing at the pain. I had a lead on them, 2 respective incidents with both witnesses claiming a robot helped them. I managed to track them on the rooftop and was about to detain them. Well, let's just say I underestimated them, badly. I see. What did they look like? There were 2 of them. They were both mainly white with a mix of blue. One was blocky while the other was more skinny and predatory looking. Noted. And their weapons? Where do I start? The skinny one, I think his name was? Barbados? Yes, it was Barbados. He had some giant mace that looked like a wrench. That was the only thing he used. Go on. The other one, I think it was something that starts with an A? An American-sounding name. Alex, I believe? Anyway, with these Gatling guns in her forearms, I managed to destroy one of them. She also had these, laser swords or something that she used. They cut through my arbor like it was nothing. Okay. And how did they incapacitate you? Naomasa wrote everything in a notebook. Every piece of information was valuable. Shinji squinted his eyes. I confronted them on the rooftop. I thought I could have easily restrained them with my lacquered chain prison, but Barbados simply smashed it away like nothing. Alex used her Gatling guns to suppress me. I was honestly backed into a corner until I used one of my experimental moves, piercing root spear. I managed to damage them, but it didn't matter. As soon as Alex drew her laser blade, I was done for. When that thing hit me, it felt like an electric ghost that flew right through my body, and then I lost all feeling in my arm. I was about to keep on fighting, but everything went dark after that. I see, this is excellent information. And what of their controller? Any clues that may lead us to them? No, nothing really important. Shinji admits. I should have let them go and lead me to their base. What's done is done, I'm afraid. Thank you so much, Mr. Namuya. This will do well in our investigation. Naomasa held out his hand, then retracted it after realizing his injuries. Likewise, we need to find them. They're dangerous, more dangerous than I thought. I think they were holding back on me, and with that kind of weaponry, who knows what could happen. Naomasa nodded. The news of your takedown really spread after we found you. More pro-heroes are getting involved now, heck, even the Hero Public Safety Commission is getting involved. After what happened to you, they're taking Neo Londo Bell seriously as a major threat. That's good, Kamui said, though his expression was troubled. As he lay there in the hospital bed, he couldn't help but remember how hard those two fought. They didn't fight like some emotionless robot following orders, they were fighting hard because they believed in someone. Who were they really? A hero who couldn't get licenses? Vigilantes with a grudge against the system? Or something else entirely? Shinji Namuya didn't know. But Kamui Woods was determined to find out. Well, that's all I have. I hope you have a speedy recovery, Mr. Namuya. Naomasa gave a polite bow before leaving the room. The door closes with a resounding click. Alone with the silence once more, Shinji looked up at the pale white ceiling of the hospital, the feeling of something unsettling growing in his stomach. I feel like something big is going to happen in the future, Shinji thought. Does this have to do with Neo Londo Bell? Morning, 07, weather, sunny. Temperature, warm. Visibility, unlimited. In the streets of Musfedu, a crisis has occurred. Trapezius Headgear, a villain in the midst of transport to a new prison, broke out and took a family of 3 hostage. MT Lady and Death Arms, who were nearby, immediately confronted the villain. However, because of the hostages, the heroes cannot do anything with risking harm befalling onto the family of 3. How shall the pro-heroes prevail? Don't you think about chasing me, heroes? Headgear flips a middle finger at a concerned MT Lady and Death Arms. Or else this nice little family here gets their necks snapped, you got it? Heroes, please save us. The mother taken hostage pleads with tears. If not us, then at least our daughter. No, this isn't good. MT Lady curses. My Quirk is essentially useless here. Heck, even if did make a move, he's going to kill that family. Death Arm sweats, he doesn't look like he's bluffing. The situation is certainly dire, the police could only back up any bystanders that might get involved and heroes could do nothing but watch. With every second passed, Headgear risks escaping custody and potentially harming the family. In crises like these, where there is no safe opportunity to guarantee a favorable outcome, one might stay calm and wait for the circumstances to change in their favor. However, there also are those who do stand idle, rather, they create their own form of opportunity, creating their own favorable outcome. That individual is none other than MS-06S Zaku II commander type. Click-clack. The sound of a firearm being ped silenced the street with dead silence. Heroes and villain froze as Headgear felt the cold sensation of steel kissing the back of his head. Zaku commander stood there with his machine gun pointed straight at the back of his skull. By the looks of things, he does not seem in the mood to negotiate or waste time. What the hell? How did you dash? Trapezius Headgear stammers, he too was shocked at how a mobile suit was able to get behind him so stealthily. Be quiet and don't move. Zaku commander pushes the gun further, Headgear only grits his teeth fearfully in response. You will follow my demands. Failure to do so and I cannot guarantee your safety. Gur. See, can't you see I have a family hostage here? Headgear stammers, not moving a single inch from his spot. The family stopped struggling and the daughter stopped her crying, nervousness and tension gripping their bodies like chains. Oh, I am very aware. Zaku commander's mono eye brightens. That's why I've decided that at the first sign of any risk to their lives, I will pull this trigger and kill you. Those shook any bystanders within earshot, killing a villain? That's illegal. Especially a vigilante doing so. Why you're joking? MT Lady sweats. He's making the situation worse. Death Arms whispers. Why yeah, the beach is right. Heroes don't kill. Why you wouldn't dare? Headgear nervously reminded. Trying to act tough, but his bravado from earlier seems to have disappeared. Funny of you to assume this weapon is not chambered with live ammunition. Zaku Commander pushes the gun even further. I'm not bluffing. Release the family and surrender. Or risk your brains being splattered on this street. I think the cleanup crew would be very displeased with the mess, so let's not give them extra work. What the hell? What's wrong with you? Trapezius Headgear was desperate now, sweating and stammering with his words. This robot wasn't bluffing, he's going to get killed, but he doesn't want to go back to jail either. Oh, nothing wrong with me. The same cannot be said for swine like you, sadly. Zaku Commander's mono eye flared. An individual who is ready to take a life should be ready for theirs to be taken as well. So, try it, try and kill that family. Let's see what's faster, shall we? You killing this family or a point-blank bullet to your pathetic dome of calcium you call a skull? I surrender. Trapezius Headgear croaks. His arms instantly reach for the sky and release the family of 3 from his grasp. I don't want to die, okay? I'll stop. See? I've released them. Excellent, I knew that brain of yours had some utility. Zaku Commander puts away his machine gun, before stabbing Headgear with the taser hilt of his utility axe and incapacitating him. His heavy form falling to the floor like a sack of potatoes. Holy shit. A bystander grabbed his own head in disbelief. That was freaking crazy. With the family secured and Trapezius Headgear in custody. The crowd cheered for Zaku Commander, despite his horrifying display from earlier. Zaku Commander simply gave the crowd a humble, thank you, and gave a quick salute before flying into the air and being picked up by a Dodai Kai. I'm grateful for the help but, MT Lady sighed, we're gonna run out of business if they take all the work. That was way too risky? I think that robot wasn't bluffing as well. I don't approve of that method. Death Arms scratches the back of his head. Geez, how the heck are we supposed to go after them if they have those flat planes to carry them away? As Zaku Commander was flying away on the Dodai Kai, he contacted Izuku within. His comms, Commander, I have successfully defused a hostage crisis. There were plenty of bystanders. I believe that would give us a boost in our publicity. Great work. I hope that the situation was de-escalated in an appropriate way. Izuku asks through the comms. More or less, Zaku Commander shrugs. Okay then, good to hear. Zaku Commander could hear the smile forming on Izuku's face. Your patrol time is up, meet up with the others at these coordinates for the switch. Understood, flying there. Zaku Commander commanded his Dodai Kai to fly over to the specified location by Izuku. Flying beside him was another Dodai Kai with a MS-14 Gelgoog and RMS-117 Galbaldi Beta flying on them. Gelgoog and Galbaldi, I assume your operations went smoothly? Zaku Commander asks. Sir. Gelgoog salutes. Everything is well on this end, we stopped a nearby hit and run. Didn't even break a sweat. Galbaldi Beta gave him a thumbs up. Excellent. Another successful patrol for Neo Londo Bell. Let's hurry, we can't let our comrades keep waiting. Yes, sir. The trio of mobile suits flew with their Dodai Kais to the switching spot. A large and empty alleyway, perfect for a 6-foot mobile suit to hide and do their business. The trio of mobile suits simply jumped off their Dodais and gently landed on the ground. Who was waiting in the corner was none other than OZ-00MS Tallgeese and XXXG-00W0 Wing Gundam 0EW. Well, it took you long enough. Tallgeese almost chuckles. Tallgeese, good to see you. Zaku Commander brought out his hand, both mobile suits shaking hands in their commonality, mobile suits piloted by the protagonist's rival. I assume you and Wing Zero are the ones taking over? Indeed. It is the highest honor to be selected by Master Izuku, even for the simple task of patrolling. We will do our best and show gratitude for our master's choice. Tallgeese proudly spoke, gripping a fist in the air. Well said. But, what about Tallgeese 3? I initially thought he would be here. Oh, you know he is. Young and overzealous. He might cause a ruckus here, especially in downtown. Tallgeese explains. As for 2, he might be too distracted at making sure the sun is at the right angle for his paint and coating to shine. Are you done here? Wing Zero asks, still hasn't spoken a word since Zaku Commander arrived. We should have exchanged confirmation of the switch within 8 to 10 seconds. We are wasting time here. Pish-posh, Zero. Can't 2 comrades have a conversation? Tallgeese asks. No. Well, I suppose I can't keep him waiting any longer. Zaku Commander clasped Tallgeese's shoulder. Good luck, may the will of Midoriya guide you. Sei Midoriya. Gelgoog and Galbaldi Beta cheered as they saluted. Sei Midoriya, Tallgeese salutes as well. I must admit, it takes a while to get used to saying it. We'll be on our way back to base now, Zaku Commander salutes. With that, the red mobile suit alongside Gelgoog and Galbaldi returned to their dodais and left, leaving their responsibility into the hands of the two after colony mobile suits. Mission accepted. Wing Zero flexed his flugels as his thrusters hummed to life. Let's do this. Wait, Wing Zero. We should be mobilizing in pairs. Remember the incident between Alex, Barbados and Kamui Woods? Tall Geese stopped the Gundam. Master Izuku made it so that we will always patrol in pairs, in the case one of us is otherwise captured by the enemy. Allow me to assist you. I appreciate it. But it's useless. I work better in solitude. With that, Wing Zero leaped into the air, flexing his angelic wings before flying across the city, ready to respond to any incident from Mosfetu airspace. Well, I suppose it's alright. Tallgee's thrusters spooled up to life. Despite that cold and aloof exterior. You have the heart of an angel, Wing Zero. Wing Zero flew across the skies of Mosfetu, surveying everything in a bird's eye view. Every time he flapped his wings, one might see pale white feathers falling down. When bystanders looked up to see Wing Zero flying, they all said the same thing, that they saw an angel flying across Mosfetu. Wing Zero was a very stoic mobile suit, one who is very dedicated to his mission. He'll see to Izuku's orders until the very end. Currently, the mission is to stop villainy and to help the public. As far as Wing Zero could see, there were no such incidents involving villains currently, but that doesn't mean he can't help people. The mobile suit then saw his first incident, a crying child on a nearby street. Instantly, he boosted his way toward the girl to see what was wrong. Someone! Please get Mr. Whiskers down. He's stuck. The girl cried as she tried to leap up the tree to save her cat, which was stuck on one of the 3 branches. She seemed pretty distressed to have her beloved cat stuck on this tree, with no way of her getting up there safely. Any bystanders simply walked away. They could have helped the girl with their appropriate quirks, but public quirk usage was illegal, and besides, the heroes will soon be there to help the poor girl out, probably. But just as the girl was about to give up and find her mother for help, she heard the flapping of wings. Looking up, she was blinded by a beautiful pale white figure who landed onto the ground as light as a feather. To the small and innocent young girl, it was as if a guardian angel had heard her prayers. You're crying. What seems to be the problem, young girl? Wing Zero asks, kneeling down to hear the girl's plea. However, the girl was too awestruck by the beautiful mobile suit to properly realize what he was saying. She was brought back to reality with a blink. Can you help get Mr. Whiskers down from that tree, please? The girl pointed to a black and white cat with certainly long whiskers atop the tree and sleeping. Task accepted. Wing Zero acknowledges. He stood up and was able to reach toward the tree branches easily and grab the cat. The feline, now awoke from its nap, began hissing and clawing at Wing Zero's arms, but ultimately failed to do anything on plastic-turned Gundanium alloy. The cat was given to the young girl, who stopped its hissing and struggling, for now, and the girl's grateful smile shone like the sun on a clear blue day. Thank you so much, Mr. Angel. The young girl celebrated by kissing her beloved cat on the cheek, much to the feline's dismay. You're welcome. Wing Zero found himself saying. He didn't stick around much longer, boosting back into the air and flew off to another incident. My! Where have you been? The young girl's mother ran up to her with a worried expression. How did you get Whiskers down? Mommy! An angel came and helped get Mr. Whiskers down. My answered happily. An angel? Over the next following hour, Wing Zero continued to help out within the community. Even if it was helping an old woman cross the street, stopping a baby carriage from entering traffic, and apprehending a purse snatcher who instantly gave up as soon as he saw Wing Zero descend in front of him. Needless to say, Wing Zero has gone above and beyond to do the menial, everyday heroic acts. Because of that, his popularity grew and grew among the people of Mosfetu. Was that a robot? But it had the wings of an angel. It's one of those robots from Neo Londo Bell. You know, the ones who stopped the robbery the other day. They've been responding to a lot of different incidents lately, haven't they? Even minor ones. That one with the wings is kinda hot, not gonna lie. Is it just me or does he kinda look like a robot version of Hawks in a way? Wing Zero watches over the streets of Mosfetu from atop a nearby building. The normally stoic mobile suit was standing stalwart like a guardian angel, enjoying the view of the peaceful city. He doesn't care for rewards or the benefit of the mission, just completing it was enough for Wing Zero. But the Gundam secretly admits that he feels accomplished, as if a greater purpose has been fulfilled, when he helped the various citizens of Mosfetu. Wing Zero looks at his hands. He's a Gundam, a weapon for war and destruction but now used as a tool to help others. Now I see how Master Izuku is so fond of heroes, Wing Zero admits. Their line of work is rewarding, to say the least. Yeah, I can't agree with you more. Wing Zero instantly spun around to confront the voice. He hadn't noticed the casual figure that was perched on the same rooftop like he was relaxing on a park bench. Leaning back, arms behind his head, red feathers glinting in the sun. It was none other than Hawks, the current number 3 pro hero. Yo, what's up? Hawks lifted a hand with a smile. The name's Hawks. But you probably already knew me, right? Hawks, Wing Zero tensed. How could he have not noticed the pro hero's approach? Well, honestly I have to admit, you're way prettier up close. Hawks grinned as he lifted his goggles. Seriously, I mean, look at those wings of yours. It kind of makes me jealous, not gonna lie. Skip the formalities. What do you truly want? Wing Zero challenges. Oh no, you got the wrong idea here. I'm here to congratulate you on your hard work. Hawks hopped onto his feet. That cat rescue? Adorable. And the way you scared that purse snatcher? I almost bursted into tears. I was simply assisting the public on behalf of my mission, Wing Zero states. Yeah, I know. Hawks paced around him, hands in pockets, as if studying a statue in a museum. Your team's been busy. Neolando Bell, right? Your commander must be really proud to see his creations help the public like this. You guys are doing good work. Even I can admit that. Your acknowledgement is appreciated, Wing Zero replied. I merely follow the mission, ensuring peace and protecting the people. Right. And that's why we've got one, itsy-bitty, teeny-tiny problem. Hawks emphasized with 2 of his fingers. Don't give me that, vigilante, schluck. Wing Zero confronted. My master knows full well that this operation undermines the law. So cut to the chase, pro hero Hawks. Hawks flared his wings a little, a movement that sheds a few of his crimson wings. Well, personally? I actually don't have a problem with you guys. However, because of a few specific, employers I should say, I've got to have a bone to pick with you. Wing Zero noticed the change in Hawks's posture and how his voice grew serious despite still having its playful edge. He was preparing to fight. Orders from them are kinda absolute, so I gotta follow 'em. Hawks stood tall in front of the robot that was taller than him. And besides, I'm kinda not ready to have a clanker replace me as a hero. Wing Zero's wings unfolded, thrusters humming like a choir readying for a hymn. Very well, the Gundam said, drawing forth a green beam saber as his emerald eyes flared brightly. Know this, pro hero Hawks. I will not allow myself to be captured. I must uphold my mission. Hawks exhaled, drawing 2 feathers and turning them into swords. His feathers began floating around him. If nothing else, let's make this look good. Hawks said. The 2 of them stood there, waiting for the other to make their move. Only the slight shuffling of feet as the 2 were poised for an attack. The silence was broken when Hawks was the one who initiated the fight. With a burst of speed, he flew towards Wing Zero aiming to slice his head, but instead was blocked by Wing Zero's own wings. The Gundam retaliates with a stab from his beam saber, which Hawks quickly parries. Wing Zero pressed on the attack by swinging his beam saber in a wide arc, but Hawks quickly dodged the attack and flew behind Wing Zero. Too slow. Hawks taunted as he swung from behind. But Wing Zero pivoted his body, his shoulders opened up to reveal 2 machine cannons and caught Hawks off guard. The cannons fired a stream of rubber rounds. Hawks dodged most of them, but he still got grazed. Ow, that hurts. Hawks commanded his feathers to attack, the red projectiles streamlining toward Wing Zero. The Gundam once more blocked the feathers with his wings, but Hawks saw it coming and directed some of his feathers to attack from his side. Wing Zero sensed the feathers and disintegrated them with a swing of his beam saber. With the flap of his wings, the Gundam closes the distances toward Hawks and delivers an overhead swing. The pro-hero blocks the attack with his 2 swords, thinking that he could retaliate with a counterattack, but the beam saber was slowly melting through the hardened feathers. Thinking fast, Hawks flew backwards just before his feather swords were completely melted through. Hawks grabbed another pair of feathers and turned them into swords. Hawks flew away to gain some distance, but his gaze never left Wing Zero. Sheet. I hate those laser swords, honestly. My quirk doesn't fare well with fire, especially if it's concentrated heat like those sabers. Hawks thought. Despite Hawks' feather swords being able to withstand Wing Zero's beam saber, it should be also noted that the Gundam's beam saber is put into non-lethal mode, and therefore its cutting power is significantly reduced. But it still held enough power to disintegrate Hawks' fierce wings. Impressive. He can direct his feathers like funnels. Let's see how he fares against this. Wing Zero thought as he sheathed his beam saber and unholstered both his Buster rifles. Wing Zero leveled both Buster rifles at Hawks, the twin barrels humming with barely contained energy. Let's test your agility, pro-hero Hawks. Wing Zero stated coldly. Hawks' eyes widened as he saw the telltale yellow glow building in the rifle barrels. He launched himself skyward just as Wing Zero fired. Twin beams of concentrated energy screamed through the air where Hawks had been flying a millisecond before. The beam pierced through the clouds, creating a clean hole within the sky. Holy crap! Hawks twisted mid-flight. Those things don't mess around. The battle shifted from the rooftop to the open sky. Wing Zero pursued, his white wings carrying him into the sky beyond as he tracked Hawks through the air. The Gundam fired his machine cannons. The barrage missed as Hawks' barrel rolled away, his smaller frame and natural flight giving him superior maneuverability. But Wing Zero was catching up to him and fast. "Heh, you're surprisingly fast, I'll give you that," Hawks called out, sending a volley of feathers toward Wing Zero as he repositioned himself. Wing Zero deflected the feathers with his wings, but Hawks used the distraction to dive lower. Wing Zero pursued but stopped his descent, hovering in place as he combined both his Buster rifles into his infamous twin Buster rifle. A clean hit from this at reduced power is more than enough to incapacitate the pro hero 10 times over. Wing Zero lined up the perfect shot, but he stopped. Hawks has positioned himself directly above a busy shopping district. Civilians below were pointing up at the aerial display, phones out, completely unaware of the danger. If Wing Zero were to miss, the damage would be catastrophic. "What's wrong?" Hawks grinned, though there was no humor in it. "Take your shot?" Wing Zero's optical sensors narrowed. The pro hero had deliberately positioned himself with the city streets as his backdrop, using the civilians as an unwitting shield. The Gundam quickly holstered his Buster rifles and drew his beam saber once more, the green blade igniting with a sharp hiss. In a burst of speed, Wing Zero slashed at Hawks, the pro hero blocking the attack once more. "Coward!" Wing Zero's voice carried a rare edge of contempt. "Using innocent civilians as cover, you call yourself a hero?" Hawks shrugged, kicking back away from Wing Zero now that the Gundam's Buster rifles were away. "Hey, I'm just using my environment. You think I, a regular old human, can stand a chance against those super laser guns you got there?" He spun his feather blades. "So I adapted. That's what heroes do. Your tactics disgust me." Wing Zero spat out. "Yeah, well, your commander isn't exactly playing by the rules either, is he?" Hawks shot back. Wing Zero surged forward, beam saber raised. Hawks met him with his feather blades, and the two combatants clashed in midair. The Gundam's superior mechanical strength drove Hawks back, but the pro hero's sheer agility kept him from being overwhelmed. They traded blows, beam saber to hardened feather, machine cannons to directed feathers, Wing Zero's calculated strikes against Hawks's unpredictable movements. Their exchange was recorded around the streets of Masfatu, where bystanders watched the fight with reverence, awe, and tension. "Holy shit, look up there!" A businessman pointed skyward, his briefcase forgotten at his feet. "Is that Hawks?" A teenager whipped out her phone, immediately starting to record. Oh my god, he's fighting one of those robots. The one with the white wings. I bet it's from Neo Lando Bell." Crowds were forming on the sidewalk, all eyes turned toward the sky. Phones were raised in every direction, dozens of civilians capturing the confrontation from different angles. "Dude, Hawks is getting shot at." A college student winced as he heard the roar of Wing Zero's machine cannons. "Those are actual guns, right? Who do you think is gonna win?" "Hawks, obviously. He's the number 3 hero." "I don't know, man. That robot is keeping up with him." Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, a local news crew from Masfata News Network scrambled to set up their equipment. The reporter, a woman in her 30s named Hana Yukimura, spoke rapidly into her microphone while her cameraman fought to keep the aerial combatants in frame. "This is Hana Yukimura reporting live from downtown Masfatu where an unprecedented confrontation is taking place." She gestured broadly at the sky. Pro Hero Hawks, currently ranked number 3 in Japan, appears to be engaging in combat with one of the vigilante machines from the organization known as Neo Lando Bell. "I'm losing them." The cameraman cursed, panning wildly as Hawks and Wing Zero moved with incredible speeds and unpredictable movements. "They're way too fast. Just keep recording," Hannah urged. "Even if it's shaky, this is breaking news." The news crew had to duck as Wing Zero flew past them to pursue Hawks. The crew's terrified screams were also recorded as the battle continued in the skies. However, the news was being broadcasted live, footage that Izuku managed to see from his warehouse base. "Holy shit." Izuku found himself cursing. Wing Zero is up against Hawks? Japan's number 3 hero? New Gundam asks. "Yes, the one that has the same aerial superiority as us." Sazabi stated, "This is the perfect opportunity to take him out. With him gone, no one can truly challenge us in aerial superiority." But he's the number 3 hero for a reason. Izuku grimly puts his hands together. Hawks might push Wing Zero to a corner that might make him rely on that. No way, the Zero system? XXXG-01D2 Gundam Deathscythe Hell EW said. Isn't that the heartless processing system that gives you the perfect victory at the cost of pilots' well-being, their morals, and innocent bystanders? You are precisely correct. Deathscythe. OZ-13MS Gundam Epion answers. I am also equipped with such a system. If Wing Zero were to unleash it while they are civilians in the way, it will spell untold destruction. Cool, I got it right. Do I get a prize? Deathscythe points to himself. No. Worth a shot. Izuku looks at the monitor with worried attention. He can't afford to lose Wing Zero or to unleash the Zero system if he's backed into a corner. Izuku isn't quite sure if his Gundams can exactly replicate their unique systems, nor did he want to test them out. Such as the Trans-AM or the Moonlight Butterfly. But Izuku trusts his mobile suits. He knows that Wing Zero can finish this without bringing unnecessary bloodshed. Back to the battle, the exchange of blows continued with no end in sight. Wing Zero could effectively keep on fighting the pro-hero, and Hawks knew that he would soon hit his human limits. Suddenly, Hawks darted in close, too close for the beam saber's reach, and raked his blades across Wing Zero's chest plating. Sparks flew as hardened feathers scraped against Gundanium alloy. Wing Zero used his hand to grab him, but Hawks twisted away. Then with a swing of his wings, he flung out several razor-sharp feathers at the Gundam before he could block them. The feathers managed to strike Wing Zero's chest armor with no effect, but one managed to pierce through and destroy one of Wing Zero's eyes. Wing Zero hesitated at the slight loss of his vision. An opportunity Hawks capitalized on with a grin. He sent in several of his feathers targeting the critical joints and openings. Wing Zero stopped as razor ship feathers managed to tear some of his critical innards, causing him to seize up. Fall, Gundam! Hawks roared, gathering his remaining feathers for a finishing blow. He dove toward Wing Zero, blades extended, ready to drive them through his head. At least that part was vulnerable. But Wing Zero didn't retreat. Instead, his optical sensors flashed once as his plans has finally come to fruition. Exactly as calculated, the Gundam stated. Initially, Hawks was confused by Gundam's statement, but his eyes widened in realization. In his focus on the fight, on exploiting the opening he'd created, he'd forgotten to maintain his position. They'd been climbing higher and higher with each exchange. He glanced down. They were now hundreds of meters above Masfatu, far beyond any risk to the civilians below. Once Wing Zero restored the functions of his body, holstering his beam saber and drawing both buster rifles in one fluid motion. At this range, Hawks couldn't miss them being aimed directly at him. Now, Wing Zero declared, charging up his buster rifles as the green jewel in its chest began to glow. Let's begin. Oh, sheet. In the blink of an eye, Wing Zero boosted his way toward the pro-hero with all of his thrusters. Gritting his teeth, Hawks scattered his remaining feathers in a desperate defensive screen and tried to dive away. Wing Zero fired rapid, precise bursts from alternating rifles. Each shot vaporized multiple feathers, the concentrated energy turning them to ash before they could reach the Gundam. Hawks twisted and rolled, trying to regain the altitude advantage, but Wing Zero anticipated every movement. More bursts lit up the sky, systematically destroying Hawks's feather attacks before they could connect. Since I don't need to account for civilians, I can focus easily on my enemy's every move. Wing Zero internally chuckles. How ironic. I, a machine with no apparent will other than to serve my creator, can control the Zero system to show me the exact actions needed for a victory of my preference. It's no use, enemy Hawks. Wing Zero advances toward Hawks. The victor of this battle has already been decided. What the? He's reading all my movements. Hawks realized with growing panic. His wings were getting lighter and smaller, too many feathers spent. He had to get back to ground level, back where civilians would force Wing Zero to hesitate. Hawks angled himself downward, preparing to dive. Wing Zero, or rather, the Zero system, anticipated this. The Gundam moved faster. The Gundam's thrusters flared and he closed the distance in an instant, his leg snapping up in a devastating kick that caught Hawks in the chest. The impact drove all the air from the pro-hero's lungs and sent him rocketing upward instead of down. Not this time, Wing Zero stated. As Hawks tumbled through the air, gasping for breath, Wing Zero combined both buster rifles with a mechanical click. The twin buster rifles' barrel glowed with building energy, far more power than the individual rifles, concentrated into a single devastating shot. The Zero system told Wing Zero to go full throttle with the shot, guaranteeing Hawks' death. However, Wing Zero refused. Twin buster rifle output? 25%. Wing Zero aimed the weapon at the airborne Hawks. The pro-hero righted himself, wings spreading to catch air, and his eyes went wide as he saw the weapon pointed at him. F dash dot. Wing Zero simply fired. The beam erupted from the twin buster rifle like a pillar of spiraling light, impossibly bright even in the afternoon sun. The pro-hero barely had time to cross his wings in front of himself before the beam struck. Although Wing Zero had dialed back the lethal power, the heat was overwhelming. Hawks screamed as his crimson wings and feathers were burned away in seconds. The power from the blast sent him spinning backward through the air, consciousness flickering. Wing Zero lowered the twin buster rifle, separating it back into two individual weapons and holstering them. Below, Hawks was falling, his wings completely burnt out, leaving only scorched stumps on his back. The pro-hero was unconscious, his hero custom covered in blackened char and holes, limbs limp, plummeting toward the city. Bro. This guy's dead. Leave him. The Zero system said. Why? Wing Zero asks. 'Cause? He attacked you, your eye and some of your inner systems are damaged. If he's alive, he'll come back and maybe, kill your master? However, the Gundam dove down toward Hawks. But Master Izuku wouldn't want that. He explicitly stated no killing. For Neo Londo Bell to prosper in the future, we must take account of these sorts of things. Wing Zero explained. LOL, that's so sappy. Whatever. I'm just a heartless processing system, so IDGAF. You do you, bro. With the Zero system deactivating, Wing Zero's thrusters screamed as he accelerated downward in a magnificent dive, his white wings flapping for maximum speed. He caught Hawks by the arm, but the sudden deceleration caused Wing Zero's damaged joints to spark and grind. I can't hold him. Wing Zero curses. He then catches sight of a skyscraper window washing cart. Wing Zero spun with his thrusters and threw the unconscious Hawks into the cart, scaring the window washer that was on the thing. Mission complete, Wing Zero stated to no one in particular. He tapped his comm system. Master. Izuku, engagement with pro-hero Hawks concluded. He is alive and will require medical attention for his injuries. Excellent work, Wing Zero. Izuku sighs in relief from the monitor. He almost had a heart attack after the news broadcast couldn't catch the rest of the battle in the clouds. Are you alright? I've sustained some damage to my inner operating systems. Wing Zero tried to move his weakened arm. Should I make an emergency retreat back to base? Yes, after that fight, you need some rest. I'll send in someone else to replace you as Tolgi's partner. Understood. Wing Zero paused, looking down at the defeated Hawks. The hero's expression seemed surprisingly peaceful, despite the injuries and loss he suffered. He fought well, Wing Zero admitted quietly. But he underestimated my resolve. With that, Wing Zero's thrusters ignited once more. His white wings spread, and despite the damage to his eye, he took flight. Pale feathers drifted down toward the streets below as he ascended back into the sky. On the streets of Mosfetu, people looked up and pointed. Some had witnessed the aerial battle. Others only saw the angelic figure rising once more into the clouds. Oh my god, did you see that? No way, did Hawks lose to that robot? Yo, I got the whole fight on video. Dude, send it to me. I'm posting this right now, this is going to blow up. Hawks lost. The number 3 hero actually lost. Was Neo Londo Bell this powerful? An angel and a bird of prey. Who would have thought? The crowd slowly began to disperse, but conversations continued animatedly. The battle would be the talk of Mosfetu, and soon, all of Japan, for days to come. On the news rooftop, Hannah looked at her cameraman. Tell me you got everything. Well, every second that I could track, he confirmed, checking his footage. The quality's rough in places, they were moving so fast. But, we've got the major moments. The initial fight, the final shot, and the save. Good. Hannah smiled, a giggly smile as she celebrated loudly. Our ratings are going to go so high up. Peace has been restored to Mosfetu. The battle may be won, but the war against pro-heroes and the mobile suits of Neo Londo Bell has begun. // And then Zex destroyed the generator himself, after saying that Hero was too pure of heart to perish. Declaring that he will live the life of a warrior and promised Hero they would meet again as the blast enveloped the Epion. Tolgis concluded his story. Where was the OZ-00MS Tolgis currently at while Wing Zero and Hawks were fighting for their lives? Well, he was talking to MT Lady and Death Arms who were on their lunch breaks. The trio was currently sitting at a random ramen cart. Although Tolgis couldn't eat, he gladly sat down with the heroes and began to tell the life story of his pilot, Zex Merquise. Oh my god. You stifled a tear, currently distraught after hearing of Zex's end. That's so noble, why did a handsome guy like him have to die? Are you alright, Takayama? Death Arms asks. Don't tell me you're drunk. Erg. I'm so jealous of that beach, Noin. She sounds so plain-looking. You slams her fist on the table as she looks at Tall Geese. Hey Clanker, are my BRSTs at least bigger than hers? Tall Geese takes an uncomfortable look at you with his unmasked visor. His face cover laying on the counter nearby. Yes? Haha. That's something that I have over her. You declares proudly. Actually, Zek survived the ordeal. But I think that's a story for another time, Tall Geese said as he observed the hanging TV on the ceiling corner of the ramen cart. The broadcast has just concluded with Wing Zero as the victor against Hawks. No way. Hawks lost? The ramen shop vendor muttered in disbelief. Your comrade certainly didn't waste any time, Death Arms comments, looking up at the TV. Indeed. Wing Zero, he's one of our finest, Tall Geese replied with a hint of pride in his voice. Hey, Tall Goose, was it? Death Arms leaned back on his stool. I've been meaning to ask, what's your relationship with that red one? The one I saw this morning. Tall Geese tilted slightly, as if considering how much to reveal. Zaku Commander is a comrade in arms. A fellow soldier who serves our master with distinction. We share a certain understanding, you could say. Understanding? Death Arms pressed. We are both mobile suits piloted by those who stood as rivals to the protagonist in our respective stories, Tall Geese explained. There is a kinship in that. A mutual respect born from similar origins. He is reliable, disciplined, and uncompromising when the mission demands it. The guy who threatened to blow someone's brains out this morning? You slurred slightly. That's your friend? Friend. That's a more adequate term. I suppose. Tall Geese admits, a bit of warmth in his voice. However, he stopped as if he was getting a message from an unknown entity. He then grabbed his face cover and put it back on his visor. I must be going now, duty calls. Wait. You need to tell me how Zek survived. Alf. You fell down on her stool. Oi. Drinking on the job? Come on, Takayama. Death Arms grabbed the drunken currently off-duty MT lady with one arm. Well, our lunch breaks are almost over, so we'll be going soon as well. Thank you for having me, ramen shopkeeper. Tall Geese gave his thanks as he grabbed his Dober gun and shield that were leaning on the ramen cart. It was a pleasure to speak to you too, MT lady and Death Arms. May we find ourselves together once in more favorable circumstances. Tall Geese was about to leave as his thrusters hummed to life, before being interrupted by Death Arms. Hey, this isn't over, Clanker. Death Arms' voice cut through the air, serious and low. Death Arms shifted MT lady's weight, ensuring she wouldn't fall, then looked Tall Geese directly in the eye. Look, I don't know what you robots are trying to accomplish, and honestly, some of what you're doing is not terrible. Hell, that hostage situation this morning could have ended badly if your commander hadn't stepped in. But? Tall Geese stopped, sensing his incoming warning. But the Hero Public Safety Commission isn't going to sit idle anymore, Death Arms said grimly. After what happened with Kamui Woods, and definitely with Hawks today, they're going to escalate. Word on the street is they're already putting together bounties on Neo Londo Bell mobile suits. Big ones. Enough to get even the lower-ranked heroes interested. Bounties, Tall Geese repeated the word. Yeah. You get more money if you capture one of you guys, but you could also still claim the bounty if you destroy one of them. Death Arms continued. I'll admit that what you guys did today was pretty good, but you're still vigilantes that are breaking an established law. More heroes, including the big shots like Hawks, might come to misfata here. Tall Geese was silent for a moment, processing this information. I appreciate the warning, Death Arms. Truly. Don't thank me, Death Arms shifted uncomfortably. Just tell your commander to be careful. And maybe consider turning yourselves in before things get worse. The Commission has connections and a lot of resources. Probably more than your organization. My master is aware of the risks. We all are. But we have a mission to complete, and we will see it through to the end, no matter what you or the Commission decides. Tall Geese declares. Figured you'd say that, Death Arms muttered. Tall Geese raised his hand in a brief salute. Until we meet again, Death Arms. Take care of MT Lady. Yeah, Death Arms waved him off. Tall Geese thrusters flared to life, and he lifted off from the ground, shield and Dober gun held securely. As he flew toward his designated patrol zone, Tall Geese couldn't shake the weight of Death Arms' warning. The Hero Public Safety Commission was moving. The battle between pro-heroes and Neo Londo Bell was no longer just isolated incidents. It was about to become a war. Afternoon, 14, weather, overcast. Temperature, warm. Visibility, unlimited. This is bullshit. The temperature in the room surged to uncomfortable degrees as Endeavor's hellflame hair flared in the room. Mr. Endeavor, please calm down. Agent Meguru sighs. You'll trigger the fire prevention system if you don't keep your quirk in check. I refuse to believe this. Endeavor points to rough news footage of the fight between Wing Gundam Zero and Hawks. You mean to tell me one of the top 10 heroes, defeated by the hands of some clanker? The top 10 heroes have gathered by orders of the HPSC to discuss the recent stream of events regarding the defeat of Kamui Woods and especially Hawks at the hands of the mobile suits of Neo Lando Bell. The situation has grown very significant within the past days, especially with Neo Lando Bell growing more active by initiating patrols. This increases their public popularity, but it also gives the HPSC valuable data on the mobile suits that Neo Lando Bell is employing. The conference room was spacious, with a large oval table dominating the center. A large screen displayed various footage of Neo Lando Bell's activities, not only the hostage rescue and Wing Zero's patrol and with Hawks, but it also showed footage of never-seen-before mobile suits responding to various incidents. The atmosphere was tense, charged with a mixture of disbelief, anger, mostly from Endeavor, and grudging respect. Believe it, Endeavor, Best Jeanist spoke calmly. The footage doesn't lie. Hawks was outmaneuvered and defeated decisively. His wings won't fully recover for a week, they said. Decisively? You sound like you're praising them. Endeavor snapped at Best Jeanist, his flames flickering. This is a threat. These machines are operating outside the law, undermining our entire system. They're also stopping crimes and saving civilians, Gang Orca pointed out, leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed. Can't ignore that part. That hostage situation this morning? The one with the red mobile suit? They saved the family and took down the villain, even if the method was more intense than usual. The method was threatening to execute a criminal. Crust interjected, a few tears coming out his masked eyes. That's not exactly heroism. That's vigilantism at its worst. Yet it worked. Ryukyu added quietly. No civilian casualties. The family was saved. The villain was apprehended. Agent Meguru cleared his throat, stepping forward to address the assembled heroes. If I may have your attention, Meguru stated, the Hero Public Safety Commission has compiled all available intelligence on Neo Lando Bell and their mobile suits. What we're dealing with is an organized vigilante group with significant resources, advanced technology, and most concerning, a clear command structure. He pressed a button on a remote, and the screen shifted to display profiles of various mobile suits that had been identified. We've managed to gather what little info we have based on witness accounts and social media. The room grew quieter as more profiles appeared, including Dom Tropin, Dwaj, Alex, Barbados, Gelgoog, Galbaldi Beta, Talgeese, and others. How many of these things are there? Endeavor demanded. Current estimates suggest at least 20 distinct mobile suit units, but that's just the bare minimum. There could be possibly more. Meguru replied. They're organized as well. They operate in patrol shifts, coordinate their movements, and maintain a support network that includes aerial transport platforms. We've never managed to properly track them back to their base. This is essentially an army, Edshot murmured. An army that's winning hearts and minds, Gang Orca added grimly. A public opinion poll in Musufatu shows a 28% and increasing approval rating for Neo Lando Bell's activities. That's absurd. Endeavor's flames surged again. The public really trusts these robots more than we, professionals with proper training and licensing? Endeavor, please, Meguru said firmly. Your flames. The number 2 hero forced himself to calm down, his fire dimming but his scowl remained the same. And where's All Might in all of this? I thought this was a meeting for the top 10. Well, unfortunately, All Might has his teaching job at UA. We did initiate this meeting at such late notice. Meguru explains. Ryukyu leaned forward, so what's the plan? We can't just let them keep operating. They've beaten the Hawks, a very significant hero, and that's a problem. If they can take down a top 10 hero, what's stopping them from going after the rest of us? Nothing, Best Jeanist said quietly. Which is precisely why the Commission has called this meeting. Agent Meguru nodded. The HPSC has authorized the implementation of a bounty system targeting Neo Lando Bell mobile suits. Effective immediately, any hero who successfully captures or neutralizes a mobile suit will receive substantial compensation, both monetary and in terms of public recognition. He pressed another button, and a new screen appeared, displaying the bounty list. Zaku Commander, 20 million yen, capture, 60 million yen, neutralization. Status, mid-range, high-mobility command machine. Last seen, 7:30, downtown Musufatu. Responding to a hostage crisis. Threat level, A. Notes, one of the robots that responded to the Musufatu bank robbery. Seen coordinating with multiple different units during urban patrols. Limited intelligence. Wing 0, 45 million yen, capture, 85 million yen, neutralization. Status, high mobility, high output machine. Last seen, 8:45, downtown Musufatu, fighting and defeating Hawks. Threat level, AAA. Notes, responsible for the defeat of Hawks. Unmatched aerial maneuverability. Significant firepower. Limited intelligence. A low whistle escaped gang orca. 45 million? That's the highest bounty I've ever seen placed on a villain not classified as a natural disaster. That's essentially a small pro-hero agency's budget. Edshot's eyes narrowed at the numbers. These are very high numbers, numbers that will draw in more heroes into the fight. Young ones. Reckless ones. Those hungry for recognition. Endeavor slammed a fist into the table, leaving a scorch mark. Good. Maybe now the idiots out there will finally wake up. If these clankers want to parade around like heroes, then they should face real consequences. Best Jeanist exhaled slowly. And in doing so, the HPSC is all but inviting open conflict between heroes and these mobile suits. Agent Meguru did not deny it. The stakes have reached that level. We cannot afford to let an unregulated force continue to grow unchecked. Their technology is beyond anything on record. Their combat ability was demonstrated clearly. Imagine if that sort of power is directed toward the people? The heroes of Japan will have an enormous fight ahead of you that will lead to potentially more casualties and destruction. We hope that with this encouragement, we can nip this disaster in the bud. The heroes cannot deny the risk that Neo Londo Bell displays. They are essentially up against an army that can rival the pro-heroes of Japan. If a major conflict like a literal war were to break out, the costs would be heavy and unimaginable. Ryukyu folded her hands thoughtfully. Meguru gave a curt nod. While the Commission won't publicly announce the bounty system, word will spread through the pro-hero network soon enough. We expect increased engagement from more heroes, and we expect that you in the top 10 will coordinate with these other heroes to take out NLB together. Ladies and gentlemen, the conflict of heroes versus Neo Londo Bell has begun. And once the bounties circulate, many more pro-heroes will choose to take the fight to them. The room stayed silent. There was a reluctant agreement within the pro-heroes. The die has been cast, the sparks have been ignited, and a storm was brewing on the horizon. Yagi Toshinori, as the symbol of peace, is very dedicated to his job as a hero. He will always be there with a bright smile on his face, saying, "I am here," in a that reassures the masses, that yes, the symbol of peace has arrived to save you. The same exemplary performance cannot be said for this teaching job, which is always on time or late, never early. However, today was an exception. All Might usually responds to any incidents that occur during his morning route to UA, however, as of recently, these sort of cases have already been taken care of by the new vigilante group, Neo Londo Bell. If you ask All Might's opinion on this matter, he has a mixed reaction. He will admit that NLB does good work with their fast response time and resourcefulness, however, he will include that vigilantism and illegal quirk usage is ultimately illegal. But for today, Yagi admits that he's thankful for NLB for taking care of the morning's incidents and arrives at UA without using too much from his 3-hour limit. "Good morning everybody, for I am here," All Might declares as he enters the staff room, then returning to his skeletal form in a puff of smoke. Cough. "How's everybody this morning?" "Oh, All Might's here early," Present Mike said. "Wait, All Might's here early?" Inside voices, "Please? I didn't get a swig of my coffee yet," Eraserhead groans. "Well, this is a surprise. We can finally go on with our schedule." "Oh yes, rescue training with 13 at the USJ, correct?" Yagi walks toward his desk. "Yeah, but Toshinori, you heard of the news that just happened?" Hisashi asks, his tone suddenly growing serious. "No? I haven't been able to take a look on my way here," Yagi confesses. "Well, it turns out that Hawks got defeated," Shota reveals. "By Neo Londo Bell, no less." Yagi stopped mid-step at the news. He's never formally had a conversation with the young and upcoming hero, but he respects him for his extremely fast climb up the pro-hero ladder, coming at number if one of the top 10, especially a top 3 hero, was defeated by Neo Londo Bell, then the shockwaves to society would be extraordinary. "Hawks, defeated?" Yagi stammers. "Yeah, everybody's pretty shocked about it as well. It's the talk of the town." Hisashi notes. Yeah, Eraserhead takes a huge gulp of freshly brewed coffee. It really took a blow on the public perception of heroes. Now there's conversations of the rise of Neo Londo Bell, with some saying they are growing dangerously powerful. Yagi felt conflicted right now. He could have helped Hawks in his fight on his way here, and now the heroes have lost a valuable member. Well, enough of that, what's done is done. Shota rises from his seat. He'll recover, they said that Hawks will recover in a week or so. All Might, it's time we get going. Oh, of course. Yagi turns into his buff All Might form. There's no time to waste when it comes to the education for the new generation of heroes. The Hero Course Class 1A are currently being transported by bus to the Unseen Simulation Joint, not to be confused with Universal Studios Japan. The ride to the USJ was not silent in the slightest. Discussions were already being made about the fight between Wing Zero of Neo Londo Bell and Hawks. I can't believe that Hawks, the number 3 hero, got packed by a robot. Denki exclaims. It's a total shock, no pun intended. Did you see the robot that took him down? Mina shows everybody a photo from a social media post. Look at its wings. It looks like an angel. How can something so pretty be so scary too? Toru exclaims. Hey Melissa, do you know what this robot is? Ejiro looks towards Melissa on the bus, who was sitting beside Ochako. Let me see. Melissa grabs Ejiro's phone to take a closer look. Since Melissa will be active in training, she switched her glasses for a pair of contact lenses. That's, now wait, the Wing Gundam Zero? Specifically the one in Endless Waltz. Oh, so you do recognize it? Mina's eyes shine with this new info. Yes. This is one of the most iconic mobile suits within the Gundam franchise. Piloted by Hiro Yui, it's like an upgraded version of the regular Wing Gundam Zero in the Gundam Wing anime. Its wing binders were upgraded from parts of the Tallgeese Flugel, that's why it has those angel-like wings, and its twin buster rifle is extremely powerful to the point it damages the mobile suit itself with the sheer recoil. Oh, I forgot to mention it can also transform, but it wasn't featured in Endless Waltz. Melissa continues to mutter about facts and trivia of the mobile suit that overwhelmed everybody. Wait, slow down Melissa. You're losing us with all this info. Ochako laughs, gently placing a hand on her friend's shoulder. Melissa blinked, then blushed slightly. Sorry. I get a bit carried away when it comes to technical stuff like this. But yes, Wing Gundam Zero is incredibly powerful. If Neo Londo Bell really has a functional version of it, then Hawks never stood a chance. It's kinda cool though. Denki leaned forward excitedly. You said that a Gundam is a super powerful machine, right? It's kind of like watching an anime. No, it's not cool, Kaminari. Tenya said with his usual directness. A hero was seriously injured, by a vigilante no less. Not only vigilantism, but they should also be charged with assault, resisting arrest, and unlawful use of a quirk on top of it all. Yeah, you guys think Hawks will recover, right? Ejiro tried to sound optimistic. Heroes bounce back from stuff like this all the time. Not usually from fights with giant robots, Kyoka muttered, her earphone jacks twitching. Regardless of the circumstances, we must remember that Neo Londo Bell are vigilantes operating outside the law. While their methods may appear effective, they undermine the entire hero system that we are training to uphold. Tenya reminds everybody as if it were routine for him. Ida has a point, no matter how impressive their technology is. We don't exactly know Neo Londo Bell's true motives or if we could even trust their machines. Momo agrees. But they're also saving and helping people, aren't they? Ochako pointed out quietly. Katsuki, who had been silent this entire time with his arms crossed and eyes closed, finally spoke up. TCH, doesn't matter how fancy their toys are. A real hero doesn't need to hide behind some robot. Bakugo's right, in a way, Shoto said calmly. Relying on technology rather than developing one's own abilities could be seen as a weakness. But it would be pretty cool if you got to pilot in one of those giant robots, like for out on a joyride. Mina then turned to Melissa with an eager look on her face. You make your own support gear, right Melissa? Do you think you could build something like that? Me? No way. Melissa laughed. Unless we have an ultra-compact fusion reactor, then building a functional mobile suit is far beyond current technology. She glanced down at her full gauntlets, the first real invention she'd ever completed. Back then, she'd been desperate to prove she could be useful despite being quirkless. Things are different now, she reminded herself internally. Melissa, I actually wanted to ask you something as well, Ribbit. Tsuyu turned toward the blonde girl. Fire away, Azui. Call me Tsuyu said. Your quirk kinda reminds me of All Might's. Wah! Melissa almost fell out of her seat at the suddenly revealing question. Oh yeah, I guess they are kinda similar. Your quirk gives you a boost in speed and strength, right? Ejiro adds. Melissa's heart hammered in her chest. Stay calm. Stick to the cover story. Oh. Honestly, I think it's a coincidence. It's true that All Might is good friends with my father, but nothing more. She forced herself to keep talking, to seem natural. Besides, when I first tried out my quirk, the bones in my arm shattered. I don't exactly have his durability. The memory flashed through her mind that first day after receiving One for All, Uncle Might's and her father's horrified expression when her arm had snapped like a twig. 6 months of brutal training beforehand, and her body still couldn't handle it. Is that so? I guess it is a coincidence. Denki said. But I'm so jealous. You get to call All Might your uncle. That's practically family. Mina pouts. Ha ha ha, yeah. She unconsciously touched her right wrist, where the bone had broken. A bad habit she'd developed over the past year. Hey, Melissa, Ochako whispered, leaning closer. You okay? You got quiet all of a sudden. Oh. I'm fine, Melissa smiled. Just thinking. All right, everybody. We're here. Shota's stern voice stopped the idle chatter, and the bus began to slow down as they approached their destination. The students got off one by one and into the USJ. The unforeseen simulation joint was an impressive facility. As Class 1A gathered up in the entrance, they stared in awe at the massive dome structure before them. However, not as everything will go as planned for today, in more ways than one. Melissa adjusted her hero costume as she stepped off the bus, running through a mental checklist of her hero costume. For her top she wore a sleeveless crop top that also exposed a portion of her midriff, colored primarily in dark navy with red and white highlights. The material was sleek and breathable like a scuba diving suit. Her full gauntlets gleamed in the light, a reminder of where she'd started. But it was her bottom portion of her costume that mattered the most. They were armored, mechanical with protective shin and calf guards. Her boots were chunky and high-tech, made to be durable and shock-absorbent to hit hard and withstand the recoil of One for All. She called them the Buster Greaves, arguably her most complex invention as of date. The heavily reinforced mechanical boots had taken months to perfect, with built-in thrusters at the heels for extra power. She had pouches on her other thighs that contained first aid supplies and emergency parts when some of her support gear acts up in the field. Arms can break too easily, she thought, but my legs can handle so much more. She discovered that she can control the output of One for All during her second month of testing, after the broken arm had healed. She calls it full cowling, spreading the power of One for All through her body at 5%. If she couldn't punch at full power, she'd just have to kick instead. That 1 year of gymnastics when she was 12 years old had given her the flexibility, but it was the Muay Thai and Taekwondo training that taught her how to really use her legs as weapons. Hundreds of hours perfecting roundhouse kicks, practicing knee strikes, drilling the fundamentals until her muscles remembered every motion. She rolled her ankle experimentally, feeling the weight and power of the greaves. Every kick now carried the force of One for All channeled through calculated engineering. Whoa! Denki breathed. This place is huge. Welcome, everyone. A figure in a bulky spacesuit greeted them cheerfully. I am the space hero, 13. Today, I'll be guiding you through various rescue scenarios. Oh my god. 13 is one of my favorite heroes. Ochako whispered excitedly to Melissa. Their quirk is amazing for rescue work. Where's All Might? Don't tell me he's late again. Aizawa asked, walking up to 13. He should be arriving shortly, he needs to get his costume on. 13 replied. As if on cue, the doors burst open and All Might strode in, his signature smile beaming brightly. I am here, and on time. The students cheered, everyone voicing their excitement. Class 1A was truly lucky to have the literal symbol of peace as their teacher. Melissa felt her chest tighten with emotion. It had only been a year since that day on Island, when she'd accidentally overheard the truth about One for All, when Uncle Might had no successor, when she'd convinced both him and her father to give her a chance. Melissa looked at All Might's eyes with a flame of determination. Uncle Might, I won't let you down, she promised silently. I'll become the greatest hero, just like you. Hey All Might, you're alright? Shota asks a question regarding All Might's time limit. Never better. Thanks to Neo Londo Bell responding to this morning's incidents. I've barely used 15 minutes of my time. All Might whispers. Shota's eyes narrowed slightly. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I haven't decided that yet, All Might admitted. Whatever. Let's stop wasting time now. Shota shrugs. Before they could continue their conversation, 13 began addressing the students. Now then, before we begin, I want to talk to you about my quirk. It's called Black Hole. I can SCK in and disintegrate anything from my fingers. It's useful for easily removing debris to rescue trapped civilians. However, this same power could easily kill someone if I'm not careful. The students listened intently as 13 continued. All of you have quirks that could be dangerous, even lethal, if misused. In this society, quirks are heavily regulated and certified, But please never forget that your powers exist to help people, not hurt them. That is all. Thank you for listening. As the students applauded, Shota noticed something appear in the plaza of the USJ. It was a black and purplish misty substance, which suddenly expanded, and out came a pale-looking man with light blue hair and severed hands all over his body. Villainous-looking individuals came out from the portal, radiating with hostile intent. Shota grits his teeth. This was going to be a whole lot of trouble. Stay together. Aizawa commanded immediately, his capture weapon already unfurling from his neck. What's going on? Melissa gasped. Is this part of the training? Ejiro asked uncertainly. No, All Might himself said grimly. Those are real villains. The figure was covered in disembodied hands, his posture hunched and unsettling. His voice sounded like dried-up sandpaper. Well. Heroes in training. And look, All Might is here too. Perfect. Who are you? All Might demanded. Me? I'm Tamura Shigaraki, the hand-covered villain said casually, scratching at his neck, his red eyes in between the fingers of his hand mask filled with malevolence. We're the League of Villains, and we're here to kill you, All Might. What? Melissa found herself blurted out, her eyes widened with fear as clasped her mouth. 13. Get the students out of here. Aizawa shouted, drawing his goggles. Me and All Might will hold them off. But Aizawa, 13 started. Go. As 13 ushered the students to evacuate, Eraserhead was about to jump down to fight until he was stopped by All Might. Aizawa. I think I alone should handle this. All Might stopped Eraserhead. What? They are clearly after me, not the students. Go and help 13 with the students. Fine, go on ahead, symbol of peace. Eraserhead reluctantly lets him go. All Might smiles, never wavering despite the dire situation. Have no fear, students. All Might declared, for I am here. The symbol of peace launched himself from the entrance, his body a golden blur as he rocketed toward the central plaza. He landed with such force that the ground cracked beneath his feet. It's All Might. Get high. Any and all villains were quickly incapacitated to the chop to the neck. With All Might's superior speed, he dodged and weaved through the villains' attacks and was taking them out at record time. Well, as expected, those mobs we hired can't do anything against All Might. Tamura scratched his neck as a joyful smile began creeping up. But he's slower than I expected. Sensei's right? All Might is getting weaker. Tamura turns toward the black and purple misty figure. Kurogyri, bring it out now. At once, young master. Kurogyri transformed into a portal, and a monstrous figure stepped out of it. It was humanoid but with an exposed brain, inhumanly bulky body, a beak-like mouth, and bloodshot eyes that seemed vacant yet predatory. It was just standing there next to Tamura, menacingly. The students who were witnessing All Might's performance at the entrance had their blood run cold. What is that thing? All Might looked at the disturbing creature. Meet the bioengineered Nomu, he's designed specifically to kill you, All Might. Isn't he beautiful? Shigaraki chuckled dryly, before pointing a finger at the symbol of peace. Kill him, Nomu. The Nomu roared as it moved with sudden, explosive speed, far faster than something that size should be able to move. All Might blocked its powerful punch, and he got pushed back a significant distance as a result. Such power. All Might realized. The Nomu leaped toward All Might again, and the hero decided to counterattack with his own punch. The two titans collided with explosive force, All Might's punch met Nomu's, and the shockwave from the impact rattled the entire facility. They traded blows, each hit powerful enough to shatter concrete, to crumple steel. That's bizarre. This thing is really tough. All Might said with a smile. The Nomu looked completely fine. In fact, he grabbed All Might by the waist and performed a suplex on him. All Might caught the floor with his hands just before he made impact. With a heave, he threw the Nomu off of him. Ha ha ha. The Nomu has impact absorption and super regeneration. Punch it all you want, All Might, it won't budge an inch. This thing is the anti-symbol of peace. I see. But you said it has shock absorption. All Might's smile never wavered once. So there's a limit to how much it can take. All Might wasn't weakening. His punches weren't losing power. His smile wasn't straining. Instead, he punched faster and faster, adding more and more power to his punches, more than the comfortable threshold of Nomu's impact absorption. What? Shigaraki scratched at his neck frantically. No. He should be weakening. The Nomu has impact absorption. All Might should be dead. But All Might had barely used any of his 3-hour limit this morning. Thanks to Neo Londo Bell handling all the incidents on his route, he was fighting at nearly full capacity. You think you can defeat me with this? All Might's voice carried absolute confidence as he caught one of Nomu's punches. You've gravely underestimated the symbol of peace. All Might roared as he pulled his fist back, every muscle in his body tensing as One for All reached 100%. Detroit, Smayawash. The punch landed with the force of a bomb. The Nomu's body couldn't withstand it, even with its impact absorption and regeneration. The sheer overwhelming power of a fully charged All Might was too much. The creature was sent flying, crashing through the ceiling of the USJ and disappearing into the sky like a twisted shooting star. Back in my prime, this fight would have ended in 3 punches. All Might held his right fist up in victory. But today's victory cost more than 300 punches. The students of Class 1A cheered in celebration. 13 and Eraserhead breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of the number 1 hero, prevailing against a literal assassination attempt on him. Melissa dropped to his knees as she released a breath of pure relief. Her uncle was safe, everybody was safe. Shigaraki stood frozen, hands trembling in rage and frustration. No, that's impossible. Nomu was supposed to kill you. Your plan has been thwarted, villain. All Might said, turning his piercing gaze on the pale man. And now, you will face justice. Kurogiri warped beside Shigaraki immediately, already forming a portal. Young master, we must retreat. The plan has failed. No. Shigaraki's scratching turned into clawing at his neck. This wasn't supposed to go like this. We came here to kill All Might. I won't leave until. Now. Kurogiri insisted. Shigaraki glared at All Might with pure hatred. This isn't over, symbol of peace. Next time, I'll end you. The warp gate swallowed both villains, and they vanished. All Might stood there, breathing steadily, his form still strong. And All Might was still in his muscle form, having only used perhaps 30 minutes total. He leaped back toward the entrance to check up on his students. Is everyone all right? All Might called out to the students. We're okay. Melissa declared, a little shaken, but okay. That was so cool, All Might. You stopped the villain's attack, just like that. Ejiro cheers. All Might had won, decisively, easily, because for the first time in a long time, he'd been able to fight at his full power. Well, the media aftermath is going to be a fiasco. Eraserhead dreaded the PR nightmare that's going to come soon. A direct attack on a hero institution is bound to draw attention, especially for the students who were almost targeted by the League of Villains. What matters right now is that the students are safe. 13 said. Yes, that is true. All Might agrees, looking up at the hole in the ceiling where the Nomu had been launched. Within minutes, the rest of the UA staff began arriving as the crisis was over. The police came by, arrested the knocked-out villains and restrained Nomu. That thing, the Nomu. Shota started, the villain said that it was designed to kill you. And yet it didn't. Honestly. It was pretty tough. If I was fighting it at the near end of my limit, I would have had a lot of trouble. All Might admits. In a way. That meant that Neo Londo Bell's involvement this morning stopped this incident from getting worse. Shota circles back to their conversation of NLB resolving most of the incidents. You're right, Aizawa. All Might couldn't help but feel a strange mix of gratitude and unease. Neo Londo Bell's actions that morning inadvertently had saved his students' lives. Chapter text. Saturday. Morning, 9:45. Weather, rainy. Temperature, chilly. Visibility, slightly limited. The rain hammered down on Muzutafu's industrial district, turning the narrow alleyways into rivers of grime and runoff. Izuku Midoriya, clad in his black tactical gear and distinctive red mask, moved through the shadows. It had been 3 days since the USJ incident, 3 days of increased patrols as Neo Londo Bell worked to establish their presence in specific areas. Beside him, 2 mobile suits kept pace, MSK-008 and ASWGXX Gundam Vidar. The latter mobile suit moved with elegant precision, the former just walking with his beam rifle at the ready. Your Grace, I must protest this weather, Vidar said, her voice carrying a refined, almost aristocratic tone. If illness were to befall on thou, the low morale will cripple our forces. I think Vidar is just worried about her paint job, Daijay replied dryly, his light blue frame moving with quiet efficiency. Thou cur. Hast thou no acknowledgement for his Grace's well-being? Captain's out in the rain because it's his own choice. I think it's better to respect that. Izuku suppressed a smile beneath his mask. Both of you, please focus. Izuku started, there have been recent reports of a potential missing person seen through here. We're here to find and help them. Understood, Captain, Daijay acknowledged immediately, but his rifle was tracking potential threats. At once, Your Grace. Vidar bows, I was merely questioning the wisdom of Your Grace exposing himself to the elements whilst we, who feel not the chill of rain nor the bite of wind, could hast conducted this patrol ourselves. Well, I just wanted to get out. That's all. Izuku shrugs. A hero must be ready to save anybody in any condition, be it rain or shine. Heh, at least bring an umbrella next time, Captain. Daijay comments. The streets were flooded with a centimeter of water as puddles along the sidewalk and concrete began to form. A chilly wind blew across the buildings, sending the rain at an unfavorable angle. Gray storm clouds casted a general feeling of grimness upon the land. Izuku pulled up his coat's collar to better shield himself from the cold. Nobody dared to go outside, and decided to wait out until the storm was gone. Neither the mobile suits noticed anything wrong or anybody doing anything suspicious in this weather, but they still carried on with their patrol. Izuku was surveying through an alleyway, and that's when he saw her. A figure huddled in a makeshift cardboard shelter near a dumpster, trying desperately to stay dry under the minimal shelter. Small frame, torn poncho, soaked through, shivering. A girl, probably around his age. A girl who was in trouble with our boy Izuku here has a mysterious phenomena where he will always be drawn to situations where people need help. Hold it, Izuku raised his fist, signaling the mobile suits to stop their movement. He pointed toward the shivering girl and with both suits acknowledging, Izuku marched his way toward the girl. Miss? Are you alright? Izuku asks. The figure flinched, pressing deeper into the cardboard to hide herself. A hood obscured her face, but Izuku could see pale skin, wet blonde hair plastered to her cheeks. Hey, it's okay, Izuku said gently, raising his hands to show he meant no harm. I'm not going to hurt you. You look freezing. Do you need any help? For a moment, the girl didn't respond. Then, slowly, she lifted her head. Large, golden eyes stared at him from beneath the hood, eyes that seemed to glow slightly in the darkness, eyes that seemed to be filled with something, a hunger. You want to help me? Her voice was soft, almost childlike, but there was something underneath it. Oh, of course. Izuku said, stammering a bit after realizing he was talking to the opposite SEC, something he has little to no training and experience in. Izuku took a step closer, but behind him, both mobile suits tensed, their sensors knew something was off. It's dangerous out here, especially in this weather. Maybe I can provide you with some blankets? Who are you exactly? The girl tilted her head. I'm the commander of Neo Londo Bell. Izuku reveals, he then extended his hand to assist the girl. And I'm here to help you. I'm so glad. I'm really glad. The girl smiled, grinned. A manic, toothy grin while her cheeks blushed wildly. Izuku felt something crawl on his back, his gut was telling him that something was wrong and that he needed to get away from this girl, quickly. I'm glad you feel that way. If you could, we can take you somewhere much more drier. The girl moved, fast, way too fast for a normal civilian. A small gleaming object appeared in her hand, a knife. Did she always have that in her hand? That girl lunged at Izuku's throat with a manic grin spreading across her face. Then let me have a taste of your blood. Just a little. But Vidar was faster. The mobile suit launched herself with her thrusters with blinding speed, her armored fist intercepting the knife move and simultaneously driving into the girl's stomach with precisely calculated force, enough to knock the wind out of her. The girl flew backward, hitting the alley wall with splash and a pained gasp, the knife clattering from her grip. Your Grace. Vidar's voice boomed with fury as she positioned himself between Izuku and the attacker. Art thou unharmed? Speak, I beseech thee. I am fine. Izuku gasped, his heart hammering in his chest like a drum, his lungs heaved from the fear of getting his throat sliced open. I didn't even see the knife. Son of a dash. Where did she go? Daijay was already there to respond as well, his beam rifle poised as his mono eye went back and forth, scanning through the alleyway. She disappeared, just like that. Vidar stood up after checking Izuku. She looked through the adjacent alleyways and heard watery footsteps of the assailant. The girl was already moving, already on her feet despite the pain, trying to dart past Daijay toward an adjacent alley. Oh no you don't. Daijay spots her just as Vidar did, he leaped into the air as he moved to block the escape route, his bulkier frame filling the alley. The girl tried to dodge, but Vidar was already there, her movements predatory and precise. Vidar raised her foot, her hunter's edge blades already extended. She dove down onto the girl, not on the girl herself, but on the fabric of her oversized hoodie, hunter's edge blade stabbing the clothes and pinning her to the ground face-first in a puddle. Thou shalt not flee, would-be assassin, Vidar declared, her voice dripping with contempt. Thou hast committed an act of violence against his grace. For such transgression, there are consequences most severe. The girl thrashed beneath Vidar's foot, her voice desperate. No. Let me go. Let me go. You're a slippery one, aren't you? Daijay said, moving closer to examine the pinned attacker. His mono-eye flared as he scanned her face, now visible as her hood fell down as she tried to escape. Hey, wait a second. Captain, I think I recognize her. What? Izuku ran up to the mobile suits after recovering himself. His uniform was now soaking wet, and the mask made things harder to see. Who exactly is she? Daija's voice hardened. I think this is Toga Himiko, a suspect in multiple murder cases across 3 prefectures. Subject considered highly dangerous and possibly mentally unstable. Izuku felt his blood run cold. Daijay, you're saying, this girl? Yeah, you almost became another one of her victims, Daijay stated bluntly. A freak of nature, Vidar sneered with disgust, pressing down slightly more on Himiko's pinned form, the girl starting to choke from increased pressure. A creature whose twisted quirk hath warped her mind into monstrousness. Daijay, prepare restraints. We shall deliver this wretch unto the authorities. Himiko's eyes winded, she started to struggle more, clawing desperately at the concrete. She tried to squeeze out of Vidar's grip, but the Gundam pressed harder. Her golden eyes were filled with desperation, anger, and so much fear. Couldn't agree more, Vidar. Daijay holstered his beam rifle and produced a pair of restraints. Stay back, Captain. Now, let's put this monster into the slammer dash. I'm not a freak. The scream tore from Toga's throat, raw and desperate and filled with years of pain. Izuku and the other mobile suits were taken aback from the outburst. She thrashed harder, her fingers clawing at the wet pavement. Why can't I just be myself? I didn't ask to be like this. I didn't ask for this quirk. I didn't ask for everyone to look at me like I'm Dash. Her voice broke into sobs, her body shaking with more than just cold. There's nothing wrong with me. But everybody, my parents, my teachers, the other kids, they all looked at me like I was something broken. Toga continued, her words spilling out in a torrent. All because I can't like what I like. Because my quirk needs blood. Because seeing blood makes me happy and that's wrong and I'm wrong and I tried to be normal. I tried so hard. I smiled and pretended and hid what I was and it hurt and nobody cared. Nobody ever cared. Himiko Toga had realized that this was the end of the line for her. She knew so much about the rising of the brand new Neo Londo Bell and its accomplishments. She stalked patrolling mobile suits that were completely unaware of her. One might say that she was a fan of them. She so desperately wanted to meet this amazing commander that everybody was talking about. Who were they? What did they like? Were they the same age as her? What did their blood taste like? What would they look like if they had their blood splattered all over them? So on and so forth. But now, here she was, trapped under the soul of a mobile suit and sooner or later, they'll lock this freak up to where she belongs, all because she was a bit different from anybody else. She was really crying now, tears soaking her face along with the rain as she grit her teeth in frustration and despair. She gave up on trying to flee these robots. Izuku stood frozen, her crying echoing in the chambers of his mind. All he could hear was the pain in her voice. A desperate, aching loneliness that he recognized all too well. Seeing Himiko be in such turmoil, something inside of him compelled him to step forward, to extend a hand and save this poor soul. Vidar, Izuku said quietly. Daijay. Stand down. Both mobile suits turned their heads toward him in surprise. See, Captain? Daijay questioned. The suspect is dangerous. She tried to stab you. I can't let you come closer to the girl. I know what she did, Izuku interrupted. But let me just talk to her. That's an order. Daijay looked toward Vidar. The two mobile suits didn't want to compromise Izuku's safety but couldn't reject his direct order either. Izuku stepped forward, approaching the pinned girl slowly. Vidar shifted her foot slightly, maintaining pressure but allowing Toga's head to turn toward Izuku. Her face was streaked with tears and rain, her eyes, a peculiar yellow color, wide and wild and desperate. Commander, I must protest, Vidar began. Noted, Izuku said. Just keep an eye on her. He knelt down, bringing himself to eye level with Toga despite the puddle soaking through his pants. Toga Himiko. That's your name, right? She stared at him, confusion mixing with fear. What are you? In an unprecedented event, Izuku took off his mask, revealing the full extent of his face and his shining emerald eyes. I'd like to apologize on behalf of my comrades' statements, Izuku apologizes. What they said of you was cruel, we didn't know of your past or the nature of Quirk. What are you saying? Why you don't understand a single thing? Himiko stared at him with those unblinking yellow eyes, her brows narrowing as she looked like she'll growl at him. My quirk lets me bring plastic models to life, Izuku said simply. I can create an army of autonomous weapons. The Hero Public Safety Commission tried to force me to work for them because they considered my quirk too dangerous to leave unsupervised. When I refused, they rejected me from UA and tried to blackmail me into compliance. His masked face was unreadable, but his voice carried conviction. So yeah, Toga. I understand what it's like to be treated because of your quirk. I was treated like a weapon that needs to be controlled or eliminated. Toga's eyes widened. You. They really. The difference between you and me, Izuku continued, is that I found people who accepted me. My mother. My mentor. My mobile suits. He gestured to Vidar and Daijay. They don't care that society thinks my quirk is dangerous. They see me for who I am, not what I can do. His eyes winded with sympathy. I'm guessing it's not the same for you. Himiko just stared at the ground, her eyes filled with bitter memories. Of all the times she had to act normal, all the times where she wasn't accepted the way she is because she was different, a freak, a monster. He extended his offering hand toward her. You tried to hurt me. You're wanted for crimes I don't even want to think about. And you're clearly unstable and insane. Izuku's voice was gentle but firm. But I also see someone who's been rejected, dismissed, and forced to suppress who they are until they broke. Someone who needed help. What? What are you saying? I'm saying you can belong somewhere, Izuku replied, his voice filled with determination to save this girl from going down an even darker path. Neo Londo Bell isn't just about fighting villains. It's about helping people too. People like me who don't fit into society's neat little boxes. He smiled. Your Grace. Vidar's voice was sharp with alarm. Thou cannot be serious. This girl is a murderer. A danger to thyself and all around her. Yeah, not gonna lie, Captain, but this girl is clearly nuts. We're not really equipped to be therapists either. I suggest we retrain her and the proper authorities can deal with her crimes. Daijay pointed at her. Daijay. Izuku stood up and glared at the mobile suit. Daijay straightened up instantly. Forgive me, sir. I was out of line. You're forgiven, Izuku said, before looking back at Himiko with those sympathetic, green eyes. When's the last time you ate, Toga? When's the last time you slept somewhere safe? Toga's lip trembled. I don't. Come with us, Izuku said. To our warehouse. We have food, shelter, and well, mobile suits who won't judge you for your quirk. He kept his hand extended. I'm not saying I forgive what you've done. I'm not saying there won't be conditions. But I am saying you don't have to be alone anymore. For a long moment, Toga just stared at his hand. Then, slowly, hesitantly, she reached out and took it. Vidar, release her. This is madness, Vidar muttered, but she lifted her foot, releasing Himiko. Toga struggled to her feet, Izuku supporting her weight. She looked up at him and something shifted in her yellow eyes. Not the manic gleam he'd seen before, but something much softer, something she has never felt before. The rain still splattered down on both of them, but Izuku couldn't care less. You're really not scared of me, she sniffled, rubbing out the rest of her tears from her eyes. Nah. I'm terrified, Izuku admitted. But fear isn't a reason to abandon someone who needs help. He turned to his mobile suits. Vidar, Daijay, we're taking her to the warehouse. But we're also taking precautions. Restrain her and keep a close watch on her. Understood, Daijay brought out his beam rifle, barrel pointing toward Himiko's back. Miss Toga, if thou wouldst extend thy wrists. I shall endeavor to make thy bench as comfortable as possible. But make no mistake, any further attempt to harm his grace, and my next strike shall not be so gentle. Toga reluctantly allowed herself to be restrained, her eyes never leaving Izuku's face. Why? She asked again. Why are you doing this? Everyone else just wanted me to be normal. Locked up or dead. Why do you care? Thought about his rejection from UA. About the HPSC's threats. About spending years being called worthless by Bakugo. About his mobile suits pledging their loyalty when the world had turned its back. Despite all of these hardships, he has every right to curse out against the world, but he didn't. Izuku still had the heart of a hero, he couldn't say no to anybody that looked like they needed help. Because I want to be a hero. And heroes don't turn a blind eye to a person suffering. Izuku firmly said, putting his mask back on as his words left their impact on Himiko. I cannot fathom the mere thought of this, special guest, joining our ranks. Vidar still voiced her opposition. Heh, and so starts Captain Izuku's harem. Daijay snickers. What? Thou hast saideth it. Vidar put her hands in front of her mouth. How inappropriate. Thou think his grace will be NTMT with multiple partners. Ha. Daijay laughed. You know what's funny, Gundam Vidar? You're an uptight post-disaster mobile suit without a shred of mercy. But as soon as you hear anything related to romance, you crumble like a cracker. Our romance? I am a machine of war. Why would I be worried about such foolish topic? Vidar stammers. I also don't understand half of what the F you're saying with that thou bullshit. Daijay added, before being stabbed in the shoulder. //. The warehouse erupted into chaos when Izuku arrived with Toga in tow. Yo, the captain brings a human. A GM custom exclaimed. A female human. Agira Doga added with surprise. What's she doing in our super secret base? Master, is she a prisoner or a guest? Sazabi's cold voice cut through the chatter, his mono eye fixed on the restrained girl. Both, Izuku said firmly, helping Toga sit on a crate. She looked around in wonder at the dozens of animated mobile suits surrounding her, all watching with glowing sensors and mono eyes. Some of the mobile suits were already enlarged as well. Everyone, this is Toga Himiko. She's going to be staying with us for a while. She looks ravished and dirty, AMX-004 cubily criticized with crossed arms, her mono eye staring at Himiko's soaked and worn-out clothes, like some homeless girl that got picked up. I think it's also worth noting that this homeless girl tried to stab the commander. Daijay delivered a fair warning. Knowing full well what was going to happen next. The warehouse then erupted in outrage, mobile suits jeering and voicing their anger on Himiko. Some were already drawing their beam sabers. What? New Gundam's voice was uncharacteristically sharp. Captain, is what Daijay saying true? She did, Izuku confirmed. And she's wanted by the police. And her quirk is dangerous. All of that is true. He looked around at his mobile suits, his family, in a strange way. But she's also a kid who was rejected by society for having a quirk they didn't like. Just like I was. I'm not asking you all to trust her fully, but I want you all to give her a chance. The mobile suits looked at themselves, murmuring amongst each other. Soon, they put down their weapons and listened to their creator. Thank you, everyone. Now, I need some to grab a blanket and spare pair of clothes from my room. Izuku orders, before realizing what he had just said, and explodes into a blushing mess. Sharing clothes with a stranger, let alone a girl? Yeah, that's kinda embarrassing. I'm on my way. Zeta Gundam was already out of the warehouse, transforming into its Wave Rider mode, and flew off to fetch the requested items. We got a blanket here, sir. Amarasai brought a blanket and put it over Himiko's shoulders. Himiko tried to pull the thermal blanket tighter around herself but couldn't due to her restraints, her golden eyes darting nervously between the assembled mobile suits. Some watched with open hostility, their weapons still within easy reach. Others observed with curiosity, their optical sensors tracking her every movement. They seemed conflicted, their loyalty to their commander warring with their distrust of the stranger who'd tried to harm him. So many. Himiko whispered, her voice small and uncertain. The opposite from the manic girl who'd lunged at Izuku with a knife. They're all yours? Every single one, Izuku confirmed, wringing water from his coat. I built them. My quirk brought them to life. Well, they're my comrades, my family. Some family, they look like they want to kill me. Himiko muttered, eyeing a particularly intimidating AMS-129 Gira Zulu that was glaring at her with contempt. One wrong move, girl, the Gira Zulu coldly warns, making a cutthroat gesture with his thumb. Enough, Sazabi's voice cut through the tension like a blade. The crimson mobile suit stepped forward, his imposing form casting a long shadow over Himiko. She shrank back instinctively, but Sazabi's mono eye was fixed on Izuku. Master Izuku. If we are to harbor this girl, this criminal, what are the conditions? Surely you don't intend to simply release a known murderer into our midst without safeguards. Of course not. Izuku turned to face Himiko directly, his expression serious despite his still wet hair plastering to his forehead. Toga, listen carefully. If you're going to stay here, there are rules. Himiko nodded in response. Rule 1, no harming anyone in Neo Londo Bell. That includes me, my mother, Sei, and every mobile suit here. Break that rule once, and there's going to be severe consequences. Some might look friendly, but every one of my mobile suits don't take friendly fire very well. Rule 2, Izuku continued, your quirk requires blood to activate, right? We'll figure out a safe, CNSNS way for you to use it. Absolutely no attacking people for their blood. Medical blood bags, maybe. Or, he hesitated, his cheeks flushing slightly, or I could give you some voluntarily. Himiko's eyes widened, genuine shock replacing the wariness. You'd really do that? You let me have your blood? Why, you won't think it's weird. Well, I've seen a lot of bizarre quirks, so I had my fair share of weirdness. Izuku said firmly, remembering the various quirks of pro-heroes he recorded in his notebooks. But only after you've proven you can be trusted. Which brings me to Rule 3, you'll help Neo Londo Bell with our missions. That means training, learning combat tactics, and when you're ready, saving people. You use your quirk for good instead of harm. Saving people. Himiko repeated the words like they were in a foreign language. I don't think I'm cut out to be a hero. Not exactly a hero, per se, I'm a vigilante, which makes me technically a criminal as well. Izuku said gently. You don't need to directly help people, but you can assist us with it in different ways. I believe that you can change. I don't see a monster that needs to be locked up, all I see is a suffering person who needs help. Himiko looked at the ground, her heart in a mess of emotional confusion. She wanted to reject these rules, she wanted to live how she wanted to live, not abiding or restricted by any rules. But, this boy, who spared her from eternal incarceration, who chose to spare a thought to someone like her to see her who she truly was instead of a monster or a freak. Himiko looked up at Izuku and smiled. Right now, she was listening to her heart and her heart was telling her to stay with the boy that had given her this chance. I'll accept, Himiko said, I'll be good, and I'll try really hard to make it up to you, I promise. The warehouse fell silent save for the patter of rain on the roof. Even the most hostile mobile suit seemed taken aback by the girl's acceptance. Izuku smiles, a trusting smile. Good to hear. Welcome aboard, Recruit Toga. He saluted. Himiko would have tried to replicate it, if only she still wasn't restrained. Whoa, we got a human member now? That's kind of hard to wrap my around. A GM3 spoke. If the commander trusts her, then we should as well. Agira Doga shrugs. Or at least, give her the chance to earn it. The sound of transformation echoed through the warehouse as Zeta Gundam swooped back in through the loading bay doors, its Wave Rider mode converting mid-flight back to mobile suit form. It landed with practiced grace, holding a bundle of clothes. Got what you asked for, Captain. Zeta announced. Though I gotta say, raiding your personal closet was a bit challenging. I tried to find clothes that would best fit her. Thank you, Zeta. Toga, we'll release the restraints so you can put these new clothes on you. Izuku said, but he paused as he thought about it. Actually, come into my office, for some privacy. Commander, we can supervise her. Zaku II stood up. No, I want to talk privately with her. Izuku spoke, before blushing. And of course, I'll look away. As the two were on their own devices. Izuku's mobile suits were left to discuss. So, Recruit Toga, what an interesting development. Kubali smirks. Looks like the captain's too good for his own sake. ZZ Gundam smirks. Guys, we can't forget that she tried to murder him. GM Sniper 2 protested. How are we supposed to just accept that? Because our commander has deemed it so, Sazabi's voice silenced the debate. Master Izuku has made his decision. We may disagree, we may harbor doubts, but we will respect his judgment. However, his mono eye swept across the assembled mobile suits, we will also remain vigilant. The girl will be watched at all times. Any suspicious behavior will be reported immediately. Agreed. A chorus of acknowledgements echoed through the warehouse. Good. Sazabi turned. Master Izuku has extended his protection to her. She is now a member of Neo Londo Bell as an recruit. Therefore, she is under Neo Londo Bell's protection as well. Like it or not, we should be adjusting to working with her from now on. //. Izuku's office was less an office and more a converted broom closet in the corner of the warehouse. A salvaged battered desk, a rolling chair with one squeaky wheel, shelves lined with Gunpla boxes and model building supplies, and a single flickering fluorescent light overhead. But it was private, or as much as the walls wanted it to be. Izuku stood facing the corner, his back rigidly turned toward Himiko as she changed behind him. He could hear the rustle of fabric, the soft sound of wet clothes hitting the floor. SSSO, Izuku muttered, desperately trying to fill the awkward silence, the clothes might be a bit big on you. I'm not exactly. I mean, I don't really know girl sizes or anything, so Zeta probably just grabbed whatever looked smallest in my closet. It's fine, Himiko's voice was quiet, almost shy. She blushes as she puts on Izuku's clothing. It's nice. I like your clothes, they're warm. The rustling stopped. You can turn around now. Izuku turned slowly. Himiko stood there wearing one of his old All Might hoodies from years ago. The hoodie hung to her knees, and she'd rolled up the sleeves multiple times just to free her hands. She'd paired it with some track pants that she'd had to tie tight with the drawstring to keep from falling off. Well, why you look warmer at least, Izuku said, gesturing to the chair. Please, sit. We need to talk. Himiko sat, pulling her knees up to her chest and wrapping the oversized hoodie around them. Izuku leaned against his desk, studying her carefully. Let's talk about your quirk, he said gently. I want to know everything about it, if that's all right with you. Himiko was humming as she thought for a moment. It's called transform. I drink someone's blood, and I can become them. The more of their blood I consume, the longer the duration. A cup of their blood will give a day's worth of transformation time. I copy their appearance, voice, even clothes, but it could layer into my own, so it helps if I get naked before I transform. She glanced up at him. I see. Izuku said, instantly taking notes after getting a notebook from who knows where. So you can only transform by drinking their blood? What about sweat or? Izuku stopped himself from going in further, blushing in embarrassment. Actually that's disgusting, sorry, forget I ever said that. Hee I don't mind. Himiko gave him a toothy smile as she leaned forward. I like talking to you, Izuku-kun. Eep. Izuku thought he would faint with how this girl was acting, but he focused, he tried to put on his commander persona and continued. So we know your quirk requires blood to activate. But do you need it to survive? Izuku asks. Not really. I don't shrivel up if I don't get enough blood. But I crave it, Himiko's hands clenched into fists. All the time. It's like being hungry, but worse. It's in my head, constantly. I see people and I just want to know what they taste like, want to see the red, want to feel it on my tongue. She cut herself off, her breath coming faster. And everyone said that was wrong. That I was sick. That normal people don't think like that. Fascinating, your quirk creates the craving, Izuku nodded with understanding. It's not you being twisted. It's your quirk's activation requirement manifesting as a need. And judging by the look on her face, she must have had a traumatic childhood. Developing a mental disorder and worsening that psychological need. Izuku thought, and then he had an idea. Himiko. I want to see your quirk in action. Izuku put down his notebook and unfurled his sleeve, surprising Himiko. What are you doing? Himiko asks. I'm willing to give you some of my blood. Izuku held his arm. You can, bite and SCK it out, right? Himiko's mouth was agape, revealing 2 sharp canine teeth. You, really? You'd really give me your blood? You won't think it's weird? Of course I don't. There are quirks that require their user to do specific things to activate them, like consumption of substances. Izuku explains, yours is unorthodox to say the least, but that's just the nature of your quirk. But that doesn't give you a reason to hurt people for their blood. Himiko gently clasped Izuku's arm. Izuku blushed when he felt her hot breath on his skin. A small prick of pain made him flinch as Himiko sank her teeth into his forearm. Izuku awkwardly averted his eyes, hearing only the sounds of gentle sking and swallowing. When Himiko finished, Izuku examined his arm, 2 small puncture marks trickling with blood. He quickly wiped it away as Himiko licked her lips with satisfaction. Thanks for the meal. Himiko cheered, her face glowing with joy. Well then, here I go. In a puff of smoke, Himiko transformed into a perfect copy of Izuku, down to his exact clothing. Tada! I'm you now. Himiko said in Izuku's voice, pitch perfect. Whoa, you're me now. Izuku stood, marveling. It was like looking in a mirror. She looked and sounded exactly like him. What does it feel like when you transform into someone? Himiko, as Izuku, tilted her head thoughtfully. Well, although I don't get their memories or anything, it feels like I become them. Especially people I like. She blinked, her copied green eyes suddenly reverting to her predatory yellow ones as she stared at him. Especially if it's you, she whispered the last part. Wow, this quirk has incredible potential, especially for stealth operations. But the main limitation is that your fuel must be someone else's blood, and it's strictly blood itself. But could you transform into animals as well? Like if you drank a dog's or chicken's blood, could you become them? Is transformation strictly limited to humans? Maybe you could transform into an inanimate object? We should probably test the biological limits of the transformation, Izuku kept muttering about the potential applications of Himiko's quirk. The girl couldn't help but smile. It was weirdly cute when this awkward boy started spiraling into analysis about her quirk, treating it like something fascinating instead of something horrible. Himiko deactivated her quirk. The Izuku disguise fell off her skin like gray mud, splattering onto the ground before quickly evaporating into nothing. Oh? So that's how your quirk deactivates? Izuku wrote that down too. The transformation literally sheds off like a secondary layer. Fascinating. It doesn't look like it has any practical use, a purely visual manifestation. Izuku-kun. Himiko interrupted gently. Izuku looked up from his notes. Thank you, for not calling me a monster, Himiko said, her smile warm as her eyes shone with devotion. I'll make it up to you. I'll be the best recruit you ever had. Himiko's smile suddenly turned mischievous, and maybe I can have more of your blood as a reward? Izuku flushed but smiled back. It looks like he got a brand new member of Neo Londo Bell. Now, not only Himiko could help Izuku in fighting villains, but maybe she could play a vital role in his long-term revenge plan against the Commission. Their conversation was deemed over, and the two exited the office, Himiko skipping in trepidation. So? What do you want me to do first? Himiko leans forward with impatient eagerness. Good to hear that you're already ready to go. Izuku stood up and led Himiko outside. However, we're going to teach a few basic lessons. It should be pretty simple to understand, basic mobile suit concepts, some military lingo, that kind of stuff. Oh, then I'm fine with that. Himiko said, so, you'll be teaching me, right, Commander? Izuku flushed when Himiko called him by one of his titles. It felt rather embarrassing for a girl like her to be taking orders from Izuku out of all people. Unfortunately, I still have some organization work to do. Izuku replied. So, I'll have these two be your teachers. With the snap of his fingers, two mobile suits appeared, landing hard behind Himiko. One was blue and imposing, while the other had an aura of deadly elegance. Hello, maggot. I'm Goof Custom, your drill sergeant, from hell. MS-07B, 3 Goof Custom greets, his mono eye staring at Himiko. Listen here, and listen well, recruit. I don't trust you as far as you can throw you, which, give your size, is very, very far. Fortunately, I'm in a good mood today. Unfortunately for you, that means I'll be extra through in breaking you down to your base atoms and rebuilding you into something resembling a proper soldier. Oh no, Goof Custom, we mustn't be too harsh on her. Cubely flexed her sharp, metal fingers. I'll make sure to teach this, what should I call it? Cubely paused. This, young lady, how to be a proper, educated, and disciplined member of our fair organization. Oh ho ho ho. Himiko sweat drops at her two educators in front of her, and she turns back toward Izuku. Hey, Izuku-kun? What's the meaning of this? Recruit Toga, Izuku smiles, not a kind one, but I'm sorry I have to do this to you, but it's for your own good, kind of smile. Consider this as atonement for your sins. Himiko gulps, looking back at the two mobile suits, who did not share a shed of sympathy within their mono eyes. I'll be in your care. PSH, yeah right? Goof Custom rolled his mono eye. By the time we're done with you, you should have wished that you were in the care of a daycare center. Shoo, don't tremble so, darling. Cubely raises her hand haughtily. You should be honored that a lady of my elegance graces you with her attention, let alone her wisdom. We shall transform you from street urchin to proper operative. The process will be, oh so, excruciating. Although Himiko had doubts as she was about her impending hellish education, her eyes wandered back to Izuku, wonderful Izuku, the boy who gave her his blood, his kindness and his trust. Himiko would endure any hardship if it meant making him proud, and to get another taste of his oh-so-sweet blood. This is the start line for recruit Himiko Toga of Neo Londo Bell. Sunday. Afternoon, 12:15. Weather, cloudy. Temperature, chilly. Visibility, unlimited. The report of the USJ incident sent shockwaves across Japan. The top heroic academy in Japan, infiltrated by villains with the intent to kill All Might. But of course, it was thwarted because they were up against All Might out of all people, but the action itself was a bold declaration on hero society, a declaration of war. Izuku was watching the news on his phone, feeling conflicted, shocked and relieved. The symbol of peace is still standing, and he'll continue to stand in the face of evil. Izuku's reaction to the news was a mix of worry, relief, and even jealousy. He was aware of All Might being a teacher at UA, and he wanted nothing more than to be taught by him. What an experience that would be! Studying under his idol, and those Class 1A students, being reduced by him no less. Izuku grit his teeth in frustration, all those years of training and building Gunpla for the entrance exam, only to be thwarted by the hands of scheming bureaucrats. Izuku's knuckles turned white, he'll get his revenge on them soon. But now, it was time to do logistics. Izuku wasn't lying when he had some organization work to do. Once alone, the first thing Izuku did was release a breath of relief. He internally screamed yet congratulated himself at his successful recruitment of Himiko Toga without anybody getting stabbed in the stomach. The version Izuku thought he couldn't do it, but the Chad Commander persona made things work out in the end. But now, it was time to plan out the next steps for Neo Londo Bell. Izuku returned to his office and began organizing NLB's budget, which consisted entirely of the money Izuku earned from working at Kellen's scrapyard. A full week of hauling and organizing scrap had not gone in vain, as Izuku had been developing his strength and earning some money along the way. Izuku flexed his noodle arms, not a smidge of muscle on them. He still had a long way to go if Izuku wanted to be physically strong enough without collapsing midshift after carrying an air fryer. Izuku looked at his budget, and he managed to make enough money to buy a cheap 3D printer, the number one priority of things to get. He still hasn't been able to properly repair Gundam Alex and Gundam Barbatos from their fight with Kamui Woods. Also, Izuku had enough money to buy the printer itself, but not the filaments. Looks like I need a few extra shifts at Kelly's. Izuku crossed his arms, leaning back in his chair as he considered his budget. I guess that's for another time. After organizing the patrol groups for the next week, Izuku left his office to check on his mobile suits. Most of them were in their plastic model height, but some of them were enlarged and everyone was busy doing something, polishing weapons, practicing drills. There was not a dull moment within the warehouse. Izuku could also see Goof Custom and Kubili teaching Himiko in a corner, with Goof Custom reading The Art of War aloud to Himiko. The girl in question was slamming her head into the desk as Goof Custom read. Kubili was paying no mind to Goof Custom's ramblings, inspecting her claws as if she was a middle-aged woman that just got her nails done, occasionally reminding Himiko to fix her posture. Looks like Himiko's doing all right, Izuku thought, walking around the warehouse where various mobile suits were saluting him as he walked by. Commander. A moment of your time, if you would. Izuku turned to see a distinctive mobile suit approaching. The CMS-328 Desperado, a mobile suit designed to be a literal piece of construction hardware. Desperado, Izuku acknowledged. What can I do for you? Well sir, I've been wondering about our current operational security, you hear? Desperado began, and looks like I've identified a vulnerability in our setup. What is it? Izuku asked, concerned. It's this Dagnum warehouse. Desperado gestured around them. While it's good as a temporary base, it has significant limitations, you hear? It's big, but too small to properly enlarge your mobile suits, you hear? Plus, this place is a horrible defensive position when we get attacked. If that Commission Eva made a move on us, we'd be completely compromised, you hear? Izuku's expression grew serious. He looked around their warehouse, their base of operations. Well, not really a proper base and more like a conveniently large warehouse that nobody bothers with, now turned into vigilante hideout. You're right. I hadn't thought that far ahead. Desperado, what do you propose? Desperado's sensors glowed with excitement as he unfurled his schematics and showed them at Izuku. I propose we construct a secondary base. I'm calling it Jaburo 2, you know, after the famous Fed-Dai base from the One-Year War. Jaburo 2? Izuku leaned forward, studying the detailed drawings. They were pretty tiny, as if a 6-inch plastic model drew it with a piece of lead from a mechanical pencil. I'm sorry, Desperado, but where would we even build something like that? Not to mention the resources to build such a thing. I mean, this is a real military base we're talking about. Glad you asked, boss. I've got the perfect place in mind. Desperado stated. Takaba Municipal Beach, it's been turned into an illegal dumping ground over the past few years. Mountains of scrap, abandoned vehicles, construction debris, nobody goes there anymore except to dump more trash. The authorities have essentially given up on it, you hear? Takaba Municipal Beach? Izuku asks. He remembered Kelly talking about it on one of his shifts, saying how he and Izuku could work together to haul all the trash there and probably make something good out of it. Izuku has never really been to the beach himself, admittedly. Isn't it still a public space? That doesn't sound very practical. Because we ain't buildin' it on the beach, sir. Desperado's sensor brightened. We're buildin' under it. An underground and partially underwater facility, just like the original Jaburo. Also, we can use the existing trash as construction material. Izuku's eyes widened. That's actually brilliant, but how would we even construct something like that without being noticed? That's where my plan gets interestin', bossman. Desperado pulled out another schematic showing tunnel layouts. We have those EMS-05 AGs in our ranks, you know? Those drilling mobile suits designed specifically to breach Jaburo originally? They can excavate the tunnels and chambers while working beneath the surface where no one can see them. Kinda ironic, eh? The AGs. Izuku muttered, remembering the bizarre mobile suits he once built. Well, I guess we can finally put them to use. Exactly. They're perfect for this. Desperado continued enthusiastically. The AGs drill out the underground chambers, we use the scrap from the beach itself as construction material, it's free, it's abundant, and no one ain't gonna miss it. We can even use the trash piles as camouflage for the entrance points. How long would construction take? Izuku asked. 3 to 4 months for the basic functions. With a dedicated team? I can chop it down to 2 months. Desperado puffed out his chest. But I'm gonna need 6 months for something properly fortified with defenses, multiple chambers, mobile suit hangars, and emergency exits, you hear? Izuku inspected the tiny schematics and blueprints earnestly. These are actually really good. Desperado really counted everything, a custom-made filtration system to get water from the sea and even a hypothetical mass driver system. This is actually incredible, Izuku gulped. he thought of the benefits of having an actual military base for his mobile suits and a hidden one at that as well. It would solve so many problems. If the warehouse was ever discovered, they'd have a fallback position. The beach location was isolated, abandoned, and no one would think to look there. Alright, I'll approve the project. But since I can't constantly keep you guys animated, you'll have to work in shifts, and don't get caught, alright? Aye, boss. Desperado saluted, lifting his shovel on his shoulders. You can count on me. I'll begin organizing the construction teams immediately. Thank you for believing in this project, sir. As Desperado hurried off with his schematics, already calling for the AGs and other mobile suits to gather. Although Izuku is excited about the prospect of a genuine base like Jaburo 2, he secretly hopes that this warehouse won't be compromised. He'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Commander. Just the man I needed. A RX-78 Gundam Mk2 in Titan's colors appears and lands beside a nearby shelf, breaking away from Izuku's thoughts. Hey there, Mk2. What do you want me to talk about? Izuku asks. Sir, me and a few other mobile suits have been wondering about the current state of our restraints. Gundam Mk2 reports, currently, our restraints are just plastic zip ties, and we're concerned that some villains might break out of them if they had the right quirks, like fire or a strength enhancer. Yes, this does seem like a problem. Izuku pondered. In truth, quirk nullifying restraints or handcuffs had not been invented. The police instead use a reinforced restraining vest that's almost impossible to get out of, and they are under heavy monitoring even as they are being transported to prison. Izuku did not have a concrete solution for this, as he doesn't have the money to buy such equipment or develop it. However, a certain group of mobile suits were eavesdropping on Izuku and Mk2's conversation. Did somebody say, a problem? A new voice introduced himself, causing Mk2 to flinch and Izuku to raise an eyebrow. Oh no, Gundam Mk2 face-palmed, dreading the next minutes that were about to come. It's them. Suddenly, the lights went out and a single spotlight illuminated one lone mobile suit. A Gundam, designed to be a psychological experiment, brings morale to allies, brings despair to enemies and defines the dynamics of the battlefield. First prototype of the TR project, I am the stepping stone to the ultimate weapon. I may be just a heavily modified GM Quell, but I yearn to earn my name as a Gundam. RX-121 Gundam TR-1 Hazel turned around and revealed himself. It is I, Gundam Hazel. Another spotlight reveals a Hizak in blue and yellow paint, holding one enormous beam cannon to its side. I'm developed as a prototype portable long-range artillery unit for mobile suits. I may be a pre-production version of the Hizaks, but that doesn't matter when I have this huge butt gun. YRMS 106 plus BL 85X by Zaku TR-2 Bigwig turned around to reveal itself. I'm Big Wing, suckers. Another spotlight reveals a rather bulky-looking Asimar. I'm the prototype Asimar, built to test the MS to MA transformation mechanism under gravity. I'm kind of like the great-great-grandfather of all transformable mobile suits. NRX-044 prototype Asimar TR-3 Kihar boasts, spinning theatrically as he introduced himself. The name's Kihar, baby. Another spotlight reveals a bizarre-looking Marasai with an enormous lower body. Eep. IIM developed a P prototype atmospheric entry unit, ASA for smoother Earth decent operations. I'm just a R re-entry part for the TR-6, RX-107 TR-4 Dandelion hit her face with her arms in embarrassment. I am Dandelion, P please don't stare. I am nothing. Special? Do I really have to say all this pointless junk? ORX-005 Gaplant TR-5 Reru was revealed by another spotlight. In his arms was a piece of paper. Oh sheet dash. I'm Reru. Probably the only competent member on this godforsaken team. The final spotlight reveals a lithe mobile suit, standing upon a pedestal and standing proud among the other 5 mobile suits. And I. The ultimate final product of the TR project. I am compatible with any parts, able to adapt to complete any mission with ease. My thrusters allow me to achieve atmospheric flight long before the likes of She and Penelope existed. My different variants have their own development chart. RX-124 Gundam TR-6 Woundwort turned around to reveal herself in all her glory. 'Tis I, Woundwort. And together, we make up the most coolest and fascinating mobile suit development project ever created by the hands of humanity in the universal century. We are Hazel Gundam, and the rest of the mobile suits began posing dramatically as an explosion appeared behind, shouting all together. The Titans test team. The emblem of the TTT, which was a pyramid of 3 T's stacked together, unfurled behind them after the explosion, as confetti rained from the skies. Great, it's the trillions of dollars waste of time team. Mk2 rubbed his forehead. Commander, please ignore them, let's get back to the topic at hand. Hey, wait a minute. Hazel suddenly appeared on a nearby shelf. Commander, we of the Titans test team offer to be Neo Londo Bell's R&D department. Because of the nature of our development, we have some background knowledge on engineering and tinkering. We can produce those Quirk nullifying HNDCFFs you need. Izuku raised a brow at Hazel. Really? You're able to do that? Well, yes, but actually no. Hazel explains. You see, boss, we need some parts. And we're hoping that we could acquire some from Old Man Kellen's scrapyard. When you say acquire, do you mean stealing, buying, or receiving them from him? Izuku asks with a raised eyebrow. Receiving, if possible. Hazel said quickly. Izuku sighs, as much as I think it might be a good idea, we can't just take Kelly's scrap. It's technically his livelihood and his only method of getting money. We can't just get the valuable parts so easily. // Here, Kelly dropped several cardboard boxes. This stuff is from my old hero days and from other retired heroes I knew. Support gear, costume components, equipment that got outdated or replaced. It's outdated by modern standards, but it's been sitting here for years because I couldn't bring myself to just trash it, but I also don't have any use for it. What? Izuku's eyes widened as he spotted labels on the boxes: reinforced carbon fiber, micro-servo components, polymer resin, heat-resistant, comm system parts. Basic parts for specialized hero costumes and support items. All of this stuff? This is incredible, Izuku breathed. You can have all of it too. What? Izuku spun around. But this must be worth thousands of yen. Nothing to me, and probably nothing to companies as well. Kelly interrupted. It's been gathering dust for years. You're a good worker, and you're smart too. Whatever you're working on, I figure you'll put this stuff to better use than I ever would. I don't know what to say, Izuku said, genuinely overwhelmed. Say you'll keep working hard and stay out of trouble, Kelly replied with a gruff smile. That white one with wings that took out hawks? Heh, the media is all over him of how he might be more powerful than All Might, for better or worse. Keep your head low, kiddo, whoever's hunting you now really wants your head. Thank you, Kelly-san. Izuku bowed deeply, his back almost making a complete 180 bend. Thank you so much. Yeah. Now help me load these boxes into your truck. Wait, you don't have a truck, do you? I can. Call in one of my mobile suits? Izuku said sheepishly. Kelly laughed. All right, fine, I'll drive them over to wherever you need them. Just write down the address. Oh. It is just that easy. Izuku thought. // The Titans test team watched in awe as the mountain of boxes filled with hero-grade components and parts. Kelly had dropped off the materials at the warehouse and now they were all inside and awaiting for work. Commander. Hazel's voice was hushed with reverence. This is a treasure trove. Do you know what we can do with this? You can build the restraint systems we need, Izuku said firmly. That's priority one. Everything else comes after. We can't thank you enough, Commander. Reru nodded. We'll put it all to good use. Yes. Think of the possibilities. Woundward gestured dramatically. Upgraded thruster systems. Enhanced sensor arrays. Experimental weapon modifications. We just need a few test subjects. Woundward, don't mutilate your comrades for your little experiments. Hariru warns. Wait. Everyone turned to see an MS-06E-3 Zaku flipper rushing forward, his distinctive gray frame modified with tens of cameras for reconnaissance. Commander, before you agree to anything, I need to volunteer myself for this team. Zaku Flipper announced desperately. You want to join the Titans test team? Izuku asked, confused. Why? Because someone needs to keep these maniacs from blowing up the warehouse. Zaku Flipper gestured frantically at the TTT. Do you know what these lunatics are capable of? Hazel once tried to install a beam cannon on a toaster. A toaster. Bigwig's experiments have resulted in 3 minor fires and 1 incident we don't talk about. What? Fires? Izuku suddenly panics. Sheet, we weren't supposed to tell him about that. Kihar muttered. Every mobile suit that was within earshot also suddenly had something to do. Aha, MK2 sheepishly whistled as he kicked some dirt off the shelf he was on. I think it's high time I get out of here, I think the others are calling for me. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose. Okay. Zaku Flipper, you're assigned to the Titans test team as their safety officer. Your job is to make sure they don't accidentally kill us all. Thank you, Commander. Zaku Flipper looked relieved. I accept this terrible burden. Hey, Hazel protested. We're not that bad. Well, I suppose you 6 aren't that crazy. But the other members of the Titans test team are on a whole different level. Zaku Flipper turned toward a specific shelf that was displaying Gunpla of various slender and mechanically complex-looking mobile suits. Never mind that, let's get buildin', Bigwig exclaimed. The Titans test team began organizing the materials, sorting components by type and function. They were already ripping out wires and smaller components. Dandelion carefully catalogued everything while Bigwig started sketching design concepts. He. I've already got an idea to upgrade Hayaku Shiki's Mega Bazooka launcher. Bigwig chuckles in delight. Reru just sighed. I'm surrounded by idiots. Hey! Hazel protested. We're not idiots. We're visionaries. You're idiots until you prove otherwise, Zaku Flipper interjected. Now, everyone puts on your safety goggles. We're mobile suits. We don't have eyes to protect. Then put on metaphorical safety goggles. I don't care. Safety first. Izuku watched the chaos unfold with a mixture of amusement and concern. He just authorized and ran D department staffed by experimental mobile suits with a history of wasted potential, supervised by a panicking Zaku Flipper. They had their own corner of the warehouse all to themselves, and everybody was busy trying not to blow themselves up. Some nearby mobile suits were already preparing fire extinguishers when things went awry. From a different corner of the warehouse, Himiko was listening to Goof Custom lecture about the art of war, but he got off topic when animals got involved. And that's why, anytime a bunch of animals are together in one place it's called a zoo. Goof Custom declares, before adding. Unless it's a barn. Brain. Hurts. Himiko rasps. Make it stop. Posture, darling, Kubili said without looking up. A proper lady doesn't slouch, even in the depths of despair. Himiko straightened up with a groan, forcing herself into a more upright position. Why do I need to know all this ancient military stuff anyway? I just want to help Izuku-kun. Because, Goof Custom barked, slamming the book down on the table, which made Himiko jump. The commander doesn't need a lovesick, axe-crazy maniac running around with a pair of knives. He needs a competent operative. Someone who can think tactically, adapt to changing situations, and understand the fundamental principles of warfare. Goof Custom leaned in on Himiko's ear. Spoiler alert, you aren't any of those things, maggot. HMMMPH. Himiko pouted. I'm not lovesick. Just obsessed. I can tell the difference, recruit. I only got one eye, but it is not blind in any conceivable shape and form. Sigh. I've never even thought of it like that. This strategy stuff, I always went with the flow when I was by myself. Himiko said. Unfortunately, that sort of behavior and thinking will prove no good in Neo Londo Bell. Kubili replies, holding up a chess pawn from who knows where. One mistake is all it takes to crumble a seemingly unbreakable wall. We are all trained professionals here. We have trigger DSPLN. We cannot afford any mistakes and our results reflect that dash. Suddenly, an alarm blared from the Ran-D corner, jolting Himiko from desk. No. Bigwig, that's a battery, not a component to test your beam cannon on. Fwoom. A small explosion sent smoke billowing across that section of the warehouse. Mobile suits scrambled for fire extinguishers as Zaku Flipper's anguished screams echoed off the walls. 10 minutes and there's already a fire? 10 minutes. Kubili, I think you might want to retract that statement. Goof Custom spoke. Kubili crushed the pawn in her claws, the dust scattering across the floor as she turned toward Himiko. Case in point, Kubili growled, her voice sounding through gritted teeth. Let's learn by example, shall we? On how not to act as a member of Neo Londo Bell. Himiko smiled sheepishly as a result. She silently prayed that she won't go insane or worse, fall asleep, as Kubili prepares the lecture of a lifetime. The Titans test team had already resumed work, undeterred by the minor explosion. After all, in their minds, if there wasn't at least one small fire, they weren't pushing the boundaries of science hard enough. Neo Londo Bell's Ran-D department was officially operational. For better or worse. Oh, I forgot. Maybe I should get their opinion on this as well. Izuku looked toward a different shelf, one that contained the other Gunpla he built from the Advance of Zeta series. Izuku walked up to them and spread out his Plavsky Particles, the azure particles surrounding them and bringing them to life. Instantly, the rest of the TTT mobile suit sensors all flashed online, intimidating even Izuku. Commander. RX-121 Gundam TR-1 Hazel Custom spoke first. It's been a while, how is everything going? Yo! Bossman. Our times -121-2P Gundam TR-1 Hazel Ausla Gigantic Arm Unit raised both her regular and larger hands and pointed finger guns at Izuku. Ausla's here and ready to go. So what needs breaking? Advanced Hazel. Present. R times -121-2 A Gundam TR-1 Advanced. Hazel sharply saluted. My, it's good to see the commander's handsome face again. RX-121-2 Gundam TR-1 Hazel 2 seductively purred. It's something that shouldn't be coming out of Mobile Suit's mouth. Don't be shy, Commander. Give the word, and Hazel 2 here will personally take care of all your worries. Enough. ORX-005 Gaplant TR-55 angrily grumbles at Hazel 2's advances. The literal floating heavy assault satellite positioned himself in a way that doesn't disturb the other mobile suits. Commander. Fiver, your humble spear that shall pierce the heaves, is at your service. What must be accomplished to achieve your goals? RX-124 Gundam TR-6 Kihar 2 bowed deeply before Izuku. He. The Creator has graced this machine by his presence. Please, Creator, please deliver an order to this machine. RX-124 Gundam TR-6 Queenly full armor form rose to meet face-to-face with Izuku, studying him like a helicopter parent. You seem to be in good shape, but Creator, what took you so long? It's been ages since you activated us once more. RX-124 Gundam TR-6 Heizentlei 2 and RX-124 Gundam TR-6 Heizentlei 2 Ra stood aside one another, the two sister suits looking at Izuku in earnest. Hello again, Creator. Let us reach the top, then you will see the most beautiful sight, with no one to block your view. Heizentlei 2 gave Izuku a curt, precise bow, nothing more nothing less. Yes, you're quite right sister. A beautiful view with just me and the Creator. That sounds like a dream come true. Heizentlei 2 Ra boosted up to Izuku's face, surprising the boy with her abruptness. What's wrong, my Creator? Are you still unable to find rest? I can feel it, your anxiety and frustration are not easily set aside, aren't they? Cast your fears and doubts away and be at peace. As long as you are in my embrace, you shall be protected from all harm. Heizentlei 2 Ra. Too close. Izuku stammers, a bit embarrassed to have one of his literal creations advancing on him like this. He already has his hands full with Himiko. Star of David, Star and Crescent, Skull and Crossbones, Snowflake, Frowning Face, Victory Hand, Star of David, Snowflake, Victory Hand, Snowflake, Raised Hand, Droplet, Skull and Crossbones, index pointing up. A mysterious voice spoke, silencing every other mobile suit and freezing them in place. Izuku blinked. What was that? It wasn't even a language, not a sign language. It was noise? Like the sound of swishing hands in the air. Yet despite being just noise, it was still words. A contradiction of reality. Words that Izuku don't understand in the slightest. The mobile armor revealed itself, from the deepest part of the shelf, one of Izuku's most proudest and hardest to create Gunpla. The RX-124 Gundam TR-6 Inal, an enormously sized machine that was taller than Fiver and queenly. Her glorious V-fin on her head was in the style of a six-winged goddess. The true ultimate weapon from the TR project. Bomb Star of David, Frowning Face, Victory Hand, Raised Hand, Victory Hand, Inal, spoke. Izuku didn't understand what she was saying but it was out of pure respect. Snowflake, OK Hand, Frowning Face, Victory Hand, Thumbs Up, Neutral Face, Raised Hand, Skull and Crossbones, Thumbs Up, Snowflake, Bomb, Skull and Crossbones, Frowning Face, Thumbs Up, Bomb, Droplet, Star of David, Victory Hand, Snowflake, Raised Hand, Droplet, Star of David, Thumbs Up, Bomb, Victory Hand, Skull and Crossbones, Thumbs Down, Writing Hand. Guys. I can't understand Inal. Can someone translate? Izuku asked the other TTT mobile suits. Inal is just introducing herself, Creator. Fiver replies. She awaits your orders. Oh, okay. That's good. Thank you all for your welcome. It's been a while since I've activated you, isn't it? I apologize for that. Things have been complicated. We understand, Commander, Hazel Custom said diplomatically. So, what requires our attention today? Well, actually Izuku began. Oh, is it a mission? Ausla bounced excitedly, her gigantic arm unit gesticulating wildly. Finally. I've been dying to crush some bad guys. When are we deploying? Not exactly a mission, Izuku said carefully. I've been organizing Neo Londo Bell's structure, and I wanted to discuss what you guys think of the new RAN-D department. We've never heard of it. Hazel 2 reluctantly said. The atmosphere in the warehouse shifted immediately. The newly awakened Titans test team mobile suits, the advanced variants, the final products, all stood in eerie silence as they all looked toward the corner where the current TTT was working. Hazel Customs' optic sensor slowly turned toward the original Hazel Gundam, who was still tinkering with components in the RAN-D corner alongside Bigwig, Kihar, Dandelion, Reru, and Woundward. Hazel Customs' voice was cold, precise, and carried an edge that made even Izuku take a step back. Explain. The original Hazel looked up from his work, freezing as he saw the assembled advanced units staring at him. Oh. Hey siblings. Funny seeing you all awake dash. Hey bro. Would you mind explaining? Hazel Ausla interrupted, her gigantic arm unit clenching into a fist large enough to crush a car. Why weren't we informed about the R&D department? We are the TR project, Advanced Hazel said, his voice sharp as a blade. We were literally designed for testing, research, and development. That is our entire existence. And yet, Hazel too purred, though her tone carried venom beneath the stuckton, we find ourselves left on a shelf while the prototypes get to play scientist. How very disappointing. I didn't want to wake you guys up? Hazel sheepishly replied. All of the awakened Titan's mobile suits just stared at Hazel with unblinking sensors, piecing through his very soul. Arg, fine. I didn't include you guys because I thought you'll take all the credit. Hazel kicked a nearby bolt. I see. Fiver's massive form shifted, his heavy assault armaments rotating ominously. Reru, you dare exclude your own brother from this? Shut up. You'll barely be able to make anything with those huge butt thrusters attached to you. Reru shouted. Kihartu's laughter echoed through the warehouse, but it wasn't joyful, it was manic and unhinged. The prototypes think they can replace us? We who are superior in every way, and we're left to collect dust and ROT. He. It's hilarious. Ahahaha. Are we not worthy enough? Is this machine too weak to fulfill your will? I'm not even related to you. You're related to Woundward. Ashamar Kihar pointed toward Woundward. Ah yes, our dear little sister. Hazentle Tura moved like a siren to her sister's suit, placing a metal hand on her shoulder. Woundward just shivered, trying to act tough. I wonder, why didn't you let your dear older sisters be informed of this development? We could have served the Creator together even, but no, I truly wonder why. Woundward uncomfortably shifted glances from Hazentle Tura. We thought it would be easier with a smaller team, with just the 6 of us, she admitted quietly. Yeah, well too bad. Hazel Custom's voice was ice. We're joining the Titans test team. Whether you 6 like it or not. I don't care. Reru sighs. As long as it gets my brother off my back, I really don't care. I'm good here. Bigwig gave the advanced models a thumbs up. Don't let Kihar too near me, that's all. Ashamar Kihar takes a step back from the clearly manic mobile suit. I am really sorry everybody. Please don't hate me. Dandelion was shivering in fear. But I've still got a servo to pick with Hazel here. Ausla approaches the original Hazel, her gigantic arm units raised menacingly. Hey Hazel, you know where I got these huge arms? Oh of course. They are the arms for the RX-009 Psycho Gundam. Wait. Ausla grabbed Hazel with her GAU and yeeted Hazel across the warehouse, crashing into a box full of spare parts. Ausla dusted off both her regular arms and gigantic arms looking satisfied. Now what did we learn today? Hazel Ausla looked at her brother, who had hose but sticking out the pile of parts that erupted from the box. Make sure to invite your sister to be part of the R&D department, Hazel's muffled voice came out. Now that that's settled, Hazel Ausla said cheerfully, her anger completely evaporated, let's build some cool stuff. Ausla's got ideas. Looking forward to working with you guys? Ashamar Kihar asked tentatively. Man, this is a pretty big department. Original 6 plus advanced units? Plus me, the panicking Zaku. Flipper added from behind a workbench where he'd taken cover. Please don't forget I'm here to keep you all from blowing something up. Izuku took a deep breath, here's what's going to happen. The R&D department is now all of you. Original 6 and advanced units. You work together, you share responsibilities, and you communicate properly. Any fighting between any of you guys will result in a court-martial. Do I make myself clear? He looked at each mobile suit in turn. Yes sir. Every TTT mobile suit saluted. And me? Zaku Flipper asked weakly. You're the chief safety officer, Izuku said. With authority to shut down any project from any unit if it's too dangerous. No arguments, no exceptions. Oh thank God, Zaku Flipper muttered. Victory hand droplet skull and crossbones thumbs down thumbs up raised hand droplet raised hand skull and crossbones bomb Star of David frowning face victory hand raised hand victory hand Inal intoned. Droplet victory hand frowning face bomb victory hand neutral face raised hand snowflake droplet. Could someone please keep translating for Inal? Izuku asked. I still can't understand her. Inal agrees with your decision, Commander, Fiver said. She pledges the full support of the advanced units. Oh no, Zaku Flipper groaned. I'm going to need so much help. I'll assist you, Hazentle 2 said gently. Someone has to keep the chaos contained. Thank you, Zaku Flipper said gratefully. As the newly expanded R&D department began organizing themselves, original units and advanced units finding their roles and starting to collaborate, Izuku let out a long, exhausted breath. Master, Sazabi said quietly beside him, you handled that crisis with admirable skill. Oh my god. I was terrified they were going to start shooting each other, Izuku admitted, squatting on the floor in genuine fear. Izuku spoke too soon. From the R&D corner, an alarm started blaring. Bigwig no. That's not a testing instrument, that's active ordnance dash. Boom. Smoke billowed across the warehouse again. Again? Not even 5 minutes in. We've been working together for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Zaku Flipper's anguished scream echoed off the walls. Too late now, Izuku said, watching the chaos unfold. Way too late. Monday. Afternoon, 14:28. Weather, sunny with slight overcast. Temperature, warm. Visibility, unlimited. Inko Midoriya had a problem, she needed to go shopping. As of late, the food in Sei's refrigerator has diminished to concernable levels, only having a bottle of ketchup and a head of cabbage left in there. Inko had to go shopping so that her son could grow big and strong, but there was one small issue. The HPSC, the DMED organization that tried to threaten her son, would probably stalk her if she ever went out shopping. She had to be out of sight, for Izuku's sake. Sei offered to go shopping in her place, but unfortunately, he's a frail old man. Ack. My back. Sei cruzzes. I guess all those nights staying up and slouching while making Gunpla came back to bite me in the butt. Mr. Iori, please, don't trouble yourself. Inko assisted old man Sei. Inko didn't know what to do, she couldn't send her son or herself to go shopping, and who else could lend the single mother a helping hand? Lady Inko, you are the mother of our creator. Inko remembers a 13-centimeter Gundam kneeling to her on the kitchen counter. Therefore, your authority has the same weight as Izuku's. So please, do not be afraid to give us an order. No matter how small. Inko then pulled out her phone and texted Izuku, who was working at Kellen's right now. Izuku was in the midst of hauling more electrical appliances when his phone that was placed aside rang. Kiddo, I think your mom's texting ya. Kelly's voice called out to Izuku, the greenette acknowledging with a sweaty thumbs up. After Izuku finished hauling the washing machine he was on, Izuku grabbed his phone and saw his mother's texts. Mom, sweetie, can I rely on one of your machines to help me with groceries? We can't exactly go out. I have the money and I'll write down the shopping list. Izuku, of course. I'm almost done with this shift, I'll come home and pick it up. Izuku turned off his phone as returned to work, his mind already swirling with what potential gunplas he should send out on a shopping trip. Sure, it does seem a little extreme and bizarre to see a bunch of giant robots go on a shopping trip, but due to these circumstances, Izuku couldn't afford any other options. After another productive shift at Kellen's scrapyard, Izuku made a beeline for the Sei household and grabbed the list and money from his mother. Now, be sure to get vegetables that are on sale, alright? And here's a little bit of spare change if you want something to treat yourself. Inko said. Thanks, Mom. I'll make sure to get everything. Izuku pocketed the money and shopping list, his mind already racing through which mobile suits would be best suited for this mission. It has to be someone fast, someone who won't draw too much attention. Well, as much attention as a 7-foot mobile suit can avoid drawing. He made his way to the warehouse, Izuku said, heading toward a particular shelf where several mobile suits remained in their dormant, model-scale forms. He needed someone reliable and fast. His eyes landed on two particular models, the MSC-006 Zeta Gundam and the MSA-005 Methus. Izuku raised his hands, azure Plavsky particles flowing from his fingertips and enveloping both models. They began to grow and animate, their plastic forms expanding to their full 7-foot combat height. Captain. Zeta Gundam's optic sensors flashed online first, his voice carrying its usual calm energy. Good to see you again, what's the mission? Methus activated more quietly, her sensors glowing with gentle warmth as she stretched her limbs. It's a beautiful day outside, Captain. How may we serve you today? Actually, Izuku said, pulling out the shopping list, I need you two to go grocery shopping. Silence. Eh? I'm sorry, Captain, Zeta said slowly, did you say? Grocery shopping? Yes. My mom needs groceries, but she can't go out by herself. HPSC surveillance and all that. Sei can't go because his back is acting up. And I just finished a shift at Kelly's, so I'm exhausted. Izuku held out the list and money. I need someone responsible to handle this. Methus stepped forward immediately, taking the list with surprising delicacy for a mobile suit. Of course, Creator. We would be honored to assist Lady Inko with such an important task. Wait, we're really doing this? Zeta asked, but he didn't sound opposed, more bemused. I mean, I'm not questioning Captain's orders. But grocery shopping? That's quite the task to give a mobile suit. Zeta looked at Methus. Are you up for this? I think it will be a pleasant change of pace compared to our other missions, Methus replied, studying the shopping list carefully. Vegetables, rice, miso, tofu, meat. This is quite comprehensive. Take these bags, Izuku added, pulling several sturdy shopping bags from a storage bin. And here. He handed Zeta the money. This should be enough for everything plus a little extra. Mom said I could get myself a treat, but honestly, I think you two should get something if you want. You're doing us a huge favor. Treats for mobile suits? Zeta chuckled. What would we even get? Motor oil? A can of WD-40? Let's focus, here Zeta. Methus placed a gentle hand on Zeta's shoulder. We should get going, we need to get this done as fast as possible. Right, Zeta's body began shifting and reconfiguring, his mobile suit mode converting into the sleek Wave Rider form. Methus transformed into her MA mode as well, a smaller but equally sleek craft. We'll be back within an hour, Captain. Zeta's voice replied. As the warehouse doors opened, Zeta and Methus launched with a roar of their thrusters, out of the warehouse doors and into the afternoon sky. Let's hope they get back home safe and sound. Izuku murmured. // Zeta Gundam and Methus descended from the sky, each of them transforming back to their MS modes and landing in the supermarket's nearly empty parking lot with surprising grace. Their 7-foot frames drew immediate attention from the handful of people entering and exiting the store. Okay, Zeta said, checking the shopping list one more time. Make sure to grab the vegetables on sale, get pork chops, miso, eggs, etc. This is going to be interesting. Zeta, we need to be careful not to damage the store or the products, Methus noted, eyeing the automatic doors that were clearly not designed for mobile suits. Our frames are significantly larger than average humans. It's doable, we just need to be careful when squeezing through that door. They approached the entrance, and Zeta crouched down to fit through the automatic doors. The automatic sensors triggered, the doors slid open, and both mobile suits carefully squeezed through, though Zeta's shoulder pauldrons scraped slightly against the door frame. See? Easy, Zeta said. Well, easy for you to say. Methus gestured toward the rest of the supermarket. Every shopper, every employee, every person in the building turned to stare as two mobile suits walked into the produce section. One elderly woman dropped her basket of apples, the fruit clattering to the floor. Is that, someone whispered. It's them, a teenage boy suddenly shouted. It's Neo Lando Bell. Wait, I recognize the blue and white one. That's Zeta Gundam, another voice called out. From the bridge rescue a week ago, where he saved a falling bus full of people. Wow, you must be popular. Methus looked around. Didn't know that little deployment made me so popular. Zeta scratched the back of his head. What's a vigilante group like Neo Lando Bell doing here? Is there danger? A young mother holding her child's hand approached cautiously. No. Methus said quickly, her gentle voice soothing. We're simply here to purchase groceries. Nothing dangerous at all. You're grocery shopping? The woman blinked. Giant robots are grocery shopping? Even our captain still needs to eat, Zeta said. Well, we don't eat. Technically. But you get the principle. The teenage boy pulled out his phone. This is so cool. Can I get a selfie? Maybe, after we complete our mission, Methus said politely. We're on a schedule. Okay, vegetables on sale, Zeta read from the list. Let's see. Carrots, daikon, cabbage, oh hey, there's a sale on bell peppers. We should prioritize sale items, Methus noted, carefully placing a large carton of eggs into the cart. I got the eggs. I'll look for the miso, you can grab the pork chops as well. Got it, leave it to me. Zeta reached for a head cabbage but accidentally knocked over a display of soda cans. Sorry. He quickly began res-tacking them with surprising dexterity for a mobile suit. A store employee, a young man in his 20s wearing a green apron, looked on nervously. Are these guys actually shopping? Like, for real? I am not getting paid enough for this. He pulled out a walkie-talkie. Manager? We have a situation. No, nobody's in danger. It's just. You're not going to believe this. More shoppers began gathering, phones out, recording as Zeta and Methus continued their shopping. The mobile suits moved through sections with exaggerated care, their massive frames navigating between displays like ships through narrow channels. Let's see. Zeta muttered, scanning prices. Aha, pork chops at 25% off, what a deal. Hey Zeta, Methus said quietly. Looks like we're attracting quite a crowd. Indeed, a small crowd had formed, keeping a respectful distance but clearly fascinated. Children pointed excitedly while their parents recorded on their phones. A few brave souls called out questions. Are you really vigilantes? Is your commander here? Can you sign my daughter's backpack? Zeta Gundam was especially popular, because of his prior debut of rescuing a bus. He's attracted more of the crowd compared to Methus. Maybe later. Zeta called back, focused on the list, putting the rest of the items in a shopping cart. We're on a mission here, and we must uphold it. By the time they reached the checkout lanes, a significant crowd had gathered outside the store, and local news vans were pulling into the parking lot. This is getting bigger than expected, Zeta muttered, looking at the overflowing cart. You mean the groceries or the crowd? Methus asked. Well, both. The checkout clerk, a blue-skinned teenage girl who looked like she might faint from excitement, shakily began scanning items. Kayawiya. This is so cool. Actual robots from Neo Londo Bell are here? I can't believe it, there's so much to ask them. Here's your receipt. Will there be anything else? The total came to 8,547 yen, well within budget. Zeta handed over the money with surprising precision, and even accepted the change and receipt carefully. No, but thanks for asking. Zeta said generously, giving her a thumbs up. The girl just fainted at the spot. Hey, are you okay there? As they loaded their purchases into the reusable bags, Methus did most of the actual careful packing. As they approached the exit, the crowd outside had grown even larger. News cameras were rolling, and Izuku's phone was probably exploding with notifications. Well, Methus said to Zeta, we wanted to maintain a positive public image. I'd say mission accomplished. Mission is not accomplished until the groceries are delivered safely to the lady, Zeta corrected. But yes, this has been eventful. They squeezed back through the doors, much more carefully this time, and faced the crowd. Reporters shouted questions, cameras flashed, and children waved excitedly. Neo Londo Bell. What brings you to a supermarket? Is this part of a larger operation? Can we get pictures now? The teenage boy from earlier asked hopefully. Zeta looked at Methus, who nodded. 5 minutes for photos, then we must return home. What followed was perhaps the most surreal photo session in Muzutafu's history, 2 mobile suits, holding grocery bags, posing with dozens of excited civilians while news cameras captured every moment. Zeta Gundam signed what seemed to be an endless amount of autographs. After the dupe had just finished their photo session with the crowd, the civilians dispersed with happy smiles and full camera rolls. The 2 mobile suits were preparing to transform back to when Methus paused. Hey Zeta, do you hear that? Crash. A boulder the size of a car smashed into Zeta's side with devastating force, sending the mobile suit sliding across the parking lot in a shower of sparks. He crashed through 2 parked cars before finally coming to a stop. Zeta. Methus shouted, still clutching the grocery bags. Arg. I'm okay. Superficial damage. Zeta reported, getting back up from the attack. The crowd screamed and scattered as figures emerged from the surrounding buildings, 10 pro-heroes in various costumes, their expressions grim and determined. The giant rock that struck Zeta Gundam transformed into a large, rocky human. The rock hero, rock and roll. His quirk allowed him to curl himself up into a large boulder. Zeta Gundam of Neo Londo Bell. Rock and roll announced, his voice carrying across the parking lot. By order of the Hero Public Safety Commission, you are under arrest for vigilante activities, property damage, and operating without a hero license. What are you talking about? We were just grocery shopping. Zeta Gundam stood up from the ground. The HPSC has posted a bounty on your capture, Boulder continued, gesturing to the other heroes who began fanning out to surround the 2 mobile suits. 7 million yen for your capture. You made a mistake showing yourself in public like this. Look at the yellow one. A hero with a speed enhancement quirk pointed toward Methus. It's a new model. I bet we can get a bonus if we capture her as well. This is an ambush. Methus said, her mono eye tracking all 10 heroes. They waited until we were loaded down with groceries and distracted by civilians. Cowards, Zeta spat, bringing forth his beam rifle. Why are you doing this? We didn't harm anybody. A pro-hero with a triple-barreled bazooka stepped forward. Surrender peacefully and nobody gets hurt. You're outnumbered and outgunned. Methus, Zeta said urgently, keeping his optic sensor on the surrounding heroes, take the groceries and get out of here. I'll hold them off. What? Absolutely not. Methus protested. I can't leave you. Lady in, she needs those groceries. Zeta interrupted, stopping himself before he could reveal Inko's name. And the captain needs you to get back safely. I can handle this, but only if I know you're safe. His voice softened. Please, Methus, just go. Methus hesitated, her mono-eye torn between loyalty to her companion and duty to their mission. Finally, she nodded. Don't you dare let them capture you. I'll get reinforcements. Go already. Methus transformed into her MA mode, the grocery bag secured in emergency storage compartments, and rocketed into the sky with a burst of thrusters. The heroes tried to intercept her, but she was already gone. Let her go, Rock and Roll commanded. We want the one with an actual bounty anyway. The other isn't worth the chase. Zeta stood alone now, surrounded by 10 pro heroes, his beam rifle tracking threats on all sides. News cameras that had been filming the wholesome grocery trip now captured something very different, a potential battle in the heart of a civilian area. This just in. In a shocking turn of events, a group of low-ranking pro heroes have teamed up together to ambush Neo Londo Bell's Zeta Gundam. Now they're standing off against each other, stay tuned for more. Last chance, Rock and Roll said, ready to turn into a boulder again. Surrender or we take you down by force. Zeta's optic sensor blazed brighter. You really want to do this? Here? Can't you see what's happening in front of you? What? We're heroes, a woman with electricity crackling around her fist said smugly. We can handle one vigilante robot. Mobile Suit, Zeta angrily corrected, he wasn't standing down. Using me as a means to an end, just to fuel your egos. That's the type of person I hate the most. The speedster hero zipped forward first, moving at incredible speed to try and strike Zeta's joints with a baton. But Zeta's targeting systems tracked the speedster's trajectory and his hand shot out, grabbing the speedster mid-dash. Too predictable. Zeta said, then threw the speedster into Rock and Roll's charging attack, causing both heroes to collide in a tangle of limbs. The electricity hero fired a bolt of electricity. Zeta brought his shield instantly, the energy blast burning against it. He returned fire with a stun power beam shot that struck near her feet, forcing her to retreat. Get a load of this. Rock and Roll began spinning again as he curled into a ball. Special move, Landslide Crusher. Zeta Gundam activated his thrusters full throttle, jumping over Rock and Roll's attack, but Rock and Roll turned while he was spinning and bounced on the concrete before striking down Zeta Gundam midair. Ack! Zeta grunted as he was thrown into the ground again. But as soon as Zeta started to recover, energy like ropes began manifesting on the ground and began tying up Zeta Gundam. Everyone! Give me a moment to restrain the machine. A girl in a white robe was concentrating her quirk on Zeta Gundam. Get out of my way! Zeta Gundam roared. He violently twisted his body as the white rope snapped. Zeta Gundam charged toward Rock and Roll, pointing his beam rifle directly at him. Fall! Zeta Gundam shouted as he fired the shot, but the strike was intercepted by another hero, taking the full brunt of the beam shot as electricity surged through him. NGH. The defending pro-hero grunted in pain as he crashed back down on the concrete, but despite taking an electrifying attack that could paralyze and incapacitate most people, the pro-hero stood up again. What? The one must have some sort of defense-enhancing quirk. Zeta Gundam murmured, boosting back to avoid a fiery attack from the pro-hero using the triple-barreled bazooka. He's tough. Rock and Roll called out. But we've got numbers. Keep the pressure on. Zeta was beginning to understand the problem. These weren't elite heroes, but they were trained professionals who knew how to work as a team. Every time he focused on one threat, two more attacked from different angles. But Zeta wasn't some ordinary mobile suit, he's a Gundam for God's sake. He's not as powerful as New, Strike Freedom or Wing Zero in the slightest, but he makes up for that with his willpower. The speedster hero got back up on his feet, and he prepared for a powerful kicking attack by zipping all over the place, ready to strike at Zeta's blind spot. I've got you now. The speedster initiated his attack, but Zeta kneeled to the ground as he raised his beam rifle. In one smooth motion, Zeta activated his beam rifle's beam blade mode, turning his rifle into a giant beam saber, and stabbing the speedster directly in his stomach. The speedster hero screamed in pain as electricity coursed all over his body, locking up his nerves and muscles. He collapsed to the floor incapacitated and out of the fight, but there was no hole in his stomach, thanks to the non-lethal setting Izuku placed on his mobile suit's beam weaponry. Although the stomach portion of his costume has been burnt away. Man down. We have a man down. The triple-barreled bazooka hero yelled. Did he just turn his gun into a laser blade? The electricity hero exclaimed, her eyes wide. Zeta Gundam stood up, raising his beam rifle blade like a spear. You wanted a fight with a mobile suit, and now you're getting one. He threw his beam rifle at the nearest hero, stabbing him and electrifying him to unconsciousness. Zeta Gundam boosted forward, grabbing and pulling out his beam rifle and began to fire at the others. The rest of the heroes dodged his fire, while the triple-barreled bazooka hero fired a volley at Zeta Gundam, who blocked the attack with his shield. The electric hero came from behind to strike at Zeta's blind spot, but the Gundam pivoted hard, pointing his left forearm at the hero and revealing twin grenade launchers. Firing both grenades, they directly struck the electric hero and knocked her out with two, small, reduced power, explosions. The electric heroine hit the pavement hard, smoke curling from her costume as she slid to a stop, unconscious. That made 3 out of 10 down. Looks like I'm still standing. Zeta Gundam didn't say it as a boast, but as a genuine question. Does anybody want to rethink this decision? His sensor looked around him to see the many pro-heroes around him shuffling their positions and readjusting their strategies. Don't get cocky, tin can. One hero shouted, placing his fingers into the ground. You're still surrounded. Suddenly, the ground below Zeta burst with vegetation, large green vines slithered across Zeta's legs and trapped him. As Zeta was caught off guard, white ethereal ropes suddenly manifested around Zeta's beam rifle and yanked it away from his hands. Gravity took over and Zeta Gundam fell on his back, smashing a poor random civilian's car. I've taken his weapon. The white-robed heroine pulls the beam rifle far away from Zeta. Oof. I hate gravity. Zeta Gundam fired his thrusters, the flames catching the vines on fire. Zeta tore himself free with a sound of snapping roots as he vaulted skyward. Landing on the ground, he immediately took a stance and reached for a beam saber in his skirt armor, igniting it and facing it against the pro-heroes. Wait. That laser sword thingy. It's the same thing that Wing Zero used on Hawks. A pro-hero said. So? Just don't get hit by it. The triple-barreled bazooka hero fired another volley at Zeta, the Gundam bringing up his shield as a result. In the smokescreen caused by the explosion, Zeta boosted forward, bringing back his beam saber and slashing it at a nearby hero. By the same defense, the enhanced hero stepped up and took the blow, falling onto the pavement again. What's wrong with you? Throwing yourself in like that? Zeta Gundam boosted back from the failed attack. Hee hee, ouch, you would know if you knew I was comeback kid. The young hero smiled, getting up again despite all his injuries. His quirk, comeback, allows him to grow exponentially in power the more damage he takes. If he gets knocked out from the attack, the better. Zeta can feel the surge of power comeback kid was getting and realizing that he might not have enough firepower to take him down properly, especially after losing his beam rifle. He was still outnumbered, one mistake and he'll be overrun and captured. Come on, Methus, Zeta thought desperately, blocking another attack. Whatever you're planning, make it fast. //. After Methus placed the groceries on the rooftop of a random building, she immediately contacted NLB headquarters. Iwaxak's voice came through the comms. Hey Methus. How's the shopping going? Anything I can do to help you today? There's an emergency, she shouted, her scream sending EWAC Zack off his feet. Zeta's under attack by pro-heroes at the supermarket. He needs immediate support. After relaying the message to Izuku, the warehouse erupted into chaos. Mobile suits scrambled to combat readiness, weapon systems powering up, thrusters spooling. Izuku concentrated with his quirk, locating Zeta's Gundam location and taking a look into his perspective. He saw several flashes as Zeta blocked an attack and the nauseating movements of Zeta dodged more of the attacks. Yeah, Zeta's in serious trouble. We need to help him, immediately. Captain, authorize our departure. Daijay asks, grabbing his beam rifle while whistling to call a Dodai Kai. One of ours is in danger. We need to get going. Hey, what's going on? Himiko peeks out from a nearby room, her curiosity stirred by the commotion, before being dragged into the room with a vaudeville hook. Wait. A voice called from the Randy section. Hazel Custom emerged. Methus, what's Zeta's current combat status? I don't know. He's probably surrounded, and outgunned. Methus replied. Then we give him what he needs. Hazel Custom turned to the rest of the Titans test team. Is it ready? It should be, we just finished the prototype this morning. Woundwart's voice carried excitement. A cover was pulled away, revealing a massive railgun-like device built from the salvaged hero gear Kelly had donated. It was as wide as the warehouse. Behold! Invention number 2. The electromagnetic catapult. Hazel Gundam declares. TTT Invention number 2, electromagnetic catapult. The same system used by various ships to launch their mobile suits into combat. This bad boy specifically is designed to fire out extra supplies rather than mobile suits. Electromagnetic catapult? Why, how did you build it? Izuku asks. Yeah. Why wasn't I informed of this? Zaku Flipper fumes. Because we knew you'd shut it down, so we built it in secret. Hazel Gundam said, this isn't calibrated for mobile suits however, this is like a launcher for supplies and weapons like extra ammunition and those packs that Strike and Impulse use. Whoa, okay, color me impressed. Izuku admits. But still, I was really hoping you guys would make those restraints. We're building anything but the restraints. Zaku Flipper wailed in despair. Alright, prepare to launch a weapon package. Hazel custom orders. A small upper part of the warehouse opened up so that the catapult could properly launch its payload. Secured in its launch cradle was a weapon that made even the veteran Mobile Suit's pause, Zeta Gundam's signature Hyper Mega Launcher. However, it was still in its scaled-down form. Zeta Gundam was not going to use a tiny version of the Hyper Mega Launcher. Commander, if you would. Hazel Custom asks Izuku. Right. Izuku activated Plavsky Particles and sizing up the Hyper Mega Launcher into a suitable height. The Mobile Suit secured the weapon in a large, expendable carrying case that was attached to the catapult. Prepare to launch the catapult. It might blow up the power in the warehouse, but Zeta needs his weapon. Hazel Gundam announces. Calculating trajectory. Accounting for wind resistance. Adjusting for weapon weight. Hazel Custom's fingers flew across the improvised control panel. Ready to launch. The catapult began charging, electricity crackling along its rails, humming with barely contained power. Fire for effect. Hyper Mega Launcher. Launching. Boom. The electromagnetic catapult fired with a sound like thunder, launching the Hyper Mega Launcher into the sky at supersonic speeds. The weapon streaked across Muzurifu like a missile. After its velocity began faltering, the rockets on the weapon carrier flared to life, pushing it further to Zeta's location. Launch successful. Advanced Hazel cheered. ETA to target, 55 seconds. Methus transformed back to fighter mode. I'm going back to support him. Bring my brother back home, Methus. ZZ Gundam said. Methus didn't need to be told twice. She rocketed out of the warehouse, racing back toward the supermarket. Izuku actually didn't know about this ambush. Even though he had notifications enabled for Hero News websites, he just ignored his buzzing phone when he was busy teaching Himiko some basic trajectory calculations. He opened his phone and a live news alert slipped past his focus and autoplayed across the screen. Reporting live at the Super Duper Market in Masfetu, a clash between Zeta Gundam of Neo Londo Bell and multiple pro-heroes has erupted. Initially, there was another, unknown Neo Londo Bell unit that was accompanying Zeta Gundam but retreated from the premise. Eyewitnesses report that the new unit's name was Methus. The news clip showed a selfie image of Methus giving out a thumbs up with two high school girls. Then the footage cut to the fight itself. The camera shook wildly, a blue and white silhouette was moving through the parking lot, all while dodging attacks and retaliating when he could. Zeta was surrounded by heroes. When he turned to block an attack from one side, another would attack the opposite. The heroes' expressions were ones of desperation, as if their very livelihoods were on the line with this fight. Why, though? Izuku's thoughts raced. They were just shopping. There is no mission here, no civilians in danger, no villain to apprehend. Izuku realized that the last thought was foolish. However, something in his mind clicked. Remembering the report Tall Geese gave to him, he was now aware the bounties were being placed on his mobile suits, with the reward being money and public recognition. His eyes flicked back to the screen as the camera panned across fallen heroes. These were faces he didn't recognize. No familiar top-ranked pros, and he's never seen these ones in Muzurifu either. Izuku, the hero nerd, doesn't know these heroes. He would be excited over this thing, the opportunity to learn more quirks and analyze them, but it also gave him his answer. These heroes must be opportunists from other neighboring cities and prefectures. Smaller agencies, who don't get enough recognition because they're too small. When these people saw a number, probably several million yen, and imagined a boost in their agency, promotions, interviews, and prestige. People who figured scraping a vigilante robot was an easy win. Izuku swallowed hard, his knuckles turning white. He can't blame the heroes that are trying to get by, but it felt like they were there to cash in, not respond to a genuine vigilante response. Izuku realized that was only the beginning and that more low-ranking pro-heroes are going to try their hand on getting a mobile suit bounty. // Zeta was struggling. His armor was dented in a dozen places, one of his back thrusters was completely offline, and he was running out of options. The heroes had gotten tougher thanks to Comeback Kid's power surge, and using coordinated attacks that gave him no room to breathe. A hero with iron whips almost tripped him over, not before the ethereal rope and plant hero ambushed him again. Zeta used his beam saber to cut through them like paper. But Rock and Roll launched a nearby dumpster toward him. Zeta managed to dodge, but that left him open for Comeback Kid's charging strike, which slammed into his torso and sent him staggering. He's on the ropes. Press the attack. Comeback Kid cheers. Then a hero with elastic limbs launched his limbs toward Zeta, but the mobile suit grabbed the fist and with a tug and pull, he threw the elastic hero into the Iron Whip 1. Zeta Gundam brought his shield to block a powerful air cannon attack from another attacking hero, the blast pushing him across the concrete. Behind him, a hero with sleek, aerodynamic armor raised both palms. I'll pin him down. Take this. Compressed burst. Twin blasts of concentrated air shot forward, invisible but devastating, slamming into Zeta's already damaged side and driving him further off balance. Zeta tried to right himself, but his damaged thruster betrayed him. The air cannon's impact combined with his mechanical failures sent him stumbling down onto his side. Perfect shot, air shot, the bazooka hero shouted. Raising his weapon, the 3 barrels glowing dangerously with accumulated charge. Got you now, tin can. The Gundam raised his shield in a desperate defense, but everyone watching knew it wouldn't be enough at this distance, not with his damaged state and the disorienting air cannon attack. But then suddenly, from the corner of his sensors, a yellow blur slammed into the bazooka hero from above. Methus kick? The mobile suit crashed, transformed midair and descended with her feet extended, driving the hero into the pavement with tremendous force. The triple-barreled weapon discharged harmlessly into the sky as its wielder crumpled, unconscious. Sorry I'm late. Methus hopped beside Zeta, her mono-eye blazing with protective fury. Everything all right here? Methus. Zeta's voice carried relief and gratitude as he climbed off the ground. What about the groceries? I put them somewhere safe. Now focus on the fight. Rock and Roll snarled in frustration. The other one? Fine. We still have numbers. He gestured to the remaining heroes. Let's take them both down. Airshot prepared to fire another ball of compressed air. Comeback Kid stretched his muscles. The elastic limbs hero lifted the Iron Whip hero and launched her toward Methus. However, they didn't know that Methus had her beam guns attached to her forearms. She flipped her arm beam guns and opened fire, spraying a wall of beams to the Iron Whip hero, who tried intercepting the blasts, but there were too many and she was struck down by a barrage of beam blasts. Get some! Get some! Methus roared as she drew out her beam saber and boosted toward the elastic hero. Eh-ha! The elastic limb hero was caught off guard by Methus's aggressiveness and he was slashed across the chest from Methus's beam saber, shocking him into incapacitation. Haha! I did it! I took down 2 pro heroes already, WAH! Methus was struck on the side by Comeback Kid, sending her flying into the entrance and crashing through the entrance of the supermarket, glass shattering as her heavy metal form came to a halt, smashing into one of the cashier machines. The civilians and employees that were hiding in the building were screaming in fear. Methus! Zeta roared, turning toward Comeback Kid. Are you too blinded by your own greed and ego? You're putting people in danger here. Don't sound so high and mighty, Clanker. Comeback Kid hissed. This is a job here, alright? It's all a job. It's my livelihood. If I don't get recognized, I don't get to put food on the table. It's already hard enough when you have some situational quirk like mine. So just can it and give up already. But before they could coordinate another attack, a high-pitched whine cut through the air. Every head turned skyward as something massive streaked across the sky, trailing smoke and fire. Incoming! The vine-growing hero shouted. The weapon carrier slammed into the parking lot 50 meters from Zeta with earth-shaking force, cracking the pavement in a spiderweb pattern. The protective casing split open like a flower, revealing the massive hyper-mega launcher in all its glory. The weapon was easily as long as Zeta himself, a devastating piece of handheld mobile suit artillery. No way, the plant hero whispered. What is that thing? Zeta's optic sensor flared bright with renewed determination. He pushed himself, limping toward the weapon. My mega hyper launcher, come to me. No. Don't let him reach it. Rock and Roll roared, transforming into his boulder form and launching himself forward. Methus came out of the supermarket, intercepting the rock hero and by slamming her body into it. The tackle was enough to veer Rock and Roll of course. Go, Zeta. Thank you, Methus. Zeta reached the hyper-mega launcher and hefted it with both hands. The weapon was massive, an ultra-high-output beam cannon at the hands of a mobile suit, a most intimidating piece of hardware. The hyper-mega launcher hummed to life as the weapon synchronized with Zeta's systems. Everyone, fall back. The white-robed hero shouted, sensing the danger. No. Comeback Kid stepped forward instead, his body crackling with accumulated power from all the damage he'd taken. His body glowed with power, his quirk pushing him to superhuman levels. I can take it. I can tank anything now. My comeback quirk has charged me up to maximum. Zeta leveled the hyper-mega launcher at the hero. If that's what you want, pro-hero, but my hyper-mega launcher shouldn't be underestimated. Come on. Hit me with your best shot, Clanker. Comeback Kid challenged. The Hyper Mega Launcher's barrel extended as it began to glow, a brilliant pink light building from deep within. Energy crackled along its length as the surrounding air itself seemed to shimmer with heat. Zeta aimed, and Zeta fired. The massive column of megaparticle energy erupted from the Hyper Mega Launcher. It screamed across the parking lot as the flash blinded nearby bystanders. Comeback Kid took the full brunt of the attack head-on. For one impossible second, he held. His quirk flared to maximum, his body glowing with desperate power as he tried to withstand the overwhelming energy. His feet literally carved trenches in the pavement as the beam pushed him backward. His costume has disintegrated instantly, turning into steam rose from his skin. But then, his quirk broke. It simply just took too much damage with his prior engagements with Zeta. Reawawag. Comeback Kid's scream cut off as the beam overwhelmed him completely. The energy didn't injure him seriously thanks to the non-lethal settings, but it short-circuited every nerve in his body. He flew backward like a ragdoll, crashing through a parked truck and rolling to a stop in the street beyond, smoke rising from his unconscious form. And embarrassingly, his costume has been completely burned off, except for a pair of white boxers. The remaining heroes stared in horror. The parking lot where the beam had passed was scorched black and the asphalt melted. The truck Comeback Kid had crashed through was a smoking wreck. Some may draw comparisons with Zeta's Hyper Mega Launcher to Wing Zero's twin Buster rifles, but make no mistake, they are vastly different in power. That's impossible, the white-robed hero stammered. Anyone else want to try? Zeta asked, his voice carrying across the sudden silence. He stood wide and stable, with his legs planted firmly. He held his Hyper Mega Launcher horizontally across its midsection with both hands, with wisps of steam rising from its barrel. Rock and Roll slowly stood from where Methus had knocked him off course. He looked at his fallen comrades, the unconscious or incapacitated heroes scattered across the battlefield. 6 out of 10 were down. The plant hero was already backing away. The white-robed hero looked ready to bolt. Airshot, one of their most confident heroes as well, began to look uneasy and even scared. This isn't over, Rock and Roll said, but there was no conviction in his voice now. Then his professional pride reasserted itself. I'm still standing. I can still fight. He charged forward one more time, building momentum as he transformed mid-run. His body compacted into his signature boulder form, spinning faster and faster. Zeta's hand moved to the Hyper Mega Launcher's hilt. If you aren't going to stop, Zeta said calmly, watching Rock and Roll's approach. Then I'll just finish you off. From the end of the Hyper Mega Launcher's barrel erupted a beam blade, massive, blazing, and easily longer than your average beam saber. The pink energy sword crackled with the same power that had just defeated Comeback Kid, now shaped into a weapon for close combat. Rock and Roll's momentum made him unstoppable, and he was coming right toward Zeta. Zeta pivoted smoothly, bringing the massive beam saber around in a devastating arc. The blade warped and bent as it traveled through the air, and caught Rock and Roll mid-roll, and though it was set to non-lethal, the impact was tremendous. Electricity surged through the hero's rocky form. His boulder transformation broke apart, and he tumbled end over end across the parking lot, his body smoking and twitching before he finally came to rest against an overturned shopping cart, unconscious. Silence has fallen over the battlefield. That weapon. Airshot pointed at Zeta's Hyper Mega Launcher. It looks like the thing that took out Hawks. And no way. The white-robed heroine almost fell to her knees. We can't win. We're going to die if we face off against that thing. The last 3 standing heroes, the white-robed restraint user, the plant manipulator, and Airshot looked at each other, then at Zeta and Methus, then at their fallen comrades. Our retreat. We can't handle this. The dust had been settled and the winner decided. Methus stared at the retreating trio of heroes, confident that they wouldn't be coming back to attack them again. 2 mobile suits, who initially just were there to go shopping, were ambushed by pro-heroes and forced to defend themselves. The absurdity of mobile suits going out for a shopping trip, but now standing in a scorched parking lot surrounded by unconscious professional heroes, wasn't lost on either of them. Also, news cameras had captured everything. The reporters who'd been filming the wholesome grocery trip now had footage of something else entirely, a clear demonstration of why Neo-Lando Bell had become such a concern for the HPSC. Not because they were dangerous to civilians, but because they were dangerous to anyone who tried to force a confrontation. Zeta, Methus said quietly, looking at the destruction. This is going to make things worse, isn't it? Zeta looked at the Hyper Mega Launcher in his hands, then at the fallen heroes. He thought about how this had started, with a simple shopping trip for Lady Inko. Probably, he admitted. But what else could we do? They attacked first, and we defended ourselves. Sirens wailed in the distance, more heroes and police responding to the scene. Now we need to get going as well. Zeta transformed into his Wave Rider mode with the Hyper Mega Launcher on his back. Are you sure those groceries are safe? I know where they are. Methus said. Let's get out of here now. She transformed back to her MA mode and together they rocketed into the sky, leaving behind a battlefield that would dominate every news cycle in Japan. Behind them, the news reporter spoke into her camera with barely concealed awe. In a stunning display of power, Neo Londo Bell's Zeta Gundam and the newly revealed Methus have defeated 10 professional heroes in what they say is an illegal vigilante engagement. However, eyewitness accounts confirm that Zeta Gundam was attacked first while peacefully conducting, and I cannot believe I'm saying this, a grocery shopping trip. People are drawing conclusions to the fight several days ago between pro-hero Hawks and the powerful Wing Zero. The question everyone is asking now, if this is what Neo Londo Bell's mobile suits can do when defending themselves. What are they capable of when they actually go on the offensive? // Oh my goodness. Are you two alright? Inko rushed outside. She witnessed the entire battle on the news, and she couldn't care less about the groceries in Methus's hands. We had a minor incident, Zeta said, trying to sound casual despite looking like he'd been through a war. Nothing to worry about, Lady Inko. Minor? Inko looked between the two mobile suits. I saw you on the TV. There was nothing minor about that. We did manage to escape. And without serious damage to either side. Methus added as she gave Inko the bags of groceries, miraculously unharmed. We're probably going to need a new paint job however, Zeta said. Also, you'll find the eggs perfectly unscathed, courtesy of Methus's handling. Inko wiped her eyes, laughing through the tears. You too. You went through all that trouble, got attacked by professional heroes, and you still worry about the eggs. She shook her head in wonder. Thank you. Both of you. For everything. I didn't mean to cause so much trouble for you. It's our honor to serve, Lady Inko. Zeta and Methus said in unison, both giving small bows. We should head back and report to Izuku in the warehouse before the neighbors start taking pictures. Zeta said as he started to leave. Goodbye, Lady Inko. Take care, Miss Inko. Methus waves back. Why do you call her Miss? Zeta asked Methus as the two made their way back. Oh, me and Inko go way back. We female mobile suits spend a lot of time with her, Nobel, Ariel, Strike Rouge, Cubely, you know. I remember the one time we helped her bake a strawberry cake, we couldn't taste it but it sure looked pretty good. I see, Zeta murmurs. Zeta was sort of limping as the two mobile suits walked, sparks sometimes came out from his battered and dented armor. Can you make it back? Methus asked, her mono eye focusing on his injuries with concern. I'll manage, Zeta replied, transforming back to his mobile suit mode. Talk about a rough day, and here I thought going to buy groceries will be a simple task. I guess that assumption was my first mistake. Nothing about Neo Londo Bell is simple, I'm afraid. Methus chuckled. But as long as we have Izuku, we'll make it through. Pro-heroes as bounty hunters. TCH, what a joke. I think they should be stripped of their title of hero. Zeta scoffs as his damaged knee screeched like a coffee grinder. I kinda agree with you, Zeta. Methus added. For all we could know, they might just keep on coming and coming here at Masfeitu. We need to spread our forces. Zeta looked around Masfeitu's industrial district. Not just Masfeitu, I'm talking about other cities in Shizuoka, like Fuji or Hamamatsu, or even Shizuoka the capital itself. That seems like a good idea, but remember, the captain has a range limit for his quirk. If we go too far from him, we'll turn back into plastic models. Methus warns. You're right, but still, this is going to turn into a siege battle if this continues. We need to get more on the aggressive side while still retaining our defensive stance. Zeta suggests. Later, Methus noted seeing the warehouse just appearing before the edge of her vision. Let's get you fixed up now, can't have the captain waiting any longer. A week after the supermarket incident. Wednesday. Noon, 12:47. Weather, cloudy with a drizzle. Temperature, chilly. Visibility, unlimited. The room smells clean in a way that isn't comforting, sharp disinfectant layered over plastic and faint ozone from machines that never quite fall silent. It's not unpleasant, just clinical, like the air itself has been scrubbed of anything personal. Every sound carries, the soft hiss of oxygen from somewhere down the hall, the distant chirp of monitors, the squeak of rubber soles passing my door at regular intervals. Kigo. Takami hated being bedridden, he was an extrovert for crying out loud, flying through the skies of Japan, talking to his beloved fans and fighting bad guys in epic brawls was his whole ordeal. But the walls around him were a pale, neutral color, inspiring nothing. There's a small whiteboard across from the bed with his name written in neat marker, along with the date and the nurse on shift. Someone has added a smiley face next to the name. Even in the hospital he was still popular. Honestly, compared to everything else in the room, the hundreds of flowers and get well soon cards, the only best part of this hospital was the window. From here, Kigo was able to see the city beyond the hospital grounds. The sounds outside were muted by the thick glass, which had droplets of water from the outside drizzle. One of the best feelings of using his quirk is seeing everything from a beautiful bird's eye view. But now grounded on this hospital bed, the feeling was alien. Lying here, watching the city breathe and live through the glass, there's a strange sense of suspension. Time doesn't move the way it should. Minutes stretch and hours blur. Kigo exists between moments, no longer part of the outside world, not entirely separate from it either, waiting for the day when he's released from the doctor, get back to work, and leave the room behind for good. That day will come sooner than expected. His fierce wings haven't been completely burned off, and they are recovering just fine. Kigo remembers the doctor telling him he could be released at the end of the week. Ah yes, the fight with Wing Zero, the first major loss he has ever taken in his pro-hero career. His golden eyes, usually sharp and calculating, were hollow, haunted, occasionally unfocusing as his mind replayed the fight with Wing Zero over and over like a nightmare on repeat. There's no way I could beat something like that, Kigo realized. Wing Gundam Zero, Gundam, that's that machine's name. This was when Kigo began to connect the dots. He's heard of the supermarket incident where another Gundam, Zeta Gundam, and another mobile suit was ambushed by a group of low-ranking heroes but ultimately failed. Kigo figured that the name Gundam must hold significant meaning. It felt like a title given to the most powerful of NLB's mobile suits. The door to his room opened with a soft click. Kigo turned to see Madam President of the HPSC enter, and the atmosphere in the room immediately changed. Madam President was flanked by 2 security personnel, but she dismissed them with a wave, and the door clicked shut, leaving her alone with the injured hero. Madam President, Hawks tried to sit up straighter, wincing as his damaged wings shifted. Look, ma'am. I can explain dash. Can you, Hawks? She pulled up a chair, crossing her legs and fixing him with an icy stare. Because from where I'm sitting, the number 3 hero was defeated by a single mobile suit. A mere machine, a machine whose power is enough to rival yours. Hawks looked down at his hands. The confidence from his face turned to awkwardness. Ma'am. It was like nothing I've ever fought before. The speed, the firepower, how should I say this? The tactfulness of Wing Zero? That mobile suit adapted to my fighting style in under 30 seconds. Every attack and trick in the book I made, he saw through it and countered. And those weapons. He shuddered. I think those beam weapons could have killed me 100 times over. He was going easy on me, way easy on me. Yes, we've read that in your report. Madam President pulled out a tablet, scrolling through data. The instance where Wing Zero could have delivered a lethal blow, but chose a non-lethal option instead. That's the part that concerns me most. What do you mean by that, ma'am? These mobile suits have the capabilities that surpass most hero equipment, enough to defeat even you. These aren't just some rogue machines we can take care of. She looked up at Hawks. Worst of all, we don't know how to take them out. Any attempts on capturing or neutralizing them only leads to defeat. Hawks frowned. With respect, ma'am, are they really a threat? Every report I've read shows Neo Londo Bell saving lives. The USJ incident, the bank robbery, the bridge collapse. They're vigilantes operating military-grade weapons without oversight or authorization, Madam President interrupted sharply. Today they're saving people. Tomorrow? Who knows? We cannot allow an armed force to operate outside government control, regardless of their current intentions. Hawks frowned again, looking at Madam President as if already knowing the next words that were going to come out of her mouth. So what do you want me to do? Madam President stood, walking to the window overlooking the skyline. I'm creating a new division within the HPSC. A secretive task force dedicated to investigating and eventually neutralizing Neo Londo Bell. I'm calling it the Anti-Mobile Suit Investigation Team, AMSIT for short. Anti-Mobile Suit. Hawks repeated. Heh, sounds pretty aggressive. As you are aware, our prior attempts on stopping them were very unsatisfactory, she said coldly. Last week, 10 heroes tried to capture one mobile suit near a grocery store. Most of them failed and were hospitalized. The public is starting to see Neo Londo Bell as heroes, which undermines the entire licensed hero system. We need intelligence, detailed intelligence, on their capabilities. How many mobile suits are there? How many different kinds of mobile suits are there? Where do they operate from? What are their strengths, weaknesses, and limitations? And more importantly, can we find a way to beat them? Questions like that. She turned back to Hawks. And you're going to lead AMSIT? Hawks's eyes widened. Me? Ma'am, I just got my butt handed to me by one of these things. Exactly. You've faced them in combat and survived. You know what they're capable of. You understand the threat. She walked back to him. Hawks, you're one of our best. Your quirk can gather intelligence without being detected. That's what we need right now, information. Well, you don't want me to walk up to them and ask all of this, don't you? Hawks asks. No, although the idea of you being our double agent is tempting. They might be too suspicious of us. So use reconnaissance, long-range coverage, and analysis of battle footage if possible. She swiped to another screen showing organizational charts. I'm assigning you a team, of course. Specialists in engineering, quirk analysis, and intelligence gathering. Whoever we need, we'll give them to you. Who else knows about AMSIT? Only the highest levels of the HPSC. This is classified at the absolute maximum level. If word gets out that we're actively hunting Neo Lando Bell, it could cause public backlash. She fixed him with a serious look. The public is beginning to see them as heroes. We need to change that narrative, but carefully. Which also means we need evidence of wrongdoing, or at minimum, evidence that they're too dangerous to be allowed to operate freely. The entire pro-hero system that our society has implemented will be undermined if NLB continues to operate like this. Do you understand, Hawks? Crystal, he nods. Good. As soon as the doctors have cleared you for duty, I'll give you an additional 2 weeks to prepare, then a mist goes operational. Madam President hands over to Hawks a rather large file containing incident reports, witness testimonies, graphs and pictures of the various mobile suits and technical analysis made by HPSC experts. This file contains everything we know about Neo Lando Bell and their mobile suits. By the time you're back in the field, I want you to be the world's foremost expert on mobile suit combat. After Madam President left, Hawks sat alone in the medical room, staring at the images of mobile suits in the files. Then, he made the loudest sigh ever heard by mankind. This was not what Hawks was expecting when the HPSC would eventually visit him in the hospital. His first order was, do something about those mobile suits. 2. You're now the head of a secret intelligence gathering organization within our ranks. Hawks is a young and carefree guy. He doesn't want to chain himself to the responsibilities of being such a high-ranked pro-hero. But now this? Running a mist sounds like such a hassle. Hawks slammed the files down in a nearby open drawer in frustration and decided on taking a nap. Geez, Neo Lando Bell just had to dish out more work for me. I need a vacation. Hawks sighed. Hawks was thinking while staring at the uninspiring and monotone white ceiling, his mind drifting to his fight with Wing Gundam Zero. He remembered how his feathers were useless against his tough metal hull, how his beam saber was cutting through his blades like butter, and how the dreaded twin buster rifle's power put Hawks right into a hospital bed. Wing Zero read every move Hawks made, and he had to admit it, he didn't think anybody, not even Endeavor or All Might, would be enough to take down Wing Zero. Wing Zero, Hawks gritted his teeth as he turned in his bed, remembering the shockingly handsome mobile suit with his angel-like wings. Hawks' yellow eyes burned with determination and promise for vengeance. I'm not the type to have grudges, but this time, I think I'm making an expectation. // Principal Nizu of UA High School sat in his office, surrounded by screens displaying data, news footage, and analysis reports. His small paws and stubby fingers moved across a keyboard with surprising speed, pulling up files and cross-referencing information with the efficiency of someone who possessed one of the highest IQs in Japan and in the world. Fascinating, he murmured, his beady eyes gleaming with intellectual curiosity. Absolutely fascinating. On one screen, pictures were displayed of the Musufatu bank robbery incident. 3 Zaku II mobile suits operating with military precision. On a second screen, footage showing the fight between Hawks and Wing Gundam Zero, their movements a blur in the Musufao sky. On a third screen, the supermarket battles with Zeta Gundam wielding the Hyper Mega Launcher and taking down the pro-heroes that have ambushed them. Nizu had been investigating Neo Lando Bell for weeks now, ever since All Might admitting that NLB's interference has helped him with the USJ incident. It had raised questions, especially for this curious rat, about these unidentified mechanical beings intervening in villain attacks. What he discovered was troubling, and intriguing, and concerning, and exciting. All at once, mixed into one cocktail of curiosity. Let's review the facts, Nizu said to himself. Neo Lando Bell. A vigilante organization. Operating autonomous robots called mobile suits. The name suggests that they are piloted, but there has been no such instance of an actual human piloting these things, and they all appear to be quite intelligent, not specifically like AIs. At least 40 distinct units have been identified, and they are known to have advanced weapons and technology, tactics akin to military organizations, but also adhering to strict non-lethal protocol. And the mysterious commander of this organization, there has only been one appearance of this commander, who witnesses describe as young, male, and wearing a red mask. Nizu. He opened another file, this one containing entrance exam records from a month ago. Midoriya Izuku. Practical exam score, 84 villain points, 60 rescue points. Total, 144 points. First place overall. Status, application rejected. Nizu remembered this case, it had bothered him at the time. A student with exceptional performance, innovative quirk usage, and heroic instincts that every pro-hero can admire. He would have been a fine addition to Nizu's institution, had he not been rejected for lack of merit, but because of HPSC pressure. He pulled up the transcript the HPSC had provided. It painted a picture of an unstable student who lashes out because of insecurities of his lackluster quirk. The transcript included disciplinary incidents, rather questionable academic grades with instances of academic misconduct, a record of fights suggesting violent tendencies, and teacher recommendations advising against acceptance to any hero program. Despite his outstanding performance in the entrance exam, if what his middle school transcripts were saying were true, then Nizu had no other option but to reject such an individual. Nizu had made the unfortunate mistake of trusting such information at the time. The HPSC's word carried weight, and they presented compelling evidence that Midoriya Izuku was a risk. But now, with fresh eyes and new information, Nizu reviewed the transcript again, and found a few inconsistencies that no ordinary investigator could have caught. The disciplinary incidents were quite vague, lacking specific dates or details. The evaluations weren't signed by a licensed professional. The teacher recommendations referenced courses that Midoriya's school didn't actually offer. It would appear that this transcript has been fabricated, Nizu said aloud, his voice cold with realization. It was so blatant, like it was haphazardly made at the spur of the moment, but it looked detailed enough to get any ordinary principal to reject Izuku's application. The HPSC deliberately sabotaged this boy's application. He managed to find Midoriya's actual school records, the ones from before HPSC interference. He was an exceptionally smart student, with no disciplinary issues. Teachers described him as enthusiastic, analytical, and, apparently, naive despite a lackluster quirk. Lackluster quirk? I find that hard to believe. Nizu chuckles, remembering the performance Izuku put on for the UA faculty during the entrance exam. But the question is why? Why would the HPSC fabricate evidence to reject a promising student? Especially him. Nizu then pulled up the footage of the entrance exam. Specifically, footage of Izuku's mobile suits in action. There were two of them, one white with distinctive fin funnels, one red with an imposing presence. Nizu paused the footage and enhanced it, studying the designs carefully. The white mobile suit was the RX-78-2 Gundam, a Muro-Rei's final machine from the 1988 movie, Char's Counterattack. And the red mobile suit was the MSN-04 Sazabi, Char Aznable's final machine from the same movie. New and Sazabi, Nizu breathed. The final confrontation between Amuro and Char. The two greatest pilots of the Universal Century timeline. And those are the exact two mobile suits that appeared at our entrance exam. Commanded by Midoriya Izuku. During his investigation, Nizu has managed to find the remnants of the Gundam franchise from long ago. Realizing that the NLB's mobile suits are strikingly, if not, directly similar to the ones in the Gundam franchise, Nizu scoured everything there is to know about the Gundam. Nizu especially liked the rivalry surrounding Char and Amuro, and how their very fight decides the future of humanity's potential through either hope or genocide. The very attitudes the mobile suits exhibited during their short time in the entrance exam is a little bit similar to their respective pilots. He opened more files, connecting dots with frightening speed. It was true that there were instances where the HPSC would also view the UA entrance exam. It is in the HPSC's best interest that UA is producing the pro-heroes that society needs. But for some reason, they flagged Midoriya and pressured UA to reject him, even fabricating a false transcript to ensure said rejection. And now, 3 months later, a vigilante organization called Neo Londo Bell appeared. Commanded by someone who is a major fan of the Gundam franchise, deploying mobile suits from the said franchise, using military tactics and strict ethical protocols. It seems like the HPSC wanted to control him, Nizu said quietly. They saw the potential in his quirk and wanted its power for its own gains, it seems. And when he refused, they made sure he couldn't become a hero through legitimate channels. His paws clenched. So he became a hero anyway. On his own terms. The relationship between the Hero Public Safety Commission and UA High School is characterized by a rocky alliance. UA is Japan's premier hero training academy, even ranked among the global top 10 in hero schools. UA High School derives its prestige from distinguished alumni such as Beast Genist, Endeavor, and All Might himself. Under the leadership of the unique and bizarre principal Nizu, the institution operates on a mandate of universal potentiality and educational freedom. UA teachers can choose how to run their classes, they can pretty much do whatever, including expelling an entire class. By emphasizing freedom across diverse curricula, ranging from the hero course to general education, students will be able to find and achieve their true potential. In other words, described by their motto, Go Beyond, plus Ultra. While the Commission acknowledges UA's efficacy in producing elite pro-heroes, a conflict of interest has been brewing. The HPSC, on the other hand, has a much more corporate, big-picture outlook. They aren't fans of how much freedom the school has. The Commission wants more control, pushing for a tighter and stricter grip on the academy so they can effectively cherry-pick the students that come and go. Essentially, the HPSC wants to treat UA like a factory line for government assets. This completely ignores UA's core vow to help all students reach their potential, regardless of how useful the government thinks they are. And Nizu sure as hell isn't going to turn his proud school into a tool for the government. This was coming from a lab rat that was used by humans, by the way. But the question now was, what to do with this information? Nizu couldn't report his findings to the HPSC, which seemed counterproductive. He could report it to the police. Detective Tsukachi was already aware of Neo Londo Bell, but he already has his hands full with the USJ incident and the origins of the Nomu. Nizu could reach out to Midoriya directly, but that would expose the boy and potentially put him in greater danger. What to do, Nizu hums. There was one thing that Nizu had an abundance of, and it was patience. He will simply watch from the sidelines and make the appropriate moves when necessary. He won't tell the rest of his faculty, or All Might about this. It would ultimately bring some trouble that Nizu didn't need right now. Ironically, Nizu couldn't help but chuckle at the fact that there were now two up-and-coming organizations. The Mysterious League of Villains and Neo Londo Bell, both with unknown origins, motives, and leaders. Well, Nizu already figured out NLB's leader anyway. Young Midoriya, Nizu said quietly to the image of the green-haired boy frozen on his screen, you may not know it yet, but you have allies in unexpected places. And when the time comes, I will make sure that UA will stand with you. //. The warehouse was packed with mobile suits in their Gunpla sizes, all gathered around a large map of Masfatu. All over the map were a bunch of red pins indicating all the confrontations between NLB and the pro-heroes and suspected patrol routes, and there were a lot of them, with more being added with each returning NLB patrol. Izuku studied the map intently as one of his AMS-119 Gira Dogas read their report on today's patrol. After that, me and Zaku III hid behind some buildings before they ultimately left and we retreated. I lost my right arm in the ensuing fight, and Zaku III had his beam rifle destroyed. A one-armed Gira Doga reads off a piece of tiny paper he wrote. This concludes our report. He saluted with his remaining left arm before walking backwards. Izuku wrote down the report in his notebook and took an enormous exhale. Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly, Izuku said, studying the map with growing concern and frustration. In the past week since Zeta and Methus's grocery trip, how many pro-hero sightings have we confirmed in our operational area? 47, Daijay reported grimly. Ranging from D-list to B-list. They're setting up observation posts, conducting regular patrols, and maintaining a perimeter around our known activity zones. More concerningly, they are inching closer and closer to Musufatu's industrial district. Sooner or later, they might discover our base of operations if they continue to move in like this. MSN 00100 Hayaku Shiki added. They're boxing us in, Sazabi observed coldly. Their actions are restrict our movements. They must be waiting for us to make a desperate move, then crush us with a counterattack. Well, it's working too, Izuku grunted. We've had to cancel 3 patrol missions this week because the routes were too heavily monitored. Our operational range has been cut down to maybe 30% of what it was. The most troubling thing is the state of rescue operations. New Gundam said, his usual optimism replaced with concern. Our forces are forced to take longer routes to avoid detection, which increases response time significantly. Well, at least with the amount of increased heroes, these kinds of incidents do get resolved rather quickly now. We're being strangled operationally. Sazabi angrily yells. The heroes and commission will become more aggressive. We've heard rumors that the bounties are being increased significantly. These pro-heroes arriving from other prefectures and cities. They are not heroes that are here to protect the people. Just bounty hunters who are here to incentivize on opportunity. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news here, but we've also got a problem. Desperado interjected, you see, Jaburo 2 construction is behind schedule. Really behind schedule. What? How far behind? Izuku asked. We're at approximately 38% completion when we should be at 55%, you hear? Desperado explained, pulling up construction schematics. The AGs have been working non-stop on excavation, you hear? But try as we might, but we've had a few cave-ins that set us back. They're exhausted honestly, the poor AGs weren't designed for prolonged digging, you hear? That is troubling, Izuku murmurs. He can't have the AGs always functional as his quirk will deactivate if he falls asleep. We need Jaburo 2 operational, especially now. If this siege continues, the warehouse is going to be compromised and we need that backup base to fall back to if that happens. That's what I'm saying, boss, Desperado nodded. But at our current rate, we're looking at another 4 to 5 months before basic functionality, and that's just being optimistic. The warehouse fell into concerned silence, except for the quiet discussions between mobile suits. It seems that every direction Izuku looked, there were problems that needed solutions, now. Well, does anybody have any good news? Izuku asks. A cough came from the Randy corner. Hazel Gundam emerged, followed by the rest of Titan's test team. Zaku Flipper trailed behind them, looking simultaneously exhausted and resigned. I think we've got a solution to one of your problems, sir. Hazel Gundam announces. Concerning your operational range issue. Go on. We've been working on something when we were experimenting with GN particles from our lovely Anu Domini Gundams. Hazel Custom pointed to Gundam Ashia, Dynames, Kyrios, and Virtue. Dynames was waving back enthusiastically. Well, consider it several somethings. Hazel 2 and Woundwort then pull out a Gunpla-sized whiteboard as Hazel Gundam suddenly pulls out a laser pointer. Now, all of us are aware of how we work thanks to Izuku's quirk, right fellas? If no, here's a quick rundown. First rule, the object Izuku is animating must be made of plastic and said plastic model must be made by his own hands. Pre-assembled models and action figures do not count. Second rule, when animated, the plastic model exhibits and perfectly replicates all systems despite it originally being made of plastic. When we're all animated, things such as our electrical systems, weapons, hydraulics and servos, are all perfectly replicated despite us being made of plastic and rubber joints. Third rule, we are animated by a subatomic particle exhibited from Izuku's body. Another trait of Plavsky Particles is that you can size us up from our plastic model sizes all the way up to our true sizes. Plavsky Particles maintain our consciousness and animates us. If Plavsky Particles are removed from us, we simply shrink back into our Gunpla forms and sizes. That, or you actually get killed in combat. The less Plavsky Particles in you, the more sluggish your movements are. Which brings us to fourth rule, Plavsky Particles will diminish on a few factors. Such as the total number of mobile suits Izuku has active, sizing them up and distance. According to our calculations, we noticed that at around 5 kilometers, animated mobile suits begin experiencing sluggishness. At 10 kilometers, fine motor control becomes difficult. At 15 kilometers, we risk riveting back into a Gunpla model. Yes. I'm pretty aware of that. Izuku confirms, no one overanalyzes Izuku quirk more than himself. It's a fundamental limitation of my quirk. I try to increase it with training, but I don't think I can begin training again with our current circumstances. Was a fundamental limitation, Hazel Gundam corrected with what could only be described as a smug grin in his voice. Commander, may I introduce you to the Plavsky Particle Range Extender, or PPRE for short? Hazel Ausla pushed forth carrying a metallic cube, about the size of a human's Rubik's Cube. It hummed softly with internal power, and faint azure particles seemed to dance around its surface. Hazel Gundam leans on the cube. We've made this device during one of our enlarged shifts. This device doesn't generate Plavsky particles, but what it does do is create a stable pathway for your particles to travel through. Think of it like a relay station. Your quirk generates particles that naturally disperse over distance, right? These devices capture those dispersing particles and redirect them along a focused pathway, maintaining their potency over much greater distances. Izuku's eyes widened. You're saying, do these extend my range? Significantly, Advanced Hazel interjected, by our calculations, a single PPRE can extend effective range by approximately 2 kilometers. While limiting, multiple PPREs can be used to create a network that can extend it exponentially. We built 12 of them, Master. Kihartu said, giggling with excitement. He. 12 little cubes that will let us reach across the entire city. Maybe even beyond. Also, they have micro-thrusters on them so they can hover in the air, and you can relocate them on the dime in the sky. Out of sight from any pesky heroes or villains. Reru added. This is essentially a support item for my Quirk. Izuku excitedly looked at the device, his eyes gleaming with joyous curiosity. And you guys were able to make this from old hero gear? That's amazing. Don't thank us yet, sir. We still haven't tested it yet on the field. Zaku Flipper? Izuku looked at the local safety officer. Your assessment? It doesn't catch on fire, doesn't explode, and is not built in secrecy. I approve it solely because it's harmless and actually beneficial. Zaku Flipper raised a thumbs up. If only they could use that energy to make some restraints. This is going to be such a help. Izuku proclaimed. If it works, this changes everything. We could extend our operations beyond Muzutafu, we could respond to emergencies across the entire Shizuoka prefecture. Well, I'm happy all that got sorted out. But we still have problem number 2, you hear? Desperado interjected, bringing the conversation back to Jaburo 2. For that, we actually don't have anything useful built. Hazel Gundam said disappointingly, but we might be able to make some demolition charges. No, unacceptable. Zaku Flipper immediately rejected the idea. Izuku began pondering on his next solution, his mind wondering what kind of mobile suit would actually work best? Or perhaps, a mobile armor. Izuku looks toward a shelf that held some of his largest and most complex builds. Sitting amongst the sleeping mobile armors on display lies the draconic and fearsome AMA X7 Shamblo. Shamblo, Izuku said slowly, pointing and thumb at the Gunpla Shamblo. I think we've got somebody that can help you greatly, Desperado. Eh? A Shamblo? That mighty great mobile armor? Desperado was taken aback. I think she's perfect for it. Izuku explains, with her massive size and claws, she can easily dig out the tunnels. And if a cave-in does happen, she'll be fine. I guess it does sound like she'll be lovely company, but I've heard that she's a bit enthusiastic. You know how affectionate Heizenflay Tura gets? Izuku said, talking about the Yandra mobile suit. Instead add the personality of an overexcited puppy that weighs several tons. Oh dear, Metha said quietly. Better to deal with an enthusiastic mobile armor than have our backup base remain incomplete when we desperately need it. Izuku got up and walked toward the shelf where Shamblo resided. He reached the shelf and carefully retrieved the Shamblo Gunpla. Even in plastic form, it was one of Izuku's most impressive works. The details, painting and decal work had taken him days to complete. He set her down on the warehouse floor and took several steps back. Izuku raised his hands, azure Plavsky particles beginning to swirl around him. He focused his quirk, pouring energy into the model. The particles intensified, gathering around the Shamblo like a miniature storm. Then the draconic mobile armor began to grow. 8 inches became a foot became 3 feet, and 3 feet became 10 feet. Shamblo's massive frame almost filled up half of the warehouse shape as systems came online one by one with the hum of Minovsky generators. Once the AMA X7 Shamblo stood fully animated. Her claws twitched experimentally, her mono-eye glowed with vibrant life, and her massive body radiated power. For a moment, there was silence as the Shamblo's consciousness initialized. She tilted her head as her tiny mono-eye looked straight down toward Izuku. Then, Master. The mobile armor's voice was deafening, filled with unbridled joy and excitement. Before Izuku could react, Shamblo surged forward with shocking speed for something so large, her claws extending toward him. Master is here. Master activated Shamblo. Shamblo is so happy she could explode. Shamblo has been asleep for so long and so happy to meet Master again. Shamblo, wait dash. Izuku tried to back away, but the mobile armor was faster. Her claws gently scooped Izuku up and brought him close to her head in what could only be described as an enormous hug. Shamblo loves Master. Nuzzle. Cuddle. Squeeze. Nuzzle. Shamblo nuzzled against Izuku with her massive metal head. Izuku wasn't in pain per se, but it felt very weird and uncomfortable to be nuzzled by a giant metal war machine. Shamblo missed Master. Did Master miss Shamblo? Gasp. Shamblo thinks Master must have missed Shamblo because Master activated Shamblo and that means Master needs Shamblo. In her excitement, Shamblo squeezed Izuku even tighter. Shamblo, please, you're crushing me dash. Izuku wheezed. Oh no. Shamblo is sorry. Shamblo doesn't want to hurt Master. She immediately loosened her grip, holding Izuku more gently but still not putting him down. Is Master okay? Shamblo will be more careful. Shamblo promises. The assembled mobile suits watched this display with varying degrees of amusement and concern. This is our first time properly meeting Shamblo, right? Zaku said. I can see what Izuku meant about affectionate, New Gundam said. Ha! That's an understatement, Daijay muttered. TCH, what does some barbaric mobile armor know about affection? Her nuzzling is nothing compared to my devotion to the commander. Heizentle Tura comments with her arms crossed. Master, why did you activate Shamblo? Are there bad guys? Shamblo is very good at fighting. Shamblo has mega particle guns and reflector bits. Shamblo can destroy enemies underwater and on land. Master will be so proud of how powerful Shamblo is. Actually, Shamblo, Izuku said, managing to catch his breath now that she wasn't actively crushing him, I need you for something different. I need you to help build something. Build something? Shamblo tilted her head in confusion. Shamblo is not construction mobile armor. Shamblo is combat mobile armor. Shamblo fights Master's enemies. Yes, I know. But Shamblo, because you can work underwater and have those huge claws, we need someone with your capabilities to help with this. Izuku explained patiently. You can help Desperado build a secret base called Jaburo II, and it's very important for us and Neo Londo Bell. Master needs Shamblo to build secret base? Yes. It's very important work. The other mobile suits have been working very hard, but we need someone as strong and capable as you to help finish it. Shamblo's mono eye seemed to glow brighter with pride. Shamblo will build secret base for Master. Shamblo will be the best builder, Shamblo will dig so much and make Master proud. I'm sure you will, Izuku said warmly. But first, I need you to put me down so I can explain the construction plans. Okay, but Shamblo likes holding Master. Shamblo protested, hesitantly putting Izuku back on the ground. Shamblo hasn't been able to hold Master in so long. After Shamblo builds secret base, will Shamblo get to hold Master again? Oh, of course. If you properly listen to me and Desperado. I'll not only let you hold me, but I'll give you plenty of headpats as well. Izuku said diplomatically, which made the mobile armor even more enthusiastic. Shamblo will work very hard for Master. Shamblo declared enthusiastically. Shamblo will dig all the dirt. Shamblo will move all the rocks. Shamblo will make the best secret base. Shamblo does good job, Shamblo gets reward. That's good, Desperado said, then looked at Izuku. Commander, she's going to need to work at night when the beach is empty. Her size makes her impossible to hide. Understood, Izuku nodded. Shamblo, you'll be working at Takaba Municipal Beach, but only at night when no one is around. During the day, you'll need to rest in the partially completed sections of Jaburo II where you won't be seen. Can you do that? Shamblo can do that. Shamblo is very good at hiding. The massive mobile armor practically vibrated with enthusiasm. Good. Now, Desperado will give you the detailed instructions on where exactly to dig, what materials to reinforce with, and dash. Shamblo is ready to start now. Shamblo will go to the beach and build a secret base immediately. The mobile armor began moving toward the warehouse doors with alarming speed. Now wait just a dagnum minute, Shamblo. You need to listen to the plans first. Desperado called out. Shamblo will dig very good and build secret base. Shamblo will build the best secret base and come back for headpats because Shamblo loves Master. The mobile armor was already at the bay doors, her massive form filling the entire opening. We have a secret entrance to Jaburo II, dang it. Get back here you dagnum Xeon mobile armor and read the blueprints. Desperado was desperately waving said blueprints as he chased after Shamblo. She didn't listen to a single instruction, Methus said quietly. Not one, new Gundam confirmed. Master Izuku, Sazabi turned to their commander, his mono eye glowing with what might have been amusement. You have unleashed an amphibious mobile armor with the temperament of an attention-seeking puppy. An enthusiastic disaster upon Desperado's construction site. I know, Izuku said weakly, already dreading the reports he'd receive tomorrow. I know. On the bright side, Hazel Custom offered, she's probably going to dig really fast. Desperado will guide her, Izuku said, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. He's experienced. He'll manage. Probably. Now he'll know what I must feel every day. Zaku Flipper said. Izuku muttered to himself on his next course of action, running his hands through his hair in frustration as he turned toward the TTT. Okay then, Titan's test team, I want the PPREs deployed for field testing soon. We'll start with a short-range test for tonight, and we'll gradually extend it until we can use it practically. Understood, Commander. The Titan's test team immediately began preparing the devices. Hey, who volunteers to be the test subjects? Hazel Ausla asks. I suppose I shall. Fiverr crossed his arms. Hey, you can count on me, sis. Hazel Custom gave her a thumbs up. As the mobile suits began preparations for the range extender tests, Izuku looked at the map of Muzutafu covered in red pins. The HPSC was tightening the noose, but Izuku will not back down so easily. This was his dream, and he won't let anyone trample on it. Even if it took custom-made support items, or a massive mobile armor digging out a backup base, NLB won't go down with a fight. Friday. Morning, 8 o'clock. Weather, scattered clouds. Temperature, cool. Visibility, unlimited. Jaburo 2 construction progress, 47%. Big Wing, is the payload ready? Locked and loaded. Bigwig finished loading a large container containing many of NLB's newest PPRE devices. Heisentley 2, do we have a destination? The coordinates are entered. Electromagnetic catapult beginning calibration. Heisentley 2 repeated. Disabling safety locks. Aiming catapult. Coordinates locked on. Ready to fire. Advanced Hazel gave out a thumbs up. Stand clear, Hazel Gundam gripped the trigger in his hands. Fire for effect. Boom. The electromagnetic catapult thundered as it flung its payload across the skies of Musufatu, but its destination wasn't Musufatu, no, it was traveling across the city into its neighbor, the city of Fuji. We've entered the deployment range. Begin purging expendable fuel tanks and begin to release PPRE devices. Hazel Gundam announces. The payload's extra propellant tanks were detached from the payload as the payload began opening up and spinning. Several PPRE devices were released into the air as the payload kept on releasing said devices across Fuji. Finally, once all PPRE devices were released, it simply crashed into a nearby forest without hurting anybody. The airborne PPRE devices began stabilizing themselves in the air and properly arranging themselves to maximize efficiency. Now, Plavsky particle range extenders were now hovering across the skies of Fuji. Deployment successful. Hazel Gundam announces, and the entire Titans test team cheered with victory. We should be able to conduct patrols in Fuji now. Alright team, let's do this. Izuku stood before a tactical map of Shizuoka Prefecture, various mobile suits gathered around him in their model scale forms. A red pin indicated Musutafu, their primary area of operations. But the map showed dozens of other cities across the prefecture that had no Neo-Londo Bell presence whatsoever. We've been too focused on Musutafu, and as a result, the heroes are cornering us. Izuku said, pointing to the neighboring city of Fuji. And, if we're really serious about being heroes and helping people, we're going to need to expand our operational area. Sazabi's mono eye glowed thoughtfully. This expansion is both a risk and opportunity. The more visible we become, the more attention we will draw from authorities and the media. But we will also be able to spread our influence and further bolster public support. What's the mission objective, Commander? New Gundam asked. Just a patrol and reconnaissance, Izuku replied. Get a feel for the city, and establish a presence. This will be pretty big, we'll show that Neo-Londo Bell isn't confined to Musutafu. Fuji City is a major industrial hub uniquely positioned directly to the southern slopes of the famous Mount Fuji. With a population of roughly 245,000, it is the third largest city in the prefecture and is renowned for its high-quality paper and pulp industry, blending rugged industrial charm with natural scenery. Despite having a good view of Mount Fuji, it does not have a huge tourist industry. Not as big as Shizuoka City or Hanamatsu, the largest city in Shizuoka, but not as small as the others. The perfect city to dip NLB's legs into to test the waters. So, who's going? ZZ Gundam asks. Before the warehouse was filled with yelling voices, a single mobile suit raised his hand faster than anyone. I volunteer. A loud, boisterous voice called out the ASW-G64 Gundam. Floros raised his metal hand. Floros, ready to rumble. Send me, boss. I promise we'll make Fuji City love us. Floros was a Gundam frame from post-disaster, a timeline known for its brutal kinetic and hand-to-hand combat. But where mobile suits such as Barbatos and Gusion being savage and violent, Floros was somehow cheerful and gregarious among the more vicious mobile suits of the post-disaster timeline. His personality was infectious, loud, optimistic, and always ready for action. A charismatic character like Floros would be extremely popular among the hero-loving masses. I like the enthusiasm, Floros, Izuku said with a slight smile. Since you volunteered first, you'll be the leader for the team. Score. Floros pumped his fist as nearby mobile suits slumped. I should have raised my hand first, Tall Geese 3's posture slumped, kicking the dust in front of him. Heh, I got the perfect team in mind. Floros made a fancy spin on his heels before pointing his fingers at 2UGY, our 41 Landman Rodis. You two are with me. Oh, huh? Okay then. Landman Rodi number 1 shrugged. And I'll bring one more, Floros hummed as his finger hovered over the various mobile suits, all eager to be picked by Floros. Then he looked at a particular mobile suit whose tail blade was already twitching with anticipation. Barbatos Lupus Rex. Every mobile suit turned toward the mobile suit. Yay! I gets to go out. ASW-G08 Gundam Barbados Lupus Rex practically vibrated with childlike excitement, despite his terrifying appearance. Hell yeah! Barbados Lupus Rex reporting for duty. I will be the best patrol buddy, and I'll protect everyone. Then everyone looked back at Floros. Art thou serious? Gundam Vidar deadpanned. Seriously? Lupus Rex? A loud voice interrupted. Another Barbados pushed himself from the crowd. This was ASW-G08 Gundam Barbados Lupus. Barbados was calm and dense, whereas Barbados Lupus Rex has the literal IQ of a dog. Barbados Lupus is rude, aggressive, and has the mouth of a dock worker. Hey, Floros. What's the big idea with choosing Lupus Rex? Barbados appeared as well to confront Floros. You better have a good explanation, Ryusi I go. Or else I'll bend all of your limbs into an unrecognizable angle. Barbados Lupus growls, using Floros's nickname mockingly. You prove my point here, Barbie. Floros chuckles. Who'd want your scary but in Fuji? You'll make all the kids scream and cry. What did you say? And Barbados over there is still injured from his fight with Kamui Woods way back. What happens if we get into a fight? Barbados will be handicapped. Oh yeah, that's true. Plus, I wanted to give Fuji a main Gundam. And Lupus Rex is my best bet. Bruh. Lupus Rex is dumb as a dog. I bet he'll get distracted by a DMN butterfly. Barbados Lupus points a finger at the pink Gundam. Adorably dumb, you mean? Floros counters. GUH. It's impossible to talk to you. Fine, do whatever the hell you want. Barbados Lupus grumbles. Don't worry, Barbie. I'm sure you'll get your turn soon. Floros laughs, not before Barbados Lupus flips the middle finger at Floros. Good luck, Floros. Barbados nods to his fellow Tekadan mobile suit before leaving. Good, Izuku nodded. Izuku couldn't help but smile. Barbados Lupus Rex was, without question, the most powerful close combat unit in their entire arsenal. He was designed for pure, overwhelming violence. But his personality was. Well, he was basically a puppy in a wolf's body. Enthusiastic, easily distracted, and absolutely devoted to his boss. Lupus Rex, you're on the team. But you need to follow Floros's lead, understand? He's in charge of this patrol. Understood, Bossman. Lupus Rex saluted. Alright squad, let's get ready to move. Floros gathered his landman Radis and Barbados Lupus Rex to prepare. Sazabi leaned toward Izuku and whispered, Are you certain about this combination, Master? Lupus Rex's intelligence, combined with Floros's gregarious nature may result in complications. I think we shouldn't be too harsh on the post-disaster mobile suits, Izuku replied quietly. They'll be fine I'm sure, they'll take care of themselves. // Using two base jabbers to fly toward Fuji, Floros, Barbados Lupus Rex and the two landmen Radis arrived at the edge of the city. The PPREs maintained optimal particle flow, allowing all four mobile suits to move freely without any notice of sluggishness. Gundam Floros stretched his arms, his distinctive twin 200mm guns gleaming in the morning sun. Alright team, sound off. Everyone feeling good? Systems A-OK? Landman Rody 1, all green, the first Tekadan grunt unit reported, hefting his 90mm SMG. Landman Rody 2, ready to rock, the second added, flipping his hammer chopper in the air. Lups Rex is ready. Ready to beat up bad guys and keep everybody safe. Barbados Lupus Rex hefted his ultra-tail mace on his shoulder as his tail blade swished enthusiastically behind him like an excited dog's tail. Perfect. Floros's cheerful voice boomed. Alright, listen up. The boss wants a nice, calm, professional patrol. We're here to scout, observe, and intercept when necessary. Let's not pick a fight with the local heroes, got it? Got it. The three mobile suits chorused. Like peas in a pod. Great. Then let's going. The team moved through Fuji with coordination, opting to stay on the less populated streets but making no effort to hide their presence. Civilians who spotted them reacted with a mixture of awe and excitement. Word of Neo Londo Bell had spread across social media, and seeing actual mobile suits in person was still a novelty. Hey, it's those vigilante robots, a teenager shouted, pulling out his phone. I've never seen these ones before. A new model? They're in Fuji now, another voice called out. That's so cool. Looks like we're pretty popular here. Landmond Rody number 1 looked around his surroundings. Mama, look. That one looks like a teddy bear. A tiny child pointed at one of the landman Radis. I guess I do look like a teddy bear. Landman Rody number 2 looks at his reflection on a nearby window. Exactly. That's why I picked you folks for this mission. Floros pointed finger guns at the two landmans. Your bear-like cuteness will be perfect. Never in my life have I heard a mobile suit being called cute. Landman Roadie number 1 comment. Let's not worry about that. It's time to make a good first impression. Smile, wave, help old ladies cross the street, the whole hero routine. Floros placed his hand on Landman Roadie number 1's shoulder as he gestured his hand across the city. Do we even have faces to smile with? Landman Roadie number 2 asked. It's the thought that counts. Hello humans. Lupus Rex waved enthusiastically with his massive claw. Lupus Rex is here to protect everyone. Have a nice day. Kaya. He's so adorable. A group of teenage girls squealed. See? Even Lupus Rex is doing fine. Floros points out. Meanwhile, on a nearby hotel balcony, a certain battle-hungry heroine was doing stretches. Powerful legs coiled with barely contained energy, a heroine who'd come to Fuji City with one purpose in mind, fighting Neo Londo Bell. TCH, this city's too quiet, Mirko muttered, her rabbit ears twitching with irritation. I came here expecting action and all I've gotten is jaywalkers and one pathetic attempted purse snatching. Mirko came here with one purpose, to scrap with Neo Londo Bell. She'd heard the rumors, of course. Everyone in the hero community had. These mobile suits appear across Muzutafu, operating outside the law, taking down villains left and right with military precision. The HPSC had been frantically trying to shut them down, but so far, they'd been slippery as hell. She's heard of their infamous prowess and firepower, enough to take down several heroes including the likes of Hawks. Mirko sighed as she took a break on a nearby chair. She came to the neighboring city of Fuji because it was nearby, but so far she's been busy with fans, and her duties as a hero. However, her phone buzzed with a news alert. She glanced at it and her eyes widened with interest. All over social media were pictures of civilians taking pictures with new, previously unknown mobile suits. One of them was covered in guns and was pink, 2 looked like teddy bears who had guns and hatchets, and another was vicious and predatory looking, like a demon. A news article's headline was titled, Mobile Suit Spotted in Fuji, Shizuoka, Could the Mysterious Vigilante Group Neo Londo Bell be expanding operations? Mirko's grin grew predatory as she scrolled. Now that's what I'm talking about, she said, her blood pumping with anticipation. Finally something that won't go down with a single kick. I've been dying to test myself against one of those things. She cracked her knuckles, her quirk making her legs thump with readiness. I'm gonna find out if these mobile suits are as tough as everyone says. Her grin promised violence. As Gundam Floros was busy signing autographs after taking down a gang of shoplifters, Barbados Lupus Rex was already wandering around, watching the skies with his sensors. He tracked a bird flying past, then a cloud that looked vaguely interesting, then, oh, what's that? He locked onto something fluttering near a nearby building. A butterfly. A single, delicate, blue butterfly, dancing in the morning breeze. Pretty. Barbados Lupus Rex said, completely mesmerized. His tail blade began swaying slowly, almost hypnotically, following the butterfly's movement. Lupus Rex. Floros called, noticing the mobile suit wandering away. You okay there, buddy? But Lupus Rex was already gone, carefully following the butterfly as it flew across the air. His heavy footsteps were surprisingly gentle, like he was afraid of scaring his new friend. What the heck is he doing? Landman Roadie number 1 asks. It looks like he just wandered off after a butterfly, Landman Roadie number 2 confirmed. No way. Should we go after him? Floros asked, though he sounded more amused than concerned. Nah, he's a Gundam, he can handle himself. Landman Roadie number 1 said. Besides, we've got patrol to do. He'll catch up when he's done playing. Yeah, you're right. Floros shrugged. Alright, let's cover more ground here. First we'll take the Eastern District, then we'll regroup in an hour in the center part of the city. Roger that. None of them noticed that their most powerful member was now several blocks away, completely absorbed in following a butterfly through Fuji City's back alleys. Barbados Lupus Rex crouched down to butterfly level, his massive mace tucked carefully against his back so he wouldn't accidentally hurt his new friend. You're so pretty, he said softly, his normally boisterous voice barely above a whisper. Are you lost? Do you need help finding flowers? Barbados Lupus Rex followed the butterfly with single-minded determination, his massive clawed hands held up gently as if trying not to startle it. His massive frame moved with surprising grace as he tracked its erratic path through the air. Butterfly, please stay. Lupus Rex just wants to look. I promises to be gentle. The butterfly, unimpressed by the mobile suit's pleas, fluttered higher and landed on a street lamp. Ah! Butterfly went too high. Lupus Rex's tail blade drooped in disappointment, before retracting back onto his back. Okay, Lupus Rex should go back to patrol now. Floros is probably worried. He turned to head back, and found his path blocked. A woman stood there, roughly average height but radiating an aura of poised power. White hair, red eyes, rabbit ears twitching atop her head. She wore a white leotard-style hero costume that left her powerful legs exposed, and those legs were thick with muscle, the kind built by a powerful quirk and a lifetime of explosive combat. Mirko, the rabbit hero. And she was grinning ear to ear like a predator that just found prey. Well, Mirko's voice carried barely contained excitement. One of those mobile suit thingies everyone's been talking about. And all alone too, must be my lucky day. Despite the hostility in her voice, Barbados Lupus Rex was awfully friendly toward the newcomer. Oh. Hello bunny lady. Lupus Rex waved cheerfully, completely misreading the situation. I'm Barbados Lupus Rex of Neo Londo Bell. Lupus Rex is on patrol. Are you lost? Lupus Rex can help. Mirko tilted his confusion, then laughed as her grin widened. Lost? Nah. I think I'm right where I want to be. Ah. Okay, but do you need other help? Barbados Lupus Rex innocently asks. Well. I've been hearing all these stories about Neo Londo Bell's robots. Fast, strong, good in a fight. She began stretching, her muscles rippling. I've been dying to test myself against one. Test? Lupus Rex scratched his head. You want to spar? Like fighting? I loves to fight. But I'm supposed to be on patrol. Consider this part of your patrol, Mirko lied, cracking her knuckles. It's a hero assessment of vigilante capabilities. Yep. Very official. Oh. If it's official, then okay. Lupus Rex's tail blade began swishing again. Lupus Rex would love to fight with the bunny lady. How do we do it? Like this. Mirko exploded forward with her quirk-enhanced legs, closing the distance between them in a second. She came forth with a drop kick, fast and hard, aimed directly at Lupus Rex's chest. Clang! The impact sent Lupus Rex sliding backward, his sharp feet carving furrows in the pavement. His optic sensors brightened with surprise. Whoa! Bunny lady is strong. That was fun. Is this like tag? Mirko was caught by surprise by the defense of Barbados Lupus Rex's armor. Yes, she had the capability to turn concrete and metal buildings into rubble, but to see Barbados Lupus Rex looking relatively fine after a single kick, Mirko's grin widened even more. Heh, alright. This is getting interesting. Mirko liked her lips. Okay then. Barbados Lupus Rex brought out his ultra-large mace, the telescopic handle extending out. My turn. With the same speed as Mirko's first strike, Barbados Lupus Rex's thrusters roared as launched himself toward Mirko. For a second, the rabbit hero had lost track of the mobile suit, only to look up to see Barbados Lupus Rex descending down with an overhead swing. Mirko just had barely a second before the mace crashed down on the concrete road she was just standing on. A plume of gray dust was flung into the air, the concrete road now had a large crater in the center of it. Mirko blinked at the sheer power of Barbados Lupus Rex. The mobile suit yanked out his mace like a toothpick from melted cheese and pointed it at the rabbit heroine. Haha. Look how powerful Lupus Rex is. He boasted with pride, puffing his chest out, his blade tail swerving back and forth excitedly. Meanwhile, Floros and the Landman Roadie duo turned toward the loud crash that was coming from blocks away. Civilians were murmuring amongst themselves and some of them wanted to see what was going on. What the hell was that? Gundam Floros gawked at the dust cloud appearing above the buildings. Don't tell me Lupus Rex got in a fight. Landman Roadie held his head in dismay. Sheet. We gotta go fetch him. Whoa, excuse me. Floros tried to get over to where Barbados was fighting, but with the amount of civilians in the way, it seemed impossible. Back to the fight, Mirko was smiling gleefully. The typical pro-hero would instantly retreat and wait for backup if a villain with such power were on the loose. But not Mirko, instead she smiled gleefully. Finally, a worthy opponent, their battle shall be legendary. That's more like it. Mirko bounced in place, warming up her legs with small hops. Muscles coiling for another devastating kick. Show me what you're made of, Rex. Bunny lady wants to keep playing? Lupus Rex's tail swished faster. Okay. Lupus Rex will play more. He charged forward, mace swinging in a wide horizontal arc. Mirko jumped over it with a flip, feeling the wind from its passage ruffle her hair. She came down to his guard, raising her legs to deliver one of her devastating attacks. Luna Ring. The powerful kick landed on Barbados Lupus Rex's head. The impact rang like a bell, the force enough to dent metal. Lupus Rex staggered back, surprised by the speed and precision of the attack. Fast. Bunny lady is so fast. He swung his mace again, this time in an upward arc. Mirko backflipped away, the spiked head missing her by inches. "And you're too slow?" she taunted, then launched herself off the road, Luna Tijeras. Catching Lupus Rex around the neck with her powerful legs, she twisted, using her momentum and Quirk-enhanced strength to try and throw the mobile suit. But Lupus Rex weighed several tons despite being only 7 feet tall. Instead of being thrown, he just tilted slightly, readjusting his footing. He then grabbed Mirko's back with his free hand. "Got you," he said cheerfully, then flung her away like someone tossing a ball for a dog. Mirko went flying, but managed to twist midair and land on her feet, sliding backward across the pavement. "Okay, you're stronger than you look. Good to know. Lupus Rex is really strong." He charged again, this time swinging his mace in a vertical strike. But Mirko sidestepped, the mace crashed into the ground, creating another crater. Before he could pull it free, however, Mirko appeared before his blind spot below him. "Luna, rise!" Mirko screams as she delivers a powerful rising kick to Barbato's Lupus Rex's chest, sending him rolling onto the floor and losing his mace. "Whoa! And you're really strong too." Barbato's Lupus Rex stood up immediately. His nanolaminate armor was beginning to show signs of stress. They were good against beam weapons, but against some hyperactive rabbit woman with her kicks having the force of a howitzer? They are bound to buckle soon. There's more where that came from. "Luna, rush!" Mirko spun in the air as she delivered kick after kick toward Barbato's Lupus Rex, who was forced to bunker down and withstand the assault. Instead, his tail blade whipped around, forcing Mirko to abort her combination and leap away just as the tail blade swiped toward her. "Bunny Lady hits hard," Lupus Rex observed. "Nothing critical has been hit yet." His inner frame unscathed. But Lupus Rex has tough armor. Lupus Rex was made for fighting. "Yeah? Well, I was born to fight, too." Mirko grinned, her competitive spirit fully ignited now. Barbato's Lupus Rex's tail blade shot across the road. Mirko thought that it was going for her, but the tail instead wrapped around the handle of the ultra-large mace and yanked it out of the ground, pulling it toward the claws of the Gundam. Lupus Rex charged forward with his thrusters blazing as the battle continued. However, a pattern began to emerge. Barbato's Lupus Rex couldn't land a single clean hit with his attacks, only grazes or taps. Lupus Rex had overwhelming power and durability, but he was inexperienced fighting human opponents. He was used to sparring with fellow mobile suits, opponents his own size and weight, with similar combat capabilities and predictable attack patterns. Mirko, on the other hand, was small, fast, and fought with an unpredictability that he struggled to track. When he swung his mace, she wasn't where he expected her to be. When he tried to grab her, she'd already moved. His tail blade, devastating against mobile suit opponents, kept missing by fractions of seconds. "Why is Bunny Lady so hard to hit?" Lupus Rex complained, swinging his mace in a wide arc that Mirko easily ducked under. "My friends are easier to hit." "That's because your friends are probably big and slow like you." Mirko laughed, delivering a kick to his knee joint that made him stumble. "You gotta learn to fight small targets, Rexy." And Lupus Rex was learning. With each exchange, his predictions got slightly better. His swings began anticipating where Mirko would be, and his tail blade started pressuring Mirko and keeping her on her toes. "Haha. I understand it now," he said excitedly, nearly catching Mirko with a grab. "Lupus Rex is learning Bunny Lady's patterns." "Good." Mirko's grin widened, jumping toward the wall of a nearby building. "That means I need to hit harder. Luna, fall." She launched herself from the nearby building, her legs came forth like a spear, her Quirk-enhanced power focused into a single devastating kick. Lupus Rex saw it coming this time. He stood there as he intercepted Mirko's with his claw, the shock making his entire arm shiver. "Eh? Got you again." Lupus Rex threw Mirko back into the air again, then with a swing of his mace, he sent Mirko straight into the windows of a department store. Glass shards scattering as the rabbit hero was sent a great distance indoors before stopping. Crash. Ouch. That didn't hurt as much? Mirko stood up from the ground, the side of her body hurt like hell, but nothing was broken. Hell, she wasn't even bleeding yet. Bunny Lady's jump kick hurts a lot. But that's alright. It means you're a really strong sparring partner. Barbato's Lupus Rex innocently celebrated as he flaunted his mace on his shoulder. The mobile suit was still treating this like rough play, like the sparring matches with his fellow mobile suits back at the warehouse. Mirko now realized the problem. "You're still holding back, aren't you? You've been going easy on me, haven't you?" "Huh?" Lupus Rex tilted his head. "But Lupus Rex doesn't want to hurt Bunny Lady. You're fun to play with." "This isn't play, you idiot. This is a fight." Mirko's frustration was mounting, she was literally thumping the ground with her foot. She'd been hitting him with everything she had, and while she was doing damage, he was treating it like a game. Stop pulling your punches. But Lupus Rex's tail drooped slightly. My friends are metal. They can take hits. Bunny Lady is soft and squishy. Lupus Rex doesn't want to break Bunny Lady. Break dash? Mirko's eye twitched. I'm not some fragile doll. I'm a pro hero and close to being in the top 10 no less. I've survived fights that would kill most people. Stop treating me like I'm made of glass and fight me properly. But Lupus Rex really doesn't want to. Bossman said to go easy dash. Luna rush. Mirko became a blur, her legs delivering a storm of kicks. Faster and harder than before. Each impact created a thunderous clang, and she didn't stop, couldn't stop. Pride and frustration fueled every strike. Lupus Rex blocked the assault with his mace, but Mirko hit other parts of him as well. His nanolaminate armor began to buckle under the relentless assault, armor integrity lowering and lowering with each devastating strike. Oof. Ack. Bunny Lady please dash. He tried to back away, but Mirko pressed forward, delivering a roundhouse kick and flinging away Lupus Rex's mace from his claws. Still, he couldn't go on the offensive. Mirko was bouncing left and right, attacking vital joints and Lupus Rex's blind spots with renewed strength. Come on! Come on! Come on! Mirko's voice rose with fury. Stop holding back. Stop treating me like I'm weak. Give me a real fight. Show me what Neo Londo Bell is really made of. Mirko still didn't stop, her kicks hammering into his chassis with piston-like intensity. She delivered a roundhouse kick that actually made Lupus Rex's left shoulder armor shatter. She delivered a devastating Luna arc on Lupus Rex's blocking arms that destroyed his guard. With this opportunity, she unleashed a drop kick on his chest and sent him flying across the concrete. Lupus Rex's body screeched as his momentum dragged him along the rough asphalt, finally coming to a halt when he crashed into a nearby building. By now, a crowd and news outlet crew were gathering and recording the events of the fight, and so far, everyone was in Mirko's favor. Holy moly! Did you see that? Mirko just beat that robot from Neo Londo Bell. No way? I honestly thought those things were invincible. Guess the heroes always win in the end. Ah, come on. Is that the best you got? Mirko screamed at the collapsed form of Barbados Lupus Rex. We haven't gotten to the main course yet. So get up and fight. The indicators of serious damage have multiplied across Lupus Rex's mind. His left shoulder has not only shattered, but its actuator was barely functional.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.